Well, hello there, my friends. Chris Marcus here with you for Arcadia Economics on an exciting Friday in the silver market. I know some people may not be, well, quite as excited about the direction of the COMEX price today. Although, I guess if you have physical silver, and we'll get Andy Scheckman on the show later on today, he said there was a lot of buying going on. People don't really seem too concerned what the premium is. So it sounds like actual real silver prices are up. COMEX, I don't know why anybody cares about that anymore, especially even if they still did. Bix, I think if the world knew what you just reported on your channel about Goldman Sachs and the delivery cycle and our friend Jeff Currie, I think they would have a different perspective. So I appreciate you making some time. I know there's a lot going on here, and welcome on in. And why don't you tell us what you found?
Sure. Well, yeah, I've been real excited about the deliveries for this month, as everybody wants to look at it. I was a little disheartened seeing a big chunk was lopped off the day before the end of the February contract. And lopped off meanings basically they paid to get out of it. So they're going to take a hit, these banksters who nobody knows, supposedly. Now we know. We had the end of the contract on Wednesday night, and Wednesday night, and they posted the deliveries on Thursday. For the first day of deliveries, a monster day. I think it's the biggest day ever. A total of 5,904 contracts, or about 30 million ounces, is what the total is right there down at the bottom. That is a monster day. Now I'm like, wow, that's really cool. And then I dug into the numbers, and if you go up and see who is it that is issuing, has to pony up the silver, of course, our friend Goldman Sachs is right at the top with 2,900 contracts, or 14.5 million ounces of silver that they're going to have to pony up sometime in this month. And if you want to know why the price of silver is going down, this is exactly why. Goldman has to find the physical silver this month to deliver. And oh, by the way, they can just load up as many short contracts as they want to get the price of the electronic silver down on the COMEX, so that they can steal physical silver from someone. I think they're going to go to the SLV and steal it from there. So keep an eye on the inventory levels of SLV and see how far they drop over the next month. That's my take. Now, the other one, and now what they cannot say, Goldman cannot say that we are doing this for a customer, because it's even designated as their house account. If you look at it, it's the H, but look at also HSBC. That's the other big entity rigger that has to pony up the silver. It's right at the top, middle of the top part there. HSBC, 703 contracts, or 3.5 million ounces. So between these two, and that's in their house account again. Now remember, we've been screaming about it all week. Jeff Currie, the head guy over at Goldman's COMEX dealership, shall we say, has been screaming, oh, no, there's no problem. The ETFs are the ones who are shorting. That's what he said. The ETFs are the ones that are shorting. Goldman Sachs is an authorized participant in the SLV ETF. If Goldman Sachs thinks that going short on the COMEX to cover their exposure on SLV deposits is legitimate, it's not. There is no legitimacy there. And this isn't even for a customer. As you can tell, look at the Goldman origination. It's the house account. So the shell games are going on. Goldman, 99% chance, and HSB are the ones, and the silver cabal are the ones slamming silver today with electronic contracts. Think about it this way. For 8 years, JP Morgan did the exact same thing. They shorted the COMEX to keep the price low, and they took massive amounts of physical silver into their own possession. At the end of the day, Ted Butler estimates it's over 1 billion ounces of physical. But during the whole time, they were shorting the COMEX so they could do that to keep the price low while they were loading up on physical. As a matter of fact, all the gold bugs and silver bugs out there were saying the same thing. Let's not get any electronic contracts. Let's all get physical off the exchanges. Goldman is is basically trying to do the same thing, trying to short the COMEX, keep the prices low. And oh, by the way, they're going to have to come up with 14.5 million ounces of physical silver because of the delivery. That's just one day, though. Keep an eye on the rest of the week, the rest of the month. There's still 55 million ounces left in open interest for the March contract. We're going to end up somewhere in the 80 million ounce range, which is about almost as high as the July explosion of 85 million, I think it was. But remember this, in July, there was a hell of a lot more silver available. There was retail silver, there was COMEX silver. No one was talking about a silver shortage back in July. Now everybody and their mother is talking about the low price of silver, silver not being available, the silver shortage, the silver squeeze. Completely different world, but they're taking a very similar amount of silver off the market. That's what I was looking at today. I wasn't surprised because of the adamancy of Jeff Currie when he went on CNBC and said, no, there's no silver squeeze. And then Jeffrey Christian came out, no, there's no silver squeeze. I knew something was up. And there you have your evidence of who it was trying to protect himself, Goldman Sachs and HSBC.
Bix, a question for you. Who would you say has done more to help reveal the truth about the silver rigging, Bart Chilton or Jeff Currie?
Well, Ted Butler has had the proof for 40 years, but Bart definitely. Bart admitted. Bart was a CFTC chairman. Oh, he wasn't the chairman. He was one of the commissioners. He admitted that they caught JP Morgan rigging the market, but they couldn't do anything because it was a political decision. Since when is the law a political decision is what I want to know. And that's the world we live in. The CFTC should be embarrassed and ashamed of themselves, but I think they're too stupid to figure that out.
Yeah, well, actually, Bix, I unfortunately I was able to figure that one out. Maybe it's all of the Jeff Currie videos I've been watching. But you said when could you count on them? At least not since 1980, because I was watching the coverage that video of Silver Thursday. You hear the CFTC saying the same exact thing back then about how, hey, the whole thing was going to melt down, and that's in 1980 before QE was even a thing. And
but that was different. That was only, I think it was 110 million ounces they had on the COMEX, the Hunt brothers, and then another 100 or so in physical. We have JP Morgan sitting with over 1 billion ounces today, 10 times what was going on cornering the silver market, although they have gotten out of their massive short position because of all the rigging. But somebody's sitting with it. The top 8 traders, which are these banks who collude, they're sitting with 400 million ounce short position with it's hedging nothing. And if they're claiming that the silver in the ETF, SLV ETF, is what they are hedging something that does not belong to them. And oh, by the way, it's completely illegal. And BlackRock needs to be investigated as well, because they have a fiduciary responsibility to hire people who are going to take care of their shareholders. Obviously, JP Morgan as the custodian of the SLV silver is a ridiculous joke on the face of it. They just got charged.
Bix, apologize for interrupting. They're not just the custodian; they're an authorized participant too.
True.
JP
Morgan and Goldman Sachs and
JP Morgan is both the custodian and the authorized participant, and apparently the only one who ever even checks on the pile of metal since before the EFP market broke.
And they own 49.999% of all the COMEX silver in the warehouses. They're all in JP Morgan warehouses. 49.9999. They can't hit 50 because there's something wrong with 50. So every time they get close to 50, they sell 1 ounce just so that they don't, raise some concern with the regulators. It's a complete farce. It's a joke, and people are finding out about it. And that's the beautiful part of it.
Well, I'm sure that's all conspiracy theory, as anybody watching this would clearly be able to see. Yet you mentioned the top traders, and I want to be specific with my language today because it's a little bit of an arbitrary term. So I will ask you, when you said the top traders in the market, I'm curious, do you mean like the Deutsche Bank or HSBC traders who said, I really want to sell silver, to which the other trader says, let's go and smash it together? I know Jeff Christian said that, the people have been talking about silver being rigged and it's going to go up one day and all that conspiracy theory nonsense that I'm certainly guilty of. Yet I just didn't understand. Here's May 11th, 2011, 10 days after the silver price was at $49. And maybe they're friends with Jeff Currie. They love leaving evidence right on the table. We're the silver market. We smashed it good. And they're jealous over who's going to get the biggest bonus pool there. So sorry, I got carried away. But when you said top traders, is that what you meant? Or could you clear that up, please?
Well, it's an open secret. That's the sad thing. The open secret that silver is rigged, and the open secret is that the U.S. government and the regulators allow it to happen. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than how can you stop a criminal if the cops are on the side of the criminals?
Yeah, well, that is a good question. But fortunately, I know the CFTC is investigating those rascals over at Reddit. We actually recorded a video for the CFTC last night. I did the investigation for him. I brought him on, asked questions, and you can hear, I'm sure the CFTC will comment soon. Bix, believe it or not, right as we were talking, Andy Scheckman of Miles Franklin, who I sent on a mission to sniff around the mint and also the wholesale bars, has some news he wanted to report. So as I welcome Andy on in, perhaps one more question while he gets himself situated. I was looking at today's silver chart on the top. I'll explain this so even a CFTC commissioner or congressman could understand it. Fortunately, it seems pretty clear to me. Again, Bart Chilton also explained it on the record, which was kind of him. I can explain that this is the price and this is the volume. But Andy, welcome on in, sir. How are you?
I'm great. Hang on one second here.
That's all right. Bix is going to help me out. I'm a little embarrassed today because I've been saying I'm a silver analyst for all these years. I read about gold too. And then the price is getting clobbered, but I can't figure out. I just don't see why. Bix, can you help me here? I'm flummoxed.
Absolutely. Goldman has
I don't see any clues.
Goldman, the clues are in the delivery.
Hold on a second, guys. I'm just getting lots of feedback. Sorry.
No worries.
Bix, you got to understand, until Jeff Currie comments on it, I don't know what to think. So maybe you could give me a stab since you seem to have a read on the man.
Goldman last night had to deliver, got the notification they will be delivering first day notification of 14.5 million ounces of silver. They don't have any. They have to go buy it. So how are they going to get it? They're going to throw a whole bunch of naked shorts at the COMEX price to watch the price get destroyed. They have unlimited amounts of electronic bullshit they can throw at this market. I want to see the volumes of the COMEX tonight. Watch the volumes. They're going to be off the charts. I would guess, here's my big prediction, over 1 billion ounces of electronic silver is going to be traded tonight. And this is facilitated with a company called Virtu Financial. Vincent Viola is the head of this electronic trading firm that runs the cabals, slams of silver. So if I'm right, we're going to see over 1 billion ounces of electronic volume, ounces of electronic silver traded on the COMEX tonight for no good reason, other than Goldman Sachs needs to get that price down.
Bix, I know you've been cranking away like we all have. Remember, today's Friday, unless there's a new market rigging strategy. So do you mean like Sunday on the open? Or do you mean later tonight, this afternoon?
They post the volumes of COMEX traffic. All the volume is posted about, my time, it's about 6 or 7 o'clock at night. So Pacific at night, sometime they're going to show the volume of the COMEX silver traded today, and it's going to shock the world again. Gotcha. And I think it's going to be over 1 billion ounces today.
Okay, so you were referring to the reporting of what today, not necessarily that something is going to happen tonight in the actual trading. Okay.
Nothing happens. I mean, look at all the shit that's gone down over the past month and a half in silver, and the price is exactly where it was a month and a half ago, even though the whole world's out of it.
Yeah, well, Andy, rather than more Goldman Sachs jokes, why don't you tell us? I hear you have some news to report. Fortunate, because I don't know if Jeff Currie's made an appearance today, but since the market is still open, well, it seems like there's a lot of questions about their activity that I don't know if we'll get a comment on. At least you can give us an honest, truthful report. about what you've been seeing from your standpoint running Miles Franklin today.
Will do. Always good to see you, Bix. Hope you're well. You too, Chris. Yeah, a couple of things that I find very interesting. This morning, I've had lots of people call me and ask me on 1,000-ounce bars. I have one guy who's demanding to place an order for 8 of them, front wiring us the money. The best I can do is mid-March, and I've scoured the earth to find them. So when you look at all of the silver bars being sold here, you would think there would be a surplus of them on COMEX. The best we can do on 8,000-ounce bars is mid-March. And I have another little piece of info. Now, this is this information is not 100% validated, but as far as I can tell, it is very true. What I'm being told is that the U.S. Mint is planning on shutting down in April. Could be for a month, maybe 2. They're shutting down as they prepare for the second run of the new silver and gold eagles that are coming out. So normally that's what they do in November as they prepare for the next year allocation. So they're actually in the midst of what could be the most demand this industry has ever seen in my career, for sure, probably since the inception of the Mint, are planning on actually shutting down in April to change the dies or whatever the hell they're going to do. And it could be as long as 1 or 2 months. So if you think there are high premiums right now, where wholesale premiums on silver eagles are $7.50, $8 before any money is made on massive quantities, just wait and see what happens come April, and watch what happens to the supply, because when the U.S. Mint runs offline, now you have one so much the model of inefficiency in and of themselves. So if you think things are crazy now as it pertains to supply, just give it another month or 2. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, and Andy, again, just to be clear, so everyone knows how to put it in proper context. I know it's like we don't have an official press release on some of these things sometimes. So can you again just share the nature of what you believe so people can make their own decisions?
Yeah. What I believe is that they're going to come out with the new silver and gold eagles in summer, July, August, somewhere in that time, they're going to release them. And I have been told from reliable sources that they believe that the U.S. Mint will shut down in April as they prepare for this new release. Now, my question is, why the hell would they shut down? Why not just transition to the new release? And what I was told, I probably shouldn't repeat here on this channel, but suffice it to say,
do it anyway.
That's what they
for letter expletives. But as far as I can tell you, yeah, all I was told is that they do believe that the Mint will go offline for as long as 60 days. If that happens, it's over. I mean, in terms of supply, because remember, there are 6 major mints in the world: US, Canada, Australia, Austria, South Africa, the United Kingdom. If one of them goes offline, that you just literally cut off at the leg, 20% of global supply, and more so here as it pertains to the United States. So supply is, at least as from far as the U.S. Mint is concerned, has never been worse, and looks as though it's going to continue to get worse from here.
Can I chime in quickly?
Yeah,
Please.
Go ahead.
Well, I do know that there's some kind of security feature going into the new Eagles, and I don't know what it is.
I did notice that.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the other thing I think we got to keep in mind is these mints are not innocent bystanders in the manipulation of gold and silver. They're all hedged, and their hedge books are run out of JP Morgan and HSBC. The question is that I've always been screaming about at the mint level is, hey, when you guys run out of metal to make your coins, I assume you're closing out your hedges, aren't you? And never have I gotten a response, because they aren't. They don't close out their hedges because they'd have to buy it back, and that would disrupt the price. So they're sitting with naked hedges if they don't have the metal that they need to produce these coins. And it could be, if they are truly shutting down, it could be a situation where they're trying to close out those hedges by providing silver that was supposed to go into making coins back into the COMEX to cover some of these shorts.
Unless they were given verbal, yes, I'll sell that to you. It could then be, that position could be hedged. I have to pay up front. So we pay up front and hedge that position in the assumption that we already own it, even if it's not for some time. So there are plausible explanations. The guy from you guys were just talking about, I forget his name. My brain's mush these days, but the guy from Goldman Sachs, his explanation of hedging the ETF was Jeff, was one of the craziest things I've ever heard. That makes zero sense, because once the product is delivered to the ETF, there is no plausible explanation for hedging anything. In fact, quite to the contrary, it would be the opposite of that. You unwind your hedge once it is delivered, or in the case of the mint, once the metal is then sold to the public. But whether or not you have the metal in your possession, in the case of the mint, if they have purchased it, yes.
May I add just one tack-on note, and then please continue your thought? But you forgot to mention that it's also expressly forbidden by the SLV
right.
hammer futures contracts as a hedge and then lie about it on CNBC. I'm not saying that's what he did, but it's prevented from lying about it. Right? Actually, I want to be clear. The prospectus does not explicitly prevent any of the authorized participants from lying about it on CNBC. So but it does forbid them from hammering futures. Continue, please.
No, I mean, look, your logic is spot on, and there's just no justification for hedging something that was delivered, and that I can promise you. So, look, all I can simply say is that the mint is truly the model of inefficiency in everything that they're doing. In terms of the engraving, if it's anything like the Royal Canadian Mint and their security features with the maple leafs, it's micro engraving that is nearly impossible for any counterfeiter to duplicate. That is what they do on the maples. That is what I believe will be done on the new Gold Eagles. But as it plays out, it looks like we'll be shut down for up to 60 days, from what I'm being told, in April. Again, as they roll out the new Gold and Silver Eagles.
All right. And Andy, you're cutting out there a little bit, although hopefully you can hear me clearly. And one of the questions I had when you said the US Mint might go offline, I mean, I'm wondering how different is that from what they're doing right now already, where you can't get certain products, you can't get an explanation. And also, while it may seem unusual, we have the Perth Mint. They're telling you on their website that it goes offline Saturday, February 27th of February, which I believe is tomorrow, until next Tuesday. And you said that really, if any of these goes offline, that can be an issue. What do you think about that?
I think the Perth Mint has been the best performing mint of all the 6 mints in the world, at least in terms of product, physical product over the last year. If something happens with them,
please, Andy? We lost you for a second.
Mints, and if any of those 6, I'm sorry with my connection. Bottom line is they've been the best performing mint, period, over the past year, as far as I'm concerned, in delivering physical product of the 6 major mints. And when they go offline, or any of them go offline for an extended period of time, there is no new supply. That's why they say there's no bull market like a gold bull market, because no one wants to sell and go back into fiat. They're holding on, they're hodling, as Bix would say. They're hanging on tight, and no one sells us secondary market products. So when these mints go dark, that's it. I'm really concerned about the US Mint shutting down for a period of time. It will severely cramp physical supply, more than it already is. And the difference between what they're doing now, as you asked, and that is they'll just go completely dark. The mint will be closed. The doors will be shut. No orders will be taken until they open back up.
All right. So there we go with the mint. Bix, any questions on what he just laid out there?
No, with the mints, I love it when they are performing. I love the US Eagle. I love the US Mint when they're doing what they're supposed to do, which is create coins in quantities to meet demand on the silver side. On gold, it's not like that. They're not legally required to do that. On silver, they're required by law to buy silver at any price as long as they're meeting demand. And they have been breaking that law. They actually changed the law when some of us pointed that out. They changed the law to add that the U.S. Treasury Secretary is the one who deems whether or not they are meeting demand. Well, clearly they're not meeting demand. Clearly they are not living up to their not only their charter, to the law. It's the law of the land. This was signed by Congress that they have to produce coins to meet demand no matter what it costs. So they should be in there buying all the Goldman Sachs metal that, I mean, if Goldman wants to sell 14.5 million ounces of physical silver and deliver it today, that's what's happened to them. Why isn't the U.S. Mint going in there taking that silver at $26? That's the job of the Mint to do, but they are not doing it. The U.S. Mint can go into the COMEX today, buy a contract, and take delivery instantly. Why aren't they doing it? That's the law. It says they have to do that by law. So that's all I got to say.
Well, it's interesting. If you look at the mints in North America, the Canadian Mint and the U.S. Mint, both getting gold from either of those two mints is almost impossible right now. And in terms of silver, they're the two highest premium mints in the world right now. Hard to get, premiums jacked up. Both of them are making it next to impossible for people in America to get affordable silver and readily available gold in 31 years. And the Silver Eagles right now are at the highest level I have ever sold them for in 31 years, and making it harder and harder to come by. So, you know, I don't know if there's something under the surface there or not, you know, but all I can tell you is that it's hard to get, and it by all everything that I see coming forward, it doesn't appear to be getting any easier to get moving forward.
Bix, will you call on me? I would love to comment next if I may.
What do you have to say about that? How's that?
Well, I'm wondering if there's any chance that the reason the Mint is going down, you see here, they announced U.S. Mint to redesign gold and silver American Eagles to implement security devices. That's odd. And then it says the U.S. Mint is planning to redesign the reverse of the gold and silver American Eagle bullion coin in 2021, no less, and incorporate anti-counterfeiting technology into the production cycle. That seems unusual. Any thoughts before we dig into this one?
It's not unusual if we're going back to a gold and silver standard. That's something I would think would be required.
Andy, maybe next time you talk to the Mint, you could ask them if they are moving ahead with their plans to redesign the reverses of silver and gold American Eagles for 2021 to accommodate the use of anti-counterfeiting technology at the production stage. Unfortunately, Treasury Secretary, Goldman Sachs advisor Steve Mnuchin has given the Mint the green light to replace the designs which have appeared on the coins since their release in 1986. Oh my God, Santa, can we get Jeff Currie to comment on this ASAP? Why don't I stop there? And who wants to take this one away?
Well, that is what I was told, is that is why they are shutting down the Mint, for that reason, for the new type 2 design. And my question was, why do you have to shut down the Mint? And I was told, look, that's what they do when they move to the next year run, maybe changing the die or whatever. I mean, it just makes no sense. If you're dealing with one of the only branches of government that makes money, and one of the only branches of the government right now that it has crazy demand to give money to it, and they're making it really hard. If they shut down for any period of time, it's only going to make it that much worse. So that is what I was told. It's because of exactly that. That was the reason.
I think it's also, I mean, when you look back at why the Mint shut down every year in late November going into December, that's the number one time to buy coins as Christmas presents in the United States. Why wouldn't they shut down to do their spring cleaning in February or March? It was always to slow down demand. It was always a con. The U.S. Mint is in on the game. They're told. I have 2 FOIAs into the U.S. Mint about the whether or not it wasn't Mnuchin. Who was before Mnuchin at the Treasury Secretary? I don't remember who it was, but I did 2. Who was it?
Was that Geithner, or do we have someone in between
Geithner.
here?
Tim Geithner. So I had 2 FOIA requests. They responded to both of them because it took a letter from the U.S. Treasury to tell the Mint to shut down, and I requested that letter. Both letters I sent to them and to the Treasury, to the Mint and the Treasury, came back saying, that's not my issue, that's the Treasury issues, or that's the Mint's issue. And so I have 4 letters that are crisscrossing each other. They refuse to answer the question, who is making the call for shutting down the Mint every December? Now it's going to be who's making the call to shut down the mint at the middle of the most important time in the history of silver shortages. They're shutting down the mint.
Yeah, it seems a little unusual. And I'm going to pull up Dave Kranzler wrote an article. We'll see if he wants to hop on at some point today, because he was covering that, how, and Bix, I know you've spoken about that a lot, how there is a legal mandate. The mint is required to produce the silver. So we don't know why they are running out so often, but they are legally mandated. And perhaps you could touch on that.
Yeah, it's the law. They have to create enough supply to meet demand. Now, that's just silver eagles. Gold eagles are differently. The law was written differently in 1987. Barney Frank was in on that when the original silver and gold eagle project came out. And the law was written differently because the idea was to make silver the killer of the banks. Truthfully, from the good guys behind the scenes, they knew that if the U.S. Mint lived up to this law, which required them to continue to buy, even if silver went to $1,000 an ounce, they had to go out and buy silver at the going rate anywhere around the world. It wasn't the case for gold. They worded it differently. So I pointed this out, and a few people pointed this out back, I don't even know how long ago, when Geithner was the man, and they changed the law. Congress actually changed the law, and it was part of the Dodd-Frank law. But they didn't change it much. They only said that the determination was up to the Treasury Secretary at the time. But the law still stands that the Treasury Secretary has to make the determination of whether or not they are meeting demand. Clearly, in any realm of any world, they are not meeting demand right now. So they should be out there buying silver blanks, silver planchettes at whatever rate it would be at, $30 to $35 right now, most likely. I just bought a couple thousand of those from Andy just to get my hands on some.
Dave Kranzler wrote a good piece about that, talking about how if the
All right, we're going to let Andy go for now and see if we can get that.
The mints pay article. One other piece about what you said, they're also required to buy them from a U.S.-based source, a U.S.-based refinery. Most of it coming from the Sunshine Mint.
That's only the gold ones.
I thought it was only the silver ones.
It's only the gold has to be bought from it has to be sourced from U.S. mines. I'm not sure about the mints, but the gold has to be can only be sourced from U.S. mines. They can't buy it in foreign lands. Silver, there was no restriction. You can buy your blanks from the Perth Mint, from China. It didn't matter. But
I must have that backwards. I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah, it was specific on silver because they knew back then gold wasn't going to destroy the banking cabal, but silver is.
Andy, I'm going to ask you if you can see we keep losing you. So I'm going to let you go for now. If you can see if you can plug in the computer and get a better line, and then you can come back in and join us.
Meanwhile, buy your silver at Miles Franklin. Send Andy an email, andy@milesfranklin.com.
Yeah, and Bix, apparently there's a few more people coming into our party today. So we'll just keep reading through this fascinating article here. And it looks like we have a quote from Todd Martin, acting chief of the Mint's Office of Corporate Communications. We are planning a redesign of the American Eagle silver and gold coins in honor of the 35th anniversary of the American Eagle program. The details of this redesign will be announced in the near future. There is currently no plan to redesign the American Eagle platinum or palladium coins. And reverses will be introduced first. Release dates 2021. Anti-counterfeiting measures will be introduced later on. Okay, so what do you think about that?
Well, again, it gets back to, first of all, there's two laws. When you're buying silver, if you buy regular rounds or bars and somebody plugs some molybdenum in them or whatever it is, if they're fake, that is covered under the forgery laws and things like that, fraud. If you try to counterfeit U.S. Silver Eagles, it's a different law. You get that old law, but you also get counterfeiting laws because it is made by the U.S. Mint. That's true with pre-65 coinage as well. So if you're going to fake some silver rounds or some silver bars, you don't want to do the US Silver Eagle or the pre-65 coinage, because you're going to get the Secret Service coming after you. The Secret Service is in that area. The DOJ doesn't know what they're doing. The CFTC doesn't know what they're doing. The Secret Service does. So they're in charge of counterfeiting. And if you try to make a fake Silver Eagle, they're going to come after you. And this is just more, I mean, to me, this screams we're going back to a gold and silver standard, at least in some form.
Now, Bix, yeah, I was with you all the way there until you said a government agency that knows what they're doing. I think it's fair to be a little skeptical of that. But fortunately, coming on into our silver party is the great Chris Marchese of SilverSeek, who is joining us now as he's connecting to audio. Come on. Chris is coming on into the chat. I think, Chris, can you nod if you can hear me? And Chris is, in addition to being a silver expert, has experience with Morgan Stanley. So, Chris, and are you there now? How's it going, my friend? Guess Chris cannot hear us just yet, but maybe with his background at Morgan Stanley, he will be able to interpret something that Jeff Currie said, because I mean, Bix, is it fair to say, maybe I am picking on the guy a little bit, but I don't know, for the reasons that we've been talking about for the last decade, yet is there any other outcome? Either the guy is frequently misspeaking or lying.
He is 100%.
Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, is there a third outcome?
No, he is not lying. That's what they tell the CFTC. They say that, this 400 million ounce short position by the top 8 dealers on the COMEX is a hedge of the SLV inventories. That's what he's claiming. He said his truth. It just happens to be the most fraudulent thing you've ever heard in your life and completely illegal.
Chris, are you able to catch any of that? And can you hear us yet?
Yeah, I'm having some issues seeing you guys. Hold on.
Although we can hear you, and we were just pumping up your credentials. You've mentioned before that you used to work at Morgan Stanley. We're hoping maybe you or someone you know can translate the cryptic comments of Jeff. So anyway, get yourself on settled in there. We don't really have any.
So are you talking about when he said that absurd statement about the size of the silver market?
Oh, that too, yeah.
It's a portfolio of interesting comments to choose from. So by all means, take it away. The floor is yours. There's only a couple thousand people watching, right?
I mean, it's absolutely absurd. I mean, he would be a lot less wrong if he had said, if you added up all the value of the trades, because it's a large market if you look at it in terms of the volume of trades in the futures market. And, each contract's 5,000 ounces. So he'd be less wrong saying it that way, at least. But it's still just insane.
Now, James Anderson, in trying to figure that out, speculated that he might be talking about counting some of the silver in the mantle and the core of the center of the earth. Do you think that could help make the numbers add up, or what do you say?
Maybe he's counting all the time silver's been hypothecated and rehypothecated. I mean,
he's low.
Yeah, sure, that's reasonable.
And Chris, you caught as you hopped in, we were commenting. Andy Schechtman was on a couple minutes ago. I guess it was not an official release. He's hearing, shall we say, that the U.S. Mint may be going offline in April. And I think he actually mentioned it. I had heard of this recently, that U.S. Mint to redesign gold and silver American Eagles to implement security devices. Have you been familiar with this already, or any thoughts on it?
No, I haven't heard that. I know they did that with the Canadian maple leaf some years ago.
Why are they suddenly very sensitive to the threat of counterfeiting now?
Yeah, they don't give two shits. I mean, come on.
And as we scroll down here, it seems other mints have acted. I really hadn't heard about that until recently, but in either case, what we do have confirmed, Chris, is that here's the Perth Mint. that is going offline Saturday until Tuesday, which seemed unusual to me, but is that something that in your experience is normal, or what does that actually mean?
I don't really pay attention to the mints. I don't believe anything government agencies say. So, I don't really pay attention to that, but, maybe they are having trouble sourcing blanks to produce more. I don't know the issues there. I know Andy's touched on what's going on with the Eagles a lot.
I think that one is about, it says there's a holiday in Western Australia. So Monday's a holiday. That's the only reason that's going on. I wouldn't call that a scoop.
Vix, do you think what Chris is more politely than me saying is that if Jeff Currie doesn't cover it, he doesn't care? Although, Chris, to bring you back in, if that is the case, you can or cannot comment. We were trying to figure out if there's anything you could tell from this chart about why the price might be down. It's, I've not worked for Goldman or know about those $200 billion worth of silver industrial output per year. Anything you can see on this chart, I'm flummoxed. I'm not sure I get it, but what do you see in there? Any possible reason explaining why silver's down today?
I could think maybe gold is dragging it down, because gold is,
what do you think dragged gold down? Right?
Well, I think that was I was on the technical side. I mean, it tested 1765, 1770 twice. The third time I thought it was going to break to between 1690 and 1720. I think we got in that range today. But, it's obvious manipulation. I mean, just going through the history of, what the shorts do at certain times. I know the first 10 years of the 2000s, you could trade it on the AM versus PM fix, gold and silver. And the probability of that was like 1 in several trillion. I mean, I did a study on this in, the book I wrote with David Morgan, The Silver Manifesto, and the probabilities are just so absurd. I also think they might be trying to take it down because, I think that the stimulus bill is going to get passed today in the House. I mean, I guess it could be passed as early as this weekend, so might as well take it down.
Seems like the bond market is digesting that one well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny with gold and to a lesser degree silver. Everyone says, oh no, it's inversely related to the dollar. But then now it's the 10-year yield. And then that changes. So, I mean, look at yields. Real yield, the real rates on 10-year, what do you think it really is? -3%, 4%?
Come on, Chris, let's be serious and get more in the -10 to 20% range if we're going to use. I saw that we pulled up a Zero Hedge article yesterday. I think oil was up 70% since November. I mean, all the commodities were up 30, 40, 50%. At the same time, you have Jerome Powell reassuring anyone concerned about the low inflation pandemic that's sweeping the nation that in case the inflation rate dips below 2, like Chris, and I know maybe you woke up, concerned this morning that like, what are we going to do if inflation's only 1% for the next couple of months?
Yeah,
so
I know, right?
That's what soothed Wall Street. That was what CNBC was reporting. They're feeling better because Jerome confirmed that if that happens, if printing 40% of the dollars in existence in the past year alone wasn't enough to boost inflation, he's ready, man. He's got it.
I mean, I don't understand how academics or just the average person, you look back on the 19th century, there were periods of high inflation, like during the War of Northern Aggression and, other select periods, but prices at the end of the 19th century were lower than at the beginning. So price deflation was good. I mean, and it's logical. As productivity increases, you produce more goods at lower costs, your standard of living increases. So does anyone, like the average person, think why the hell do they want prices to go up? Even if it's 1 or 2%?
I've thought about that a few times
It
before.
makes no sense. I mean, but you know, I'm in the
Actually,
wrong.
what if it
bring
makes
logic into this?
what if it makes perfect sense is that somebody's profiting while other people are eating the cost? That's the only sense I can make out of it.
And everyone's complaining about the wealth gap, right? I mean, that's because of the manipulation of interest rates, Cantillon effects. Those who receive newly created money first benefit at the expense of those who receive it last. So everyone's coming up with all these, you know, accusations about why the wealth gap's so big. Oh, we're not taxing the rich enough, stuff like that. No, it's the monetary system, fractional reserve banking. You know, it's just all these common sense things. It's just, it makes me just view mankind as very lowly if they can't figure these things out. Or is it that they just don't care? I don't know.
Or I don't know. It seems to me like what we've witnessed throughout February was a crime in action. And it seems almost like the cover up is accelerating, if that metaphor makes sense. Bix, I'm curious. It keeps feeling to me like we're darn close to something happening. I mean, just a recap of this week, Fed stops printing the monetary aggregates on Tuesday. You know, Jerome Powell's computer goes down on Wednesday. Maybe that's why he missed the inflation in the markets, because was he actually in Congress while their system was down and he didn't mention anything about it? Do you know the timeline on that, Bix?
I don't. I think everything's virtual anyway. I didn't watch it, but I mean,
I think he might have actually been speaking to Congress while the Fed's grid was down, but we had to find out on zero hedge.
well, what's he
I'm
gonna
not
know?
sure, but I think that might be the case.
I mean, when you go back to the road to Ruta stuff, it's all about computers, computer control, computer manipulation, and the end game is just it's going to end the way it started. Start with computer manipulation in the 1970s. Alan Greenspan wrote the first programs for the Fed, and it's going to end with computers fighting against each other, blowing up the entire electronic monetary system. So it's a beautiful story when you think about it that way. It's going to end the way it began, with computers that were used to distort the markets. When you ask, why is the price dropping today? Is there any good reason? There's one very, very good reason. Every dollar it drops, the bankers, the top 8 shorts, make $400 million. And if they drop it $10, that's $4 billion. Either they won't have to pony up or they made. It's always been.
Don't worry, Bix. There'll be admit to manipulation in a couple years and have to pay $1 billion. That will prevent them from doing it again.
982 million. We can't have a billion. It has to be 982 million, which, I mean, when you think about that, the amount of money they've made in the past 10, JP Morgan's made in the last 10 years, shorting the market and taking physical metal. Now they have, according to Ted, they have over a billion. And it's true, they have over 1 billion ounces, but I don't think it's in their possession. I think they leased out a lot of it to guys like, Goldman gets a delivery notice today, 290,000 contracts, 14.5 million ounces. Where are they going to get it? They're either going to lease it from JP Morgan, or they're going to have to pull it out of the SLV. So I'm keeping an eye on SLV inventories and see if metal starts disappearing from the SLV inventory.
Or are JP Morgan's holdings in the SLV the same thing?
Well, do they hold the shares? Or they hold all the metal. And I mean, it's just a gigantic shell game.
I know.
I don't even think they know who owns what anymore. It's kind of like the BTCC and all the shares of the equities. They have no idea who owns anything anymore. Even the bonds are being rehypothecated. So it's complete cluster. I can see the system freezing up as computers freeze up. As a matter of fact, the remote viewing guys saw that in their data. The end of the US dollar is going to be the freezing of computers. I see it happening, and we're starting to see it. I think a little glimpse was this the Fed hiccup, and I hear there's a problem with credit card settling today. So it's all happening. if you guys have assets, get them in your own possession, get them out of the system, get physical silver, gold, cryptos in your own possession. I don't know what else to tell you other than all the shit we've been talking about for the past 20 years is actually happening now.
It sure feels like it. And I guess that's my next question.
It's
How
good
much
now.
longer-
This feels like there's no more kicking the can. Something's got to give. I mean, the system is more levered up than ever. They're worried about, I mean, you know, Powell's really worried about the 10-year. I mean, imagine what would happen if it went to 2%.
I don't think he is. I think Powell knows that if the system collapses, the U.S. wins because we're the largest debtor nation in the world. He's like, well, damned if you do it, you're damned if you don't. But you know, we'd be completely out of debt, which is our biggest problem ever. So I don't, you know, at the end game, what happens at the end game? Everything goes to zero.
But couldn't they just do like an overnight currency revaluation? Let's cut the purchasing power 90%.
Yeah, you'd have to get buy-in from everyone in the world. Good luck getting Russia's buy-in or China's buy-in right now. It's like, you know, the insanity of all these people are talking about, oh yes, there's this package quantum financial system it's going to be a beautiful thing and everybody's going to agree to it. And I'm like, Putin already came out and said that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, and he would have to be on board if it was going to happen. So China's not. I mean, I love people to death, but it's not going to be someone deciding. There can be no deciders. I've been screaming that forever. It's going to happen organically. The system's going to fall apart. We're all going to have what we have. What you put your hands around is going to be yours, and then we're going to make our way forward. Hopefully there's a plan, like putting security on the gold and silver eagles and using that as money. Who knows?
Chris,
Nice.
how much longer do you think this could go on?
I don't know. Back after 2008 and what they did and the QEs and then Operation Twist, I don't know how they kept kicking it down the road. I mean, as long as people continue to have faith in the dollar, which I think that's starting, to come off, they can keep doing it. And, more of the fact is if the dollar is just not the reserve currency anymore, it'll fall apart very quickly, I believe. I mean, most dollars aren't in the US. So imagine, even if they unofficially went off the US reserve, other countries went off, the US being the reserve currency over a 5-year period. I mean, imagine what that would happen here. I mean, there would be such rampant inflation. And the Fed can't do anything to fight it. They can't raise rates. That'll crash it again, unless, like Vic said, that's what they want. I guess they could do that. I don't know. I think it'll keep going for at least longer than makes sense.
It already has.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Although, I mean, I guess that's how markets go. You don't know when it's going to happen until after it's happened. But looking at clues that facilitate it, I was stunned. I mean, we still don't know what happened when the Fed was out for several hours today. I had a hedge fund guy on here last night who was talking about one of his clients wanted to send money there. He said the ACH is down. He responds, your ACH is down? And they say, no, the ACH is down. At least on CNBC, they were saying banks could not send payments to each other. And all we know is that shortly after this happened, regardless of who did what for what reason, we have short squeezes going on again. Bond market is freaking out.
Exchange is shutting down.
What, Chris, any thoughts on what actually happened in those couple of hours?
I don't know. I mean, we know there's issues with interbank lending already. I mean, remember the September 2019, the repo market had to be bailed out. The system's still extremely fragile, no matter how much money they put. It's more levered up than ever this continues. So, I mean, I don't have any idea, to be honest. But
Can you share, given your, and perhaps just give a quick recap of your background so people can, who might be seeing you for the first time, understand what you've seen, what you've lived through on Wall Street. And then maybe you can share if you're comfortable that even given that you have no idea what the Fed just did.
no, because I haven't seen it before. I mean, I've seen things like that in 08 and the repo issues in late 19. But my background, I worked at Morgan Stanley in college and after college for a while. I went to grad school, then worked for a hedge fund. Didn't really like it. Then I started working with David Morgan at Silver Investor. Did that for a while. Then doing that, we founded a royalty and streaming company that got acquired. So now I'm working with Peter Spina at Goldseek, Goldseeker, and Silverseek.
So it sounds like you've seen this from the banking side and you've seen it from the David Morgan side. Can you compare and why you chose to move from one to the other?
Yeah, well, Wall Street, I mean, I find it disgusting. I don't want anything to do with it. But, I love markets, if you can call what we have now markets. Love honest money. That's the only way we're ever going to move up. I mean, yes, the wealthiest have been doing a lot better, but as technology progresses, the standard of living of everyone should increase. That hasn't been the case.
Well, not everyone agrees, Chris. The Fed has it's amazing. We had the Industrial Revolution, arguably the greatest era of productivity in human history, without an income tax, without the Federal Reserve. And you guys were talking about it before, where it's no matter how productive you are, it's like, let's say, we build all this technology and life could be really easy, but no matter how productive you are, there's someone stealing through inflation and making sure the price remains high. And everyone's like, well, how come we can't pay for healthcare and all these other things? Although fortunately, joining us now is Steve Cope of the Silver Viper. Steve, fantastic to see you. And Silver Viper is an exploration stock. And Steve, an expert on that side of things, to give us a mining perspective. So thanks so much for hopping on in here today. How are you doing, buddy?
Doing good. It was good timing. I just finished another interview. I'm all dressed up, and I saw this invite, and I wanted to come check out what's going on over here.
Well, on my list of smartest people I've met in the mining industry, Steve is at the top. And Steve, what can you share from the mining perspective? I mean, we've been talking about COMEX futures getting hammered all day and all that conspiracy theory stuff. And a lot of people always wonder, what are the miners thinking? We can maybe later on get to, is it feasible for companies to withhold production? But let's start with first, the people running these companies, are they aware of what's been going on in the price? What can you share there?
I mean, I'm certainly aware of what's been going on for the price. I guess I can't speak for the other CEOs, but we've certainly seen a number of them that are active and doing videos that, some of the favorites, I think, for the silver crowd that are out there with quotes all the time. I know Keith was a great one, Keith Neumeyer from First Majestic, that we know withheld silver production at times, but ultimately those producers are sadly forced to sell probably sooner than they would like, oftentimes when we see this type of manipulation. I mean, we're aware of it, but as far as on the exploration side and probably the production side as well, we have to model our businesses after what's economic, at these historic prices, the low prices. I think like First Majestic is oftentimes used $20 silver as a threshold as far as a true cost basis for what it costs to produce, and with where metals prices have been the last, during this bear market, the last 10 years, obviously there's been a big push on all the companies to find stuff that the costs are as low as possible to withstand these periods of time where we see the manipulation and the price gets held down. And then in that, obviously it sets them up for when we do get these bull markets and prices run, then, you see their financial numbers start to scream off the chart and dividends grow, and then they can reward the shareholders that have been loyal throughout that whole time. From our perspective, it's the same thing. We're trying to find the best possible deposits to ultimately sell to one of those major mining companies. And, if we can show that it works at as low cost as possible, then, it's just going to mean bigger margins in the end and bigger premiums and everything else.
And Steve, what would you say about the supply and demand profile? I mean, you're one of the people that is going to be counted on if the rest of the world still wants to use electronics, go green, have solar panels. I mean, hey, I just sit here and read reports and giggle at Goldman Sachs videos, but you're one of the people that the world will be dependent on. So in your professional opinion, what would you say about the supply and demand to someone who's maybe hearing all this for the first time?
If only silver traded on the supply and demand model of economics, right now silver's being mined at 8 or 9 to 1 as far as the ratio to gold, yet we're trading at 65 to 70 and higher and worse recently. It's harder and harder to find silver, just the way that silver forms and how you mine it. Most of the silver, as far as what we do, is found as these low sulfidation epithermal systems. And you rely on finding them by seeing surface outcrop, and they happen shallow in the earth, and a lot of those deposits have already been found. They're increasingly harder and harder to find, and that's where you've seen these silver producers with these diminishing production profiles over the last few years. I think peak silver was whatever it was 3 or 4 years ago when it actually hit, as far as production numbers go. It's hard. I mean, gold's hard to find too. Any mine's hard to find, but when you're talking about silver in particular, there's lots of silver in the Earth's crust, but it's very fine and it's spread out. So what we're going to see as far as supply and demand, you're either going to have to see, to increase the silver production, especially when we start talking about the demand that there will be on infrastructure, electronic cars, solar panels, and the like, as far as the demand for the silver, you're either going to have the price increase dramatically and start putting assets that historically have been, subpar and not very good, but make economic sense once you start to get to, $50 silver, $100 silver, whatever the number takes for some of these really poor assets. But where that balance is for us is when you have a really high quality asset, it stands out. And when M&A activity picks up here on the back end of the, the pandemic, and some of these corporates and that can start traveling, they're going to flock to assets like ours that have the grades, have, stuff that's economic at those lower prices.
Yeah, and I've pulled up here, this is the Silver Institute, one of their most recent reports. You see, they report about 1 billion ounces per year. Here's the demand. It's interesting. Last year was down. Actually, Steve and Chris and Bix, were you surprised that with the amount of disruption due to COVID, they say that the mine production only went from 832 in 2019 to 780 last year? That seems odd to me.
Not particular. Oh, you can go. It's not that particular surprising to me because of where most of the silver production comes from. I mean, you get silver as a byproduct in these large scale, a lot of the porphyry deposits and that. I think it's only, what's the statistic? It's about 30% of the silver production only comes from primary silver mines. The rest is on a byproduct basis, and you don't shut down mines. That becomes a very expensive process in itself. So the big companies and these big deposits that were producing silver didn't have to shut down, and they stayed operating all the way through COVID, even though, you saw some, maybe they had to have less people working and the production stepped back a bit. But in the mining space, it's so difficult to, shut down or let a mine and then get it back up and going again, and expensive that, I think, that is a pretty dramatic drop to me, seeing it drop that far. So it doesn't surprise me that it wasn't more.
So are you saying that certain companies got an exemption? Or I guess I was surprised that the number wasn't even lower based on everything that I heard from the companies I talked to. But are you saying that some of the bigger companies that produce the silver as a byproduct were allowed to stay open?
There was a lot of countries that mining was deemed an essential service and operated all the way through the pandemic. I mean, Mexico, it was a brief pause, but even in that brief pause, the mines themselves didn't fully stop producing metals and shut down. They could curtail the amount of people that were working in that. But if you're, for instance, if you're talking about leach pads and you've got mineral on there, the time it takes and the fluids and the solution that's going through the pads, it didn't just stop mining completely, it slowed down. Yeah. But these big porphyries and byproducts, whether if it was in Africa or it was in other parts of Africa is not a great example because not a lot of silver comes from there. But if you're looking in South America and say Peru, where you get a lot of silver production from, and these big, huge, massive deposits, and they didn't shut down for, they had pauses briefly if they had outbreaks. A lot of companies, I think, did a pretty good job trying to prevent those outbreaks from getting into their workforce and screening people and quarantining. And then when you're looking at Mexico, obviously the top silver producing country in the world, the pause wasn't that long, I guess, as far as, when it took Mexico to deem mining an essential activity from when they first locked down the country.
Yeah, it just depended where you were in Mexico.
Yeah. Well, as a whole, it shut down as a whole. I mean, but then they very quickly turned around. When you're looking, their other two biggest industries, obviously, were very, oil prices plummeted, so the oil, fell off a cliff. And then your tourism obviously was non-existent for most of the pandemic in Mexico. Mining sits as number 3 and was incredibly important to deem an essential activity and get going again. And when the virus first hit and it was really becoming a problem and things were shutting down, most of the cases in Mexico were focused around kind of Mexico City and Guadalajara, and a lot of the regional areas and the areas around the mines very quickly were deemed to be essential, and you could get back to work quite quickly.
Yeah, some were offline for 3 weeks, some 2 months. So yeah, it varies. It varied.
Yeah, I mean, the silver producers probably got hit, like when we were talking about the guys in the production that comes from that kind of 30% that's more predominantly silver. I think they got hit harder in production. That's probably where you saw production dip. But a lot of the stuff that comes from these big deposits where it's a byproduct that are around the world, those types of operations didn't fully shut down, or if they did, it was very briefly pausing. But the mills and everything were still kind of running through that time.
Yeah, I think people thought it was larger than it was because the primary producers, they had to revise guidance quite a bit lower. But, as you said, 70% comes from lead, zinc, copper, and some from gold mines.
Yeah.
And Steve, based on what you've seen of supply and demand, how much longer at the current arrangement can this last for?
I mean, I think we're all sitting on the edge of our seat waiting for the big jump here in prices that should be coming from, to just because, like you say, the laws of supply and demand. And, as the US and other countries around the world start pushing, these environmental movements, and, where you see like the state of California saying that there won't be any gas powered cars sold after, whatever the year is here coming up. And then you think of the infrastructure and, the upgrades that are needed on the power grid and just the supply of metals themselves in those vehicles and in, if the case of solar panels and everything else and all the other electronics that we use in the world, it's got to come. I mean, it has to come. You can't have that added. When you've got a diminishing production profile across those majors, you have no way of really, a lot of those companies that make that product don't appreciate how long it takes to bring on new mines and get stuff online. And the other aspect is you can't really look at those big mines where it's a byproduct as that they're going to somehow ramp up and increase their silver production, because in the grand scheme of things on those mines, it's a very small economic portion of them. And there's not really a lot of incentive to try and figure out, how they can add additional silver. So it comes down to companies like ours. And then you start to look around, the exploration space and say, how many names are there out there that have been, working, the last few years and or have developed something to a point where it starts to appeal to some of those bigger mining companies to where it can become, something in their next, line of production in their profile. And I mean, maybe there's a handful in Mexico that people are looking at on that front. And I mean, and that's obviously where I spend most of my focus, but there's, then you start going to Peru and you start going to some of the other Latin American countries where you get a lot of silver production. And I know from a particular company right now that they're scared to hell about being in Peru with potential political changes that may be coming down the pipeline there. So if you've got an exploration project or you're in production in that area, I know they're starting to think, are our mines still going to be in production if a political party changes in those particular countries? So again, you come back and say, okay, where are the good jurisdictions? And in Mexico, there's definitely certain jurisdictions that I would focus on within Mexico. For us as a group, it's always been Durango State and Sonora State as being kind of our top two. And some of the surrounding states are, in themselves are pretty good, but there's not a lot of options out there. So.
Well, fortunately, just in time, we were joined by Rob Keens of Gold Silver Pros. Rob, you got to get your on-air sign lit up. You're on the air, baby.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We'll do that.
And Rob, another one of the smartest people the industry has known. You can see why he didn't end up working for a bank. Rob, can you explain the supply and demand numbers? Steve did a good effort. He explained why they're imbalanced. Can you explain, is there a way that the current dynamic can continue on based on what you're seeing?
Supply and demand for what specifically? For
silver, come on.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think anybody really knows what's out there. I mean, we have estimates from people like Ronan and many others as to how much metal's in London. We see what's reported at the COMEX, although a lot of that could be, lease supply, rehypothecated, 100 times over. We really don't know. The audits across the industry are really poor. I'm a former auditor, so I look at them and I think they're a joke. So we just don't know. And we make our best guesses. And not only that, but a lot of the markets in which the metals trade are somewhat opaque. Probably the one we have the most information on is the COMEX here in the US, but we're missing transactional data. So, professionally, I would say you can't really tell. You can just guesstimate what there is. But we've heard people in the industry say that, there may be 100 claims for every free ounce of silver. I think even Jeffrey Christian said something like that in a previous presentation. So,
Rob, if you had to guess, what do you think the total above ground silver inventories are at?
Chris, I don't know. I focus on the below ground open interest, so I'll let somebody else.
It's probably a few 100 million ounces. It could be more. JP Morgan's rumored or believed by some to have 1 billion.
I mean total above ground inventories, like those held in private vaults, private ownership.
It's unknowable. There's probably 300 something million in COMEX, and I don't even know how much there is left on. I don't trust the data out of London because it's a OTC market. I mean, you could say 1 billion, maybe a year, a year's worth, a year and a half's worth, but nobody really knows. It's an impossible number to get to.
Yeah. I remember around 2000, above ground inventories were, dwindling to, I think, maybe 100 million ounces or something. So.
And I think that even the inventories you look at, they're multiple claims, right? So the silver that the SLV has, is that really SLV silver? Probably not all of it. A lot of, it says right there on the SEMA Group website that they go to the OTC market, and that's an unallocated market. So we know they don't actually own it. If you talk to Nick Barisheff of BMG Group, he's one of my favorite people because he actually read all the authorized participant manuals, really did this research back in like 2010 as to how the ETFs work. And he's like, I don't think that they could store it, given their cost structure, they couldn't store newly bought silver. They would go out of business and they wouldn't be able to track the price of silver. So he thinks a lot of the gold is leased and the silver is rehypothecated. So, I think there are many more claims for all the silver, and we don't even know what that number is. 100 to 1 sounds good to me. Is it 1,000 to 1? Who knows? But eventually it's going to tighten up. Eventually this thing's going to seize. It's like an engine that's run out of oil, right? Eventually it's going to seize up. We don't know when, but eventually the system's there's not going to be enough silver to meet actual industrial demand or investor demand. And when that happens, and when some of the scandals come out about how much SLV does not own, or the Aberdeen, the SIBR, and how much COMEX has probably been lying about how much actual liquid silver they have versus what's probably privately held, entitled to someone else. I think that scandal is going to be pretty big. It'll be, Chris wrote a book about it. It'll be one of the biggest scandals we've ever seen.
Yeah, well, it sure seems like it. And in fact, speaking of which, First of all, I'd like to give a big hand to all of our guests who have, this has all just happened on no notice, but CNBC's running all day. So especially on today, a day where the silver price is getting absolutely clobbered, rebounding a little bit. And at least if everything I've ever believed or stood for in my career, I'm glad to be covering this because I think there's a reason why. And for everybody joining in new, and also Rob, I don't know if you caught this, or Steve, I don't know if you caught what inspired all this. But Bix, can you give, and for anyone else watching at home, recap of what you noticed today on the first day of these March deliveries?
After the February contract expires, there was 16,000 contracts, which is huge, around 80 million ounces. Normally, they should be delivered theoretically over the month. Some new ones coming in, some old ones going out, some cash settled. But the big thing that jumped out was the first day, Goldman Sachs, who has been all over the airways saying there's no silver squeeze, out of their home account had to pony up 14.5 million ounces, at least got the demand for it. And that's just the first day. And the two of the big mothers that came out were HSBC and Goldman. HSBC at 3.5, Goldman at 14.5. Now, if you have 14.5 million ounces of physical silver in today's market where everybody's saying everything's tight, would you let it go for $26, $27 or whatever you did? No, you wouldn't. You would have closed out the account. You would have closed out that transaction long ago. This was a naked short. There's no doubt in my mind. And if you want to know why the price is going down now, Goldman's going to have to go track that metal down somewhere. And they don't want to buy it for, with 14 million ounces, every dollar they get the price lower, that's what, $14 million they're going to save on this attempt at delivering into this contract. And this is just the first day. I mean, total today was 30 million ounces. 30 million ounces on the COMEX, that was last night. And we got all month. Again, the total at the end of February was 80 million. It's not exact. People can come in and go out during the month, but that usually it comes out right around where the open interest is at the end of the prior month. So I think it's significant that Goldman, who's been all over the airways claiming there's no manipulation, is the one having to pony up the metal. And oh, by the way, if they don't have it, perfect reason to hammer it down with derivatives. So, I mean, if the CFTC is looking for a motive and all that stuff that you do if you're an investigator, go to the desk of Goldman Sachs and HSBC, see if they've been communicating with each other, see if we have a little RICO charges on our hands.
Well, Bix, they're busy investigating the Reddit traders, although to try and make it a little easier so they could finish that up and get to what you're pointing out, I actually brought Wall Street Silver, a couple of their guys onto the show last night, as you can see here. Great guys. I mean, they seem to be into finding truth and just trying to understand Jeff Currie's comments, which, you usually need a team of experts to handle. So I'm sure the CFTC will be on that soon. Any comments on that, my other panelists, what Bix just pointed out there?
That makes sense. It's all down today, right? They want to try to knock it, get people to close some positions. And I have a feeling they'll cover Monday and Tuesday, so it doesn't look as bad in the COT. We'll see.
Yeah, you and I talked earlier this week, Chris, and we were expecting this. So we were shocked when it was back up at 28 when it was. So this isn't a surprise.
Yeah, and I guess, does anybody have any thoughts of what we might see in between now and the open on Sunday night? And again, hey, maybe it'll just be a normal weekend. This is also the week that the Fed went down. Short squeezes are raging. We had Andy on a little bit earlier talking about the order flow. He says rather than the buying slowing down, the U.S. Mint might go offline now. Perth Mint's about to go on holiday tomorrow. Do you think we're getting close to something, especially with the premium soaring? I'm just curious how this plays out over the next week or so. Rob?
There's two ways it could go. I think we'll see higher prices like we did, what was it, the end of January, beginning of February, where we saw that nice little spike in silver and everybody got excited. I think we could see something similar. But if it doesn't and the price continues to drift here like it is and gets hammered in the futures market, that all that's going to do is feed the fire and wake more people up, and it's going to prove everything that's been said on Wall Street silver. Because if you continue to drain the market of physical and the premiums go up, that's going to happen, and the spot price is lower and that percentage increases, more and more people are going to pile into the physical, I think.
Well, I can certainly understand that. And Chris, I know you have to get running. By the way, we're just hanging out all day. So thank you for being here. And Bix, if you need to get going too, appreciate pointing that out. I'm sure the CFTC was going to send a press release sooner than later, but I mean, you're like running up the score like the Harlem Globetrotters on the Washington Generals here. Let them get a layups at some point, Bix. I mean, it's, you're gonna they're gonna be in bad mood, embarrassed all weekend for the pitiful job that they've done of not even pretending to uphold the oath that they pledged to maintain and all that stuff. But Bix, any final words, or Chris, before who needs to run first? And
I'm like only an hour late. Thanks for putting this together. Keep an eye on. I think the only place Goldman can get that metal is from SLV. So keep an eye on SLV inventories and see what happens. And that's my take. You guys take care. Later.
Thanks, Bix. Great to see you, buddy. Yeah. And Chris, any parting thoughts before you have to get running?
Not really. Just, if anyone's listening, don't be scared out of the markets from, the smash on silver and gold. Just keep buying. You're gonna win.
I appreciate that. Of all the things, I've seen firsthand how some people can go to Wall Street and get caught up with the money. And I really think that shows a lot about your character, doing what you believe in and being here today to help investors rather than people who choose to help their own bank and spit on the investors. So Chris, thank you for converting over to the good side, a role model to all the kids in MBA programs now. And we'll look forward to seeing you again soon.
All right. Nice talking to you guys.
All right. Okay. And Steve and Rob, let's see who wants to take a crack at this one. Our dear friend, Rafi Ferber of the Endgame Investors. He's been talking about this backwardation. I guess updated the chart here. Backwardation. Rob, would actually you like to explain that to folks? You're quite good at it. So maybe you could tell people what that means and what we're looking at on this chart.
Yeah, backwardation is when the prices on the futures invert from what you normally would see. So you normally would see higher prices in the future, but when you see it in the shorter term, it means people are demanding more for shorter term than they are longer term, meaning they see more short-term risk. So you can see these price dynamics work out in the bond market as well, in the yield curve inversion between the 2 and 10 year. When those invert, the opposite of what you expect in terms of risk of shorter term and longer term for holding that debt, it's basically the same thing, but in the metals instead of the bond market. So just think same concept in the metals versus the bond market.
All right. And in terms of what Rafi's pointing out here, interesting to see the last couple of times there was backwardation. And what's happening now reminds me a lot of when we saw it go down to $12, where I guess with growing awareness of the tricks of JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs, we saw for a decade from when silver came down from right here, the price was falling. People don't like losing money. They were getting scared, confused. I think that's a part of what has changed this here. But what do you think, Rob?
Well, a lot of this just has to do with the general futures price of silver. So it has to do with expectations. So on one side, we have what we think is the manipulation, the spoofing, and the dumping of paper contracts at certain times, especially when silver gets back up to $28, $30 range. That seems to be the highest they want it to be. But on the other side, you have the other market participants. You have the hedge funds, the financials, other reportables, which are the family estates and small businesses that invest on future expectations. And so And then you also have the producer merchant categories. Basically three types of categories. Each person's playing the market differently. So when you see price movement go in one direction without a lot of resistance, everybody's sort of seeing the same thing. And the fall in the price, whenever the price fell from the 2011 high, a lot of financial types thought, okay, that, the game is over, the economy stabilized, the reason for getting into silver and gold may have lapsed for now, we see less risk. They'll reduce their long positions. And so you have less long pressure, therefore the price comes down. The producer merchants, they may actually increase their shorts at that point when the price is falling because, the producers especially, because they have downward price exposure to selling their metal, getting it out of the ground. They want to realize a certain price. So, but when you see it fall like that, the whole market's basically saying, yeah, we think the silver run is over and we're not expecting silver price to increase anytime soon. Of course, this is before we get into the shortages that we've had this year, at least the very overt shortages. I think there's been data showing that industrial use is expanding so quickly, but we had for the longest time, I think basically the 50s or 60s, I have to go back to my research, the US had a huge stockpile of silver, and that silver got sold into the market, and that in addition to the mine supply meant demand. So now we don't have that dynamic. Where's that extra silver going to come from, to meet market demand? It's going to have to come from somewhere. So I think there's less of a chance of silver staying or falling back down now than there was before because of what people see. One is the risk in the financial system. Two, the awakening to not only the shenanigans in the silver markets, but manipulation of stocks and other things as well, the dollar. And then also, we just don't, we don't have the physical inventories that we used to.
Steve, thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, my side and where I start to look at it is certainly on the back end there and focusing on the producer merchant part of that. And there are comparable graphs to this that as you look through them, I've seen them done with gold, but they kind of go hand in hand in the gold and silver graphs on this. But when you see peak gold production, as far as it, relates to the pricing of the metals as it goes through these different bull and bear markets. And it's always at peak production is, as metal prices start to plummet. And then as you get down to the bottom and the miners run out of metals and are out of their, reserves and resources and have to increase, then you start to see the metals prices slowly increase. And that's one of the three lines, like you said, from Robert there, that, that's that group when they're looking at this and then the supply is down, it has to start to go up. And in this case, if you're going to bring on further production and start to meet the demand that's coming here from the electric cars or the solar panels and all this other industrial demand that's coming towards that metal, as you've got, a decreasing, production profile every year across the majors, that price has to come up because that's the only way you're really going to get new stuff online. I mean, we're running out of, and I think I've said it earlier, but you're running out of supply, and the easy to find deposits out there in the silver space are fewer and fewer and fewer. And so it's going to be those mediocre to poor assets that need much higher silver prices that are going to have to go to production at some point to, meet those demand from the industrial side if we are going to push everyone into electric cars and increase the infrastructure, across these states that is needed to be able to power those cars when people plug them in at night. Solar panel, like it just, the uses of silver, exponentially grow here as we're moving into that, push on green technology. So that's the only way you're going to meet it is if metals prices rise, and then you're going to set new highs. I mean, you can go back to the 1980s and that $50 high is a bit different than the $50 high that we saw at the end of the last cycle. And I think what you can expect on this cycle when we look back however many years it is when we hit the peak here. I mean, normally these on a macro scale are 8 to 10 year runs on a bull market in metals. And I think in this cycle, you're going to see a much higher number than 50 when it's all said and done, setting a new high on the silver metals price.
Yeah,
I agree with that. And I think a couple of catalysts to add to Steve's points, a couple of catalysts that people don't always talk about. We talk about the solar, but if you look at the electric car trend, and any of the energy industry requires a lot of silver, and the space economy. I believe that the telecommunications giants have been awarded to build telecommunications out on the moon. That's on Nokia's website. So we've also had the space stations. We also have China going to space. We have India putting up more satellites than all the other major countries combined on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. that space race has begun, and that space race can't exist without a lot of silver. And if we run out of silver, what are they going to use? Gold may be the next one, right? So the demand for the precious metals as we continue to advance our economies, not only here on Earth, but as we advance out in the borders into space, is going to be tremendous. And I don't see that industrial demand waning anytime soon.
Well, the other one that doesn't, I don't know the stats behind how much is used, but what's pushing. But one of the things that people also ignore is the medical uses of silver.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea, I mean, I think COVID has been a great kind of, amplifier of showing how good it is. People traditionally have always, carried that silver coin in their pocket as just a natural disinfectant. But there's the talk of using silver, and it's been used in some cases in whether it's your face mask and breathing through and having that act as a disinfectant in your mask, or using hospital robes and having them, have fine lining of silver in the threading and using that. There's a lot of use. People have always used colloidal silver and that for treating medical stuff. So there's a whole other sector there that gets completely ignored, that there's a lot of uses. And I mean, historically people, silver was film photography, and obviously that's gone by the wayside, but how it's been picked up and amplified with everything we just talked about. It's, again, the ultimate price of silver in this run has to be dramatically higher just to, bring along all these other assets and deposits that are not economic at today's prices.
Yeah, and to further expand on, he's making some really good points. To further expand on that, the silver coin used to carry around. They used to put silver coins in water barrels when they would cross the seas to just keep the water disinfected, because they didn't understand germs back then, but they knew if you put silver in there, you can make the water drinkable. So silver's always served as a medicinal component even before we had modern medicine.
Yeah, and with that said, welcoming on in two new folks to the party I think everybody has probably met before, but David Stein of Kuya Silver, another one of the people that is going to be counted on to get the metal out of the ground after we clean up the mess created by spoofers in the banking world. So David, great to have you back on here. How are you today?
Thanks. I'm good. I've been
watching Jeff Currie all day.
No, I've been
is he hit the air?
I've been busy with meetings, and I have no idea what's going on actually. So I'm hoping you guys can help me out here.
Yeah, well, it turns out Goldman Sachs just was short a lot of metal and issued delivery on day one. So we've been digging into that and other mysteries in the silver world. And fortunately, Yara Vinay of Arcadia Economics, welcome back on to the show. How are you today?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm enjoying all of this coverage of all of the wild things that are happening at once. So it's great to be with you guys.
Yeah, well, we're going to come back to perhaps how David and Steve, I'll give you a moment to think about this one. But David, as you were logging on, Steve was explaining how to continue getting silver, the price at some point is going to have to rise to get some of these projects back online. I'm curious how much it would have to rise, especially, if it goes up a little bit and then comes back down. I mean, you guys are making decisions based on long-term planning. So actually, why don't we just take that question now rather than diverging? David, what would you say to that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the reality is for mines, you have to be making decisions based on many years, right? It's not something that you can turn on and off like a light switch, or even like oil and gas projects where you can, turn the tap to some degree. With mining projects, there's a lot of engineering work that goes into doing either an expansion or a brand new mine. There's a lot of permitting required. And of course you gotta raise the capital, and it's usually significant. So, between all those steps, and that's assuming that you've already found it and it's just sitting there. I'm not talking about exploration. So all those steps, they will take, they can take years. And that's why if the silver price went up to, let's say, $50 tomorrow, there wouldn't be any immediate new supply from mining anyway. It would still, there'd definitely be some projects that that can move ahead, and there would be, but it would still take several years before you actually see any new production.
Steve?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly, I think the average lifespan from the start of expiration to, you know, making that production decision in our industry is at least 10 years, you know, to get to that point. And oftentimes it can be longer than that. But yeah, to that point, I mean, I don't know what the metals price has to go to put those online. Like we mentioned, the majors, you know, they always are going to use conservative numbers in their math when they're calculating, you know, the resources and how they're modeling their projects, because they have to build in that buffer if metals prices pull off. So, you know, I think you've already seen a little bit of a change in their modeling and what they're using both in gold and silver with this recent increase in metals prices over the last, you know, year or so. I don't know what their base case, whether they're using 15 or 20, they're probably up to $20 silver now, maybe in some cases. I mean, silver's always kind of had costs around that, so they probably should have been using that anyways. But you know, as we move to 50, and what's more important is sustaining it. It's not just a quick jump and a quick back down. It takes, for those producers, you have to have sustained prices and seeing it increasing and going along. And then they'll slowly move up, you know, what their number is that they're buffering in on evaluating new projects that they'll, you know, put into production. And the same goes for the guys that calculate your resources. I mean, they're become increasingly more and more conservative as time goes on and new laws are created in the parameters and what they're doing when we're talking about, you know, NI 43-101 resources that go public. You know, you used to be, you know, when it first came out, like inferred was a dirty word because there was such broad parameters allowed to include ounces in inferred. And now, you know, you've gotten to the point, at least in our experiences, that an inferred number, you know, basically is a mineable inferred number. I know Sean Boyd used that phrase at Agnico Eagle on a project that we're partnered with, because they have to use such strict parameters before they include those ounces in any resource category, that the industry is really changing on that front. Instead of kind of the traditional 5 categories, I think you can almost blend measured, indicated, and inferred into, you know, one mineable category, and then it's just, you know, taking it from there. You know, you might tighten your spacing a little bit, but all the other parameters that are built into it that were never done in inferred in the past are in there. So your inferred number is a very real number moving forward. And that's, I mean, anyways, that's where the producers come from and how they're thinking, and where we're going to see those new assets come online will be, we need to see sustained gains here in the metal prices, and then the producers will go up the totem pole and start putting those assets that right now aren't economic, but you'll need to see that sustained gain to 50 to 100 or whatever the number ends up being. And then assets right now that need a $30 cost or a $40 cost to make the mining companies money will start to go into production. But like you said, depending where you are in the world and what you're looking at, the permitting process can be, you know, from a feasibility study, it could be a year, it could be 2 years, it could be 5 years. And, you know, there's a lot that goes into even the permitting as you're building your mine to seeing when you can get in production.
I think the other thing we have to consider when we're talking about silver too is the fact that actually relatively little of the production comes from primary silver mines when you compare it to other commodities. So, you know, I think it's sort of around 30% of the total silver production comes from primary silver mines, where silver is the dominant metal. And then the rest are split between gold mines that produce silver as a byproduct, and then, you know, copper and zinc. And so also what happens to those metals affects silver. And you know, to really see a big sustained increase in silver production, I think you'd actually have to see all of those metals go up, not just silver price, but all 4 of those metals, you know, go up together. And then, you know, then you would see a reaction eventually, many years down the road, you would see a reaction by the silver mining industry, you know, to basically put more production out there. But yeah, that's another thing to consider.
Hi guys, I wanted to just pop in really quick. I was wondering if you guys would be up to take a couple of questions from the chat.
I'm game.
Although actually, before you do that and people start loading your questions in, I'm gonna take a quick stretch break here. And it looks like some silver just arrived at a package at my door. If anyone heard that knock. Go figure. Although Yara, As some people know, you handle now anytime people send in messages to Arcadia, when also in particular any of the bullion orders. And I was wondering if you could just update people on what you've been seeing, certainly today and this week, and in the context of what's been happening throughout the month. And with that said, folks, if you want to log your questions on, and Yara will take some of those, and I will be back shortly.
Cool. I would love to report the order flow from the Arcadia section of Miles Franklin, because it has been absolutely wild, especially yesterday. It was pretty much like the weekend of, the 28th through the 31st. I felt bad as I'm forwarding all of the emails right now because I can't personally give people the kind of service that I would like to, because we're doing so much Arcadia. So I've been forwarding things manually, and I was texting people about it. I texted Chris immediately. I'm like, wow, the flow is really up. But I felt bad for Jana at Miles Franklin, because I was literally slamming her inbox the way that we saw, that weekend when silver shot up. So like I'll call that silver squeeze initiation weekend. So I saw that yesterday in a way that was very reminiscent of that. Today, it's been a little bit more steady, but I've noticed that none of the inquiries, or emails that I've gotten today have been from people that are existing customers. So they're all new people who are coming in based off of, what they're hearing or what they're learning. Hello, James Anderson.
Hey.
The party's really starting. So that's what I've been seeing through my window into Miles Franklin. I'm sure James can give some insight into what's going on at SD Bullion, but I did ask Jana, who runs the operations side of Miles Franklin, if everybody was slamming her with orders the same way that I was, and she did say that we were kind of an avalanche compared to a regular river or something. So I would like to give a shout out to everybody who's in our audience who is loading up on the Fizz, because this seems like a good time to do that. So with that said, hello, James Anderson. Welcome.
How you doing, Yara?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Pretty busy.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can confirm what you just said. It's been busy this past week. I am not on the front lines when it comes to people buying and selling, etc. But I do hear and get feedback from them all the time. What we had, I think there was like 25,000 orders at one point that we had to get out. So we had pick pack staff working 24/7 for a couple of weeks. And now it's been pulled back a little bit. I think 6 a.m. to 12, midnight is the hours that are being shifted. So there's still 12,000 that need to get pushed out, and I'm sure a lot more backed up today in the last few days too. So it's what, the bullion industry is that way. It kind of comes in waves, and like one
Right.
wave will hit, and then it'll be a little calm and placid, and you look over your shoulder and, oh no, here comes another wave. So it's the same thing. So yeah, it's I think people are smart. They see that the price propaganda on the charts, the painting of the charts, and they take advantage of it and take the bullion at a discount. And that's what we see when people, once they've been in the industry long enough, it's, I've always noticed the first time someone buys in the industry, they like to buy as the price goes up because it makes them feel like they're joining a party and everything's warm and cuddly and all that stuff. But as they get shrewd and more intelligent about the way they place their orders and think about it, they always take advantage of when the spot price falls. And so I can tell the difference between an experienced and maybe a newbie bullion buyer by the times that they call. When they're calling when the price is falling to the floor, they're probably pretty shrewd.
I have gotten a question, and I was going to mention this. Have you gotten people offering or wanting to sell silver, James, or is everybody buying?
No, it's a high 90 percentile buying.
I've had one text inquiring about what our buyback rates are, but that's been the extent of it in what I would describe as an avalanche of buyers.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is simply people trying to understand what the bid-ask spread and treating it like it's a stock, whereas it's not a stock. You don't buy in and out within a few months. This is a multi-year, time horizon that you need to be looking at with bullion. So I can understand the inquiry that you probably got. It was probably more of a calculation question and just kind of an understanding of what they were getting into. But the truth is that, look, you own bullion yourself. You can market make yourself. You don't have to take a price that someone bids you, if you know what you're doing. So it's just one of those things. You become the price market maker if you know what you're doing.
Well, isn't the price what people are willing to pay for it?
Yeah, and it's also a question of systems. Like certain companies aren't that good at having a system on the inbound, right? So as companies get more efficient at that, and as time goes on, you'll see those spreads probably tighten. And as well, when they're fighting over inventory, there'll be a time when dealers won't even be able to get inventory, and that'll be. Right now, some dealers don't have good relations, so maybe they don't have as much inventory. But there was a time in fall 2008, I was working at a desk where for 2 to 3 days we had one item, one SKU. I literally and there was 1 or 2 days where we had nothing on our website. Yeah. And so as a bullion dealer, that doesn't work. You have to have something to sell. And, I remember moving gold kilos, spot price of 700 at 900 physically. And now that told me in the future, if we ever have another bank or systematic issue, well, spot price means nothing. It means everything about who has the physical and at what price are you willing to pay for immediate delivery. So that was what always gave me that confidence to state it. And so, working in the industry in 2008, people were bleeding on the other end of the phone. It was bad. So you hear some real tough stories. And I never forgot it. That's where I got my teeth, kind of cut in this industry. So it sticks with me.
James, what are the spreads on your bullion now, your silver in particular? What are you seeing like on Eagles or rounds or?
I could look it up. Just give me a minute. Just give me a sec.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
It's no problem. I'll give you an idea.
I wondered if it would change with this 30 million ounces that got delivered or that's about to be delivered on the COMEX, the first delivery day of March.
It's this idea that somehow COMEX is going to reflect in the retail price that quickly. I don't think that's the case. There'll probably be a little bit of time before that happens. But the premiums, the APs, the largest dealers, the authorized purchasers, they have sharp elbows. They know what time it is. They know it's shortage time. So they've got their premiums jacked up and they're making huge, profit margins because they only have so many competitors. So it's this weird kind of cartel oligarchy type of situation where they always make a good profit margin in these situations and they're not going to lose it. They're not coming back down. They know what the situation is. The demand is outstripping the supply they have and they're going to take advantage of it. So let me give you a second to jump in.
Sure. Yeah. I'll ask another question while you're looking, and thank you for looking. Maybe more towards the mining experts as well. I know, for example, and going to the miner, this is a question I get all the time from my subscribers. Will people eventually go to the miner, especially, the big players? I know Samsung has a contract that Impact Silver made public. And I'm friends with Fred Davidson and Jerry Huang there. So I know they have a big contract for their silver and they're one of the purest silver plays. But do some of the other miners, I don't know if you guys are willing to divulge, but do you see people coming to you to buy your mine output as well?
I would say that's pretty rare. There's a pretty strong middle market there, which is the metals traders and the refiners in there. So they would typically have the relationships with the end users. And it's not to say that if you're big enough, you can't basically get in there and basically eliminate the middleman. But that's typically how it goes, because in order to get the best price for your product, you actually want to have options to sell it to different end users. As soon as you're locked into one end user, then they may or may not be the best deal for you for your particular concentrate or doré bar or whatever you're producing. So I think that's one dynamic that it's just part of the whole value chain between mine output and getting the metallic silver either as a coin or into a phone or whatever.
Yeah, I would agree that especially in the silver space, you haven't really seen that. I've heard Friedland talk about it more with some of the car companies and producing the batteries and seeing it on some of their big mines in Africa for, the nickel and cobalt and some of those exposures, because there's such a again, and I'm talking about shortages that have happened at points, and those companies wanting to line up, you know, a direct way to get nickel and cobalt. But it may be a case that maybe we start to see it as silver, you know, takes off, and the pressure again as, you know, the demand for silver for electric cars and all the other uses that we kind of talked about earlier, you know, those companies start to get desperate. Maybe they start to come to the silver producers and offer premiums to spot, or, you know, a promise of a premium to spot to get direct shipping if it becomes a real problem for them to be finding, you know, the physical silver out in the world that they need for, you know, making their different, you know, products. So yeah, we don't see it typically. And some of the other things that can affect that, I know in Mexico, when I used to work for one of the silver producers there, you know, one of the big things in Mexico was the government doesn't want that silver necessarily to leave the country, or from a tax perspective, you don't want to be moving it around other places. So the quicker you get it from the mine to who you're, you know, that person who's selling it, then that's what you're doing, and you're just locking in kind of around spot price, or that you're selling your doré bars for to that, and then let it go off and be refined and made more beautiful for all the other uses. But yeah, it's very rare in the silver space to see it. We haven't really seen that yet for the most part.
So
We
Robert,
got a couple of supply chain questions from people wondering basically what you guys just spoke to, but I was wondering if you could speak a little more to, can the companies that come and want to buy direct, is there a need to have a refiner or an intermediary to make what the end use product or the end product is from the mine into something that they would actually be able to use industrially? Do you need to have that middle?
Yes.
Man? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You need you know, the refineries will produce your, you know, 99.9% silver material that would then go into the either industrial applications or can be minted into coins and bars. And you know, refining is kind of a separate business. Not to say that, you know, some bigger companies do vertically integrate and do that as well, like Peñoles, for example, in Mexico.
Okay.
They mine and they refine silver. I would say can't think of any North American or like basically US or Canadian companies that do both refining and mining. But, you know, it is, you know, again, it's something that it may evolve as the, you know, we've been in a pretty under-invested sector for a long time. You know, silver's been in a bear market for a while, and a pretty deep one from a cost perspective. So that's something that could evolve if we get higher prices in the future.
hey, if you don't mind me following up, David, you mentioned Peñoles, and I don't know if it's, you know, something you maybe don't want to talk about, but if it's not, that's no problem. But I mean, what do you, in your opinion, or maybe the top 5 silver 1,000-ounce bar refiners in the world? You know, who are the largest heavy volume 1,000-ounce bar silver refiners, if you don't mind? Because I just found out that Switzerland virtually does no silver bars. I mean, they don't really have any volume in silver bars. So I was interested to find that out.
You know, to be honest, so like coming from the mining side, I actually don't know the answer to that.
No
the
problem.
the only refiners that I'm aware of that do like I guess more products in North America are, you know, Republic and Sunshine,
Right.
And
maybe what's the Japanese one? Asahi.
Asahi.
Have they come on board yet? Or they got the Miami facility running? Do you know about that?
Well, they took over Republic, right, in Florida.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm not sure if they're. I assume they would be up and running, but actually I haven't tried to buy anything from them yet, so
Cool.
I don't know for sure.
Thanks for answering.
Well, I thought I was curious. I mean, I can't answer the question about, you know, who the bigger refiners are, but I've noticed, you know, since the short squeeze happened, I've been monitoring, you know, being based in Vancouver, I've been monitoring the Vancouver Bullion Exchange, and from the time that started, even before the squeeze, they had no 1,000-ounce bullion bars, and that changed actually this week. They finally are showing, you know, the 1,000-ounce bars in their inventory. I'm not sure where they're sourcing them from, but that's been a big change. I see the 10-ounce bars are 2 of the 3 are sold out of the different types, and But they've had the 100-ounce bars have been steady. They've had that throughout this whole process, buying the 100-ounce bars. The kilogram bars sold out very quickly. That kind of first big day where we hit the peak, and haven't been back. And then the coins and going down to the smaller sizes have been hit or miss on given days, or a lot of them have been limiting on size, on the amount that you're allowed to purchase at one point, and saying, like 4 or 5 pieces or something max, and then a lot of pre-orders. Yeah.
So Robert,
welcome Jim to the Silver All Day Party, Silver Smash Party.
Thanks. James invited me, so if I'm not supposed to be here,
I'm glad to have you.
Good to see you, Jim.
Thanks. I got to do a little work, post a poll on PSLV, so I'm going to listen in for a little bit.
Robert had a question. I was looking it up. It's about supply on the retail and wholesale investing front in North America. I mean, to Robert answer the question, the biggest desk I'm looking at, you can't get silver bullion even in like round or 10-ounce form for less than 30 an ounce. And I'm sure there's a delay in delivery. And then, the Silver Eagles are, like I said, they're elbow sharp, right? Because they're one of the only majors in the game. I think they have 2020s. They're hawking at like 7 over spot, which is, it's outrageous. If you're buying in wholesale lots, 7 over spot. I would have to go down the rabbit hole again to find out what the mint is senioraging them at. But obviously they're not selling 2021. So whatever 2021s they're getting, they're not showing. So they're probably selling it off to their best clients without even putting it up as far as an idea of pricing what that is. So that's the answer. You're not getting silver bullion less than $30 in the United States right now.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
We had a PSLV question that I'm gonna find, but if I'll get to that. But
sure.
Oh, one other thing, I was going to show you this. If I can share my screen. Robert, I forgot about this.
Oh wow, who does this?
So this is you can see that right
Laird.
now. Okay, yeah, that's Nick Laird. He does an eBay Gold Eagle base average sale over spot. What he does is I think he takes the top. No, I'm not sure if he takes the top, but he takes like the recent 5 sales of 1 ounce Gold Eagles on the eBay, and then he also does that for 1 ounce Silver Eagle sales on eBay. And what you see here is like a smiley face, that on the gold side, which is very interesting because you look back at the fall 2008, like I was telling you, where there was times with gold kilos. I sold gold kilo for like 700, spot at like 900. So that price premium that shows for Gold Eagles of like near 30, I bet it was got probably a little bit higher when banks were failing in September and October. And now we're starting to ramp up on the other side, and we don't have any systematic, issues yet as far as, banks potentially failing and that kind of stuff, at least not yet. So it shows you, look, the eBay, you're selling Gold Eagles at over $2,000 an ounce, even spots mid 1700s, which is a huge premium. And then obviously the Silver Eagles, 36 at the coin. So it's and you can see the COVID jack up on the premiums there from last year. So we're still not at that level. Obviously spot dropped down to 12, and literally no one was selling Silver Eagles for less than like mid 20s back then. So it that's why it's so high on that right hand side.
Yeah, that's an awesome chart.
Yeah, it's helpful to know because it's not simply just dealers. That's retail people who are market making themselves. Just so people know that eBay, I think, takes 10% or a maximum of $750 per transaction. And so you have to be very careful about a few things. Not only that, the fees are pretty large, but also the payment. If someone tries to trick you in payments, you could ship your bullion and then they could pull the payment. You better know how to get non-recourse payments. If you're dealing in bullion, there's no other way to go. You don't take payment any other way. It's either cash on the barrel, or bank wire transfer, maybe a Bitcoin transfer, things that are unrecourseable you cannot take back. And so that's the difficult thing about market making, is finding a trustworthy counterparty that wants to buy from you and agreeing on it, trusting one another, and everybody not being frauding each other.
Cool.
Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry, I had a dry spot in my throat. Oh, and now I lost my question. It was about PSLV. How do they make, some people might not have seen your in-depth last night, Jim, so you might be recapping a little bit, but how does PSLV make their money? Like, what's their margin, or what are their fees? And how do they source the silver that they add to the trust every day?
Okay, so PSLV charges a management fee that includes the cost of storage and insurance, and then some of that goes towards a management fee. The trust itself, I don't believe. I mean, there's the cost of the people administering the trust, but the profits go to Sprott Inc. actually from the management fee, which is why I've been adding to my Sprott Inc. position, because PSLV's added 30% more silver. That's 30% more assets under management. So 30% more profits without a rise in silver price. And then put a silver price rise on top of that, since it's a percent fee, they do quite well. So your other question was, how do they get the silver?
Or where?
That's a special trick right there.
So it's interesting because we got Rick Rule on for Wall Street Silver, and then we were told due to SEC restrictions, he's not allowed to talk about PSLV. Right. And at first I panicked. I thought this was some new restriction, but they clarified it. It's because they have the secondary market offer. They need to be very careful what they say, because anything where they kind of give a hint, because the shares issued are at the discretion of the trust, the timing of it and the amounts of them are at the discretion of the trust. So they can't really talk about it, because it would then be insider information. You could have an advantage, and when to buy and stuff like that. So I've tried to, look at the charts, look at the premium discounts, look at the volume, and try to infer, what's going on and when, in terms of the timing of that. But when they issue shares, they get dollars in return. That doesn't automatically go towards silver. The secondary offer says with the intent of buying silver. Now, and someone called them up and asked them this, because they saw that and said, oh, that's a big risk. 90% of the NAV has to be in the vaults, but technically they could issue a whole bunch more shares and just raise dollars for 10% of the fund. But that would look really bad. And so because of that, whenever they issue more shares, they buy silver on the same day. And so, but it's really shares getting issued, then they go out and buy silver. In terms of where they buy it, Rick Rule, in his interview with Wall Street Silver, couldn't talk about PSLV, but he did talk about their precious metal funds in general, and mentioned that they buy in New York and in London. So that tells you something there. And they also he pointed out that they have a really good trader, and he said she. So trader, to me, I don't think you have a trader to go on to the spot market. I think, so they may be playing with futures and taking delivery. If they're saying London, I would definitely guess spot market. But with as mining friendly as Sprott Inc. is, in the sense that that's 100% of their business, I wouldn't be surprised if miners either are selling to them or start selling to them as well. But that's speculation.
Thank you for that. Steve, we've had a couple of people mentioning Silver Viper, and if you can comment, I would love to ask if you can, but obviously say whatever you can. But they said that trading was halted on Silver Viper. Is that something you can speak to?
Yes, it was halted at the request of myself on Thursday.
Well, there you heard it.
I've seen the speculation on the message boards, and I always laugh when I see the speculation on the message boards. Everyone's like, what's going on? What's going on? You see the comments, the last couple of days. I said, well, why doesn't someone pick up the phone and email management, and I'll tell you what's going on. But yeah, here, I will say it is in regards to an assay release that we are waiting on some final numbers for. I would expect that release hopefully will go out Monday if we get the final numbers back from the lab here, either today or over the weekend. And stay tuned, because I'll say we're very, very, very excited about, we're in halted, so I can even say, I don't have to worry about anyone on any sort of exciting commentary, but we're going to put out some numbers that are going to grab everyone's attention when that release goes out.
Well, I'm glad I asked. So
Yeah.
thank you guys all for your questions. Let me see. You guys, too many questions have gone by too fast. If you want to re-ask one, or if there's anything within you guys here. Let's see. These are mostly statements. People are excited. Can we all just kind of like sit in the moment, the fact that people are stoked right now, even though the price got smashed today. You know, like that feels like a good momentum shift for silver. Like I'm seeing lots of rocket ships, and you know, it's just, I feel like the energy right now is it's palpable. Maybe even beyond our echo chamber in our community. You know, it's rippling out. I've had, you know, my retired neighbor who's a school teacher, was a school teacher, texted me about she saw silver and she knows I like silver. So I mean, this you know, my extended community that knows that I'm always talking about silver is now sending me texts about silver. So I don't know if you guys are experiencing that in your own lives and not being the silver weirdo as much anymore, but it is great to see all these all this fresh energy, whether it's new blood or people who have been in it for a long time that are just feeling stoked with what they're seeing. So I guess it feels exciting.
And I completely agree. You can be in a secular bull market for 20 years that has a terrible interim bear market, like we've been in silver, and you forget a lot of times what the feeling is like when things get going right. And last month or so, it's felt really nice. Today, it was a derivative battle loss, of course, but those that don't have like a short-term time frame on their bet here should be fine, as long as they're betting wisely, not using leverage. They're using time decay, long-term mining shares, or bullion or PSLV or various vehicles that are safer. So you can have these types of days, and if you want, you can add to your position when we have these type of price painting drawdowns. So it's the problem sometimes becomes is that some people don't understand that, and they flame out. So sometimes you have to repeat yourself over and over again how to think this through and how to do it intelligently and wisely.
Well, and there's constant brainwashing against what we all know. So I mean, you always have to not check in and make sure you're not crazy, but just keep reestablishing the fact that what we're seeing in front of us is real and what we're hearing is fake.
Right. I mean, we have M1, 2, 3 supplies that are exploding at huge rates. We have a system that's probably going to change monetarily coming up in a huge, probably in a crazy event that's coming up in the financial system. We have a situation where the fiat CBDC grid is coming at us. Full spectrum potential dominance of our spending habits, et cetera. There's just a litany of reasons, not only in terms of value gains, but also freedom and the ability to have privacy in your life. I mean, there's just a huge spectrum of reasons for this. And it's not simply just this idea that it's going to the moon and I'm going to be rich. It's much deeper than that on many levels.
Well, and it's a lot about protecting as well, right? What you have.
Well, think about it. It's an asymmetric bet. What is the chance that silver is going to go down much further than it is? I mean, even on the spot derivative pain charting, like they could try that again, like they did in COVID, March 2020, right? It went down to 12. What happened? The bullion price stayed like around 20s. And then all of a sudden they come in with this massive influx of QE, which adds fuel to the fire. Do it again, bring more QE. What do you think is going to happen? It's just going to ramp higher again. So you're going to lose more physical, and that in the war of bullion, you're going to lose. Keep doing these little battles like you did today. What happens? People buy. People hit the ask price. They go out and buy, take advantage of it. And that's, I think more and more people are finally learning that's the trick to it all.
Yeah. And I think you have a new generation of extremely savvy investors. Probably what's helped out a lot is the internet and the way that news propagates so quickly through social media and the way people absorb it. I did something on this for a town hall I did for O&M a few months back, where I profiled the millennial investor and how they're different and how they absorb information is not how how I did growing up, which you watch the CBS Evening News or pick your news source. and you get your newspaper and you get the radio, and those are your three sources. And it's not a whole lot of variety. Well, now you have 50,000 places that you can get your news from. And a lot of news people get from their friends. So when something comes out, it spreads across the internet like wildfire. So it does not surprise me once Silver Squeeze came about that it like probably doubled or tripled the amount of people who really probably started paying attention to the precious metals. And I think that's what's happened. We're you know, as movements build, they get exponentially more powerful, and we're in an exponentially more powerful state than we were even a few months ago. And I could stop doing videos right now. I could quit and go retire and not worry about gold, silver, pros anymore. And I don't think I could, you know, I think of a lot of us just stopped doing this. We couldn't stop it. It's reached the point where it's got a life of its own. And like you said, Yar, it's more just like catching the wave and riding and enjoying it. I think a lot of us carried this for so long. I've been talking about this for 12 years. I feel like this has been this, you know, I'm speaking to a small amount of people for so many years, wondering when people are going to wake up, and finally you see it. And now you just got to sit back and enjoy it and just say, hey, I mean, we're finally at the point at which, you know, no matter what is said in the media, no matter how many idiots from the banks that they keep putting out saying stupid stuff about precious metals, no matter how many times they slam the price down, you know, whatever negative propaganda they want to put out there, it doesn't matter. So I'm just enjoying, I'm just having fun now. This is the fun part for me.
It's the silver party now, even when it's smash day. It's sale day.
Just to put some numbers to that, PSLV traded 12.6. Yeah.
Just one real quick second. I'm eating a meal here, but heard what Rob said. I frankly agree with that. I've been thinking the same thing ever since the weekend they blew the dealers out online, January 31st. I can't cite this as fact, but what is my opinion? What do I feel? What have I been thinking when I base my own trades in investing? I think Rob just summed it up.
Yeah, definitely. So PSLV numbers, 12.6 million shares traded, which is more than yesterday. And I think 2 days ago as well, or close to it. And the premium climbed to about 2.5%. By the end of the day, if you scaled for ounces, it was trading about 60 cents above spot. So that shows that, you know, strong hands. I don't know if they added today or not. If they did, it will be impressive to have that big of a premium at the same time as adding shares. But yeah, these people are smart, and it's thanks to you know, a lot of the people in this crowd. The young people came in, I think, initially for, you know, something quick like GameStop, and you guys have done a great job very quickly educating them that this is kind of a long game, requires patience, and you know, you have to have the belief to buy on dips, et cetera, and they are doing it for sure.
One thing about the PSLV, I was looking the other day, I mean, it's doubled the amount of underlying ounces already in just under a year. So it had 60 million since began 2020, and it's already at 120. And, you know, it seems like every day there's a tweet coming by, you know, another 4 million ounces added, another 3 here, another 1 there. So every day, just, you know, keep adding, you know, ounces like that on that kind of clip. It's going to put real pressure on those that are short.
Yeah, that's 30% in 3 weeks.
I mean, Q1 2021, the pace that we're on in terms of silver betting, silver bullion bets, and sound ETF bets that are being made is it's record pace. It blows away anything, even 2020, even the COVID squeeze. It really blows it away. So it's hard to put that into words. I would have to sit down and have to know what the private bullion dealer sales are, but I could guesstimate. But it is way higher than it was in March of 2021 or 2020, and that was jaw-dropping when that happened.
James, can you comment on the movement I'm hearing to short PSLV? And I think Michael Maloney came out with a strategy to maybe avoid that, or I don't know if it would work. But
it was crazy. And it goes back to your point about the internet and how it works. It cuts both ways. So you can have great information fly through and everyone learns things very quickly and everyone gets on the same page very quickly if it's accurate and precise information. Problem is that everybody has the ability to give information out, right? And so you have people who will just simply see something and then be like, oh, I got breaking news here. And they'll tweet it out and they'll make a big scene. It'll catch fire and no one will do the due diligence and actually go look in the underlying and kind of think critically about what they're looking at. And so I mean, that happened the other day. There was a tweet that went out, someone claimed 26% short on PSLV. And, given all the circumstances that were going on, it's easy, in your brain to think, oh man, they're coming after PSLV because they don't want to see a premium gap up and embarrass SLV, SIVR, I could see how someone could jump to that conclusion. And so I didn't really run down the rat hole and trying to figure that out. But I have other people I'm communication with who did, and who came to me and they were like, squash that rumor right away. And so I went out there and I just politely said, hey, everybody keep your head on your shoulders. It's 0.7%. It's growing, but, monitor it. But it's 0.7%, which is a speck. It's nothing. It's like having a flea on the back of a dog. It's very tiny.
Yeah, and I actually got a subscription to one of the paid services to dig into it deeper, because my suspicion was that 26%, that's awful close to the shares issued.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my suspicion, is it was a misprediction by some of these things that try to predict. And that turns out to be true. So the 0.7% is what was reported on February 12th. The amount of shares on loan now are up to 5 million, which is about 1.5%. That in the past has correlated, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the short interest. But so it grew, but it's also kind of plateaued. I think probably when silver was at 28 or so, people ramped up some short bets. Maybe they're hedging physical positions. You don't know, but 1.5% is, pretty tiny.
Yeah, I don't know who would step in front of the train. I'm not really sure, unless you had some other reasoning for it or some other trade on somewhere else, how you could balance that out, because PSLV is ripping faces off right now. I don't understand who would try and step in front of that.
Well, and silver doesn't flow out. So
Yeah.
What good shorting it going to do?
Right. That was interesting though. People commenting about how you could leave an open, on your account. You can go into your account and say, sell at 500 or 1,000. And by doing that, the brokerage then wouldn't lend out your PSLV shares if someone else was going short. That was an interesting insight.
Has anyone found out if that's true?
I don't know. Go ahead.
Jim did some research.
It's generally not true. I mean, every broker is going to have their different rules. It's generally not true. For TD Ameritrade, I looked at the best place to look for this, for the rules on lending of shares, is in your margin agreement, because they use the lending of shares basically as a way to
in a long only account, they can't lend you shares, right?
Right.
Okay.
And if you're on margin, if you don't dip into margin, it depends on your broker. TD Ameritrade says they can still lend them out, but you have the right to tell them not to. But if you're on margin, you got no choice. They can lend your shares out.
Right.
So you have to go, depending on what broker you're on, you have to probably make some sort of formal request to them, don't loan out any of my shares. And then as a shareholder, how do you monitor that? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard of people who goes even further than that, and they go and ask for the actual certificates of their stock shares, and they actually yank them straight out of the brokerage. That would be about, that's like pulling your bullion. That's taking it to the core. But I don't know about the question you just asked.
Now the limit orders the brokers may look at that and say, hey, we've got these limit orders out here. We need to be careful how much we lend them out because we're at risk. But there's nothing stopping them. I mean, because somebody could put in an order any day, so they need to have a reasonable pull to require redemptions anyway. So the limit order is fun, to put a nice limit, 10x limit order in there and say, oh my goodness, if this happens, it's going to be life-changing.
Sure.
Hey, Jim, since you talked to Rick Rule, I'm wondering, so when they buy the silver in New York or London, then they ship it to Ottawa, to the Royal Canadian Mint, like every time? That's what they do?
He said something about, well, I mean, you've seen the pictures on pallets, but he talks about loading them and unloading them. But again, he can't really talk about PSLV, but the prospectus says 90% has to be in the Royal Canadian Mint. They've issued 30% more shares. And I've been tracking it. You can see they have the big 6.4 million buy right at the beginning of Silver Squeeze. And then near the end, there was still huge demand for the shares. It started trading at a premium, but they do like 300,000 ounces. And that's when they hit the 10% cap. And then they got to get that back into the vaults before they can issue more shares. And it looks to me, if you do the math, and I've got it on the spreadsheet that I tweet about and people can get access, but It looks to me it's taken them about a week to get from wherever they're buying to get it in the vaults. That might depend on where it's coming from, New York versus London. But he did talk about, I think, putting them on an airplane and pallets kind of thing.
Mm.
And supposedly in the last bull market, like when they first started PSLV, it took 2 or 3 months to take delivery. So they had to be making some good plans in advance on how can we get this shipped and received as fast as possible. So my hat's off to them. I mean, getting that much silver delivered in a week is pretty amazing.
Working in the industry, you work with people who have been in the industry. It's a big relationship industry. And if you don't have really good relations with, say, a secured logistics provider like a Brinks or a Loomis or one of these providers, you know, if you just walk in, clear out of the blue, you know, and ask, you're going to get a price quote that's way more than it should be. So you kind of have to kind of get a relationship, show volume, et cetera, be good with your word until eventually you can bring it down where they realize, look, we can make, you know, a really competitive bid for this guy because he'll go elsewhere with his volume if we don't. And so these people like PSLV are people who are consistently bringing bullion from New York, say, to another location. They can get it down to pretty cheap in calm times for, you know, having per ounce delivery, like 5 cents, like very cheap that delivery.
Yeah, he did mention that. He said, you know, we've been around a while. We're big volume buyers, and they know we'll be around a while. So they definitely try to fill our orders.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a maximum size to that vault, because I could see them hitting that if, you know, they're buying way more silver than, you know, we've ever seen in, you know, the history of this fund, right?
Well, they do. I mean, they put in the secondary market offer and they said $1.5 billion. So I'm sure they planned, you know, for the ability to receive that. Otherwise they wouldn't put in. Now the question is, I mean, we're burning through that pretty quick. So the question is do they add another one? And then if they're adding another one, you know, do they have the space for it? But gold's really compact. So I'm sure they got plenty of space.
Yeah, gold's easier.
Yeah, working in the industry, I got involved in the wholesale and retail vault storage game pretty early on, like 2008-9. We were kind of on the cutting edge in that. And I went to Brinks Salt Lake City once when we first started and saw what it looked like. And then 4 or 5 years later, I went there and saw what it looked like. And it was a big difference in terms of square footage taken up. Everything went to the rafters. You know, everything went vertical, essentially. It was pretty insane how much got filled in the last, you know, 4 or 5 year span.
Are you guys up for another question from the chat? Someone has been asking, and the chat's going so fast, but he's asked it like 10 times. So I want to make sure I get it in there. It's, what happened to silver in September of 2019 and how that relates to the Fed bailouts that follows nightly through 3/2020.
He's asking about the repo loan fiasco that began in September 19. Repo loan fiasco is something that started right then. It was a big deal, and it bled into December of 2019. And if memory serves, that was the same December 2019 where the Fed basically did a turnabout and started cutting rates and started being dovish again. And you had Mnuchin do the tequila sunrise because the stock market was throwing a tantrum. And he called up the plunge protection team, and then voila, the stock market exploded in Q1 of 2020. And so I think that maybe that was 2018. But the other way, the bottom line, I think he's asking about repo loan. And that repo loan fiasco was a big story for months and months. I haven't looked at the New York Fed website recently, but my guess is it's probably still going on day to day. What it signifies in the most dark corner of the entire financial industry is that it's possible that at that time there was an explosion in the dark markets in terms of banks, et cetera, and what they trade. And so the idea is that it's possible that there's a couple banks out there that are already bankrupt and they're just kind of holding off until they finally let that news out. It's possible that that's what's been going on and why the repo loan market was so bad. Because when you get a situation like that where the Fed has to step in, it shows that the market won't do the clearing, and the market probably the reason why is because they know that somebody's probably bankrupt, and that's why they don't want to do any loans. And so it's possible that that's still happening. That's being held off until the time is right.
Yeah, and the repo crisis, it's a liquidity event, right? So there's not enough liquidity in the system to service, all of the monetary needs. And it's funny, I predicted the repo crisis about 10 months earlier. I didn't call it the repo crisis, but I was on Lynette Zhang's show. I'd flown out to Phoenix. It was on her YouTube channel. And I said, I think there's going to be a shortage of cash. I'm seeing a shortage of cash because there's all these loans have to be serviced. There were trillions in foreign held dollar denominated loans, and then trillions in US domestic held dollar denominated loans, and they needed to service them. We didn't have enough money in the system. And I saw that. And so I said, I think we're going to, and Lynette looked at me and said, are you sure about that? Aren't we going to have hyperinflation first? I said, no, there's going to be a short-term liquidity event. And about 10 months later, this is on video on my channel. About 10 months later, we had the repo crisis. And I thought, I wonder if this happened in the 2008 crisis. So the National Bureau of Economic Research published a story basically about this and talking about how this actually happened in 2008, 2009. Yeah. So it wasn't talked about at the time, but they went back and reanalyzed the repo market. And so the repo crisis, or that short-term liquidity, was an issue back then as well. So I think the Fed saw that and knew that they were about to have another financial system collapse back then. And so they started injecting, I think it was just like short-term treasury liquidity into that repo market to kind of stabilize it. And they did that for a very long time. I know it's like 7 or 8 months that they were doing. They may still be doing it now, but for 7 or 8 months, that was in the news how they were just injecting liquidity. Because if that repo market, if that freezes up, that's the first step to, the banking system collapse. Because if you don't have liquidity, the banks can't operate. And if people don't have liquidity to run their businesses, all that stuff shuts down, and it's just like, boom, the whole thing just falls in on itself.
It's still going, by the way. I just looked up. I mean, it's not as high volume. Let me look it up a little longer. Sorry to cut you off the road.
No, that's okay.
Keep going. Sorry.
So if you see, the last thing I was going to say, so if you start to see news about another repo market crisis, I don't know if they're going to be able to fix it again. That's maybe when you want to, get liquid yourself, draw cash out of the bank, make sure you have precious metals close to you, make sure you've got, what you need for the next few months in case we do have another big economic event. But I think the next big economic event, you're going to see signs of another repo market crisis.
And yet Jerome Powell was still saying that everything was great and sunshiny before COVID, right? Even though that was happening months before.
They're paid to lie. So whatever he says is, in one year, out the other. Just look at the actions. That tells you everything. It's still going on, by the way. If you look up repo and reverse repo operations, New York Fed, in your Google, the first link that comes up will be that. And you could scroll through and go all the way down, and you can go back and track it all the way back to when it began. I'd have to look to see the volume of it now versus then. That would be important to know if it's really still acute like it was, but it's still happening.
Yep. What happens is we're in a debt-based system, right? So liquid cash is created through issuance of debt, but there's always more debt than cash, and it grows exponentially. So it's about 9 times as much debt as there is cash, or give or take, in the fractional reserve system. It's actually worse than that, given some other tricks that they play. But so that debt gets so big, and then there's not enough cash. At some point, you run out of cash to service the debt. So they got to keep injecting liquidity into that system. And that's a sign that you're at the end of the cycle. Chris Martenson does a really good job of this on his YouTube channel, depicting that in charts. I think he did a whole series like 10 years ago depicting this whole phenomenon.
Yeah, it reminds me of the fact that in 2008-9, there was a situation where supposedly a lot of the cartel drug money cash was helpful in the tightness of the banking system, and it became handy to kind of save the system from having worse acute failures.
Yeah, interesting. That wouldn't surprise me.
No, it's a lot of cash. There's a lot of drug addicts. So
I wonder about that when Janet Yellen talks about how Bitcoin is used for nefarious purposes or this or that. What do they think everybody was using before Bitcoin, if that is in fact the case? I mean, I think
that argument falls flat on its face. In sheer volume, most criminality happens with the fiat US dollar. So anybody that talks like that is immediately to shoot that argument away. It's ridiculous. It's just bad. This is a stupid argument. If anybody knows about the notional volume of US dollars that are used to make transactions globally, they're private in cash. So yeah, one thing I always think about in the future, which is coming, is that the weight of a gold kilo versus the weight of $1 million, where's that threshold equal? You know, like the price between gold and the weight poundage of $100 bills, it's like around $3,000 gold. What you'll end up starting to see is probably cartels using bullion for high payments back and forth versus $100 bills. And so in the future, that may be a pretext to try and crack down on gold. Expect that'll come because they've been doing it. They've been trying to use gold and silver as, you know, that's what criminals use, et cetera, et cetera. That type of language is out there. They try and use that all the time, and it's coming again for surely in the future as gold starts to go exponential. You will see that happen.
Yeah, and to get back to Bitcoin, the vast majority of transactions, I think that's what you're asking before, right? You're about Bitcoin. Okay. The vast majority of transactions are not monetary transactions. It's speculation. It's price seeking. And what Kieran Van Hess has done a really good job. We had him at our conference at the end of January. He did this whole session where he showed these really cool charts from this website that tracks inflows and outflows. A lot of the bid up of Bitcoin was through Tether. So a lot of it's just manipulation of one cryptocurrency to another. It's one derivative to another. It really has nothing to do very little to do with how people value it. It's a lot of speculative activity building that bubble up. And then you can use Bitcoin to do other things like support certain markets. One bit of speculation, I had some people tell me they thought that perhaps China was using Bitcoin for some payments to avoid the dollar. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, you could use cryptocurrencies for that too, for non-dollar transactions. But the vast majority of it's just speculation, and it's crypto to crypto speculation, which you can blow bubbles in certain cryptos, and that revalues other cryptos. And so the whole crypto complex is a big mess of all this stuff going on. So in general, I don't trust cryptos that much. But I have a technical background too. So I have a master's degree in information security, and I've been in technology for 25 years. And I just look at the cryptos and I see all sorts of just everyday issues that I don't trust them either. But that's just my opinion on that.
Adding on to that China Bitcoin thing, you know, in the beginning years of Bitcoin, a lot of the major miners were in China, probably still are. A lot of them are still there. A lot of the big exchanges were there. Maybe not so much anymore. They've been kind of cracked down. But I would suggest that Bitcoin was used a lot to probably help subsidize some of their gold purchase plans. My hunch is they probably sold a lot of gold or Bitcoin at huge profit margins, helped ramp up the price of Bitcoin in terms of artificially pushing the price of Bitcoin up, taking the fiat dollars and then buying gold bullion, you know, wherever they had to get the gold bullion. So they were essentially selling off the Bitcoin that they mined to get real physical assets from it. And so my hunch is eventually, you know, if there's a real problem or a scandal with Bitcoin, that truth will probably come out later on.
One of the things, again, it's probably speculation. I'm certainly not a Bitcoin expert, but one of the things, still sticking with the China theme, that I've heard is, given how restrictive it's, even over the last year or two, China has gotten about money leaving the country. The one aspect of that is they haven't necessarily been able to monitor it through Bitcoin. So a lot of the wealthy Chinese investors that want to get their money out of China and get it into where they can start investing in, you know, different markets and that, have been using the Bitcoin as an avenue to get out, because traditionally you had three avenues that you could get money out of China, or for three purposes for China to get money out. And it was having like a student for that purpose. You could have it for medical purposes and have it leave the country, and then real estate to some extent. And a lot of those have dried up or been, you know, restricted around the world. But one of the ways that those people to get around that have been using Bitcoin as a way, you know, when they send the student off and then off he goes with his USB key, and, you know, now all of a sudden you've got wealth that's left that was held in Bitcoin within China, and it can come out. So, I mean, we can, if you're, I mean, depending what people say as far as nefarious and what's being done, I mean, I guess in theory, those investors are certainly great, you know, finding a way to get their wealth out of China in that act. But
I mean, the big reason people in China are doing this is because politically, the way China works is if you're on the wrong side politically, they take everything from you.
Yes,
exactly. And so there's really no rule of law in that sense. And so having a backup plan B essentially is essential for a lot of these families. And if you meet them in person, you ask them that, they will tell you that specifically. That is exactly why they're looking for real estate. That is precisely why, because they eventually would like to have their family immigrate. You know, and so it's, I look, if you look at China, billionaire gets out of line, billionaire disappears. It's a lot different. In the United States, you know, we cater to these billionaires so we can have this huge influx of foreign money coming into our financial markets, and we can have power and dictatorship over financial markets via that way. But China's a little bit different, obviously.
I have a question from myself. I know that people have been talking about Bitcoin a lot because Tesla had bought $1.5 billion of it for their balance sheet or whatever. Have any of you heard of, or do you think people will put precious metals on their company balance sheet in the same way that people are speculating with Bitcoin and buying that for their business?
Did you see the rest of that announcement and what Tesla also put in the wordage in that announcement?
Oh, well, about gold, but it didn't say specifically that they were doing that. It was that they were leaving the door open, was how I understood it.
I would like to see how much they're actually doing, because I would speculate that they probably are doing a lot of it, and it probably will exponentially outgrow how much they're investing in Bitcoin in that process. But I think that was eye-opening for a lot of people to that question, to see, here's one of these big corporations, and to throw that wording quietly in there. The last thing they want is to draw the attention to gold as they're doing that and have the gold price stream up as everyone falls into that market when they're trying to accumulate a large position of gold as they change their rules. But I certainly think that drew some attention to it, and you'll see a lot of other corporations will start to do that as well.
It's kind of hard to build high-tech gadgets and rockets to the sky with Bitcoin. You kind of have to use precious metals a lot of times, so it makes total sense.
So Gold Ventures actually had a nice tweet about that, where he had a dream that he was Elon Musk was using Kinesis, because Kinesis, you can trade Bitcoin, USD, Tether, Ethereum, but you can also get KAG, KAU for silver and gold. It's vaulted and it's deliverable. So he had a dream that Elon was taking his Bitcoin so he could go into Kinesis and buy gold and silver. And I started looking at it and started at first, there were some things that made me think, hey, this is actually possible that he could be doing this, because there were some things, in volume and stuff. But I do agree. It's, probably partly speculation, but then also he knows he's going to get a bump in Bitcoin after making an announcement like that. But that I doubt is his end goal with where he's putting his money.
Well, I've heard a lot of people speculate why he does stuff, and the art of war keeps coming up. It's like, oh, whatever Elon's doing, pay attention to what he's actually doing, not what he's saying. But sometimes we don't find that out until after the fact, though, it seems.
You don't become the richest man on paper in the world without being cunning, right? I mean,
right.
Come on. Right?
Yeah.
Well, before him, it was the Buffett model. You basically do the opposite of what Buffett's saying, because that's probably what's happening behind the scenes. So.
Well, they all do it.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you? I mean, it can...
like Bill Ackman, that was an embarrassment to humanity. The time he came in on CNBC and cried the market down and was actually going long. He made a couple $1 billion doing it. I mean, that was like, how is that even legal? It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Martha Stewart went to jail. I just think that every time I see people doing like ridiculous, blatant things, is that Martha Stewart went to jail. And I'm not defending Martha. I'm just saying, like,
that was a small line that got blown out of proportion. What she did was probably a very minute crime compared to some of the crimes that people get away with.
Right. That they go on TV to do in our faces. It's
absolutely brazen. And then they walk around and pretend like they're cool. Like, are you kidding me? It's a nice fraud, bro.
Exactly.
It's not cool at all.
No.
Well, if you ever want to stop the bank, start sending those people to jail. But they're protected. The bank takes a big $1 billion fine. Says, yeah, we manipulated. But the people that were doing the manipulation, the bank, if they actually, for doing the crime they're committing, actually had to go to jail for it, instead of the bank just knowing, well, we're protected and the bank will get a fine. Then they keep going. They make billions, they get fined $1 billion. It's a good business model.
Yeah, it actually encourages them to do it even more.
Yeah. I've talked to some of my students and stuff, and they know when he tweets that stuff out that it's okay, it's going to have a surge. It's, and they ride the wave and they know to get off, right? They're not like, oh my goodness, he's in Bitcoin, I'm putting everything I own to Bitcoin. They're like, oh no, he's pumping Bitcoin, I'm going to get in for the pump. Okay, now I'm out. So
like he just did one for Dogecoin and got a lot of trouble for it. If you look at Dogecoin, it just went up and straight down. And the question is, like, why would he pump Dogecoin? Like, what's the reason for that? Is it just humorous for him?
Well, what's funny is the young people on Reddit and stuff, they see that, they know it's a pump and dump, they ride it and they get out. And I think meanwhile, like, older people are looking at it going, what, Dogecoin? And 2 days later they get into it,
Yeah, totally. Just scalping a fraud, essentially.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I gotta run. But this was great, and have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys online soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, David.
David,
Cheers.
So Chris texted me a question that was sent in, wanted me to answer it. The question was, could BlackRock, I guess, and or JPM go buy PSLV and take delivery of silver? And the answer is they could. Anybody can buy shares, and if you have enough to redeem for 10,000 ounces, you can get physical delivery. Unlike SLV, where you have to be an affiliated partner to get delivery, and those are the big guys. But anybody can do it for PSLV. But it wouldn't really make sense to at this time, since PSLV tends to trade at a premium. SLV has had outflows since February 2nd, except for 1 or 2 days, but on net, it's seen massive outflows. So there's really no motivation for them to buy silver to go into their ETF right now. But yeah, it's technically possible. If PSLV, like if silver's just completely out, and if PSLV, I would expect to trade at a premium, and if they're still tracking spot price versus the physical price, then they'd lose money by doing that. So I don't see it as a huge threat or issue, but a good reason. They're gonna have to get a willing person to sell their shares. So if you own PSLV, it's not something you should personally worry about, because you can continue to hold.
One thing I do sometimes, I look at the it's kind of related. I look a lot of times at the palladium ETFs, and palladium, we just went through this crazy short squeeze in palladium for the last 3-4 years, with palladium rocketed up in price because there's a shortage over in London, et cetera. And if you look at the actual underlying holdings of these ETFs, it's gone down precipitously. Basically, the ETFs have been rated, they've sold away their bullion at probably a premium. And the shareholders probably, I'm not sure, I'd have to go down the rabbit hole to figure out if the shareholders are even paying attention. I'm not sure if they even know what the hell's happening. But my hunch is down the line, that's what you're going to see in silver as well. ETFs are going to get rated because there's just going to be a lack of physical supply.
Yeah, that's good for the shareholders, though. If they're getting rated, that means they're going to be paying a premium in order to get rated. And PSLV, the delivery, I think there's a decent cost to it. Probably percentage-wise, it's not that big, but it's not set up for a delivery mechanism. I think you'll see it go down to 4% below, 4% discount. And I think that's about the number where, if it's at a 4% discount, it's in your interest to just cash out your shares and go deliver onto the spot market or something. But
then you have to go figure out how to market make, sell it off eventually, if you ever do. And market making with 1,000-ounce bars is not as easy as market making with 1-ounce American Silver Eagles. So it's a question of who's going to be your counterparty down the line.
Right, but it only takes one big, company.
Big buyer, sure. No, I agree.
That in order to link the price to physical, yeah.
I agree.
I think if they were to do something like that, it would look super bad.
Oh yeah, like it was brought up in the Wall Street Silver discussion about whether or not PSLV could ever be bought out, and from my memory serves me, Rick Rule is basically like it would have to be like a tremendously ridiculous offer, basically like. Well,
there's two different questions. There's PSLV, the trust. In that case, you can't buy out and take ownership of the company. It's a trust with certain rules. Sure. You could just take delivery on your shares. But then there's Sprott Inc. Could that be bought out? And yeah, that's what Rick was addressing.
Okay.
And he said there's enough insiders and enough good shareholders that
they're not doing it.
It would have to be at a much higher price, because they expect a higher price in the future. They've been building this business for a long time. I was actually the person that asked that question because it was a concern of mine, but it was good to hear his answer.
They stay like us. We've been in this industry for a long time. They suffered through the 2010s. That was terrible, the interim bear market. And so you want to be on the ride and enjoy the ride as it goes up, and it's fun, and the prices are going up, et cetera. Like to walk away now would be a disservice to yourself, in getting, that feeling back of, I know I felt like a loser in the 2010s, but I feel like a winner in the 2020s.
his answer was funny because the way he laughed at it, it was clear. Oh, we
That's,
thought
that's what I recognized. Was
we know that's a risk, and we are all set on that.
yeah, his body language and everything said a lot.
Yeah, it did.
He was like, yeah, no, that's.
It was fun seeing him in that interview, because that interview you get shot questions that you might not get shot questions by the people who normally interview him. You know, people who normally interview him are probably pretty polite with the types of questions they're asking, but the WSS crowd is pretty aggressive in the questioning that they throw at him, and it's fun to watch.
Well, I think their interviews are great because they're coming from the perspective of someone new to this, right?
Yep.
So, whereas, most other interviews, you're talking to people that have been doing this for a while, kind of thing. So anybody who's new to this, I definitely recommend go to the YouTube Wall Street Silver channel and, start at the beginning and work through it, because it's geared towards new people.
And they started off with James, so they got off on a great momentum.
We're sitting here in this coin room that I'm in right now. I remember that interview fondly. That was fun.
I think David Stein either did one last night or is doing one today. I knew that one was coming up too, which is cool. It's great to get, more mining CEOs on there too, because mines are where the silver comes from. And that's why I love miners. So, well, and I'm a geologist fangirl, but that's like kind of a separate, that's a little bit of a separate fetish. So, but it is great, all of the new questions, because sometimes even people like I'm only 3 years into this. I'm still relatively a noob. So sometimes I don't even know the things that I haven't thought to ask questions about yet. So it's great to hear, what other people want to know, because that
you don't know what's
helpful for me.
Yeah. And look, I've been in this industry for 12 years, 13 years. The reason why I love it is I learn something new every day. It is a absolute rabbit hole, and so it's fun that way.
Completely. I'm enjoying it. Oh, okay. I've got a new question from the audience here. Did you see what the SEC is doing today, halting trading on specific stocks? Their banks were caught with their pants down. I'm not sure if that's it's a statement and a question.
I thought
expect the same with silver soon.
No, I don't. I mean, I just
you have an opinion about that.
I just looked at the blurb from the SEC, and it's 15 stocks, and they cited, internet speculation and why they froze them. And I don't know. I don't know the stocks themselves. I looked at the names; they were all names I just really didn't know. Okay. But the other thing is, you got to remember is Reddit does have other like penny stock forums, etc. And it's not like everybody in those Reddit forums is an angel. Okay, I mean, there are people in there who are trying to pump and dump things. And so, the SEC may have cause on some things. So not everything is a short squeeze. I mean, you can't just think in black and white terms. There is gray here.
I actually, after I paid to figure out PSLV, I went through a lot of the Wall Street Bets short squeeze targets kind of thing. And yeah, shorts have been covered in just about everything to a reasonable amount. Was GameStop on that list? I had a limit order for my son on GameStop today, and it kind of got crushed.
Not on that list. It was
Okay.
not. It was all like I said, names I didn't even recognize.
PSLV, they did stop trading it in Robinhood. I remember right at the beginning, that Thursday, Friday, which was pretty odd.
Yeah, I got someone who told me that their margin account got shrunk recently, and he's got an 8-figure position in PSLV, and he got on the phone with Charles Schwab, and the person on the other line, he was grilling them about why that happened, and he kept doing it. He finally got her to break and buckle, and she said it's happening because of the silver squeeze, which is funny as hell that they are freaking out that hard. I mean, that's just one anecdotal piece of evidence I have, but that to me it was pretty funny. It happened the same day of that rumor of the 26% short interest. So one thing in my mind was like, well, maybe things are happening. This is pretty crazy. But luckily it's not that high of short interest, but that did happen. The guy told me point blank, and I trust the guy. He's a pretty honest and intelligent person.
I'm looking for other questions. It's the chat is flying by so fast. There's 2,500 people watching that have questions. So I'm trying to get one, like stop it to get one. A lot of these are still statements. I like that though. Like people have a lot of opinions and a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of energy. So here's one. Is it true that the Fed lowered the bank's reserve requirements to 0% in 2020? And how would that affect things if so?
Yeah, I think temporarily they did. I don't know if that was long term. There was a story out there that got covered in CNBC, but I didn't see it get discussed a lot. But they did at least temporarily lower the reserve requirements way, way down, meaning at that point in time, they were not required to have a lot of liquidity. And this is a good segue into Basel III. Basel III new banking requirements as a result of 2008 financial crisis are that to increase the liquidity ratios of the banks. Of course, part of that, the NSFR affects the unallocated gold market in London. That's why we've been talking about it on our channel, but it affects the entire banking system. And it was interesting to see in 2020 how those reserve requirements would basically drop. It was either zero or near zero. And that was a big warning sign, because if you're going to drop them zero, near zero, how quickly can they get back up? Are they going to have enough time to comply with the Basel III requirements, a lot of which come into effect here at the end of June of this year? How is it going to affect the stance of banks here in the US? How is it going to affect the stance of other banks that US banks are lending with across the world? I mean, there are a lot of questions about the overall liquidity in the system. And the big question is, going back to when they did that, why in the hell did they do that in 2020 in the first place? What event caused them to temporarily lower the liquidity down to about zero? Why would you need to do that? What was the issue? So was that, brainstorming, was that an issue with the amount of liquidity in the system? Going back to our discussion on the repo crisis.
Talking about specifically.
What's that?
What timing? Like what time did this happen again? I'm sorry.
It was a few months ago. It was, I'm going to shoot myself because I can't remember the exact date, but I want to say it was like late summer.
It's fine. Yeah, late summer. Okay.
And I think it had to do with the shutdowns and the deflation crisis that we're having because of the virus. I think that had a lot to do with it. And I think they even used that as part of the explanation. But I mean, we're talking down to zero.
Yeah. I mean, look, you guys remember in March, roughly, of the COVID peak of, where it really got acute in 2020, like you had Currie and Jerome Powell going on 60 Minutes. I mean, I got on Twitter one day and there's Currie just like, the guy looked like a robot saying like infinite Q, just like saying the word infinite over and over. And then I scroll down and there's the FDIC chair telling you like, oh, don't pull your currency out of the bank. Meanwhile, she has like a thick European accent. I'm like, what is going on? What world am I living in? And I went and found out she's originally from Yugoslavia. And the ironic thing is she came over to study at like Stanford or whatever. Her father lost all of his savings in Yugoslavia hyperinflation. And so here she is now talking to us, telling us, leave your currency in the bank. Don't worry about it. Hyperinflations don't happen. So it's just, which I thought was priceless.
Yeah.
So is it just a good rule of thumb to anytime anyone that's an official representative of the government says something about this to just believe and do the opposite?
Every time Baghdad Bob comes out, he's telling you to do something, or the crowd is running that way. Maybe you ought to look going out,
Well, it's like they live in bizarro world. So anyway, just opposite. Seb, can we take a question about miners? Since we're happy to have Steve here. So a lot of people wonder why, the miners don't always move the way that they expect them to when the metals move. And as a second part of that, do you think that we're close to the bottom with a lot of what we've been seeing with the volatility?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, I'm a firm believer that we're in a macro bull market, the start of a macro bull market as far as, silver and gold prices and that side of things. I mean, generally, the general rule is the miners do move with the metals. They'll normally outperform the metals when they're moving with it on the way up. But the thing that can change that or screw that up is obviously their quarterly financial statements. And if something goes unexpected in that quarter, whether it be extra costs or they didn't produce as much, they had a problem with the mine, it was COVID, slowed something down, whatever it was, then you kind of, you can move differently from the metals prices. But in general, if you're playing in the precious metal space, the miners are a pretty good spot. to get exposure to metals price increases, because they're going to perform, and as their financials get better and better, they'll outperform just the spot price of gold in general. I mean, someone can pull up that chart if they've got it ready, but I think that hold pretty true. I think the wild card this last year has been COVID, and the two big events were kind of the major two lockdowns for COVID that sent a lot of the retail investors, not so much the funds, but the generalist funds to some level too, and them liquidating, paper positions all over the place. Whatever they were holding, they were panicking and going to cash. And that, inadvertently affected even miners who should be going up with metals prices going up. But when there was this push to liquidate those share positions, especially the small retail guy who's, panicking and saying, I need to be in cash in case, the world is shutting down here, which is, most people watching this will think that's crazy, because like we say, we should be in physical and stacking and doing everything else. But the general move around the world was to US dollars always, until we replace that as the world currency. When people panic, they tend to rush to the US dollar. And so you had this inverse relationship to metals prices going up on some, for certain periods over the last year. And I think, hopefully we're through that. I mean, you can go down a different rabbit hole on vaccines and the coronavirus and what we don't need to go into that necessarily in this chat, but I think as we come out of that, you're going to see more stability in people not panicking to go to those cash positions in the short term.
Cool. Anybody else want to comment on miners and whether we're at a bottom or not?
I would just say, I mean, miners, it's a totally different market than the gold and silver futures market. It's not this highly leveraged market, and it's different people involved. So I think at times it will move in advance. Sometimes it'll move later, depending on what people's expectations are. So I know a lot of market timers look at that. They'll say, okay, GDX is going down. We think gold's going to start going down too. In other words, the people buying the miners are expecting it to go down, and so it'll go down in advance, or vice versa. They start. But in terms of a bottom, I mean, I guess I would say, just go pick a company you're interested in and look at their financials and see what you think. And do you really have to get it at the bottom? And what's the further downside? I mean, if you can buy a company at a price to free cash flow of 4, and you think metals are going up long term, you want to wait for another 10% down. If this market could go up 5x, some of these miners you go 5x. Don't get too cute with it. Of course, I said that going into March and was fully in, right? But even then, I was able to sell some of the, like Franco Nevada, which didn't get hit hard, and then buy some of these miners that were just like Kirkland Lake. Somebody got it at $19. I got it at 25 or 21. So who knows if it's the bottom or not? It's always good to have some cash, but pick some of these companies out and look at their financials, and they're cheap. And that's what people should be looking at. Are they a good buy right now? And they are.
The other aspect to that line that people forget too is, because I'm on the junior side. I'm at the bottom of that totem pole when it comes to producers, developers, and then explorers. And people get frustrated oftentimes that the companies further down the totem pole aren't moving when metals prices first start to move. And that's normal in every cycle. As the funds start to, especially the generalist funds, start coming back into space and they pour their money, they will always start with the big producing companies until they see those values start to become, they're not going to get their gains, and they work their way down. The weird thing that kind of happened this last year though was it kind of on that totem pole, it skipped over those mid-tier companies. It went straight from the producers and them going up, and then it came down to the junior space out of nowhere for a while. And when our company hit a high in September, and then on that second lockdown fears, we got, we've came off, 50% down, I think, or a little bit more from our high. But you saw that run earlier last year where it was just that junior producer or developer didn't get much of a lift at all. And all of a sudden it went from the producers who had a great lift, were hitting all-time highs. And then it came down to the junior space, and people started playing in that, which was unique compared to most of these cycles.
Yeah, and Rick Roll was upset about that. You could tell it's not supposed to happen that way. I wasn't positioned.
Do you guys want to dust off your crystal balls for a little prediction about Monday? People want to know from each of the panelists what you think is going to happen on Monday. let's start. I don't know who actually shows up where on the other screen, but let's start with you, Steve. If you want to dust off your crystal ball.
One, because of what we talked about earlier with the news release going
Oh
on.
yeah, no. So,
I'm hopeful, but also fully expecting Monday to at least bring some sort of a rebound. I think today was a dramatic sell-off. You've had some rebounding happening, I guess, late in the day here. But when you see that kind of sell-off, at the end of a month, and you're stepping into a new month on Monday, I would expect that you see some form of a rebound, and hopefully, I'm surprised and it really rebounds strongly and maybe starts pushing higher than when we started today. But we'll see. But definitely a rebound.
Cool. Rob?
Oh, in terms of the actual price of silver?
I think you can take that however you'd like.
Okay. I predict, and this will be a safe one, that people will continue to buy a lot of physical.
I think that's a safe one too.
I think where the price is set basically in the futures market, essentially, I think they learned their lesson from the end of January, February. I don't know if we'll get the same pop this time. So I think they may slam it down with a bunch of paper, although that will come, Monday when they can do that. Over the weekend, we could see a nice little bump, but, and this was foreshadowed with Jeffrey Christian coming out and saying he thought it could go to 32. So if there's anybody that may have inside knowledge as to what the bullion banks are doing on the futures market, it may be Jeffrey Christian, who just may represent their interests. So you could see a pop, a couple of bucks in silver. I don't think it'll stay there long. I think they're going to try to keep smashing it down. So, the numbers we saw today.
He said a day or two when he was talking about it bumping up. So he kind of telegraphed that as well.
He's telegraphing that, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if it does, but I think they'll smash it back down. But with the with the amount of deliveries we saw, on the first delivery day for March, I think we're going to smash potentially delivery. For the last 5 or 6 months, we'll smash records because it's been a couple thousand months. I think last month it was like 2,000 contracts, and there was like 1,100. So I think it's going to be really big this month.
Do you think they're going to need to make the chart bigger like they did last time because it literally wasn't enough room on the chart?
Yeah, it's pretty funny the way they do that. And the volume is going to be very high Monday. I anticipate Monday and Tuesday, probably both. You'll see just a lot of settlements, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 contracts of silver, at least probably on Monday, I would expect.
Thank you, Rob. James, do you have a Monday prediction? It could be in any realm your crystal ball is looking.
I'd say it's a higher % chance we go green on Monday in terms of a rebound. I'm looking at the 1 year chart of silver, and I mean the biggest sell-off I see is the beginning of the COVID, and that was obviously a deflationary panic in the market. I'm not sure we're having a deflationary panic yet in the market, and it's possible we'll have one in the future, but typically when that happens, you'll see spot fall and bullion prices stay or, roughly where they are. And so it goes back to kind of my suggestion about the way people are doing this. You want to have bets that have long-term time decay, and you have to have a longer term vision. So, Monday, what happens to me, who cares? My bets, I have a medium long-term time frame. So I don't care. If it goes down, I'll buy more. I mean, that's how aggressive I'll get. So that's my attitude about it. I would say it'll probably go up. That's typical. It usually bounces after a sell-off dramatically like that. But like I said, the bigger picture is what I just said.
Thank you, James.
Mm-hmm.
What about Jim? Crystal ball time?
Yeah, I get a bold forecast. It's either going to go up or it's going to go down.
What?
But no, I agree. The silver squeeze is the best thing that happened to me because I've been trying. I did all sorts of options, back testing and stuff. I was deep into options and just glued to 1 minute charts all day long. And silver squeeze started, and I was like, I haven't looked at a chart today. I don't care what the prices are. I care what the flows are doing. So that's why I'm looking at PSLV inflows. What's going on in the physical market, and the price will follow. So I have no idea what's going to do on Monday, but I've set myself up with a SLV hedge against my deep in margin PSLV position that I got because I put a thread on Wall Street Silver saying upvote and I'll buy PSLV, and they upvoted it so much that I had to go deep into margin. So I pretty much was forced into having some sort of downside hedge, and it worked out well today. I sold some of the puts and have some cash to buy PSLV with. So
is the PSLV challenge still pressing on, like with new energy towards it?
I think there's a lot of the people that kind of kicked it off. They're still doing it. Like I forget the guy's name. It was maybe William Middlecop. And yeah, they're just still buying. You know, they wanted to get some enthusiasm going, spread the word. And I think people are just still buying. I have seen people do a post where still do some of those posts, and it's still hashtag still floating around.
Yeah, because I'm still seeing them, but it's hard to know because I'm already following lots of them. I don't know if they're being retweeted or if they're still doing it. So I knew you were kind of monitoring that one. So
the funniest thing was I went onto Wall Street Silver and there was a post, hey guys, PSLV challenge, go follow this account. This account follows everybody that's doing the PSLV challenge, and you can click through everybody doing it in about a minute.
Nice.
So that was cool.
Real quick to jump in there, I saw William, what's his last name? It's Middlecoff, I believe. And he said today he put 250,000. I think he's reallocating to PSLV, and the price fell again. And what did he do? He went and bought another lot of 250,000. That's what you do. You know, when you have a long-term time horizon, you see the price fall and you say, I'll add to that position. Thank you very much. So just to reiterate what you were saying.
Chris,
guys, I'm going to jump out. It's been an absolute pleasure. Chris, thanks for having me on.
Rob, thank you so much for being here, sharing your incredible knowledge on this day where, I don't know, I wouldn't say one of the more vile, disgusting felonies the banks have committed. I mean, there's a lot of competition, and really should lump the ESF in with that too. But thank you for being here and being really a beacon of truth and integrity. If only Congress could find goldsilverpros.com on the internet. Thank you, Rob, and go do your thing, and we'll keep it rolling for you.
All right. Bye, guys.
There. Bye.
See you, Rob.
I think I'm going to jump off as well. It's going to get loud in this house with my kids coming home from school here early anyway. So.
Well, bring them on the show, Steve. They actually, I mean, if we're really going to provide a bunch of role models for Congress and the presidential office, obviously children before they've been distorted with Keynesian ideals that they're teaching, but I think they're in great shape there with a really wonderful father. Steve, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. I think we first meet at Silverfest, but really impressive what you've been doing. And I think people are going to be hearing a lot about Silver Viper. I'm excited that we're going to be sharing more of what you're doing coming up on the show. So welcome back on in, and we'll look forward to seeing you again soon.
Chris, yeah.
Have a great weekend.
Take care. We'll chat. I know we're going to chat next week.
All righty, Steve.
You guys are doing a great job. Everyone keep stacking.
Pleasure, Steve.
Thanks. Chris, did you come because you wanted to tell us what's in your crystal ball?
No, I came because somebody said the magic word silver miner options. And of course I'm listening in the background and, you know,
can't contain yourself.
Well, I heard about the silver miner options. I wanted to kind of like one up James Anderson with my silver chalice over here, buddy.
Nice, dude.
Although, James, I have to say our video, was it Monday night? I was talking to Ma today. That's my favorite one we've done on the channel yet. There's been a lot of fun stuff in the past month. The first time I told Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan my feelings forcefully on the show, I guess that was maybe 4 weeks ago tonight, or 3 or 4 weeks ago. And then there were a couple of those calls with Rob. Yara, you remember that one that we did on his channel and then we posted later, where it was an interesting experience. I mean, maybe that was when things were sinking in with what was happening that week. I remember finishing that and it was just like stepped away, and not break down in a negative way, but it was like, you know, if you've had like a journey, a boulder you've been pushing uphill, it was just like releasing some emotion of just because it was like, of all this stuff that, you know, where you've been labeled conspiracy theorists for years, and, you know, and you get used to that after a while. I mean, like, I'm cool with James Anderson. He flies in his flying saucer he takes to work, the SD bullion and all that stuff. But what was so beautiful and special, especially with the Wall Street silver and Wall Street bets, to whatever degree they're involved, it was like it all came to a head because then the banks, to control the price coming out of that Sunday night, January 31st, they had to do their only move, but they had to do it while everybody was watching. And I mean, we've been having a field day, and I don't know. I hope for anyone who's been watching the show for a while, this comes across clearly. Maybe the first part, I don't know, people know. I mean, I grew up with a ton of negative energy in my life, and, you know, my quest has been to undo that. So, you know, I've focused. I know, you know, I don't need someone to watch over me. I know, like, when I do something that's not in integrity, we're the ones who eat that pain. If it's like, I don't know, if people really saw it the way I see it, like, they wouldn't be stabbing each other, the things that happen. I mean, they're the one who ends up eating that guilt. So I don't, you know, I really have made an effort to change my life and focus on positive things. You know, but I think there's, I don't know, it's like, I wonder, like, at some point when someone's in the middle of committing the crime, and to the degree that, you know, I took it as, Yara, I told you that you should be proud when we saw David Jensen posted something that some London media, newspaper, bigger website is sitting there questioning what Jeff Currie said. That was, I mean, maybe not a physical crime, but look at the impact money has. I mean, when there's people who commit suicide because of money issues, there's companies, there's people who are like slaving away. Look at all the crime that happens because people generally are scared or fearful. And, you know, I mean, people are working 2 or 3 jobs around the clock. Half the time don't get to see the family. And it's all this stuff comes from the money. And that's, you know, and it sounds like, why talking about silver manipulation or this or that, you know, what's the big deal? But I don't know. It is a big deal to me. The same way that when last week, you know, I knew I was going to be fine with the power thing, but when I'm hearing that people died on Tuesday, and I know there's people who are without power longer than I was, Wednesday it's getting cold, I'm thinking, come on, guys, you got to turn this on, because it sure sounded Enron-ish. And, you know, there's, sure enough, the power doesn't go on, and you see, like, I mean, there's some of this stuff isn't right, and you know, it's, I mean, Yara, you've seen some of the things I've struggled with, and there's a side of the struggle that most people have no idea about, because when, you know, there's stuff that is hard for me, that was what I grew up in, where people would take their stuff out and make it uncomfortable for others, and I have no interest in doing that. So I have no interest in assassinating anyone's character, but these things are affecting people. It's I don't know. I mean, maybe you could say, I don't know, maybe it's been going on since the Roman Empire before. And, you know, I don't know, but at least the time I have here, that's what I choose to do. And seems like it's falling apart now. I mean, the Fed went down this week. Let's see if, I don't think CNBC has been covering this. It's amazing. The Fed went down, and I don't know, people in the mainstream can pretend there's nothing to see here, get Frank Drebin to slide some missiles in there. Or let's see what we have here. Dow drops more than 460 points to end losing week on rate fears. At least they acknowledge that there is a thing called the bond market, but nothing about the Fed, no research. And I mean, this in the Wall Street Journal, isn't that what people watch and read the most?
Yeah.
But Warren Buffett's letter is coming out, so everybody is waiting for that, Chris.
No, but this is what, yeah, well, let's print money. And really, Jim, you've met Dr. Paul, yes?
Yeah, spent a lot of time with him. Yep.
You've met Dr. Paul, the one person who actually fulfills their oath. What would he say about this? We're here, would Dr. Paul not say that really the greatest threat to our country is that this currency has exposed us to 8 million different things? Yeah, you have these other issues, but it all starts with the financing, and look at how this is sold here. House set to approve Biden's like it's a hero that he's giving out free money. Yeah, well, if you're get to play the role of Santa Claus while you put it on somebody else's credit card, that's a nice deal, and you can make it look good. What do you think Dr. Paul would say about this? And again, I'm sorry I'm asking to speak for him, but just someone who has seen what a man with honor and integrity actually looks and sounds like. And that's why I feel as passionately about this as I do. But what do you think, Jim?
Well, I mean, all this traces back to the creation of the Fed, and it enables this. You know, without the Fed, they couldn't be doing this. And you said something about like our greatest threat, and a lot of people talk about China and how, you know, they might do this and this and attack us or whatever. But there's a number of quotes from Chinese generals saying, you know, we don't need to do anything you know, to defeat the United States because of what they're doing. And unfortunately, that's true. I mean, you know, with the debt to GDP that we have and the money printing that's going to be required to continue to pay in increasing deficits, that it's sad to see. And you know, Putin's over there laughing at us. Russia, meanwhile, has very, very little debt. They're stockpiling gold. They're selling off their U.S. treasuries. China stockpiling gold, and it's tragic. I think we can come out the other side of this much better off, thanks to, you know, the awakening of people like what's happening now. But it's a shame that he wasn't listened to more than he was. But he did awaken, you know, a lot of people. And as I go into Wall Street Silver and introduce myself, they're like, "Oh yeah, me too. I was a Ron Paul supporter back in '08." And that's where a lot of people learn this. And Larry Lepard talks about this. There's kind of a curve, and when you hit this certain threshold of awareness, it can grow exponentially up to, you know, the full population. You know, until then, you've got a small group that's talking, everybody discounts them until you reach a critical mass that starts to get people's attention. They're like, wait, I know a lot of people that are saying this. Maybe it is true. So I'm very hopeful that we do the right thing. Well, we, the people, do the right thing. I'm not hopeful the government does, but I think we will.
Well, there's no hopeful about it. That's what's beautiful about what's happening. The people are doing the right thing, but in terms of awareness, where is the currently elected politician that's sworn an oath to serve this country? Where's the awareness that here's Vladimir Putin laughing at you? Any administration. Here's Clinton's, Bush's. Here's Vladimir Putin laughing in your face. In a statement about the news, Mr. Putin says his country is finally free from the icy grip of the Rothschild banking cartel and the New World Order cabal. Where's the Bush family's comment on that? Where's Joe Biden's comment on it? Where's Nancy Pelosi's comment that the big boogeyman it's like if you grew up in Russia in the United States in the last 40 years, we're supposed to see Russian people and dislike them. There's our government promoting racism against Russia.
I tell you that frustrates me. I went to the Soviet Union in '84 and '86 and took 6 years of Russian, and, you know, got my belief in free markets from seeing what communism looked like, right? And, you know, my Russian teacher predicted that they would collapse within 20 years, and they, you know, 10 years later they did. And the best thing we could have done at that time was to make friends with them very quickly. Instead, we kind of stood aside and waited. And I'm not saying Putin's a great guy, but the Russian people are great people. When did they become our enemy? Did they attack us? I don't remember that.
You remember that back in the 90s, though. You had like the PNAC documents and all these people hell bent on like, oh, now's our chance. You know, the United States can become the hegemon here, and we can pincer in Russia and China in the next 10, 20 years. So let's go out and blow out all these Middle Eastern states that were former Russian client states. Let's blow them out, right? So let's go through the names, you know, Libya, Syria, you know, you just go on and on. All these people, you know, fleeing to Europe. Why do you think they fled to Europe? Their entire state just collapsed. I mean, it's been going on for decades, and like it's a very myopic and short-sighted thing, because we as regular U.S. citizens pay the price for these short-sighted ideas, the thoughts of empire, and how we're going to compete against Russia or China in an aggressive fashion versus more of I think a more wise fashion. I think is what we could have done, but instead we chose violence and coercion as per usual.
Yeah, it's an interesting. It's a lot of military people that get it because they've served. And people keep thinking some of the things we do is the military. No, I think it's less than a quarter, less than 25% of elected representatives in Congress served in the military, which is actually a really low figure. So it's not the military people are the ones that pay the price of things.
Totally. They're not the ones actually dictating policy. I'm talking about Pentagon, like the way that the Pentagon thinks and the way that they plan out things. It's rather myopic in my opinion. I mean, we have been living in a fading Western empire here for decades now. And China and Russia, their power have risen in the last 2 decades. They attack us asymmetrically in various ways where we don't even know what we don't know what's happening. Our costs of what we're doing, like think about the policies that we've had. Let's suppress the commodity markets for 2010s at least. Let's have a huge influx of funds into our financial industry and, gap out the stock bubble and the bond bubble and whatever else bubble we have. I mean, that has a cost though, eventually. Eventually, China's the ultimate commodity eater. They're going to be the ones probably eventually discovering the price. I mean, it's not going to be the COMEX, NYMEX in the 2020s, later in 2030s. Who's going to be telling you what the price is? It's going to be Shanghai and Singapore telling you what the prices of things are.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a good point. This kind of empire nature of our country. I mean, everybody likes their country to be the best, right?
But we have this exceptionalism that's just it's actually delusional.
May I make
being the best, but it's eroded the middle class. It's hurt the working class. It's hurt manufacturing, and it's made Wall Street rich. But that doesn't make a strong country.
I was looking at a graph about high net worth investors. In 2011, there was about 35,000 estates. Now in 2019, last one I saw, over 90,000. So you almost had a threefold in the amount of $50 million estates in the United States. The middle class hasn't gone up threefold. That's for sure. And the idea of like China, I looked at China, they're the second with the largest. They had 5,000. Now they're almost at 20,000. So they're mimicking a lot of what we do. But that goes back to my point about difference between high net worth in the United States versus China. China, you step out of line, you disappear. You can be high net worth in the United States still and have a pretty good First Amendment right. And so much you can go on CNBC and say anything you want and get another billion or two if you like. So a little bit different.
Well, in terms of what you mentioned a second ago, this idea of being the best, which I get it, man. I don't know, maybe that's because I grew up in the U.S., but why is it so important to be like the best in the sense of better than everybody else? What about if they were going to be the best? How about the best teammate or the best leader or the best partner, rather than the way the U.S. government and banking establishment creates something that here, I mean, okay, so let's assume for a second that they're all bad people there. As silly as that sounds. Fine. Your biggest adversary is saying Vladimir Putin. James Anderson, maybe you can comment. I know you've talked about a cartel and people say, well, what's this guy, the lunatic, talking about? Vladimir Putin now said that stating total independence from the worldwide banking cartel. Now, I don't know if this is an exact quote that he used the word cartel, but I don't know.
What he's going after is not to be told or dictated to in terms of anything. He wants to have sovereignty. And to have sovereignty, what do you have to have? You have to have a very strong bullion position, and you have to be able to trade with people who are not going to double cross you. And so I would expect Russia will continue to be trading with Asia. They're going to continue to grow with the entire old Silk Road. They'll develop in the next 10, 20, 30 years. The only thing they have to shake off is in Russia, I've never lived there. Jim, you could comment on it. I mean, I don't know what it was like after it collapsed, but from what I hear, it's not the bastion of freedom and fair things. So there's probably complexities going on with what happens in their country. But their leadership is extremely nationalistic, and they've been very intelligent about the way they've gone about things the last 2 decades.
Yeah, well, not quite like the Bush-Clinton cartel.
Yeah, I mean,
but
it's been a clown show the last few decades.
It's just like, it's mind-boggling in the sense if you see the people in the Bush-Clinton cartel as what they advertised, that these are people genuinely trying to help the country, versus I think we're seeing the exposure of not just the banks, but none of this stuff has probably been real for a long time. It's just that we've been conned into believing it. I keep thinking about how the MK Ultra, just the stuff that even the CIA acknowledged back in the 70s, if they were doing that back then, I mean,
sure, perception is reality.
We're seeing these things, and it's fortunate now people are able to spot them. And
the amount of propaganda when you live in the United States that you have to be inundated with every day, it's pretty mind-numbing. It's only until you maybe go and live in the sticks and stop watching TV for a while does it dawn on you, holy, I was ingesting a lot of stuff that was not true, and so it is what it is. It's just the way our culture is developed.
Yes, although on the positive side, thanks to the inspiration of those Reddit rascals, let's pull up a quick note in case anyone of the CFTC is watching. So maybe, and I'm going to put some silver into the pot on this one. Yara, I don't know what you have at the Denver division of Arcadia headquarters, but let me stop the screen share for a moment. We got this baby. Oh, it's very nice royalty coin, Queen of England on that one. Nice aristocracy and a bird flying around on the back of this Canadian coin. I'll throw this in the pot because we're going to pull up something glorious. Oh, this will be the CFTC coin giveaway, because these great, people that the CFTC has decided to investigate in the face of rampant bank corruption, which would sure make it almost seem like, based on what you've seen, you would at least wonder if there's some connection between their lack of regulation and then when they are investigating people who are doing their job for them for free, no less. Actually, I believe anyone in the US, you're the CFTC's boss. So anyway, great idea here, these billboards. And there's a Kickstarter. Yara, have you seen the GoFundMe in here?
Yeah. Last time I looked, it was over 7,000, I think.
Wow. It was only 1,400 when I looked first time.
Yeah,
well,
it's going wild.
Right. But how do you get back to the main? Oh, there we go. Is that like okay. Learning how to use Reddit. Thank you.
Oh, you're showing your Reddit weakness there, my son.
Yeah, well, I'm like kind of on that. I'm on the borderline of being one of the old guys, You
need to get in there, pal. You need to get savvy.
I try to bridge the gap between Andy Schechtman and millennials.
It is a gap to bridge.
To your credit, Chris, you have been on camera for like 8 hours a day or whatever for the last however many days. Not a whole lot of time.
Publicly on YouTube for like.
Do you want to see the coin that I want to throw down?
Yes, although where do I find a link to the our billboards?
It'd be pinned.
I thought it was pinned. Or you can search at the top. Just look for billboard. Or I can find it and drop it in the chat.
Well, I think this is good for other people that are new to. So what would I type in? How would I find our billboard thing?
Billboard
so
challenge.
Probably a question other folks might have, or maybe not, and they can just bear with me. How do I find that, somebody?
Search billboard challenge, potentially. That's what I believe it is.
Oh, we got a show result from. There we go. All right. So now I know how to do that, and
that's why I'm a low grade mod. Like I can find the thing.
So where is the one with the GoFundMe link? Because for everybody watching at home, I bought my friend Joe. I'm trying to get him back on the show. It's wild. My good friend Joe on his birthday, of all the presents he could get, February 24th, the Federal Reserve's banking systems go down. Guy's a big mining stock fan, and the Fed exposed themselves as a complete fraud. They are right on his birthday. So we're getting him a billboard in Philadelphia. Although, Yara, can you find the GoFundMe link so you can perhaps send that over so we can check in, see how that is looking? Oh, maybe we can look at a petition to ban JP Morgan in the meantime.
I put a link.
Oh, Jim just dropped it in the chat, Chris.
Alrighty.
Thanks, Jim.
So we're going to get Joe. Joe's in Philadelphia, but I feel like, you know, sometimes you got to just recognize special behavior like at the CFTC. So I will throw in this Queen Elizabeth silver ounce right here to perhaps someone, Yar, maybe you can pick a winner if you see any good billboard slogans in the chat room that you like. And this will be, oh, there's the GoFundMe link. Oh, look at that. Un momento. Have the right link now. But yeah, so if anyone has a good billboard slogan for a nice Washington,
Throw them
D.C.
in the chat.
Location, Jim, what would you, if you had the chance, and maybe you do, to place a billboard right in front of the CFTC's office in a location they just can't miss because you want to express how fond you are of the way that they've betrayed their oath of office, since you actually put your life on the line to serve for this country, didn't you?
I guess you could say that. I guess I would rather focus on positive messages versus, you know, saying how corrupt things are, et cetera. And I donated to this, and I've tweeted to urge people to donate to it. And I said, hey, I'll donate some more if you put silver is money, you know, hashtag silver is money on there. Because I like Silver Squeeze that kicked it off, but we also want to get the message out that silver is money and get people to start using it as money. This reminds me a lot of the Ron Paul days. There was a lot of viral efforts like this, crowdsource funded. The money bomb was the big one, like $6 million donated in a day. That the campaign didn't request. It's just self-organized. Some
Happened on
they came up with the idea.
November 5th, 2007.
Blimp, the Ron Paul blimp, which was
Yeah, it definitely has that similar energy.
And Jim, I do really appreciate what you're saying. Thank you for that reminder, because yeah, focusing on a positive solution forward, I think has to remain, or it doesn't have to, but that's what I do my best. You know, maybe every once in a while I get carried away a little bit, but I appreciate you saying that. And here we have, this is less than 24 hours, over $6,600 already raised for billboards.
Wow, that's great.
We did hear from someone in our audience that does billboards. I don't know the first thing about placing it out on billboards. But again, what I think is nice is that people are pledging money. There's a discussion going. And now there's, wow, look, it was 34.9 a second ago. And a couple new people joined the Wall Street Silver group on Reddit, which I certainly am a fan of and post in there when I can. And I think this is great, where, you know, we see all these movies and the stuff reported in the media. And normally when the government gets out of control, it sadly gets violent. Yet here, I'm honored to be a part of this, and the way people are expressing themselves and using the truth and just having fun and being creative. And that's why, I don't know, I just planned on interviewing Bix today because I thought what he reported was stunning. And then it kind of, as we're going along, I mean, rather than people tuning in at CNBC, and we'll see how long we go today and who else joins in, to have a place where people can hang out, have fun, and we'll continue taking a lot of questions. Although James Anderson, I don't know if you touched on this before, but curious what your thoughts are on, given everything we've heard from Goldman Sachs in the past month, that they issued 2,900 contracts on day one.
Yeah, that's below the 3,000 threshold that has just been doubled. It was 1,500 before, right? So just under the line there, Goldman Sachs. Nice work. yeah, going back to your prior point, like if you're going and you're battling up against these people aren't creative at all, right? I mean, that's one of our great weapons we can use is creativity, humor. You know, when you're going up against forces like this, these people don't have a funny bone in their body. They really don't. So we should exploit that and continue to clown on them and have fun.
And James, actually, I know you've been keeping track of some of the memes. Is there any of those perhaps that we have rights to and we could show now? I can pull up on the YouTube.
I'm gonna have to go through it right after I get off this call because I gotta start my update for the evening. Let me see if I got anything.
Oh yeah, what's coming up on the SD Bullion channel tonight, buddy?
You know what? It's kind of a process that has to happen organically. I have to kind of focus in on curate on what I've seen for the week and try and razor sharp it down to something that's of value to people. I'll show you.
Give us a scoop after this particular week. What are James Anderson's themes from this week?
When I walked in here, you know, it's to remind people like the derivative price painting that happened today. You have to remember, you have to have a longer, medium term, you know, timetable here. Do not get leveraged. Do not get over leveraged. Do not think that tomorrow it's going moon. You know, it's just kind of this is a bullion war. This lasts a long time, lasts all decade. So settle in. This isn't going to happen in a month. It's not going to happen in a year. It's going to take years. Okay. And so that's, I think, the idea is that settle in and when they do these price derivative paint jobs, take advantage, you know, get bullion, get your PSLV to place your bets, whatever you're doing, but just keep it in a proper positioning and in a place where you're not going to get hurt by doing the wrong things. Let me show you real quick, Chris. This one made me laugh. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Are you keeping an eye on our chat window? And for some great billboard slogans. I got a silver.
I'm looking for them. I've seen some ones that made me laugh, but I'm not sure they'd be the best on a billboard. Like the ETFs are the shorts. I snorted, but I don't know if that's like the perfect thing for spreading it to people outside of our circle. Yeah. So I'm looking for awesome ones. So keep putting them in there, guys.
So this one made me laugh. When I originally saw it, it was just with the box was red. And so I just didn't care. I just quickly threw SLV on the box so people can kind of take, you know, from the physical action of stuffing paper.
That looks like a handsome billboard right there. I mean, why not have some, why just text? I don't see why we can't have some nice visual.
Oh, yeah. We need to get the best of the best, the most creative meme makers to come up with some really good billboard ideas. But they're out there, man. They're out there in spades. And I see them every day and I just crack up. So, yeah, it's a pleasure to go through the meme. You know, it's like a joke. It's you go to a comedy club or whatever, and there's people, you know, sometimes it's amateur hour here and there, and you'll hear a few jokes that are kind of not that good. They fall flat. So that's the same thing with memes. But if you go around and you go after the 100+ like arrow ups, usually they're 95% are pretty fun. They're usually really interesting.
Chris, one thing is, you know, I said positive message. I didn't want to discount all the great work you guys do and you do on highlighting the corruption. It's incredibly important. It's just that's not the face you present to new, you know, people you're trying to get. So I think focusing on the aspect of silver as money first, because people understand that money printing is going on. If they know any bit of history or know somebody that has history, they know that silver was money and is, you know, can be money again. And, you know, that gets them hopefully buying silver and, you know, for their own benefit. So I think for any sort of outreach billboard kind of program, it ought to be a positive message and something that tells them what action, you know, helps them take action kind of thing.
It's just like Milton Friedman said, it's the all-time money of the people. I mean, I'm not quoting him perfectly, but he gave silver that. I mean, it may not be the ultimate banker money, but it's definitely the all-time human beings transacted in silver over thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It's what caused globalization. You know, it funneled through Mexico before the United States was even a country. I mean, it is the actual money of human beings. So it's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. We know that inherently. It's just a question of waking that up in people. And I think you're spot on.
Yeah, it takes about 30 seconds to have a conversation about this with people. It really does.
Yeah, give it, especially if you put it in their hands. And people always love it. They're like, And you don't forget that. It's a very cool sensation.
Yeah, and Jim, I think that's a great point because, especially in my marketing studies, it gets confusing when you look at the way most corporations market, where they have, lovely images and stuff, but very rarely a call to action or a clear do this, here's why, which is, at least in my studies of people who actually are successful at marketing, they generally incorporate those principles. So perhaps in terms of a billboard, maybe some mix of something that, some degree of catching someone's attention, yet also, and again, I guess you can test multiple things, but whether there's a direct call to action, or perhaps maybe you could have one where it's like, hey, if you want to buy silver while you still can, call this number, or, a less direct form, yet still that could, maybe if you're not telling people what to do, but you give them a question that they can't not think of, like, why are so many people buying silver right now? Just leave that. And maybe if you have a website address somewhere that it's like, then it's almost like a secret, like, oh, if I go here, or like a puzzle, maybe if you made like something that you have to search a little bit, but not too much, or maybe even just asking a question like that. Why are so many people buying silver? And then silversecret.com. And then you stack the deck with, all this stuff.
You put them down a funnel that gets them buying the right thing.
So anybody listening live, feel free to comment. I'm going to take a look at those while Jim, please continue.
Yeah, I've talked to Ivan, who's organizing this, organizing the funding campaign anyway, about having some sort of a landing website where these billboards would draw people into it. Because if you just get dumped onto Wall Street silver, it's a little overwhelming to first with. So something that's got a history, kind of like Golden Ventures Silver Manifesto, similar content as that, but then also here's some steps you can take, kind of thing. I think that would be great. Well, yeah, it would be great to say Google blank and Google Silver Squeeze, and if we can get Silver Squeeze to be the top, or the website to be the top hit for that, but that's a little risky because they can play search engine.
People will front run that with ads, etc.
Yeah.
And so you'll have crooked coin salesmen there.
Silver, find it if you can. I like where we're going with that. I don't accept your dollars here. I just made that one up, but it popped to mind. So yeah, keep pumping them in there. I haven't seen the winner.
I got silver. Not to toot our own horn, but I love got silver.
Got silver, yeah.
Well, I mean, that certainly we can get a billboard for that. It seems. Does anybody have any idea how much a billboard goes for?
I think.
Good question.
It's going to depend.
Anybody in the chat room, if you can, maybe someone at home can Google how much a billboard goes for. And in fact, well, with a little creativity, I would say we have an unlimited budget because, I don't know, I talk with Yara and others all the time, how fortunate I feel that I get to do this channel and just talk about silver and have fun with it. And we have sponsors now. So look at that. We crossed 6,700. Let's see if we can get to 7,000 before the top of the hour. Only $298 away. And I'll tell you what, for whoever, is there a way to tell who is going to cross us over? Well, either way, I'm going to
find
another coin. I'm going to leave
in chat, Chris. I don't have it. Or here, I can get it.
James, I'm a little slow on my coins. What is this one called with the queen on it?
That's silver maple leaf, maybe. Yeah, it's a falcon. So it's a silver falcon coin from Royal Canadian Mint, I think.
Okay. I was noticing yesterday, I actually bought some silver from SD Bullion. I tried pumping your name there, James, when we paid our order, and she was like, yes, okay.
Yeah.
She didn't seem impressed by name dropping.
Yeah.
But I went to got some stuff from JM Bullion, and actually, oh my goodness, maybe I'll pull up my current shopping cart. I was looking around APMEX today. Some of these coins are beautiful, and I mean, because even all the time that I've been following silver, I don't know, I just say like, hey, I never, somehow until yesterday, I've never spent that as much time looking at the beauty of these coins. And I have a bunch of them sitting around my desk right now. Maybe I will take my backdrop off for a moment and show. It's just, and I think that's why there's something beautiful about actually getting it in your hands, and it's just stunning as I'm looking.
Other thing that's fun, Chris, is, you know, I lived in Toledo for a bunch of years working in SD bullion, and on my ride home, I'd go by the Toledo Coin Exchange, and I would go there often just because it was fun. Like, it's, you go in there, you never know what you're going to come out with. And I still have a piece from Pamp Suisse that I have on my keychain. It's sweet. It's, you know, what they call a Currie piece. And it's just a really nice little, you know, 20-gram piece that's on my keychain that always reminds me.
Nice. This is a 1.5 ounce. There's a bear or a dog on.
Like a wolf, I believe.
This is 1.5 ounce. I know Andy had mentioned those before. You definitely do feel the difference in the weight. Just like a nice solidity to it. Actually, I'll show you a few other coins I got. And here is the rainbow coin.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a nice gift that he sent you.
Yeah, although actually a little note about that. I was so excited.
Oh, you got an invoice?
Apparently the box I got, that was what I'd ordered from JM Bullion. And I was just so happy because he kept telling me, he's like, Chris, I sent you something. It's coming today and you're going to love it. I still haven't gotten his packet yet. And actually, here's a funny story. So I go and make a video about the complete wrong package. Although fortunately, Andy's like, you're going to love what I send. So I'm waiting all day for the mail. Then later on at night, go downstairs. There's a package. I'm opening it up, and I get
there you go. That's sweet.
Wine.
That is sweet.
So here is the Cabernet Sauvignon.
That's nice.
And Yara, maybe you can pull up the GATA website there, and if anyone wants to make a contribution to GATA, who even has their own wine.
Beautiful.
I'll tell you what, if someone makes a sizable donation to GATA to support the fine things that Chris and Bill have done, I will send you a case of GATA wine on me. Here's the red blend. I got a nice 3-set. And Yara, were you excited to get a text in the middle of the night as I was discovering this, finding out that the kind folks, give me a moment, I'll go find the name, but they have offered to make the Arcadia blend.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I was excited. Late night texts are always iffy. So that was a good one.
Hey guys, I got to run. Meeting the wife for dinner, but I have the numbers. I just tweeted out the plots for them that I have code that generates it automatically for today's PSLV and SLV. Let me find it again. But PSLV added 400,000 ounces, which I was thinking they might not have added any because you couldn't see any down spikes of the price, and we traded at like 2.5% premium. So for them to add 400,000 ounces is outstanding. SLV 1.86 million ounces outflow. So
good bit of selling then. Makes sense.
Yeah, but PSLV keeps adding and traded at a real hefty premium. So
right.
That's outstanding.
Well, Jim, have a good dinner with your wife.
All right, thank you. It's fun being on.
Fun having you.
Thanks for being here today, Jim. I appreciate that. And we'll look forward to having you back on soon. And we're going to continue raising money. We're going to see, we got 2 minutes left to see if we can get to 7,000. Oh, we're $10 closer. So now only $288 away from getting some new billboards out into the world. And let's
the link
see.
in the chat.
So, and on a separate note, here is from Faye J. Durant Winery. Let's take a look if we get the website here. These are the folks that make GATA wine. Faye J. Winery in Texarkana, so not too Anybody know, is Texarkana near Austin? Yara, any idea on that?
I have no clue.
Let's see if can find Gata wine right on the website. And all right. Well, anyway, there's this site. So that was kind of them to send me this bottle. So I still don't know what Andy Scheckman has actually sent me, but I'm finding out that when you it's amazing how much more fun having 10 coins that you actually take out and leave on your desk and have some fun with. So here's another one. I guess this is Birds Among Nature Chickadee. Nice silver coin there.
Oh, that's pretty.
James, I was excited for an order I placed at SD Bullion. I have some interesting coins coming on that one. They make for great gifts too, I've found.
Really? Which coin do you recall?
Well, I have one that I'm not going to tell the name of in case anyone in particular is watching, because that would be a present for somebody. But James, and I do have a book. I think I signed your copy of the book.
Nice.
A big silver short. So anyway, it's been fun just sending out presents, sending out silver coins, and we'll find if someone gets us $288 higher, I'll throw in some silver that way. I'll pick another coin on my desk to give away. And Yar, perhaps while I'm doing that, you can see if we have any more questions. That's right, folks. It's Silver Talk Radio Live. So ask your questions in here today. And
drop questions in the bottom of the chat, guys. It's too fast for me otherwise. So new questions.
James, do you have any questions today, sir?
No, but I'm not going to be, I've got to be bouncing pretty soon, get after it. One other point I was going to mention, I did see somebody say it in the chat. I have to reiterate it. The rumor about there's being a huge short on PSLV is not true. It's only 0.7%. So I'll have to cover that in tonight's update, because obviously the misinformation is still out there, and my little tweet about it's not getting enough volume to get people to understand. So I'll have to cover that tonight.
Yeah, and actually, James, I pulled up your great page here. Obviously, it's your decision, but would it be okay if we watched your great video about JP Morgan live on the air here?
Well, yeah, you're talking about the long one? I have a shorter one if you want to hear a shorter one.
No, I want the 60 minutes one.
No. There's a 2 or 3 minute one that I cut out for Twitter. It's 2 minutes and 20 seconds, actually. And it's top notch. It basically puts Jamie Dimon in perfect light.
Well, I'll be honored. Anything you'd like to share. So you be the DJ and tell me which one to click on.
All right. Actually, if you go up in the YouTube search, just search JP Morgan, James Anderson, and it should come up.
Not association.
Not in the general. There you go. Because it should be on my channel. I can't get that aggressive on SD Bullion's channel, but I can certainly do it on my own.
All right. Well, which one are we looking at here?
And put gold in that. Put gold in the search too.
In the meantime, I have a fun question from Carlos Danger. Is Jeff Currie valuing near Earth comets in his silver valuation as a need to hedge for that amount? Do you think the comets count, guys?
Say it again.
Does Jeff Currie counting mining comets in his silver valuation as
it's
being
totally possible? You'd have to ask him. So I mean, it's when he adds up. If you start going down the rabbit hole of like, I'm going to add up all the mining shares, I'm going to add up all the futures derivatives, I'm going to add up all the local London derivatives, I'm going to add up everything. I mean, Bloomberg in 2014 claimed the silver market was 5 trillion in size. I mean, 5 trillion in size. Okay. And then, they say it's 5 trillion in 2014 when spot was 20. And then Jeff Currie gets on TV and says, what? It was 700 or whatever. I mean, so it's a question of what are you talking about? Can you be more explicit? Okay. We don't have, I mean, people get on these interviews on CNBC and they have like 4 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
Actually go into the complexity of this, you need 30. So I understand what he's asking, and it's hard to say because he doesn't tell you.
Well, Jeff Currie wasn't being specific on the terrestriality of
the
Oh,
silver.
he was talking about silver deep in the mantle thing.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we had a good time clowning on it. But that's the point, is that it's very nuanced. You have to know all the layers that you're talking about. So yeah, Chris, let me try and find it for you. You can go ahead and cover the show for a minute. Let me see. I'll find the link for you.
All righty. And I'm going to take a look in the chat window if anybody has any questions they'd like to get answered. I see, how can I think I just bought a few shares of PSLV to get skin in the game, but how can I trust that Sprott does in fact hold that silver in their vaults? I think that's a fantastic question. And let me pull up the PSLV site. And I guess the simplest answer, get to know whoever it is that you're going to hand over your money.
Yeah.
I know there's this, maybe that's Wall Street's influence of just saying like, hey, give us your money and don't ask questions. I mean, I don't have money in PSLV. So
I did today, by the way. I put my money where my mouth is. So I was very happy about buying today.
Of PSLV, James?
Yeah, and the reason why I did it is because it's totally accounted for in terms of they have regular audits. Eric Sprott's been in the game for a super long time, super trustworthy. I know the Sprott family personally. They're not. This is not some fly-by-night thing. They're in this to win this, and so they're very trustworthy. The fact that you can redeem 10,000-ounce lots, the fact that every person I've ever engaged with from the Sprott company is a class act. They've all been professional, straightforward, honest people. That's why. I mean, my personal experience has been a very, 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 very good fund. And so for me to tell people, silver bullion is what I buy and PSLV is another option, I figured I had to go some PSLV, so I had a firsthand clue of what the hell I'm talking about. And I did it today and was happy about doing that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, again, I don't know, or actually I do know a lot of people from Sprott personally. I feel a lot more comfortable. The biggest difference to me is like the name on it. I guess that's as simple as you put it. I wouldn't touch SLV. And certainly, I've looked through, I have seen their audit here. James, do you know where we can find that on their site?
No,
perhaps we can pull it up.
On the site, you probably have to go deep.
I've seen it before. I know Kinesis, you can find the audit. I even called the darn iShares and they couldn't even find the audit.
No, Sprott will have it on their website. I haven't looked on the website exactly where, but they do have regular audits and they probably document it on their website. There, probably
annual inspection form. Are you seeing the audit anywhere here?
So multiple languages. It's investor relations. Hey, Chris, I sent you that link, by the way. It's in the in the chat.
Alrighty. Well, anyway, to answer that question, I would go through, before I would send money, I would read through this stuff. I know some of it's the legal language, but, or watch channels like James where, he's spending his time figuring this stuff out. I find it interesting. People say, well, if this stuff was really happening, how come nobody says anything about it? Well, people are saying things about it, and
that's cognitive dissonance. I mean, it's such a large, huge, so holistic thing that's happened. It's hard to believe it's happened, but someday it'll be obvious. It's kind of like the London gold pool or some other fraud that went on for a long time. And then later on, you learn the truth of it.
I agree. And I get it. And that's why I do my best not to go around calling people sheeple or whatever, because they, I remember there was a time I didn't understand it too, but the stuff is out there. It's like, everyone just giggles, it's like, look at Bill Murphy. The guy's been talking about this stuff for 20 years. And everyone gives him crap about it. I mean, I even heard someone say, well, Bill Murphy said for years that after silver went through 21, it was going to explode. I'm like, are you looking at the same price chart I am? I mean, that's exactly what happened. And maybe that's just part of it and how it goes. And it's certainly been a learning process for me, accepting that maybe you're not meant to please everyone, but
Yeah, Chris. I mean, if you're going to be out there outspoken, you're going to have some thick skin because people are going to come back at you.
And yes, Yara, you can give Jim the link. Would be great to have him in here. And James, would you like to set up what we're going to see in this video we have coming up here?
Totally. This is the 2-minute and 20-second video I made so I could meme it on Twitter whenever I wanted to embarrass JP Morgan. This essentially is cut up from a 60 Minutes interview that was done a couple of years back, and it was happening during the RICO lawsuit where they were being charged for being racketeers in the precious metals industry for roughly 10 years of time. And so they
would have been banned if something like that happened, right?
Or they would have been fined a very small fee of the amount of billions that they made over the time frame. I mean, one good trading day, Chris, and for JP Morgan, they make $1 billion easy. Okay, like a waterfall effect if they have it levered right. Easily make a few $1 billion. So all they did was get fined $920 million. The one thing that I do hold that they're roughly 4 or 5 of the worst actors are still in trial right now for federal prison. That's what they're facing. So we'll see if the actual agents of the fraud allegedly end up getting thrown in prison. We'll see. You know, I'm not as cynical as most. Most people are cynical. They think they'll walk. I'm not sure that's true. I don't know the evidence that the prosecution has, but they're still being prosecuted. It's been delayed because of COVID, but that is happening. I'm sure their lives are not as nice as they once were. So anyways, this video is this reporter who doesn't ask any real questions. Leslie Stahl wouldn't get an interview if she actually asked Jamie Dimon any real questions. So that's why you know it's easy to mock.
James, I feel like you're holding back.
No. Go ahead and play it.
The notion that I'm not a patriot or that some of these other folks aren't, that's just dead wrong.
Late last year in early November 2019, CBS's 60 Minutes show did a puff public relations piece for the CEO of the world's largest global systematically important bank. Here we see 60 Minutes interviewer Leslie Stahl as she interviews billionaire on paper Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase.
This is vast. This is the heart of the bank's empire. Little trading is done on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange these days.
Every day, we deal with like 10,000 clients, which include governments, central banks, mutual funds.
And wealthy individuals, including about half the world's known billionaires, an exclusive club that Jamie Dimon himself belongs to.
Money every day.
Rebutting this over 10-minute interview's lack of acute questioning of the megabank's CEO, a man who many financial experts argue is a white-collar criminal operating in open public, both Pam Martins and Russ Martins of WallStreetOnParade.com wondered why 60 Minutes never asked Jamie Dimon the following questions. Which one of these is the precious metals trading desk that was charged by the U.S. Department of Justice for having run a criminal enterprise for nearly a decade of time this past September 2019? Where's the trading desk that was criminally charged by the Justice Department in 2015 for rigging foreign exchange trading? How about the trading desk that admitted to the European Commission that it was part of a cartel rigging the interest rate benchmark known as LIBOR? Or the trading room floor where the London whale traders blew a $6.2 billion hole in the deposits of JP Morgan Chase's insured bank by gambling in derivatives in London in 2012? These are just a few questions worth wondering as the U.S. Department of Justice continues its racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations prosecution against now 7 former long-term JP Morgan employees, compromised of the precious metal trading desk head of JP Morgan and other underling precious metal traders. If you are a silver bull who has been saving silver or other precious metal bullion products for the long term, chances are high you've been hearing about JP Morgan's involvement with the global day-to-day price discovery of physical precious metals and especially silver bullion for now over a decade of time.
Well done, sir. And you touched on it a little bit before we played that clip. Do you know what is happening with the guys that are still ongoing? And is there a case still open or where does that stand?
Yeah, so on YouTube, on SD Billion's YouTube channel, if you go under the community section, the last post I did was a headshot of the head leader trader, Michael Nowak, and his charges pending. And so you can see his face and, see what he's charged with. And you can also hit the link and go see in detail what the others are charged with and who's representing them. And you can call the people and ask questions, do whatever you like, and have at it. I mean, I leave it there because it's in the public domain. And yeah, we'll see if those guys end up getting any, you know, if justice is served, if the if the evidence actually merits them being served, you know, prison time. We will see. But I also do polls because I just want to know how cynical everybody is. And I think I got like 65 responses, and there's like 80% people just like, nah, they're gonna get to walk. And like, I don't think people really realize how corrosive that is. Like, to have people thinking that way about society in general. Like, the rule of law is just out the window. I mean, yeah, it's bad, man. You have a situation where people's faith in the institutions is as negative as that. It's not good, man. You know how long it takes to get that back? It takes multiple generations to get that back.
Yeah, and welcome on in, Jim Lewis.
Hey, Jim.
Hey.
Silver Reddit group. I think along those lines, something that to me is a little bit not sad, but maybe that's the opportunity to change, is the way people have given up hope in many situations. I see these comments like, well, why do you even bother with the CFTC, or why even bother trying to do this or that? You know, the banks are always going to do this, the government's always going to do that. Maybe they will, or maybe they won't, but gee, that seems like a tough way to live where, yeah. I don't know, James, I think you've made a heck of a difference. And I don't know, I get messages, people feel I've helped in some way. Yar, I know you've been a part of this. And Jim, I think you've made a big difference. And yeah, it's maybe not easy in the beginning when, you know, for Bill Murphy, when there was nobody wanted to hear it and you just sit there and get beat up over it day after day. But you know, you don't get to the point where it's where it is now without that. And I don't know, it's like, I don't know, maybe I'll be sitting here for the next 40 years saying, look at how they hammered the price today. And I can't believe but I don't know. What's the alternative? Just say like, all right, I'm just sit here and let people steal and live in a fraudulent world. Anyway, what do you got there, James?
Oh, that's it. That's the screenshot. It's in the SD Bullion YouTube's community section. If you go there, it's the second post. You got to go down the fold a little. But it's for former alleged Rico Suave JP Morgan criminals still face federal prosecution. I give the link to the prosecution files, and there's multiple tabs there. You can find out A, the names of these people, B, what they've been charged with, who's representing them, and then you can also see all the court days, what they do in, you know, day to day. And this guy, he was on the LBMA board of directors, and he was a co-head of the JP Morgan Precious Metals desk. And I believe he lived in the United States, so he's under U.S. jurisdiction. The other co-head of the JP Morgan Precious Metals desk is a guy by the name of Sid Tipples. Sid Tipples was also on the LBMA board, very illustrious section. And LBMA immediately kicked both these guys off their board when this happened. They were disgraced once again. And Michael Nowak is charged in the United States. It's facing these, you know, what he's facing right here on the, you see in embezzlement, securities fraud, fraud by wire, etc., bank fraud, conspiracy to defraud. Look at this one: extortion, racketeering, and threats. Nice. So the LBMA got embarrassed. Both these guys fell off their little board. One's in the U.S., this guy Michael Nowak, and the other, Sid Tipples, is in lawless London. He totally got away scot-free. He left JP Morgan. Now he's got another job, probably still in the precious metals industry. I see his face on LinkedIn. It haunts me every time I see that guy's grill piece, the fact that he's out in the public domain and not facing any charges for what he did. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not like, you know, it's not like I'm bitter or anything, but like, you know, it's like if I saw that guy in a bar, whoo, that'd be fun. You'd
buy him a drink, right?
Oh, I'd give him an earful. It'd be fun. That would be hella fun.
Maybe, Jim, as we welcome you on in, I'll give you this question. I heard Cliff Hyde talk about something to this effect once that always stuck with me. I know some people don't get him. I find him incredibly fascinating and brilliant in his own right. But he mentioned something to the effect that maybe we'll have a choice of vengeance or moving forward. And I don't know, maybe this will or won't play out, but to the degree that just interesting thing to think about.
In vengeance, and meaning the shorts blow up and they take a financial hit, just from,
No, I mean in the sense
or what's the sense of vengeance?
To really get the best outcome for the country, it's like, what if you had to make a deal with someone who's done horrific things, but it's like, hey, you know, if we need knowledge they have, or to get them to stop, we say like, all right, you know what, we won't put you in a jail, won't have everybody beating you up, but tell us what we need to know so that we can go on and live as real people.
Sounds like a plea deal.
But what do you feel about that? I mean, and I guess that's something. And I think Jim Forsyth, who was on a little bit ago, you know, I don't know if that's what he meant to say. At least that's what I was thinking. Where, yeah, you know, there's, you know, a time to poke fun at the bankers and so forth. But I realize at least what I think is most important for me is keeping my eye focused on this card that I leave on my desk as inspiration each day. How will I be better and even more effective at freeing the silver market today? Not Jeff Currie making some funny jokes. And I think part of it is that when you involve humor and point out the silliness of all these things is a way of getting the message across. But I don't know if somehow it became clear to me that, hey, just stop talking about Jeff Currie is the most effective thing to bring about integrity of the silver market. That's the only thing I have an interest in. And so, I mean, again, Jim, I guess the question, what if people have that choice on some level, or maybe even just thinking about it, where is the goal to have Jamie Dimon in jail or to have integrity and go on and live our lives? I don't know. You ever think about that at all?
Well, I don't have the same sense that I don't personally feel any need to get revenge or anything against any bullion bankers or the banking system, or, you know, a lot of people on Wall Street silver, they seem to want to stick it to the system. There's that element of it. They want to stick it to the system. They want to blow up the system. I mean, I don't feel that personally myself. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't feel that personal sense of I want revenge of anything. I mean, all I do is if they're willing to subsidize it and drive the price down, great. I'll buy another monster box from SD Bullion. Thanks a lot. I actually sort of deep down hope the price does drop a little bit because I don't want to pay what the current prices are. But I mean, they're subsidizing us. If they want to drive down the price a little bit, they're subsidizing us right now. All right, I'll take your subsidy. I'll buy a little bit more silver. I'll buy a few more silver miners on the cheap before this happens. And I'm just going to keep doing that and loading up. And eventually the raw numbers of supply and demand in the silver market are going to force this issue. Yeah. Silver mine production is in decline globally. Mines are dealing with worse and worse yields of silver ore. And there's only and you're seeing that right now in the tin market and some of these other metals that are just blowing up because they can't control them anymore. The raw shortages are just taking over, where to the point where just paper games cannot control these things anymore. And that's going to happen to the silver market also. And I don't know if it's this year or 3 years from now or 5 years from now. I don't really care. I'm going to keep loading up and I'm going to be ready. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I think, just to reiterate on the thing, it's multifaceted. I think the motives, but it's for different individuals, different things. So you just gave us as a market perspective, and it makes total sense. You're basically talking in terms of this is an asymmetric bet. It looks like it's setting up where your upside is going to be very good and the downside is very limited. But it's also a little bit of like, we don't live in a free market at all. Like there's really very little real price discovery, and we've kind of bastardized our markets. And so I think that's also one of the hopes, is that maybe we'll actually get to see some free market price discovery for these precious metals coming up. And as well, it's the question of like, how many years of corruption can you bear on your own soul, and how many years of corruption can you take, and it doesn't corrode the society or the way that people look at the society and the way that people think of things. So there's a whole bunch of reasons. And this happened. This goes back to like the late 1800s. We had a situation in the United States where You know, their silver got demonetized in 1873, and gold was essentially the only money that was being used. And the people out west who had debts mostly had silver, and they got foreclosed on. They didn't have gold, and it was expensive for them. And so the bankers got more market share. You know, it sounds kind of like what's been happening the last year or two. Okay, it's just happening at a faster rate right now. So this is simply history kind of rhyming. But with the technological spin and the fact that we can talk live like this and communicate so much.
You know, another thing is here we are complaining, and we're right now at between $26 and $27 an ounce for silver. I go back and look at the past 6 years. We were range bound from from around 13 to 19 or maybe 20 for 6 or 7 years.
Oh yeah, totally.
That was there at some point, and you gotta think that was their upper limit. The powers that be, the bullion banks, they did not want this thing going over 20. Oh, yeah. Whenever it got close, they blocked it.
Oh yeah.
And at some point, and it was the virus and the stimulus that just made that no longer viable. It blew through 20 and went straight to 30. Right. And now here we are playing around in the upper 20s. So at some point, these things get beyond the control of the people who have an agenda.
Yeah.
They could no longer keep it below 20. That's just not even viable, even with the paper games. And right now they're trying desperately to defend 28.
Yeah.
And I gotta think, you know, it was a 3 trillion stimulus back in March and April of 2020 that blew the lid off of $20 an ounce. Mm-hmm. And here we are. We're about to get, I think the House and the Senate vote. I think the House was scheduled to vote today on another 1.9 trillion stimulus for Biden. And I've already seen reports they've got another 3 trillion coming. This is going to blow the lid off of $30 an ounce. Back to Chris. Sorry. Just wanted to finish that.
No, I didn't. I apologize. I interrupted you again. Although I was just curious if you thought Jeff Currie would consider that a significant inflow.
Oh, what the
1.9 trillion? I mean, he had a different metric of big and versus small, as I did.
Yeah.
Where he thought those like 110 million ounces are just a small drop in the bucket. Although, look at this.
Oh, almost there. 7,000.
We're at 6,972, and I have a special announcement. Yara, did you see the message?
No, where is it?
Our email. I know everyone at home can't see this, but it's been a really special month. I mean, for me personally, just seeing the way the channel has grown, all the people who are supporting what we're doing, loving silver. I got a call the other night from my good friend. I will leave him nameless because I don't think he'd mind being mentioned. But we do have someone who is a new sponsor to the show. We've gotten a lot of people asking about this company in particular. And a good friend of mine represents them. And Arcana Silver, a new sponsor to Arcadia Economics. And looking forward to having them on the show. And with that, I am going to slam dunk the basketball on this one. I'm going to hide the screen for a second in case there's anything that I'm not ideally wanting on the screen here. But you saw what, Yar, what number was it just at?
69.72, I think.
Let me look. Yep, well, almost $7,000.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
Who wants to bet an ounce of silver?
69.97 right now.
Whether we hit 7K before the end of this show. Who wants to play? So anyway, Jim, continue with that said. I'm just gonna check baseball scores in the background here for a moment.
Are we turning this into the Chris Marcus telethon for billboards? It feels like.
No, this is what, if it's any sort of telethon, it would be the free people of the silver community. So
yeah.
Anyway, Jim, for anyone who didn't catch the show last night, would you like to share a little bit about the Wall Street Silver Group? And you know, I can understand when people in the mainstream, obviously, when they hear stuff like Jeff Currie, can be confusing. Similar, when they see CFTC is investigating the Reddit traders, I can understand people being confused and not sure whether is this a safe place to get involved. So what could you say about that?
I think, I took it from when I heard that CFTC is investigating Reddit, I think that was more aimed at Wall Street bets more than anything else, not Wall Street silver. You see how they called some of the people from Wall Street bets to testify before Congress. That's clearly their aim, is what's going on with GameStop, AMC, and those meme stocks that are the focus of Wall Street bets. I don't really think their attention is focused on silver so much, because silver's, we're a bunch of guys who buy silver in retail stores, and we buy silver miner stocks. That's not their focus. Their focus is what's clearly going on with these gamma squeezes and the stated intentional manipulation of stocks like GameStop. I don't think the focus is at all on Wall Street silver in terms of Reddit.
They did publicly tweet something about SLV, and they were investigating and concerned about that, didn't they? I was like, just two weeks ago. I had to go double check it. But
well, I wish they would investigate SLV.
But you know why they did it? It was like this scare tactic to get people to stop bad mouthing SLV. People probably were worried, thinking in their head, I know I was. I'm like, have I ever said anything that I could be in trouble for? SLV it's kind of a sham, but I don't think I've said anything crazy.
I think we all have very strong First Amendment right protections to say whatever we want in terms of our opinion. So I'm not worried about that. Sure. And I haven't done a trade in SLV since April of 2020.
Right.
When I had some options, some call options on SLV. So it's I'm going on 10 months since I've even touched the options for SLV. So, I'm not at all concerned about anything I've done on SLV. Sure. And I'll share my opinion. I don't care what they say, and I'll defend it. And I've got deep enough pockets to defend that with a lawyer if I need to. So bring it on.
I'm not mess with your stack. I love it. Although Jim, our audience has heard me talk about my option trading on silver quite a bit, and I would say, while prefacing this with clearly not investment advice and very different from owning physical silver or even a mining stock. This is definitely in the speculative or trading range. And don't take anything. Don't do this at home, kids. Consult your financial advisor and all of that. And with that said, before I toss it over to your thoughts on option trading, Jim, Yara, I believe you're taking a break. You need to get some tacos and margaritas, I hear.
I need tacos and margaritas. Cheers.
Right.
I'll be back in a little bit. It's been fun hanging out with you guys. And
Yara, just before you go, I'm going to embarrass you a little bit on the show, just so that while you're getting your tacos, you know that I'd asked you to, when we were doing one show a day, I was like, it'd be nice if we could get you to record Kranzler or Andy once in a while. And, you're a little nervous, which was nice. Although I didn't even plan this one. Maybe Niddle set it up. But I may have already emailed your dad with a screenshot of how you were moderating a forum with 6 silver experts in, hey, I don't know, it's just my opinion, but I left Wall Street because I think this will in due time be known as the greatest shift in financial history. And I'll bet your dad will be proud of baby girl, who was leading a conversation, just called into the action and did what was needed at the time it was called for. So anyway, I'm really proud of you, and thank you for all that you've been doing and helping our channel to get to this point. And with that said, go get some tacos and a couple margaritas too, just to be on the safe side.
Oh yeah, I'll be even more fun when I come back. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that so much, Chris. It's been really fun being a part of the channel, and it's exciting to get to create a space where we all get to do fun things like this together.
Giveaway announce, homework assignment. This, well, I guess we're partners in this business, so I can't really order you around, but I will go on strike unless you give away an ounce of silver before you come back.
Okay, I still haven't
pick one. Show the audience which ounce you will take with you and give away in a random act of kindness.
So I'm going to give away this. And this is because of it's got the Liberty Bell on it, and it's all about freedom. So
I will give away this Liberty silver 1 ounce coin.
Well, that is a beautiful idea. Although, Yara, I know you're getting hungry, but I'm sorry, you got to hang out one more minute.
Okay.
Because not only are we above $7,000,
Oh my God.
$7,507, all geared towards getting Silver's message out. And yes, I know people have said, instead of just billboards, can we mix in social media advertising too? And the answer is all of the above. So let's have a round. How about our panelists? We give a round of applause for the community of people who are responding in honest, peaceful fashion, standing up for what they believe in and doing some great marketing. Yara, go get your tacos.
Thank you. I'll be back soon.
Well,
Hey,
we
Yara.
appreciate that. And Jim, let's get some option trading.
Hey, wait. I got to bounce too. Let me cut in there. Say thanks to you guys for being here. I got to go.
Silver James, thank you.
What's your show?
Before Silver James
Sarah.
leaves, I just want to mention I invited him on before. He said he had about 15 or 20 minutes. He's been here for 3 hours. So thank you, James. Appreciate all that you stand for. And give us again, let me pull it up here. What do we got coming on the SD Bullion channel tonight?
SD Bullion YouTube channel. We're going to cover price action from the day and just kind of how to take that in, how to think that through, how to digest that. And as well, we're going to squash a couple of rumors that happened this past week. Probably go through some fun memes and a few other things that I'm not going to divulge just yet. You're going to have to tune in.
Do it.
All right. And James, will we be getting perhaps an update of the order flow that you guys are seeing, and just any idea of that? Hopefully you could toss in a note or two.
Yeah, I likely will, just because it's interesting, and I know there's people out there who are patient when waiting for their orders, and just to give them some insight and clearance or insight into what's happening, I'll try and do that best I can.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for being here and for dedicating your life, all the things you could have been doing on the planet. You spent decades standing up for honor and freedom, and I thank you for that, sir. And
Oh yeah, appreciate that. Thank you, Chris, and all you guys out there.
What time is the video tonight?
Oh, it'll probably drop around 10 p.m., maybe 11, depending how fast I can cut it together.
Eastern time?
Yep, Eastern time.
All right, folks, that's SD Bullion on YouTube. This is James Anderson, and we'll see you again soon, sir.
All right, guys, have a good night.
Good night.
All right. And Jim,
What do you want to talk about?
I know what you backed yourself into here, but
Are we talking options?
I'm pulling up the option board, and I got a glass of champagne in my silver chalice. So,
Oh God,
I don't know if you're getting more than you bargained for, but again,
I love talking options. I don't have any right now, but I'll talk about them all you want.
well, that is even better sometimes. Look at Jim already laying out the idea of patience, especially in options. Jim, maybe we can take this a little bit into options, but also philosophy of trading. Because, I mean, if there's ever anything that's like, it's not like how many, maybe, having the body healthy is good in its own right, but there's not like a physical act to do. It's not like football where you can be stronger than the other guy. It's almost, I see option trading, especially where there's one hand, the very analytical, computative part. Yet I've found that as I'm able to trust my intuition more and more, the more you can trade something effectively, not recklessly, but effectively, without needing to have 100% proof, the better, the more that you really become to be able to do. Certainly in this situation, hey, if you wait till the price of silver is finally soared to buy it, it's too late. So anyway, Jim, any thoughts on that, or in philosophy of trading as we dig on into option land here in hour 4 or 5 of our show now, whatever it is?
Well, I've had some success with options. I but I found that my success was mostly due to luck, not due to any skill of mine. I happened to own a lot of puts in February and early March of last year on 2 specific stocks that were completely unrelated to gold and silver. And I was planning on something 6 months in the future, and the market happened to crash in March, and I got lucky. But then sometimes my timing generally is not good for options. That's why I've lately started to avoid them. Although net, I'm probably up over the past couple of years in my option trading, but I find that I lose money 70% of the time when I try to do options, but the few occasional big winners that I have gotten when I have done options have made up for, which I think that's common for a lot of traders. If you manage your losses well, you end up having more losers than winners. But if you manage it well, you tend to rise and be net profitable over the long term. Do you find this? Is that sort of your thought on it?
Yeah, I think that's very well said. Again, I'll pop the disclaimer from time to time as new people are popping in. Not licensed financial advice, but we are just talking trading. And in fact, I'm going to see if we can get Will McBride, who designed the Market Chameleon. Have you ever seen this site before, Jim?
Have not. First time. Well, I think I've seen it when you showed it to me the other day. That was my first time.
And this is built by Will McBride, who has been on the show a couple of times. I believe he was trading on the floor. Some of his guys were. Great site, though, that I like using. And to get back to your question, though, I hear people give all sorts of different numbers. I had to mathematically prove it with an angry trader fearing the wrath of God on my back, which the old trading days. But the idea that people say they like doing the covered calls because most of the time you win by writing the option. I do agree that the seller of the option wins much more than 50% of the time. But that's the thing, is that when you're selling an option premium, you know the most you can make, but you don't know the most you can lose. Similarly, when you're buying the option, you have unlimited upside, but it's like you're buying an insurance policy on something. And if, again, it's similar to what we saw in The Big Short, they were buying insurance on those bonds. The bonds implode and the insurance is triggered during that period, you can win a lot. I mean, maybe some products you wouldn't think of it as winning, but it would pay out versus, most of the time the insurance company. Now, hopefully they're pricing things properly so that in net they're winning more, they're coming out ahead. But options, like you pointed out, Jim, I mean, and maybe if you're, if someone's taking and there's all sorts of different strategies, but if someone's taking a long option strategy, especially in silver, sometimes, winning one or two times out of 10 can be incredibly profitable.
Exactly.
I mean, if you have let's say silver moved $5 in a week and you were long some mining stocks and they finally moved and released all that pent up energy, I would suggest is baked in the price there. I mean, you have something on there and you can, especially the way these things are priced sometimes. In fact, Jim, here's a fun one to look at. Here's the First Majestic Silver Board, which it's almost like I wonder if I've forgotten something or I'm missing something here. But January 27th, so I guess that was, so 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks and 2 days ago, Wednesday, January 27th, we have GameStop go nuts. Thursday, and tell me, I know you've been involved directly more with Reddit. Tell me if any of the timeline you disagree with, but I feel like Thursday, then after the GameStop move, there's a lot of chatter. People are like, oh, wait, there's a short position on First Majestic and silver. Then Friday, the silver, the 29th, I think the silver price was up about $1 that day. And yet everything escalated over the weekend, hits $30 Sunday night. And then Monday, the 1st of February, I think First Majestic, I remember seeing it as high as 25. Let's see what it shows up here.
That sounds right.
I don't think they're showing the high of the day there. Jim, do you remember seeing it about $25?
Yeah, that's about or in the high 24 area. Hold on, I'll check real quick.
Pull up the
24. It says 2401 is the high of the year so far. So we'll take that for maybe pre-market. It might have done higher. I don't know.
Call it 24. You see here, actually, look at that timing. The chart goes right back to the 27th. And if you go a little bit farther back, you can see First Majestic floating around. Here it's 1389. I mean, a thing a couple months before 10 to 14 bucks.
I owned it at 11 earlier in late 2020, and I got out of it. Unfortunately, I did not enjoy the ride up to where we are right now because I wanted to use the money on a different trade.
Oh, come on, Jim. You don't invest in silver to enjoy the ride. You invest in silver to make life a little interesting, right?
Yeah, right. But but at that time in January, I recall the short interest when everyone was talking about it was in the mid 20s. I want to say 22, 23% of the shares were short. And that's why it was showing up on the radar screen for Wall Street Bets. I mean, they didn't care about silver at all. They just cared about the raw, which stocks have the highest short percentage of the float. And that was the only reason Wall Street Bets cared at all about First Majestic. And I would say First Majestic ranked number 5 or number 6 in terms of awareness at Wall Street Bets during that time frame. They were far more interested in GameStop, AMC, and for some reason Nokia and a few other stocks that made no sense to be shorting because Nokia is primarily traded in Europe, and they were talking about doing a short squeeze on the ADR here, which had zero impact in Europe. They just ignored everything that GameStop was trying to do here. But that's what I recall from that time frame anyways, in terms of First Majestic's short percentage and why we were interested in it back then.
Yeah, well, fortunately, I remember it pretty clearly because we did a roundtable on what's up with the short position on First Majestic Silver on January 21st, which was a Thursday night. And then I remember, let's see, January 21st, Thursday. So that was that following Monday because I called First Majestics. It spiked up. I don't know if you remember that Monday of that week. It spiked up. I remember now. There was at one point where I think silver was down and all the miners were down, but First Majestic, I look and it's up $1. And I called the guys in the investor relations. I was wondering if there was news or something. It seemed out of line. There's Dave Kranzler tweeting out the Fed's balance sheet has shot up 153 billion since February 11th. All right. And especially this was following that we had done that roundtable. I'm like, well, that's kind of interesting. And then a couple of days later, you see this spike. We'll call it $24.
That was the day here. What now? January 27th. That was the Wednesday, wasn't it?
Yep.
Hold on.
Yes.
Yeah. And everything got it was the 28th, 29th, and February 1st were the key dates. Mouse over those for us, will you? They're on the. Yeah, it was that was everyone was, everyone was going nuts at that time. And then there probably was a legitimate short squeeze happening.
Right the hump, right
yeah.
there.
But it's over now. I think the last time I saw the short interest is down around 10% now on First Majestic.
Right. It went from 23 to 10%. And even despite today's trading where they just carpet bombed the COMEX, what a coincidence. Short percentage goes from 23 to 10%, and First Majestic is still up $4 despite, I'll bet the silver price here is this is probably with a lower silver price here than here even.
Well, I would challenge that. The January 20th, if you look at the silver chart, it does not look bad. When that silver squeeze started, silver was around 24 that week, and we're trading still 26.5 now. Silver's up $2.5 from when silver squeeze started. And that's, I sort of take issue with the media saying it failed. We didn't fail. We cleaned out all of the retail stores. We got a new generation of people thinking about silver, and we're up 10% from where we started. So it's, look at First Majestic. I think it's been one of the bigger movers in the for the month of February compared to where it started.
Yeah, it's certainly gone up quite a bit. And you are correct that here on the 27th, we have 25 and, let's call it 25, 20-ish. And, even despite today's theatrics, we have 26.50-ish now. So in either case, what I look at, this reminds me a lot of my first introduction to subprime while I was trading options in 2007 on the American Stock Exchange. You have these humps, which there was a reason this thing went up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that it's left to each investor or viewer. When it was going up, people thought there was a potential for a short squeeze. When it was coming down, maybe they thought there was less potential.
Well, I mean, also silver's getting hammered in those 2 days. Also, February 2nd, February 3rd, dropping from 30 back down to 27. So that probably took a lot of the life out of First Majestic, regardless of short positions at that time. I think First Majestic. Yeah, go ahead.
Took all the life out of First Majestic, but what I'm taking away, at least what I take away from this, is that all right, were the conditions that led for this to happen, have they been resolved? In that case, I don't know, maybe you think it's over, but I mean, here we are a month later. People have been buying the heck out of silver. I mean, they defaulted on the trust. They sent Jeff Currie out, and I think a lot of the people are questioning what the man said and pointing out that clearly something doesn't add up and make sense. Yet you look at the way the options are priced, they're pricing it. And that's why I think, if people even just, if they trade options but do it with some small amount of money, what you learn just from going through these experiences can be invaluable. Because I look back to when I was trading Countrywide Financial in 2007. Unfortunately, I hadn't been reading Austrian economics back then. I always wished I'd get a second chance, which seems like it's happening now. Because in February of 2007, that was the first time I'd heard of subprime, and it was the same thing. The market spiked up for a day, then came back in, and I'm guessing probably the banks were giving similar coverage of what we saw the banks giving the coverage of the silver market, saying, oh, there's nothing here. It's just, a bunch of message boards, this or that. Well, sometimes the message boards are right. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about the silver story, so I think the Reddit Wall Street Silver Group is spot on, but here's the thing. And then Jim, I'll let you share your comment on this. It's kind of like that Bayes theorem, conditional probability. If it came back in, but the reason there was a risk but if the house is actually still on fire, and they just said, oh, we'll just price the insurance like it's not on fire. That's what I look for when I'm trading options. And I don't need to win every time. But if I know that if I'm betting on a 1 in 100 shot, but I'm paying the right rate, I don't care. That's what a casino does.
Well, are the options still priced expensively compared to I don't know what they were before, back when things were a bit calmer. Are they expensive relative to where they usually are right now, the premiums?
They've come back in, especially today, quite a bit, where First Majestic, I'd say this is still a bit jacked, although we don't even have to just take my eyeballing it. Thanks to Will and the Option Chameleon site, we can look at the implied volatility. I'd say it's lower, but still high. So
well, in that scenario, would you consider selling that in anticipation of those calming down a bit more? I mean, wouldn't that be the correct play, or is that too high risk? I mean, if the premiums are coming down, why would you buy right now? I guess unless you're really expecting a breakout one way or the other.
Well, that's the reason.
Yeah,
it's like a takeover deal. Let's say the premium comes down, but if you think the takeover is really going to go through, then it's cheap. If the takeover doesn't go through, then it was expensive. It's like imagine if you're betting on a football game, and you know whichever team is going to win is going to win. We'll assume it's not a rigged game, but let's say
depends if Brady's playing or not, right?
Let's say that two teams are equal level, and they should be a 50-50. You know, if some guy says, "Hey, I'll sell to you at 25%," well, if the true probability distribution is 50-50 and you're buying it for 25%, as long as you structure your bet right, if you do that long enough, you're going to win money. This is simple math. Because, all right, if he's selling it to you at 25% on a 50-50 bet, that means you can play 4 times. You can buy, if you have $1, and it costs $0.25 to play, you play 4 times. But if it's 50-50, in the long run, you're going to win 2 out of those 4. And that means that you're going to end up with 50 cents. Get my payouts right there. That makes sense, Jim?
Yeah.
That's what a casino does. And if you're betting on, so I mean, you know, when the vol is up here, you're kind of betting that it has to go through. Although I would suggest that, I don't know, one of the things I've looked at, again, disclaimer, not financial advice, just what I am doing, is that sometimes when you have these days, I've almost started doing it blindly. Anytime I see, I mean, if you told me Ben Bernanke, you know, raised interest rates, stopped doing quantitative easing, and somehow the system held in check, and Congress paid off all the debt, and the dollar was actually not a complete Ponzi scheme, and that was why silver came down, then I'd say, all right, well, that's, you've changed the nature. But if it's just a bunch of frat boys hammering COMEX bids in clearly illegal fashion, it's not like I have, you know, couldn't think of anything else to do on the planet but talk about that. I mean, but that's why. That's how valuable understanding what's actually happening to me actually is, because, you know, if you understand the distribution even better than the next guy, even if you don't understand it well, but if you're pricing it better than the market is, whatever it may be. And that's why I can understand sometimes people may say, well, if I have sponsors or do stuff with Miles Franklin, am I being objective? I mean, I guess I know I'm my only goal is trying to figure this stuff out, because trading is a science that the board tells you when you're right or not. So,
well, did you see today, you know, in my Twitter today, everyone was talking about the 10-year bond going through the roof, you know, rising above 150 yield. And the whole discussion was yield curve control. All the, you know, when's the Fed going to do it? The market can't handle all this, you know, the rates going up. There's too much government debt. There's too much corporate debt. And at the end of the day, 10-year bond yields just crashed over the final couple of hours. And people are already speculating, have they already started yield curve control and just haven't announced it yet? And I wonder if some of that is coming into the pricing of what we're seeing today. I mean, everything was getting hammered today, but then at the end of the day, you know, everything sort of bounced back in terms of the precious metals. I don't know if you were watching that closely at the time.
We were broadcasting and watching it as it happened. You know, I had an interesting conversation this morning with a guy where he was talking about how rigged he's found some of these things, and was agreeing with what I've seen, that, you know, if you try and if you follow these markets logically and assume they're fair, they're set up to destroy people for doing that. That's why they're rigged. In fact, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, in a rational market that they're a fair, free market, that looking at the charts or seeing certain patterns of human psychology and behavior, I think they could hold. But everything I've seen in silver is that the guys pulling the chains, they know what these guys are looking at. I mean, they
can see that, they see where the stops
give them
are.
the research, and then they screw them, and they got caught doing it time and time again.
I think the market in silver, that all the bullion banks, they know where the stops are, and they specifically push for them. Isn't that what the JP Morgan testimony brought out, that they specifically look for those things, especially when trading volumes are low, and that's when they go after them. And that's when we see these violent drops at certain points during the early morning or late night hours.
All right, you did it, Jim. You're gonna get.
Okay,
oh, this time I'll play it. Since we're doing, we're already 5 or 6 hours into this call as it is, so give us a little break here, and I'll stretch, and we'll play. This is what Bart Chilton said. I'll share the full thing. Is
again, I appreciate you mentioning the spoofing. Curious, because my understanding of how some of the manipulation has occurred is that, if silver is trading $20.05, there's a lot of stop orders placed around the $20 handle. So often if the price can get pushed a little bit, then you get a lot of those high frequency algorithms kicking in, and then you'll see a drop, with many feeling that people kind of nudging a little are then able to buy lower. Does that sound like a reasonably accurate portrayal to put it in perspective to folks, or would you phrase it differently?
Well, it's a good portrayal, but it's a very good portrayal. But it's actually also a reflection of what I was just speaking about, of how trading has changed. So even back in 2008, 9, 10, maybe a little bit of 11, even when a lot of these silver trades and some gold trades were pretty suspect when you're looking at them, you didn't have high frequency traders in these markets like you do today.
Right.
And they're still not all over them, but spoofing meant one thing when it was, an average person out there, saying they're going to sell 100 lots of something and trying to tick the price up a penny, and then once it goes up, then they offer, half a penny.
Mm-hmm.
If they get it to go up a penny, they offer half a penny, and they make a half a penny where they weren't going to make anything. And then they pull back those other offers for a penny, right? So they say, I'll sell these things for a penny more than anybody else is offering. And the price ticks up, and a couple of people may take advantage, but then they pull back the offer real quick. And then they say, now I'll sell it for this amount. And they get a bunch of buyers. So markets are changing, and so you have these high frequency traders who are getting into more and more areas. And at first they weren't into futures, they weren't into commodities, but now they're getting into them, particularly oil, some of the larger trader T-bills, and they're getting into gold and silver. No less so like pork bellies and live cattle and stuff, but what they want is volume. High frequency traders, I call them cheetahs, not because they're like Boston card cheaters, but because they're fast, like the market cheetahs in the jungle, and they're trying to prey upon any little time lapse that they can see, but they got to have volume to make those changes, and they serve a purpose, the cheetahs, because they add liquidity to markets. So if there's somebody who wants to buy or sell, cheetahs will take them. They'll do it. They're just going to offload it one way or another in the meantime, and they'll be so quick that they're trying to make just little micro pennies in nanoseconds. So the difference in your description is that today, when a market moves because of a spoof, it can move a lot more.
So,
and he passed away. I recall you telling me about a year ago.
Yeah, it was. Well, this was. I guess it's 2 years ago now.
I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you were able to get that interview with him. It's really important information. I'm glad it's out there.
Yeah, I was incredibly grateful that that happened. I remember almost talking myself out of it, thinking, is this guy really going to be able to say anything? How would that all go yet? Really kind. I remember I was almost stunned where the guy gets on. He was like, I said, hey, I sent you a bunch of questions. Are all those okay? He's like, yeah, don't just ask anything you want. Really encouraging and supportive. And I played that clip right there because, Jim, if you change, instead of when he says, I think I said $20 or $25, I mean, if you look at $27 here, I mean, is this not, when you look at this price and volume, is this not exactly what that man just described?
Yeah. And it's really suspicious that it always happens after hours, isn't it? Or in the
I mean, it happens at all hours in silver.
Whenever I seem to notice, it's always early morning hours, our time, or really low. I'm seeing high volume right there, but in what would otherwise be low volume time periods, all of a sudden they come along and sell a few thousand contracts, and they just hammer it in 10 seconds. And I mean, who in their right mind would just all of a sudden need to sell a couple million ounces in the worst low volume period of the day? I mean, you would think a rational market player, if they've got to move a lot of silver, whether it's paper or whatever, they'd wait for when the market's open, when there's more volume and liquidity, where they're generally going to get better fills on their prices. But the way this price action moves in the charts, I mean, it looks like they don't care that they're losing money by driving it down with just insane volume, insane amounts of contracts during a low volume period of time. It blows my mind that somehow at the end of the day, that's profitable for someone.
I don't think it's profitable for someone. I've said many times that I imagine.
So who's eating the loss? When they go and do that and they drive the price down with an insane number of paper contracts, who is eating that loss? Because I don't think that that's going to be profitable for whoever's doing it.
Well, let me rephrase that. I don't think it's legally profitable, but let's say, I mean, that's why I was incredibly grateful that I got to not only talk to the guy, but lay out exactly, because I'd heard Andrew Maguire describe it. I've heard other people talk about it. Now I was trading equity options, which is not, is certainly relevant experience, but I've not traded futures day in, day out on a floor. So, I mean, I think anytime you're doing something over and over again, there's a different level than just, you can read about something and understand it. So, I mean, without the CFTC saying anything, we've always, it's like a poker hand, like, well, there's this clue, that clue, and that clue, and this is how I extrapolate it. But until Bart said that, it was always a bit of a guess, but he confirmed a lot of what Ted Butler is saying. He confirmed a lot of what I was thinking. And that was why I think it was so helpful and incredible that he said that. I mean, there's the part where he talks about JP Morgan taking over Bear Stearns' position. He talks about how in 2008, now he never explicitly said they took over a short position and made it shorter, but I think there's enough out there. And I mean, I guess, in the book, I asked people about it. I guess maybe you'd have to audit Bear Stearns' books officially to say for 100%. But I mean, again, that's where it's like, I try to do my best in phrasing things appropriately, but it's like, I can't tell you exactly who killed JFK, but I can say it probably wasn't just Lee Harvey Oswald alone. And, maybe I can get to, in my mind, like, if I can get to 80% on something, that can be enough, especially in option trading.
I've been thinking about this a lot from the standpoint of, there's got to be insiders at some of these banks that know what's going on. And as far as I know, if you become a whistleblower and you call them on this, doesn't the whistleblower get some portion of the fine if it's proven that it was accurate? I would think that if someone were really on the inside at one of these investment banks, you'd be and you really were like, all right, if they were unsatisfied with their career or whatever, gather the evidence, go become a whistleblower. JP Morgan just got a $920 million fine. I've seen so many whistleblower lawsuits result in the whistleblower getting a piece of the reward. Is that not possible here? Have you heard anything like that? Or am I just speculating pulling that out of my butt? I don't know.
One of those questions in the couple you just asked, I won't answer, but how do you know that's not happening?
I guess it would be kept secret.
When you're dealing with bankers and that type of, and not to say, I'm not trying to, not that everyone who works for a bank is bad. I mean, I did a summer internship at Merrill Lynch, and I mean, I'm glad I don't have to hang out with people like that. They're generally, not the happiest, well-balanced people, but I mean, it wasn't like that. Like it didn't feel like boiler room. I brought my mom there. I walked around. I mean, it seems that's the thing. It's like, if you do things blatantly, sometimes it's when you run into trouble, but it's when you disguise it as legitimate that really gets people confused.
Mm-hmm. Well, if I recall from a lot of that, the testimony of people, the people who were charged were in their confessions, they were stating this was normal. They were taught by the more senior people. They were brought up thinking this is just how it's done. Yeah. Were they even aware? Some of those guys, maybe they weren't even, if that's the only culture they knew, they weren't even aware it was illegal, perhaps. I don't know.
I doubt that. In my summer in Merrill, I never saw anybody like knowingly screwing someone. I mean, I don't know. You probably don't do that around an intern, but I mean, just look at how JP Morgan hasn't said anything. All right. On one hand, I guess some of these guys have a case ongoing, yet I don't know. I think it's just telling that they leave those guys out to roast and dry. I mean, that's what I'm getting at, is that the type of mindset to intentionally, it's like, we all have our learning. No one's perfect, and in high school you do this or that, or, maybe in your 20s, hopefully you figure a little out by your 30s or 40s or 50s. But I mean, it's like when you're just doing, some of the stuff that these guys, not even just JP Morgan, but the going and blowing up countries like that right now, you have the Federal Reserve going down, short squeeze, all the things happening. And I don't know if they're actually lobbing missiles in Syria. I don't know what to believe anymore, just the news. But the idea that the most important thing for the US government to do right now is go kill people somewhere else.
Yeah, that's
So you have people that have this kind of mindset that's based on crime. We've documented the crime in silver, and it's not like, where, hey, I'm going to make sure, it's like, Yara came along to this business. I mean, I'm giving my best information. Maybe if it turned out somehow I was wrong, I wouldn't disappear and say, hey, Yara, go answer all these people. I mean, I think it's right. What I can promise is that everything I've ever said on this show is my genuine, heartfelt opinion, and then I'm putting my own money behind it. But if it goes, bad, then, and I think that's what develops character. And that's what I like in other people. And that, not that everybody gets it perfect or the first day, but it's like at some point you do what's right. And here they just disappear. So yes, that completely sets up the at least from my studies of psychology or just looking at human nature, those guys turn on each other really quick.
Well, there are still some cases that are ongoing, right? There are several criminal prosecutions that are still pending. The strategy for most of those prosecutors at that level is these guys are looking at years in prison. Their lives are, their earning power destroyed. I would think that they would be turning on their superiors or offering up a bigger fish in exchange for leniency.
There are a lot of people who say that's exactly what's happening right now, and I would believe it. I can't. I mean, we hear all sorts of wild stuff. I don't know, and I find it one thing that I don't know. Not I'm learning not to get frustrated by it, but like sometimes when like people post the stuff about QAnon, I don't think that all of it's right, but to the degree that I see people that at least seem to genuinely believe something for the same reason people appreciate whatever I've been able to share about silver, it was that willingness to not just to investigate or ask the question. It's like, fine, aliens. I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's probably some life, but it's like there's these topics that if you even introduce them, certain people just shut down. And the more I've found, if you really want to find like, a great way to trade or find things that people are missing, just blindly, anytime you see people like just get completely emotional by bringing up a topic and they can't discuss it, fine, maybe that, this or that is silly and I'm a complete moron, but I'm not, my intention is to try and learn and show me, hey, maybe I missed something. And that in the same way, that's another mindset thing where it's like, yes, when I was younger and even more of a smart ass, like I would try and rub things in people's faces. But now I realize, well, wow, I feel genuinely blessed the way this is the most incredible thing that's happened in my life, that I get to be a part of what's happening. But if there's some guy that used to giggle when I would say silver and now he's like, Chris, I think you were right. And I'm like, no, screw you. You called me a conspiracy theorist. Go stop it. That's not. And that's what we were talking about before, where it's, do we want vengeance or to lead a free life of, and part of what inspires me and what I've dedicated the last 12 years of my life to doing this is that, think about it, Jim, it's like how much of the dollar's been like lost 99% of its values, or probably even far more than that if you weren't rigging the metals since the Fed's been invented, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So we have a lot of angry people ticked off because, they see some people living in towers while a lot of other people are struggling. But it's like, well, no wonder. I mean, before you even pay your taxes, you're already, whatever you're genuinely, however you measure, energetically contributing to the world.
Did you see,
99% of it?
The guy from The Big Short, Dr. Michael Burry? He goes by, his Twitter handle is Cassandra. He just wrote a very long thread on Twitter the other day about this very topic that you're talking about. And he was making the comparisons to the Weimar Republic from the 1920 to 1923 time period, about the people and the people who were getting extremely wealthy during that time frame, and other people who were becoming more and more jaded and upset and feeling vindictive, wanting vengeance against the system because they were not able to participate in the massive wealth gains that a few elite were experiencing in that time period. And I think that there's a lot of parallels to what you're talking about right now. A lot of people just had the sense back in 1921, 1922 in Germany, the Weimar period, that the system's rigged against them. And Dr. Burry, Michael Burry, he was quoting liberally from that time period and making the parallels to right now. He wasn't, not specifically to the silver market or anything, but what I'm hearing from you right now just reminds me of what he was just recently writing on Twitter. And I think it was summarized in a Zero Hedge article yesterday to clarify that and make it crystal clear. I don't know if you saw that or if that's what's got you thinking like this lately.
Well, I don't know. It's that I was like overdose on this stuff day by day, and I don't know. We meant to set up Big Short movie night last Monday. Did rewatch it about 3 weeks ago, but partly because everything in there captured, they didn't do a good job of capturing Wall Street. they crushed it. I
Yeah.
mean, the way they presented those characters.
Everyone should go back and watch that movie right now. I mean, it's. I think we're gonna have that moment with it. I don't know if it's this year. I don't know if it's next year. It feels like something's going to break, doesn't it? Do you just have that sense that something's already broken or it's about to break?
I'm not wondering if it's, again, I try to phrase things appropriately for people, but to me, it feels almost imminent. And you hear one after another person come on, and again, we factor in, they can change the rules. Clearly, things can get delayed, but I mean,
it's almost like they can't change the rules. The Fed is backed into a corner right now. They can't raise interest rates. They've got it. They can either save.
Janet Yellen's getting ready to go big,
but they sacrifice the dollar if they go big. How do they do both?
But that doesn't seem to matter. I mean,
yeah, I agree. It's not going to matter till it matters. I mean, it's going to matter when the dollar is no longer the world reserve
but
currency.
They're going to ride the brake until it matters, or the gas until it matters. They're not going to hit the brake. If they haven't slowed down if they didn't get it by now, they're like, Jim.
I know. That's the whole concept for why I'm investing in physical silver and my gold and my silver miners. That's my portfolio, 100%. I just told it to you. Physical silver and the miners. And that's all I'm doing, just because that's the only thing that seems to make sense in this environment. I don't see a way out of this for the Fed or for the U.S. government.
Jim, I don't think they're trying to find a way out of this. This reminds me of one of those Indiana Jones movies where they're they wear the badge, but they're just raiding the darn thing until it's gone. And with that banker mindset, I'll bet you an ounce of silver that these guys are like, well, let's get as much silver. Hopefully it blows up after we get our bonus.
I wonder, do the Fed people, do they have to I think people in Congress have to disclose their personal investments. Do the Fed board members have to disclose their personal investments in some sort of financial disclosure? Wouldn't that be interesting? Because that might tell you a lot of what's in their head, whether they really realize what they're doing and they're planning accordingly, or are they just totally clueless?
They realize there's some. I'm going to see if I can. If I bookmarked it? Somebody I met. He sent me this website. I think this is it. It's like you can look up, what like the congressmen and senators and Nancy Pelosi is buying. I think this is it. You can tell me if you've ever seen that. And there are people who just follow that strategy and they're making a fortune. I mean, if I weren't.
Well, Nancy Pelosi, I recall a month ago, Nancy Pelosi bought a bunch of Tesla calls. So those can't be doing that well right now.
Well, it depends when she sold them. You never know. That's why I left Wall Street, because it was I thought was fascinated by the metals, but it was almost like, what's the point of staying here if it's like, what's the point of like sitting on a trading floor if it's just like the Fed's going to print? I'm like, all right, I can sit. At least I can like lie on my couch while I decide that I know the Fed's going to print money, and the only thing that seemed to matter to me was that, geez, there's going to be one day where people are going to get it. And what would I most want to own? And it was silver.
Yeah. I mean, a year ago, I was more heavily weighted into the gold miners, and I've shifted more towards the silver miners just for, the more I've learned, I've gone more silver mining in all of my. Hey, there we go, almost 8,000. We're gonna hit 8,000 before we end up.
It was just like an hour ago. We were hitting 7,000.
Yeah, 6,700 an hour, 2 hours ago.
Kind of like, do you think maybe this will be the silver price one day? And we're like, wow, it's gonna hit 8,000 in the next hour or so. And
well, I already told you my shortage predictions for 2025 to 2030. So it would not surprise me if the silver price starts trading like the gold price does today.
You think silver will go Bitcoin, Jim?
Bitcoin? Oh, I don't know. It depends on. I mean, the chart could go vertical. I don't know if we're going to see 50,000 or those types of numbers, if that's what you're referring to. But I could definitely see silver before you and I die, trading four figures above 1,000.
I think let me qualify this, if I may. you know, maybe we would want to rank it relative to my slice of a price of a slice index. So, because there's going to be some point at which the number doesn't matter.
I mean, from dollar devaluation, currency implosion, that type of reason?
Well, it's like we were just talking about how these guys, I mean, I would say you're already past Weimar. Maybe that would be an interesting show to do if we're past Weimar already. I would guess we are. I would think we'd have to be if we knew the real numbers. But whether we're there or whether we're close, either you have to not you, but one would have to point out what is it they can see that indicates that if we're not there yet, that they're not going to get there. I mean, we're this late in the game. She wants to go big, so it's almost like they're going to guarantee that that's going to happen. Well,
isn't one of the biggest problems is
some part it doesn't matter what price silver is if you have cash in a wheelbarrow. That's why I've tried. That's the real mental adjustment. But I've tried as much as possible over the last 10 years to think like, hey, if I just have silver and it's hard when the price is manipulated, but that's at least to me the goal that I aim for.
Well, one of the problems we have right now is people believe that CPI is actually real. People actually take that number seriously. So how do we know that inflation is happening when we no longer really trust the numbers? I mean, I think you probably saw the tweet that was going around the other day where the Fed is now no longer reporting weekly on M2 and M1 numbers. They're now, it used to be a weekly update for M1 and M2. Now it's a monthly update and it's seasonally adjusted, which I think is code language. They get to play with the numbers under the hood. But as long as I'm at the point now when I'm seeing all these games of the numbers reporting, it's tough to even take any of the numbers seriously that the government's reporting in terms of raw, hard data. So how do we know once inflation's happening? I mean, it's just something you got to personally observe and personally feel out there. In like your neighbor's house is now just sold in one day for some crazy number that you can't believe your own house might be worth the same thing. Or I just interviewed Tavi Costa from Crescent Capital the other day, and he told me he paid $8 for a gallon of milk in Denver. And I was like, what the heck? I mean, he said it was organic, he admitted to, but I mean, it's still $8. That's
how you know.
That's how you know that there's inflation that doesn't show up in CPI. Who the hell pays it? I mean, I don't know what prices are like in Denver, but I couldn't imagine $8 for a gallon of milk. But
there's one way you can look. Where's cotton? There's the cotton chart.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like
you look at all these commodities; they're all up between 20 and 70% in the past year.
I mean, that's how you know. You go to the store, you actually buy something. You don't live like a Fed emperor, and it's pretty clear.
Well, I started when the Fed went to 0% last year, back on March 16th of 2020. I started a graph to track all the metals. I wrote down, put down all their prices a week before the Fed went to 0, just to take the volatility out of it.
You see the low inflation crisis in the soybean chart there, Jim?
Yeah. But luckily we don't.
Jerome's got us safe on that one.
Hey, we don't count food in CPI. All right, no one has to buy food or.
I failed that class at Wharton.
And we don't count gasoline, and we don't count
oats. Downward trend. I don't even know these symbols. I mean, we're picking on blind. Rough rice. Okay, rough rice looks like it got spoofed higher. Rough rice is not.
You want to see a chart? Pull up tin if you can.
What's the symbol for tin?
I don't know, but
hard rice is stable, but
you've heard that the semiconductors, they're having shortages of semiconductors all over the place. Tesla just shut down manufacturing in China for 2 weeks because they can't find any chips right now. It's because there's a tin shortage. I mean, tin's gone through the roof. It's almost doubled in the past year. And tin is a tiny market. It is a tiny market. but most of these metals, they're up 30 to 100% in the past year. And it just blows my mind that people can, with a straight face, get on Twitter or go on CNBC and say that we don't have inflation, that we have deflation. Every commodity I look at is up.
What about if they get on with a straight face and go in front of Congress and call themselves Fed chairman and say,
yeah, I mean, Jay Powell just testified the other day, and he actually, with a straight face, was saying, we still have tools to deal with inflation if it gets out of control. And I'm like, what tools? You've got, you're going to drain liquidity from the market and crash everything? You're going to raise interest rates?
The economy with military spending.
You're going to normalize interest rates up to 3 or 4% on Fed funds rates? Give me a break. They can't do any of these things.
That's interesting. Trump is still the future of the Republican Party, says Donald Jr.
Well, I don't think he's too objective, but he might be.
For bonds, this is now the second worst bear market in 40 years, and Robinhood in talks with FINRA. So a lot of unusual things happening. What do you think? I guess we talked about this a couple hours ago, but Powell changes the rules on QE. Should we
let's hit this one. What are the new rules? I'd love to know.
What rule could they possibly change at this point? Audience, my beautiful audience watching at home, still 1,500 strong. How great is that? Let's get some questions in there. What do you think Jerome Powell is changing? I see Lord Humongous says CPI is a joke. I guess they're not looking at these same inflation metrics as Jerome Powell. Let's see. Jim, why don't you, would you like to skim through this one for us? I've been talking for a little bit, so I'll take a break. And what do you see going on in this one?
What, are we referring to the Zero Hedge article here?
Yep.
Okay, we'll focus on the bold parts. In the 3-year time frame.
Just to be clear, folks, these are apparently actually Jerome Powell's changed the rules to reassure Wall Street that QE is here to stay, in case anyone was confused.
I guess that's it. I guess we're not tapering anytime soon.
His commitment to reaching maximum employment and the average inflation rate. He's been big on that lately. He keeps talking about how, if it really gets scary and dips below 2%, they'll overshoot. But
okay, let's say okay. I've heard this discussed before, where they're talking about an average of 2% over time, but we've been below 2% for so long. Does that mean 3 or 4% on the CPI for 2 or 3 years before they might do something? So, I mean, he's leaving himself a lot of gray area there just to give himself flexibility. And
Jim, you saw those commodity charts and the low inflation crisis that they are posing. I think we need at least we're going to need more than that. You can't have just 3% inflation.
I guess we need lumber to go up. We need lumber to go up 300% before it actually shows up in CPI, probably.
That would get maximum employment, I think, or to get at least close to maximum employment.
Oh man, we live in a time of significant disinflationary pressures around the world. Essentially, all the major advanced economies have struggled to get to 2%. Now, I don't know if the other economies, do they fudge their version of CPI like we do? I don't know enough to say that, yes or no.
I don't imagine, Jim, that there's some temptation to cheat because some of them have been really struggling for a long time to reach that productivity goal. So it's probably possible.
Well, they changed CPI obviously to control the cost of living adjustments for Social Security so that the government doesn't have to pay out so much in benefits. And that change was in the 80s and 90s, right? But if you look at how they measured CPI, if they still measured it that way today, I've seen studies that show we have 8 to 10% inflation right now based on the 1980 version of how they measured CPI.
Jim, Matt, I know you're a little flummoxed by that one because those numbers are hard to calculate. I can't contain myself any longer. Can I read this whole block through?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
and maybe I'll read it out loud and you can tell me maybe if I'm imagining this or not. But I believe, are you reading this intro? These are actually Jerome Powell's words, at least according to the way this article is being phrased. I mean, this isn't.
I'm confident, Ken, and that we will, and we are committed to using our tools to achieve that. The 3-year time frame is actually arbitrary and chosen by us. And, you know, we're just being honest about the challenge. No, I don't think they're being honest at all, but that's just my biased opinion. We live in a time.
Look at how he's phrasing it. The 3-year time frame is actually just arbitrary and chosen by. So we have no plan.
And they're going to adjust
completely at our whim.
They're going to adjust this plan in 6 months anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
First time they're being honest. And here's my favorite. It's like Jerome Powell goes, Tony Robbins here. We believe we can do it. We believe we will do it. It may take more than 3 years. I mean, it sounds like me and my commitment to bringing integrity to the silver market. I don't know if it'll take me 40 years, but the Fed.
It's all about positive reinforcement.
Thing, and maybe I shouldn't mock it. I just question the difference between the underlying goals. May take more than 3 years, but we'll update our assessment every quarter. Jim, do you know if he was actually saying that while the Fed's power was out?
Oh, no. No, I don't. But
that'd be interesting. Maybe someone in the forum could look. Jerome Powell was actually saying this. I'm assuming he didn't mention anything about that.
You know, if they're so desperate to cause inflation, I don't know why. They say they want inflation. There is inflation, but not the way they're measuring it with CPI. Why don't they adjust CPI? If they want inflation to show up in their numbers, I would think they could adjust CPI to show the inflation.
I think they could do a lot of things, but I don't think that's the intent. That's why it's so confusing and people get burned and lose money to it, because if you I can't tell anybody else, but at least for me, when I found that I started, instead of thinking of like government as, well, there's George Bush and he doesn't like his broccoli and all that. In the last couple of years now, I think more of what I saw in Goodfellas or The Godfather or The Sopranos and the different families duking it out, that like, that's what I think of it. And at least to me, it makes it easier to understand the way the world works. And given that you look at what these banks are doing in silver, and then you look at how the executives from the banks go back and forth Steve Mnuchin was the Treasury Secretary. Now Janet Yellen's the Treasury Secretary. So yeah, if you're thinking these guys are just like, how do they not see that? I think they see it darn clear. It's disguised. They're playing parts and robbing the bank and doing it in broad daylight, but you get people to believe it's genuine and that perpetuates it. So just knowing the truth, I think, is enough to end it.
Well, I think I have a relative. I had a relative. He's passed away. I had a relative who was elected to a state level government position, and he and I had a discussion once about this, where we were asking, is there some big plan going on, or are they just stupid? And he told me he was only there for 4 years, and then he lost his next election. But he told me he thought there was some big conspiracy and everyone was smart in government. They had some master plan but he said, once you really get in there and you actually meet the people who are calling the shots and pulling the strings, they're not that smart. He said, there's a lot of idiots elected to government, not very impressive people. And he got the impression there couldn't be some big master plan conspiracy going on, because the people he met were too stupid to actually execute on that type of plan. So he gave up on the concept that there were people who were pulling the strings. At least they're not the elected officials. Maybe the people
that's
maybe it's the permanent bureaucracy in the NSA, CIA, or the Treasury bureaucracy, or the Fed bureaucracy, the permanent people who are there beyond the terms of the elected officials. Maybe that's where it's going on. I don't think it's with the elected officials, because none of them impressed me enough that they could pull something off.
And isn't that exactly, if you really wanted to get away with some of the things that these governments banks get away with, isn't that exactly how you would design it? I don't think George Bush Jr. was running the world. And I'm reading a book that goes through the history of George Bush Sr. As much power as he has in some senses, I think Dr. Dave Janda was the one who was always saying he was a middle manager, and that would certainly match. These guys are,
well, during the George,
say even the Rothschilds are not the ones controlling these shots. I mean, but whoever actually is, yeah, they put idiots on TV, like, the guys.
You just described George W. Bush's administration. It wasn't George W. Bush calling the shots. It was the CEO of Halliburton who was calling the shots, Dick Cheney.
And there was probably someone calling he was answering to somebody else that we have no idea who he is my guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, he might not have been answering to, he was an ally of them. So it's not like he had orders being given. He agreed with the agenda and he was just executing on it, so to speak. He didn't need to have someone giving him orders. He agreed with it.
Yeah, and I get it why it's even hard for me to believe the stuff that I've seen, yet, you can ignore the facts. I get that. And I could even understand that, but I mean, they're there. That's what I wouldn't be doing this now. In fact, if it wasn't that I'm just pointing out stuff that nobody thinks of, or not nobody thinks of, but that most people, like on CNBC, they don't connect this dot with, I'm like, hey, here's what Jeff Currie said this day. Here's what happened in the market, but it's there. That's why, I mean, if it was just people taking my opinion for it, I don't think that would be enough, but I mean, there's enough. It's like you heard Bart Chilton say it. You heard Jeff Currie say it. Mm-hmm. You see the fine of JP Morgan, and you see that they're still in the market. I guess people can't know for sure if I called iShares on February 5th, but call iShares yourself. In fact, that would be a great thing for folks in the Reddit group. Call iShares, call BlackRock, just ask questions and report what you're hearing, and then get other people calling it. That's how we can do something when you have corruption in the way that you do. That's how, and everything is designed to make people feel powerless and independent. When you bring people together and have leadership, that's my best guess of how you can make a change.
Just to take that, let's stay on iShares with SLV for a minute. There's been a lot of major articles on some major publications recently, by our friend Ronan on Zero Hedge, where there's been 3 major articles he's written in the past month about specifically iShares SLV. And I got to wonder, and it's been all over Twitter. We've made it very obvious that we don't take them seriously in terms of their claims for SLV. I'm sure that's trickled up to the people who are in charge of iShares, whether it's at, do you think they care at all? Have we reached that level where we've called them out enough, where they're going to respond with more credibility, publishing an audit perhaps? Or do you think they just don't care? They want to just ignore it and then continue with business as usual, hoping that this all goes away? Have we raised it to that level where they have to respond at some point in order to maintain their credibility? Or is that just an impossible standard for us to reach?
I don't like thinking anything's impossible, especially something this important. I find that when, at least for me, something changed a couple of weeks ago where it's like, rather than thinking if it's possible, just even if imagine you're just like playing around and being silly. Let's just forget about, we're not taking it seriously, but just hypothetically, what are the steps that would be required for any goal? If you just change that type of thinking there, that gives you, rather than can I be a great trader versus what would I have to do to be a great trader? I think anyone who approaches any goal like that, things are going to go well. So I wouldn't say it's impossible. Now, to answer your question,
well, they did change the perspective.
My guess is that
they felt the need to cover their ass, so they did change the prospectus.
Well, that's the part covering my guess is that probably no one at JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs has any clue who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt they have any idea. I doubt they even know to care. Now, I remember there was someone told me, I was talking to him once, I'm like, somehow it came up. I'm like, do you think that Jamie Dimon's seen the Bart Chilton interview? And he's like, of course he has. And he thought, I don't know. I mean, I don't, now I think we may be getting to the point where stuff with Jeff Currie, where it's like now a lot of people are reporting on it. I saw something from David Jensen saying there was a London publication. I wasn't familiar with it. I don't know how mainstream it is. But I mean, it's like, I think there's also the degree of human nature where, stuff happens, people move on, and it's not, I think, the silver community, but do I think Jeff Currie knows who I am, or that any of the people that we've been commenting on his stuff? I'll bet he has no idea that it's even happening.
Yeah.
That may not be right, but that's my...
Is he on Twitter? Maybe we need to tag him when we talk about him on Twitter, and he'll get a bunch of notifications then.
I mean, again, I can get it if people want to have these guys feel this or that way, or want them to be accountable. And I know that's the one area I need to be careful of. It's incredible the way these things have developed. And at least for me, I mean, it's fun, ragging on them a little bit, but I think it's very fine line to get carried away with. And I know that's up to me to make sure that fortunately I have good people around me that I listen to. And, if I go too far with something, but I mean, to the degree that, I love the positive thinking, but when there's a crime happening and, it's like if someone's stabbing someone, you don't read them a poem at that moment. There's some point where certain actions are appropriate.
Did you read all the fine details that, that $920 million fine that was put on JP Morgan for their criminal enterprise? Was there anything in there that they were banned from doing going forward, or was there any sort of corrective action in there, or was it just okay, we're paying $1 billion or $920 million? Hold on. Ivan's trying to let me silence this. Was it just, hey, we're not admitting to anything, but here's $920 million, or was it we're admitting to something, we're paying the fine, and we're not going to do this going forward? What was the nature of the fine and the settlement? Do you know?
I don't know that they've been prevented from anything. I mean, I wrote an petition to ban them, and we got almost 3,000 people to sign it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I will show you something interesting though, that I actually read about back then, and I'll bet most people did not know this, but for anyone who's in hour 5 or 6 or whatever we're in now, I think would be quite intrigued to see is that, yes, there is some information. No, that's not the right link. There is $311 million of those dollars were set aside for victim restitution. Did you know that, Jim?
Gotcha.
Did you know that already?
No, let's look at the details. I'd love to know what the
Google Department of Justice, JP Morgan, and you go to this one. Rewarded individuals who believe they may be a victim in this case should visit the fraud's website at there. It's been on my list of things to do. Even submitting evidence to the CFTC, which we've done, I think, twice now. There's just been a lot going on, but somewhere in here, let's do that. Well, maybe it's not in this one. Maybe it's perhaps the CFT. So that's the link there. But if we get the CFTC's notice, the largest amount of monetary relief ever imposed by the CFTC, including the highest restitution, 311 million.
How do I get my share of that?
I just showed you, homie. Go to the Department of Justice site. You click on that or call that number. In fact, I am going to write a note to call.
You're going to try to collect on your portion of the 311 million?
Gosh darn right I am. And now I could have just not said anything there and then just claimed it, but because I love everybody who's watching at home, yeah, there's the link. And here's the number, 888-549-3945. And I'm writing a note.
You'll get a coupon or something, right? For one of those victim
I mean, you saw the Deutsche Bank, they're paying out 38 million.
Yeah.
I don't think that was related to a specific lawsuit.
Deutsche Bank is another criminal enterprise. It seems like they're involved in every single
right, but how many
scam
people
going on.
That they were giving out money and that you can apply for it?
Yeah.
I think, it's kind of like, I wonder is, you can't beat the casinos, but I'm like, I'll bet, maybe they give away like a ton of free stuff that no one claims or something like that.
Well, whatever's unclaimed probably goes to the government. So they don't go out of their way to tell you how to get your share. So what, you had to lose money on the silver market at some point in the past 5 or 10 years to get a portion of that, that settlement? Is that or
I only know what is on that website, and so Andy is trying to log in, but is unable to. Yeah, I only know what's on that website, but that would be something to give folks to look into. In fact, I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. So for everybody who's still watching, especially the people that were here today, Jim, I think we're finishing up almost 6 hours here. And I'm about ready to go get some tacos, relax, and watch a movie. So I'm going to say thank you so much for sharing all that you've shared.
Yeah.
And we'll wrap up. But before I do that, 2 things. First, we're going to check here. Come on, 8,000. 8,000. Oh, it's getting close. It's getting close.
It'll get there tonight.
So I'll tell you what. I'm going to keep an eye on this. I will do another note for this. Actually, we won't need a note, but when that hits 8,000, I'm going to post the link of the victim restitution thing in the description field of the video. Mm-hmm. So, folks, if you would like it to be even easier to get some JP Morgan dollars, in this link right down here, there's the number. I'll read it out loud. 888-549-3945. And I will put this info. Here's what happens when you click on the link. And I'm not going to read all that fine print now, but there you go. For more information, all the stuff is here. And Jim, that's again why I appreciate your group so much, because there's tons of stuff like this that I have a list of stuff that I've always wanted to get to, but I'm doing the show, figured out how to turn it into a business so we could afford to continue doing the show. And there's all these things. So I would say if Jim, actually, I'll ask you, would you be kind enough to create a thread if anybody is, I've gotten emails from people who are interested in volunteering, and we're really learning how to organize all that as fast as possible, because I think it's great that people want to help. And I have, it's like there's stuff like this that I haven't gotten time with the other things I'm doing to do. But if there's people that are interested in helping, I'll say email Arcadia at Miles Franklin. just please put, if you are interested, I would like to volunteer in the subject line. Do not write a long email. Just mention if there's any particular area or thing you'd like to volunteer in. I know there's people out there. Jim, perhaps you could create a thread in the Wall Street Silver Forum.
Yeah, or if we could pin it to the top for probably a few hours to give it a little bit more visibility.
Yeah, just so that if people are interested in volunteering, again, I'm happy to report on these things. I want to make it as easy as possible for people. Oh boy, here's Andy Scheckman logging in. Maybe we'll stick around a little longer. Maybe we'll stick around. I bring Andy Scheckman on for a update of the latest in the bullion silver market. Come on, guys, can we get to $8,000 here and get some more billboard signs up? If you're wondering what this fundraiser is for, let's show you firsthand. Get some billboards out there. Andy, what do you think if we had a billboard that said, why are so many people buying silver? And then there was silverslittlesecret.com underneath it. Something like that. Or a phone number. Maybe a website, I think would be better. Who's got a phone now?
I'm sorry, Chris, you cut out for one quick second. I had technical difficulties. Of course, my wife saved the day, so I'm all good now. What was your question about a billboard that had what on it?
I'm getting at, do you see infinite possibilities of what can be done with a billboard, especially now that we already have a $7,885 budget and we got to get to that goal.
I think they raised the goal. The goal was 10,000.
Got to reach the goal. Although on the other hand, I mean, we've hit 78.85 in less than 24 hours. So anybody wants to donate there. If we hit 8,000 before we wrap up the call, I'm going to post the link. Andy, did you know that $311 million was set aside of JP Morgan's $920 million for victim compensation?
I didn't. Who's the victim in all of this? Where's that money going? Who gets it?
Probably people who have experienced precious metals losses due to spoofing and submit this form with the evidence of their losses.
That's probably pretty good. I'd like to know where all of that money went that they paid in fines.
Well, this link,
if it's not claimed, I guarantee you it's going to the federal government.
Right. Well, Andy Scheckman of Miles Franklin, I know you've been quite generous giving away silver on multiple occasions here. I don't know if this accepts silver, but if you or someone in our audience wants to throw in some money and get to 8,000, I'll tell you what, I'm going to post this link and in the description field so everyone can read for themselves and figure it out. But we're throwing in the Jinsu knives because Jim is even going to set up a thread where we're going to have volunteers who can help facilitate this. I would love to make a video going through, hey, this is the process. Here's what they look for. Here's what you need. Here shows what you're actually eligible. Here, if you have this, maybe might not have the best chance, but I'm happy to map out any of those things. And it's great that we have a lot of people helping. So
Chris, I'll bump it up to the $8,000. That this is $135, but I'm technically challenged, man. Can you, or 115? How the hell do I do this? You want to?
Andy, I'm going to send this link to your girlfriend, Jana Scheckman, that you're appearing as on screen. And but you never know. Someone in the audience may just say, "I want that billboard so darn much."
Go ahead and do it.
I don't know if maybe Jeff Currie will front run the billboard donation. Let's hope not. That might not be legal, but
$15. He said he just sent you the one.
So hey, Chris, I'm doing the post right now on Reddit for you. I'm going to put a link to that justice.gov. I'm doing the link to that website that you just posted. And what do you want people to volunteer for? To actually figure out the process for getting the restitution?
Let's just say if people are interested in volunteering for projects that would help end silver manipulation, Actually, the form would be leave it kind of open-ended. So I don't know, maybe people have ideas that I'm not thinking about. I'm happy to do anything I can do to help organize that. And I guess stuff like I've heard from a couple people that are contacting lawyers this week. I have a ton of emails that I'm trying to get back to people, figure these things out. So just however you want to phrase that, I'll leave to you. I mean, you guys are doing a great effort of that already. And perhaps while you do that, to toss it in the pot, at the end of this volatile silver week, Andy, what have you learned in the last couple of hours? I don't remember if we got a wholesale bar premium update before, but we saw the price get clobbered pretty solidly, rebounded a bit. What happened in the physical market?
Phones are still ringing. Maybe a record day today. I did get a little traction on 1,000-ounce bars. I actually placed an order for them. $1.25 over was the cost. 4+ weeks mid-March delivery, and no guidance on the name brand of the bar, who refined it or what have you. So, you know, it's doable, but the demand is really off the charts right now across the board. My brokers are still working, still taking phone calls here at, what is it, almost 7 o'clock at night here in Minneapolis.
Andy, how would you compare this to what we saw that weekend when Silver Squeeze began, 29th, 30th, 31st into February 1st, when that Sunday night opened and hit $30?
Not quite as frenzy as it was then. We had over 900 phone calls that day just to our main switchboard, just during business hours, that were taken anyway, that were answered, let alone how many didn't go through. But it's to the point where we're literally begging our brokers to, get on the phone, stay and work longer, reply to emails. We have, I don't know, 200-300 people that we have yet to get back to. It's frenzied, Chris. I mean, I can't even really kind of explain it, but it's frenzied. And I could work all night long. Seriously, I mean, what I'm doing right now to me is a mental break, letting my brain relax a little bit from what I've been doing all day. But that's the way that it's been really for the better part of this entire year so far, which with this month being rivaling anything we've, in fact, was our biggest month ever as a business in 31 years. And that says something, because last March was unlike anything that anyone had ever seen.
Hey, Andy, Jim here. Question for you. Are you, you need to get more inventory in order to turn inventory. I know you guys got cleaned out at the earlier, or much of your inventory was cleaned out earlier in the month. Are you concerned that you just won't even be able to capture enough inventory from your suppliers in order to keep meeting demand? I mean, if there's no inventory at all available until March in some of these products, what is there to sell? What are you selling right now?
I have product, and actually have a very decent inventory, but it's come at a great expense. It's come, Jim, at paying huge premiums, paying very months in advance. But luckily I was ahead of this. Last year, I started buying huge allocations from the UK, South Africa, Australia, Austria. Canada and the US are very difficult. But as far as supply, a couple 100,000 ounces anyway in Kangaroos, Krugerrands, Britannias, and Philharmonics. We've done a really good job at getting as much junk silver as humanly possible. One of the things that's different about Miles Franklin than other companies is we've been doing this for 30 years, and most of the companies out there have been doing it a third as long as we have. And so they don't have the depth of supply chain that we do, the relationships that really are this industry. A lot of this industry is old school, built on relationships, who you know. And we've been doing this long enough where we're at the very top of the food chain. We have a network of some 1,200 small to mid-sized dealers and coin shops around the United States that sell us their product when it comes in the door, because most of these small shops anyway, they don't hedge. So we've done a good job at making relationships and paying top dollar for what they want to sell, paying immediately, assisting them on getting it back to us, so that
we've been one of the best centers of supply in the industry. In fact, I would like to think we have been the best. And so the stuff that we have is becoming harder to get once we sell out of it. But I would tell you right now that we have as good of a supply or better than anyone in the United States. I happen to think getting gold right now is almost harder than it is to get silver. Now I can get it, but it's not like it was, and it's very difficult. But if you're going to pay a few months in advance and you're going to pay a high enough premium, at least experience, we've been able to keep the supply chain rolling. But Jim, it's a 24-hour-a-day job, and it's relationships that don't just end at the borders of the United States. We have relationships across the globe that we have built with the sovereign mints, the South African, Australian, Austrian, and the United Kingdom, to where we've been able to keep product flowing in. And hopefully we'll be able to continue to do that, but it's not like it used to be in terms of its ease.
Has there been any change in the American Silver Eagle supply from the U.S. Mint?
No.
I heard that, from what I just heard, you're able to get from the other national mints some supplies still. They're not run out, but you're telling us now the U.S. Mint still, after a month, they're cleaned out. They are producing, but it's allocation at a.
When you see $10 and $11 and $12 premiums on Silver Eagles, $10 was the highest I ever saw, and that was last year. Short of that, I've never seen premiums like this in my life, and very little, if any, guidance. And now rumors swirling that the mint will shut down in April or somewhere in that neighborhood for as long as 2 months as they switch dyes for the new Type 2 silver and gold Eagles. And so again, this is not substantiated, but I think it's pretty good. That's a pretty good source who's telling me that somewhere in that neighborhood, we will look to see a mint shutdown. And when that happens, well, you're just cut off, 20% of global supply just like that. And it'll make it that much more difficult to get product.
Wow. What do you think happens with the old design? They've been making that old design for American Silver Eagles for so many years. I can't imagine that there's any sort of premium for the older design once they switch. Although, I don't know. Who knows how these things will play out? But
the one year that has a considerable premium is the 1996. Silver Eagle still, for all my career, has had really strong premiums, and still they do now, almost probably double melt value. They made them in very, very small supply, short supply. So any item like the 2021 quarter ounce gold Eagle, they've made a tiny, tiny amount. And so, unless they dump a bunch of them here at the end of the year, these are types of things where you could find numismatics in bullion, a hidden gem, if you will. But
since the 2021 is only a partial year, excuse me, who knows, maybe 20, 30 years from now, the 2021 might have a significant premium, since it's only a 3 month or a 3 month run time wise for producing it. I'm just speculating.
And at a time where, getting it out there has been getting product. They've been very inefficient in getting product out and making it. So I can't imagine that it's a big run across the board on anything 2021. It's tough to tell when there's so much demand. Is it lack of supply or just too much demand? I guess they're one and the same thing, but I don't know. I haven't looked at the final numbers. I just know that the quarter ounce gold Eagle is one of the coins that this year has virtually nothing in terms of mintage.
I recall reading somewhere that the maximum capacity for the U.S. Mint for Silver Eagles is 500,000 per week, but they haven't been producing, even at their best rates for 2020, they were only doing about 300,000 per week. Does that align with you probably know better than anyone what their maximum capacity is versus what they actually were producing?
I think that's a little low, because if I'm not mistaken, in the first month and a half, they made about 7 or 8 million. They could have made a lot more. So I'm not positive what those numbers are, but if I remember correctly, looking at it a couple of weeks ago, it was somewhere between 7 and 8 million that have been produced. But when you see premiums at $10.50 on average across the internet, heck, you should be able to double, triple, quadruple that many just to bring premiums back down in line with demand. And they haven't.
Yeah. It's weird because it's in their charter. They are required to do so, and they're not doing it. So,
well, we were talking about that with Bix today. Yeah, they are sufficient enough to meet demand unless they're not able to get the planchets, the blanks. And we have yet to really find out what the story is. COVID provides a cover, if you will, for all sorts of things, whether it be economics or in this case, the lack of productivity. We can blame COVID and social distancing and difficulty with the supply chain because of COVID, et cetera. But the reality of it is that, as I said to Chris and Bix earlier today, it's one of the few, if any, branches of the U.S. government that makes money and has off the charts demand, could make more and more and more money for a country that's running massive deficits. You'd think they'd strive to do something that's making money, but in reality, they're very inefficient, and it's looking like they'll only continue to be inefficient and maybe even get more so by the end of the year.
well, let me ask you one more question. As a customer, I bought in January before the silver squeeze. I was lucky enough to grab a monster box of American Silver Eagles before they ran out, and I've been meaning to get another. I have 4 children. And my goal is to accumulate 4 monster boxes, leaving them unopened. And as long as I don't ever need them, I'm 49. My goal is to give each of my kids a monster box strapped, unopened when I pass away. So if I can't get a box of American Eagles right now, you were telling me some of the other mints are still available. Which, is it the Canadian Maple Leaf, or which one has from a consumer's perspective, which one has the most reasonable premium right now?
Well, so of the 6 major mints, I happen to have probably some mint boxes of all of them. The Eagles, let's say, are going to be between $9.50 and $10.50, depending upon quantity that you're buying. Maple Leafs between $6 and $7 over. The Philharmonics are probably the most reasonable, right around $5. And then you have the Britannia, the Kangaroo, and the Krugerrand, which will all be around $5.25 to $5.35, $5.40 over. All of which should put us as competitive or more so than every single company in the United States. Which is something I've tried to promise, Chris and all the people who are kind enough to work with us, that will be the most competitive as long as we humanly possibly can, and try to get as many people silver in their hands. And but those are the ones that are going to give you a bigger bang for the buck. Let me put it to you another way. All of those coins I just mentioned typically are between 60 and 90 cents cheaper than Silver Eagles. And now they're between $4 and $6. And so the Eagle's just too expensive, in my opinion. I'm one of only 27 US Mint resellers in the world, and I love the Eagle. I love the US Mint products, but I would tell you, if you're my friend, I just think that they're borderline too expensive right now when you can find better value and getting more ounces. And if you're talking 3 mint boxes times, call it $4 or $5, you're talking 10 grand almost, or 7,500 bucks or whatever difference between getting the same amount of silver in Britannias, let's say, than you would in American Eagles. I don't know.
Now, before all these supply problems, did all of those different national mints, the 5 or 6 big ones, did they all have similar premiums to the American Silver Eagle?
50, 60 cents less. That's about it. Maybe 75.
So in the big scheme of things, you're not gaining. Yeah, I mean, I want to get some, but the American Eagle, if it's not available, I got to go somewhere else. And I think me as an American, I think my first choice would probably be the Canadian Maple Leaf mint box, the monster box, is my second choice. Just my own personal preference.
The Maple Leafs and the Kangaroos are the only 4.9 fine pure silver coins in the world, and so we have both. And it's a good choice, certainly, I think. But in the end, it's about number of ounces that matter. That's the most important thing, without being penny wise and pound foolish, and focusing on giant bars to save a little bit of money versus tremendous amount of diversification and flexibility for a little bit of a premium. So yeah, I think it's a good choice. We also have Buffalo rounds available, and I have some 1/2 ounce polar bears and some 1.5 ounce polar bears. So we have inventory. It's just do we have it next week or the week after? That's the question. Getting it is getting tougher.
Well, I see Yara's back after 2 margaritas and some tacos.
Tacos, margaritas, and I put on my nighttime blue light glasses. So, cheers.
Yara, we have an announcement.
Yeah.
Let's see. So
updated telethon numbers.
While you were gone, again, I might add Wall Street Silver. Last night started a page to get some billboards out, a little marketing for the silver industry. I mean, the banks have Jeff Christian and Jeff Currie marketing their message. So responding in a peaceful way. And would you believe it that we are now over $8,000 raised in less than 24 hours? Oh, and it's 8,165. Thank you to whoever just added a couple bucks. And this is all going to be going to spreading the message of silver out even further. If you have ideas of places to put the billboard or what to say on it, fortunately, Jim of Wall Street Silver has arranged that. And I did my part, if I can find the right tab up here, because as promised, if you now look in the description field, where as a thank you to the 1557 people still watching, we're 6 hours deep now. Who knows how long we'll go? I was about to tap out, but if Yara wants to man and take questions and ask Andy and answer people's questions about silver, we can keep rolling. But you can see here, to submit a claim for damages from JP Morgan spoofing, go to that thing, and I tested it to make sure clicks, and you can go right here. Here are the instructions. Jim over there, I know, is setting up something on Wall Street Silver to get some volunteers who can go through this process, map it out, make it as easy as possible. I'll be happy to share the results of that on the air so that we can start getting some of these $311 million that JP Morgan left behind for us, the CFTC. I don't know why they don't respond to my tweets. I was just asking about anything, and they actually have the money. I wonder what they're doing with it now. Hopefully they're buying silvers so that we won't get paid with crappy Fed dollars. But anyway, Andy, I'm going to ask one question of you, if I may, before I go get some dinner. As best as you can describe, let's say we're at point A, and point B is when, you have people calling for metal, they've eaten your supply, and the places you call for supply, you cannot get more. What are the steps between A and B right now?
I don't know. I mean, it's unknown, Chris. It's a great question. I think about that every single day. I really do. I would have said before, there's miles and miles to go before you get to A and B. But right now, I would say it could be one evening. You could wake up and we're at B. Great question. I don't know, to be honest with you. I think that we're getting closer to that than we ever have been, because you have a massive expansion of demand into the mainstream that's never ever bought gold and silver before. And whether it be because of Reddit, whether it be because silver is such a compelling story and people like you are getting the word out there, it's we're getting closer to B than ever before. And securing product is a full-time job. You don't have to look any further than the most reputable online companies in America who have been, their supply has been eviscerated. So, ask them. I would say we're closer than we ever have, to be honest with you. I think he tapped out, Yara.
I think he did. I think it's time for dinner, and I totally understand because I am freshly tacoed and margarita. So I know that that's a beneficial thing for all of us silver lovers. And Chris has been at this for 6 hours. So if you guys want to stick around, I'll be happy to moderate some questions. Or Andy, I know you've been at it nonstop as well. If you want to take,
I'd be happy to take a few questions if there are any for a little bit. I am a little, I'm a little fried and a little burnt, but that's all right. This is once in a lifetime type of an event, and I have been trying to summing up as much strength as I possibly can every single day to stay strong and get as much sleep as I can. Today, I actually slept till 9 o'clock, woke up, didn't know where I was, and was a little annoyed that my wife let me sleep that late, to be honest with you. But I just, I'm catching when I can. I'm not complaining. I'm trying to stay strong, work hard, and do what I can. So yeah, let's do it for a little bit. It is Friday night after all, so I know I can sleep a little bit later tomorrow.
It is Friday night. Cool. Well, thanks for that. And I totally understand. I've been, like I said, I see just a smidgen of what comes into Miles Franklin, and it's been incredible. So I can only imagine that in totality is a lot.
It's hard. It's hard to do. It's, I feel like I want to talk to everyone, and
yeah,
yelled at by a lot of people telling me that, that I'm doing too much. So I do the best I can to get back to as many people, but I'll tell you that it's extraordinary. And
yes,
we're very thankful that people are calling us. We're trying our best to get back. We're hiring more people. We're doing all that we can on this end to take advantage of it, but it certainly is a blessing, something we don't take for granted. And I don't, I've been doing this for 31 years, and I remember what it's like to only dream of a market like this. So far be it for me to complain and or to give up before I actually just fall down. So we'll keep at it as long as we can. And it's a rush, and I'm happy to be part of it, and happy to be part of this show and all these good people. And so fire away.
Awesome. It is fun, and it's fun getting to do this with you guys. It's been a great time. So I just asked who's got questions. So let's see. What is the premium on buffaloes, Andy?
Silver buffaloes?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 over spot.
That's what I thought.
Depends upon quantity.
Okay.
And a year and a half ago, they would have been 79 cents over.
Right.
So everything is in perspective. Premiums are a function of supply and demand. Prior to COVID, prior to 2020, as I've talked about before, the average exposure to precious metals throughout the entire United States financial matrix, and we're not just talking, people's portfolios, but also endowments and hedge funds and the whole 9 yards was 0.5%. In 1980, when the Dow Jones was at 850 and gold was at 850, the last time the two crossed at 1-to-1, the average allocation to precious metals in a portfolio was 8%. And the average over that 40 years has been 2.5%. I would strongly suggest that since December of 2020, we have begun a regression to the mean. And if all we do is hit 2.5%, meaning everyone had just 2.5% of their assets in gold, 1.5 ounces of gold, or what would that be, 150 ounces of silver or whatever, you're looking at a 5-fold increase in demand at a time when this industry has never experienced anything like that, could not handle that, and you have compromised supply chains and really busted up infrastructure anyway. So, it's premiums likely could go higher.
Hey, Yara, this is Jim. I'm seeing one question from a Michael Walazzo. How will miners respond when silver hits a new high target? Will we see $100 silver? If we see $100 silver, will we see miners pass their historic 150x gains? And I just recalled, I saw that question and it jumped out at me because I saw one of the people I follow on Twitter, he was posting a lot of old charts from the 1978 to 1980 timeframe today on Twitter, where he was showing many of these silver miners back during that time frame, which was a period of rising interest rates and rising silver prices. They were having gains of 2,000% to 4,000% for many of these small silver mining stocks. And the market right today, we see interest rates rising and gold and silver take a dive, and the miners go with it. But just to remind people, at some point in this process, gold, silver, and the miners, they're going to decouple from interest rates. And you're going to see these things no longer trade the way they're trading right now. And it's going to happen at a point where people start recognizing that the precious metals and hard assets are where you need to be to protect yourself from inflation. It no longer really matters what interest rates are doing. It's going to be about protecting yourself from inflation. And that's what's coming down the pipeline with what the federal government's doing. That's what I recall from history and from reading about history of what happens in these types of markets related to silver miners. I was too young. I was born in 1971, so I was only 7 and 8 and 9 years old back when that happened. But looking at history, I think we're in for a hell of a run with the junior silver miners in the next couple of years. It's where I've invested my resources for the next run.
Cool. Well, thanks for catching that one and commenting on it. I know that Chris talks about how Doug Casey's book, Crisis Investing, which I guess was probably from right around that time, talks about the average, X on whatever stocks was like 100, not like 100X. Like, so it's mind-boggling for me to try to think about those numbers, but it does seem like, we're kind of in the anything is possible zone.
Look at it this way. If you took the market capitalization of every single mining share on the planet Earth, it's less than that of Coca-Cola. So if everyone who had Coca-Cola sold their shares just to buy a mining share, there's nothing left. It's
when people start rushing into the silver and gold market to start protecting themselves, it's gonna be like trying to get Niagara Falls to go through a straw. There's just not that much supply there. And
fire hose through the straw. We're thinking the same thing, and that's what it is. But it's important to note also that a lot of these companies are just a hole in the ground. And that's why with the juniors, you gotta spread your allocation amongst many of them, and don't focus too much on just one of them. But you hit it right on one or two, and it's the returns are fantastic. But in terms of what I do and in terms of mining shares, they're different parts of the financial pyramid. I would argue my precious metals physical is in the base of the pyramid, whereas the mining shares, at least the juniors and the explorations, would be closer to the top of the pyramid. So allocation should be less because they are incredibly leveraged on the upside, but also on the downside too. So I agree, it's an opportunity of a generation to find yourself in the right junior silver stock right now.
We were talking before you joined the call, Andy. Chris and I spent 45 minutes talking about options, the options market on miners, specifically First Majestic. And I don't like to play options anymore because my timing's always horrible on playing options. So the way I look at the junior silver miners, when I just buy the common stock of the junior silver miners, I view it as an option that doesn't expire. It's basically you're buying ounces that are inferred or measured and indicated, but not yet developed. But when you buy that common stock on a junior miner, it's going to fall. It's going to be very leveraged to the underlying silver price, but you don't have to worry about your timing. Right. It's an option. It's a call option that's not going to expire for you, and that's the way I think of that. And you are exactly right. You got to have physical also. I shared with I have a monster box I just bought for the first time in January. You got to have that base foundation, but then once you're done with that. And I do need to get a few more of them, but play the silver miners. I think that's the best way to go for the next 2 or 3 years in the market. Anyways, that's my view.
Over the last 30 years, I did something very similar, but I would take the profits that I would make, and in 2016, First Majestic returned 600%, pretty dang close to it. And luckily, I'd gotten to know Keith Neumeyer a little bit back then, and was fortunate enough to put just a little bit of money into that stock and turned it into quite a bit, and used it to buy more physical. it while still maintaining my initial exposure to First Majestic. So it's a nice way, if you use a poker analogy or a blackjack analogy, to put some chips in your pocket when you win a hand or two, and without leaving your initial investment on the table, but keep pulling off some chips, put it in your pocket, and while you still want to maintain the exposure to that equity and that marketplace, taking your profits and making sure you walk with them is something most people never do. And that's why pigs get fed and hogs get slaughtered. And I think it's important to remember that, in order to win, you got to walk with some of the profit. So that, to me, if you're going to play the mining shares, find a benchmark, say, 30, 40%, whatever it is. You get to that point, you pull some off, put it in your pocket in physical silver, leave your initial investment there, and rinse, wash, and repeat. And if this has the legs that some people think it will, that'll play out real well for you. You'll win on both fronts.
Yeah, I agree.
We had a compliment, Andy, before we move on to our next question. This is from Stray Dog at Play. Andy, you're a silver knight and a true blessing. Thank you. So just want to share those as well. And thank you, Stray Dog at Play. I hear someone says here that I'm drunk, and I'm absolutely not. I'm just been
Come
doing
on.
it for a
How
long
many
time.
margaritas did you have? Come on, admit to it.
This is my second one, and I'm down to there. So
Okay.
I'm not drunk. I'm just.
Are you wearing those glasses to hide some bloodshot eyes or something? What's going on now?
Blue light. I'm very passionate about being exposed to more blue light than I need to, especially at night. So
I'm just
I
teasing you.
believe that so much, Yara, because through all of this craziness, I work at home, and I'm on my computer or my iPhone, I bet 18 to 20, well, 18 for sure hours a day.
Yeah.
And I get into bed and, I look at my wife and she's gone and out, and I'm sitting staring at the wall watching ESPN for another hour or two just to try to fall asleep, because I don't know what it is. It makes me awake. It messes with your brain. It's hard to find that, that where your body's just winding down. I feel like I just got done, playing a game of basketball or something.
It gives your brain high noon signals. So your body never makes melatonin and allows you to sleep. And it's literally just keeps you wired. So
yeah. My wife found some gummy bears with melatonin in it that are and she also she just to chill out and fall asleep at night.
That's what she told you, but she got those at the dispensary.
Yeah, the CBD ones.
Better. Actually, there's a lot of people who say that taking melatonin as a supplement is not beneficial for you either. So she might just want to do a little further research. I highly recommend the blue light diet, and our friend Hunter. I would check that out. The first time I heard those words, I'm an intuitive, and just hearing the words, the blue light diet, every hair in my body stood up on end. And then I was like, this is one of the most important things I've ever heard.
Hunter's whole house is red at night.
Yeah.
Literally,
and I have only incandescent bulbs in here, and I have them, they're actually Edison bulbs, except for the screen, which, that's why I'm wearing these. But it's important because our circadian rhythms really do, they control our whole health. So it's you can't take it out of the equation. We're living in an unnatural light situation, and we're not meant to live like that. So we need to do what we can to mitigate it, because I don't want to not be on the computer or on my iPhone. I'm a modern girl. I like my margaritas and my YouTube. So, the glasses really help. And I think it's, fast food light is just as bad for us as eating fast food. So I'll get off my soapbox.
I haven't heard that one. It got me freaked out a little bit. I'm going to get a pair of those glasses. You kind of remind me of Bono with them.
I just got a different pair or ordered a different pair for Chris for the evening ones that were recommended by the blue light diet. So I highly,
my buddy, I'll give him a call and have him send me a pair.
Yeah.
Well, send me the link where you got those.
Yeah, I will. It's great. And so I find I sleep better, and I don't know. I'll stop preaching, but I think it's important. It's like something I think about as much as silver and dogs and tacos. So, like that should tell you where I put it on the scale of things.
Well, you got to be alive and in good health to be able to take advantage of silver and dogs and taco. I get it. It's all good. I get it. I appreciate it.
Totally. So let's get back to some questions. If you guys still have a couple more in you.
A few more minutes in me.
Okay, cool. So, Jim Lewis, you're getting some shout outs, as you should have your own channel or be a regular guest. So rock on.
Well, strangely enough, I do have my own channel, Wall Street Silver.
Well, great. So you guys know where to find Jim. And if you aren't already part of Wall Street Silver, please come and join us. It is an amazing community. It's like this all the time. There's a live lounge chat that's always happening. It's excellent. So I'd like to invite you personally. I'll even tell you my Reddit name. You guys can be friends with me. I'm Crystal Powers 108. That's my Reddit name. Let's find, if you guys want to ask new questions, there's so many.
I can't even see them.
I know there's so many. So
let me see if I can log on there and see it.
Question. Can I? This one's about telling Chris not to make Jeff Currie so famous. I think it's important to shine a light on things for their absurdity, and then also, not elevate people to any kind of unnecessary celebrity. But I mean, that guy made it super easy.
Here, I found a question from Jan Morgan. Seems like the Fed started buying up the bond market, yield curve control. Will this negatively affect the gold price? And I think I know what Jan is referring to. It seemed like at the end of the day today, in the final 2 or 3 hours of the market being open, that the 10-year bond yield started dropping dramatically from above 150 down to, I think it closed, let me just check real quick. It dropped it got as high as the yield got as high as 155 today and ended up closing at 141. And I saw a lot of people on Twitter speculating that's a pretty violent move for the 10-year bond. And there was a lot of speculation that the Fed may have already started intervening at the longer end of the market, which they normally are only at the shorter end of the market, into the 2-year T-bills or less. And I don't know, but maybe there's an announcement coming that the Fed's already doing that. But a lot of the speculation is if the Fed does go to yield curve control, that's actually very good for silver and gold, that prices will probably start skyrocketing, because the only way the Fed can execute on yield curve control is to have an unlimited buying policy for the bonds.
Who else is going to buy them from an insolvent government running, inflation 2-3 times what the coupon is on the 10-year benchmark?
Well, imagine if we go to a situation like Japan or the European Central Bank with actual negative rates, or Tavi Costa from Crescat Capital, he put out a chart that we have $7 trillion in debt maturing this year, meaning not only do we have to fund a $4 trillion deficit for 2021, we also have to roll over $7 trillion in debt. And a lot of those investors, when they took on whatever, there's different length maturities that are maturing over the year, but a lot of those 7-year, 5-year, 10-year bonds that are maturing this year, they were issued with much higher coupon rates than right now. So there's no guarantee that those investors who have maturing debt right now are going to still be there to roll over at these new lower rates. So who makes up the, let's say 2 trillion of it, of the 7 trillion maturing, 2 trillion of those investors don't roll over at a lower rate. They want to go somewhere else to find yield. That means the Fed's got to step up. I mean, foreigners aren't buying our debt like they used to. So the Fed's going to have to step up and cover that gap for all that maturing debt also. And so what I would tell all of the people watching is watch the Fed's balance sheet. It's at 7.5 trillion right now. We could easily see that exceed 10 trillion this year, 11 trillion. And if that happens, when it happened last year in 2020, you saw it go from 4 trillion to 7 trillion. We saw gold go from the 1500 all the way up to 2000 and over 2000 and hit a new all-time high during that time period from April until August of last year. And we saw silver go from what? It got down as low as 12 or even 11 briefly in March, and then ran from then the Fed turned on the gas with the 3 trillion in April and May, and boom, silver skyrocketed all the way up from that $12 or $13 range all the way up into the high 20s by August. And I think 29 is where it peaked out in August. So if you start seeing the Fed balance sheet expanding dramatically, yeah, that's incredibly good for gold and silver. And I expect with the Biden stimulus of 1.9 trillion, that's probably about to pass the House and the Senate within the next week or so. That could be the next catalyst for what pushes silver back up to the $28 to $30 range that seems to be the resistance right now. And Andy, I don't know if you follow the same things that I do in terms of that. I don't know you that well, but does that sort of chime in with what you've been seeing in your own thinking?
I mean, I look at more of a big picture, but yeah, I mean, in the respect that I think the Fed's already created enough money 10 times over for silver to be much, much, much higher than it is. Silver would be much, much higher than it should be if it weren't for the overt suppression. You know, when you go back to June 1st, we had more phone calls that day than I ever have in my career, ever. I mean, 24 hours a day, late into the night. Demand off the charts, and yet some very smart trader decided to dump 1.5 billion ounces at the open, which is almost 2 full years worth of mine supply, where if anyone did anything like that, they would immediately be fired and most likely prosecuted for guaranteeing the worst possible execution. The overt attempt of holding it down is
you're saying June 1st of last year is what you're talking about?
June 1st, June 2nd. Yeah. Well,
I'm looking at it right now on the chart.
When it opened on Monday, they dumped the hell out of it to try to freak all the Reddit people out. And when you talk about, 2 years worth of mine supply globally being dumped at the open, that is the reason that the price isn't reflective of reality. When you see that I can't buy 1,000-ounce bars, when you see demand is off the charts and every dealer across the globe is sold out, that is demand. When you see 30 million ounces get taken off of COMEX through deliveries day one of the March contract, that is demand, and the price is not a reflection of demand. And I agree with you, the expansion of the Fed balance sheet will only exacerbate the final outcome. But I guess the only place that I deviate a little bit is that I think that all of the things that you say are true. It's pouring kerosene on a fire. The problem is that, that you got 8 commercial banks right now that are short and control 50% of all the open interest on the COMEX. They control the market until they're overrun. And, when you can't get 1,000-ounce bars off a COMEX right now, or from any major dealer, maybe they're just not making them available. Maybe you have the industrials quietly scooping it up without us knowing, like, maybe Tesla's buying it, maybe Apple's buying it, maybe Samsung's buying it, or maybe the COMEX is afraid of a run on 1,000-ounce bars and they're just not letting them go. But everything I see around me, everything tells me silver should be multiples of it. And just do this. If you just take the price of gold and you divide it by 42, that's pretty much the average of the last 150 years. Pretty dang close.
Mhm.
That's $40+ an ounce right now. It should be over $40 an ounce right now, just based upon the ratio. And when I asked Keith Newmeyer about that a month and a half ago, when it was 85 to 1, he says to me, Andy, I don't look at the gold to silver ratio the way everyone else does, the way all you commentators do. He says, what I look at is the mining ratio. And he says, I'm pulling it out of the ground as every other mining company on the planet is at 8 to 1. You have a global mining ratio of 8 to 1. It is found in nature in a form called epithermal. It's very close to the surface. It's depleting. The big deposits were found decades ago. And so when it's coming out of the ground at 8 to 1, it's being priced at 65 to 1. Let's not forget it was 125 to 1 in March. It's regressed, and it will regress to its natural average right now at 8 to 1 at some point. And I guess you could then draw the analogy that it's 7 or 8 times undervalued right now in relation to gold. I mean, to see silver price at $160 would not be outlandish at all right now. In fact, it would be in line with the mining ratio, a lot closer to it anyway. And certainly where we are right now at a 66 or 7 to 1 ratio, it's not justified. So yeah, we agree on a lot of things. The only thing I would say is that it should be a lot higher as is. And all of the things that you're talking about should only make that fire just go to a 5-alarm fire.
Well, that takes it, what you just touched on for the
Jim.
Yes.
May I hop in for just one moment before?
No. This is the Andy and Jim show now. You're no, go ahead.
Please be when you're free. Before I pick up a little dinner here, Andy, would you like a little update on the Perth Mint?
Yes, sir, please.
Anybody at home like an update from the Perth Mint live from Australia?
Yes.
So here we have the Perth Mint site. Wow, that jeweled horse coin looks pretty nifty.
That's a really cool coin.
Have an update from John Adams at Adams Economics. You may have seen John on Twitter. He's been researching and been sharing the silver manipulation story with Australia. And I checked in with him this morning, and he had a couple comments that if you wanted to pass on some thoughts, you can find him at Adams Economics on Twitter about the Perth Mint. And he writes, the Perth Mint shutting their website appears to be routine, although retail customers who walked into the Perth Mint 2 days ago couldn't buy silver in any quantity. Why is that? Because the Perth Mint are holding back supply to the Australian market in order to provide delivery support to the COMEX.
Yeah.
The big scandal with the Perth Mint is that they are giving preference to the COMEX over the Australian market. They will be sending tons of silver silver to New York to assist with the March 2021 COMEX contract. He did mention in an email earlier this week to me that he was told by someone that they have a lot of silver that they're prepared to send. I heard other people dispute what the person who was telling him that was saying. So make of that what you will. But either case, thank you, John, for that update. And,
Shay Russell, a very nice young lady who I believe she works for Agora in Australia, said the exact same thing last year. Last year, I was singing the praises of the Perth Mint, that they were, they really rescued us with supply when supply was so hard to get. I sold so many Perth Mint kangaroos last year. And she said the same thing, that getting silver there is next to impossible. When we were, that's all we had to sell. She was saying that it's so hard to get it. It's huge delivery delays in Australia, and that was when that they were providing kilo bars to the COMEX, support for the COMEX, and sending us tons of silver supply. So, the COMEX story is, yet to be, I think the final chapters have yet to be written, but you can see when they are diverting resources from their own people to support the COMEX and the US market, something's not right there.
Well, I'll let you guys stick to it. John did also record a video called George Soros and the Silver Moonshot. maybe I'll check that one out while I am picking up my food. But either case, hope you guys are having fun. And I just wanted to report that quickly, and I'll let you get back to it.
Well, I need to check out. My wife has come into my room here twice now telling me to come to dinner. I told her originally I'd only be on for 30 minutes, and here we are 2 hours later. So
Silverland is like that, Jim. Thank you for being here. And thanks for all your help in setting things up, just to help organize all the people who want to be involved. Are we good to go on that volunteer link? Is that on the Wall Street group?
I will get it posted, and I will tweet it out, and I will tag you in the tweet so you can retweet it and add it to the link to your video.
Well, I sure appreciate that. And as you can see, right before we let you go, we are now up to $8,504 to get some billboard signs out. And you can discuss here funny ideas or great locations for the billboard. Maybe your town, maybe if you're in a town that needs a billboard about silver, well, thank Jim over there for all he's done. And buddy, go get dinner.
I think they want to put one billboard on some building across from the parking lot of the COMEX parking lot. Something like that. I've heard rumors that might be an interesting idea. I don't know.
About Times Square.
I got to get up first. Well, not all of them. Let's just keep doing it.
Well, you can share your thoughts in the forum, or I'm going to go pick up my dinner. You can continue discussing it here. You can take comments from people if they have ideas or thoughts. Andy and Yara, are you good to go for a little longer?
You can hang for a little bit longer. Absolutely.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Jim.
Bye, Jim. Thanks for hanging out. Bye, Chris. Have great tacos. Andy and I'll. Oh, I guess we'll just leave that up for a minute. Oh, cool. He read my mind and stopped the screen share. Well, this is fun. We'll get to take a couple of questions now. So you guys, if you want to ask new questions for Andy, where I can see them at the
I have a question for Silver Chris.
What Silver Chris?
Should I drink the Gata Cabernet Sauvignon, the white, or the whatever the other one is?
What kind of tacos are you getting?
You know what? I think I'm going to do that too. I'll be right back. I'm going to pour myself a glass. I'll be back.
All right, Andy. Is he going to drink his Gata blend? And Yar, what do you think of our new Arcadia wine is now a thing?
I am beyond excited about Arcadia wine. Both my brother and my sister have had their own wines, and I really want to be a part of that club. So yay.
Yeah. Well, it'll be exciting. And perhaps while we're waiting for Skipper to come back, do you want to take a question from the audience, or do you have any questions? What is Nibbles eating for dinner?
What is Nibbles eating? What did Nibbles get? A taco salad?
We'll see.
Okay. There's a question that says, why will miners not stop selling to the COMEX? I guess we talked about that a little bit earlier, but it seems pertinent. I guess they don't really.
Please.
Pardon?
Can you say the question again, please?
Why do miners still sell to the COMEX, or why don't they withhold from there? And I know we talked about that a bit earlier, but it's been 4.5 hours maybe.
Yeah, well,
a week like this calls for not messing around. Going straight vodka.
All right. I'll go pour another one really quick too while Chris fields the minor question.
So the answer is that it's happening. Here we have, I'm not sure if, okay. Here is Avino Silver and Gold Mines is pleased to announce that concentrates prepayment agreement with Samsung. I heard about this yesterday or sometime this week when Jorge from Reina Silver was on the show and we were talking about that. And I would say that any of the mining executives I've talked to, no one's said no. I don't want to speak for anyone because obviously I wanted a very sensitive issue. And of course, they're also running a business. So, I mean, it's one thing, you get like your silver bars and you stash it at home. I mean, these guys have payrolls to meet, they have payments to make, and I'll continue to ask them. I'm not really qualified to speak in high detail of how a CFO arranges their balance sheet, but Keith Neumeier has talked about how when silver went down to $12, he stopped selling. I don't know how long, if silver had stayed there, but yeah, I mean, see, these are some of the laws of economics. Silver doesn't normally stay below the cost of production for extended periods of time. And I thought that was a really courageous decision by Keith, a really smart decision. Here you see Samsung has made an agreement, and I've asked that question to many silver mining companies, and none of them have said, well, we have no interest in doing that. And perhaps I will leave that one at that and leave you guys to take it from there.
Thank you,
Don't
Chris.
go, Chris. Don't go.
Well, Andy, I got a good one for you. And cheers, buddy. It's been a long week. Happy Friday.
Cheers, Yara.
All right. So JR says he's been stacking maples, but was also stacking 10-ounce bars. Which do you think is better? And I know you've got
all day long. I mean, I like the bars, don't get me wrong, but I love I think the legal tender coins are by far more in demand, probably have better upside potential. In normal markets, they do anyway. The Maple Leafs have the anti-counterfeiting engraving on them, a peace of mind, and furthermore, the bars right now are so expensive in relation to the coins because the smaller refineries can't keep up.
Right.
That the line between value is now gone. You're almost paying the same price for a 10-ounce bar as you do for a 1-ounce coin. So I wouldn't be buying them for sure.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And thank you. Speaking of counterfeiting or anti-counterfeiting measures, I know a lot of people have been buying a lot on eBay these last few weeks as supply has been, or just in general, but especially these last few weeks. What are some things that people could do to kind of self-assure or make sure that they're not getting counterfeit bars or coins? Is there anything?
You're going to buy on eBay, don't buy from anyone that doesn't have a huge positive rating.
Okay.
You'll have a lot of metals companies. We were one of the very first ones ever on eBay. In fact, we have a plaque in our office that we were at one point sold more gold on eBay than anyone. We kind of started the craze on it. And we since have backed off of it. We're not on it anymore. It became too difficult with PayPal regulations and lines of credit and all the things that we had to post to do it. It became more complex than it was worth. But if you're gonna buy on eBay, just like anything you'd buy on eBay, you would want to work with someone with a really good rating, a power seller. You don't have to worry about it then, peace of mind. But I think that if you cross that line of penny wise, pound foolish by buying things that from suspicious places, less eBay, more places like Craigslist or places where or on eBay, if you're buying from someone with no rating whatsoever, it's buyer beware. Really, the whole counterfeit thing's not a big deal yet. I really have in 31 years hardly seen anything counterfeit. I've seen some, but very, very little. In general, if you're buying government issued coins, you have less to worry about because counterfeiting a 10-ounce bar from Silvertown Mint is a whole different story than doing it from the Royal Canadian Mint when you have a sovereign government who will come after you for counterfeiting legal. Right. That's a whole different, that's a whole different thing. And with a whole different set of, utilities to come after you. So I think that buying legal tender coins would remove that and buy them from reputable places. You don't even have to ask that question.
Cool. Yeah, that's great advice. Let's see what we've got next here. So we have a lot of comments saying that they don't buy from eBay. I did actually buy Perth Mint 2018 Opal Year of the Dog coin on eBay. That was my first eBay purchase, and they had great ratings, and it was I got it in a timely fashion, and I freaking love it. It's amazing. We're calling them the Year of the Nibbles coins instead of the dogs. So, how could we not get that? So that was actually my first eBay experience, and that was in the last 2 weeks. So I get all of my other medals from Miles Franklin, but sometimes we don't have Opal stuff.
No, they're hard to come by. Those things are hard to come by. I think in general, those Opal coins are kind of like proof coins on the US side, where you have to buy them directly off the Mint website. And that's what people do, is they'll gobble them up on the Mint website and then sell them on eBay at a big profit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess that's, that's just capitalism, right?
Sure.
There you go.
One of my daughters, my 13-year-old's daughter, her best friend's brother is 15, 16, and he bought some of the coins issued by the U.S. Mint commemorating World War II, and bought them for $30-$40 and sold them to me for $500 a piece. The silver coins, the Silver Eagle World War II V whatever, just came out last year. There is that possibility to do that. I know a lot of people who do that, but in general, when you talk about those kinds of coins, proof coins and things like that, they should be not for resale. They should be more for enjoyment, or buy them for your kids or whatever, because you pay such a monstrous premium, and it's such a thinly traded market. I wouldn't even know who to talk to find a price on that. It would take me a few hours just to figure it out. So not to say you shouldn't do it. It just shouldn't be the core position. You'd want to buy, bullion items. And then I buy a couple proof coins every year for my kids and put them away, and they're cool. Absolutely. But
they are
not a big market for them. In fact, the US proof coin market has just been hammered. And so you can buy proof American buffaloes and eagles for a fraction of what they used to be right now.
Yeah, that's it's a good thing to think about, with the difference between like the sovereign mints and then, making your own coins or other refineries that do make their own stuff. We did have a question with would Miles Franklin ever make their own coins?
No, I thought about it, because I wouldn't want an APMEX coin, and APMEX wouldn't want a Miles Franklin coin. And I bought back APMEX coins before, and I just basically sell them in the secondary market or sell them to a refiner or whatever. I mean, right. It's a cool trinket. It's a neat, it'd be
good marketing. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a neat, give them away, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't really ever gotten past the thinking about it stage. I think in general, when you buy gold and silver, you want to buy coins that are totally widely accepted. And because when it comes down to it, you don't want to have to negotiate with someone on liquidity. So that's why I think it's always best to, when I talk about penny wise and pound foolish, buy quality. You don't have to buy, or recognizability. You can have the greatest thing in the world, but if no one wants it, what's it worth? And so you want to buy things that are in demand. And I think that's why you stick with things from the 6 major mints, or you stick with smaller size pieces that are in demand, because you end up with a whole better experience when you're trying to sell it, and to not have to negotiate or find a person that will pay you a fair price, or have to box up a 1,000-ounce bar and bring it to the post office. Let me tell you what that's all about. It's not fun. And I've done it many times. And so having liquidity and flexibility and giving a little bit of thought to what you buy, thinking about what it'll be like to sell it, is always a good idea.
Okay, that's a great tip. I like the constitutional silver for the same reason. It's small denominations. It's people know what it is. I have it. I love the $50. They feel great. So.
Most people haven't seen a $50. I like what Jeff says here. That is one thing that I would buy or make. Everyone seems to give me a hard time about the fact that I like to say, trust your gut. But I think if more people trusted their gut, they would be better off. It's your best financial advisor. Most of us are blessed with good intuition. You don't have to be a woman to have good intuition, and most of us have it, but most of us are so busy Maybe that has something to do with not wearing the blue blockers. I don't know. Your brain gets distorted, but we're so busy we don't listen to our inner voice. And if more people just listen to their inner voice a little bit more frequently, instead of just dismissing it, I think things would be much better. So I like that, Jeff. I think if I do anything, it would be trust your gut, silver rounds, and maybe like, I don't know, a big belly or something. But yeah, I that would be better to me than buying or making a Miles Franklin round, which no one would want. But a trust your gut, I think that'd be great.
I like that too. You know, stick with positive themology that like will go through everything throughout life. So I like that a lot. And I do trust my gut. I mean, I met Chris, learned about silver, and went all in within, gosh, weeks. I mean, it took me 30 minutes to say, well, that's not right, and I want to help. And it took me, you know, not very much longer before I was doing whatever I could.
All the people I've ever known, you've learned this market and the intricacies of it as well as anyone I've ever known, and as fast as anyone I've ever known. So, you know, cheers to you. You've done a great job.
I had a great teacher. And, you know, I think this is one of the most important things I've ever come across. And why wouldn't I want to learn everything I can about it and try to share that with people when it, you know, it resonated with me on such a level that I literally made a right turn in my life to choose to make this a part of what I was doing every day, you know? So like when you trust your gut, then you go all in, right?
Right on. Absolutely. And it shows. And, you know, you have to be, I think, passionate about something to be good at it anyway. And that's probably speaks volumes for you too. But no, it's a cause worthy of getting behind. And, you know, you can see the rallying cry behind what Chris has created in a very short period of time, you know, and I think people were looking for someone to help, you know, coordinate everyone together. This Reddit group has done an amazing job of that too. Now we have an armada of people all thinking singularly, which is
exactly
different than anything I've ever seen.
Their growth up to what, like 35, 38, I don't even know where it's at now. I know that they were growing so fast. I was looking forward to 35, but I think it shot past that. I mean, that's in under a month, and it's fantastic. And that actually brings me kind of to my next question, which was about order flow. People want to know whether you're getting just overwhelmed with brand new people, or if you're dealing with lots of large scale family offices, or what are you dealing with on a daily basis? I know you're getting a ton of emails, but is it a lot of new people, or?
Yeah, it's insanity. I don't even know how to explain it. It's nonstop phone calls. It's like between 400 and 700 emails a day I get every single day, 7 days a week. It's between 50 and 150 phone calls every day. And I have two phone lines, really. I have my cell phone that half the world knows, and I have my office line, and just going between the voicemail on the two. I mean, it's like, I feel like, I don't know, like a gerbil on a wheel. And, you know, it's continual, just trying to get through the emails. One of the hardest parts about all of this, truthfully, and I hope everyone listens to this, has been people saying, where's my shit? And, you know, we have done a year's worth of business in 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 7.5, 8 weeks, a year's worth. And what really got everything backed up for everyone in the industry, on top of the fact that everyone's logistics department cannot support this kind of demand in an efficient manner, is that all of the coins that I mentioned that are all 2021s, Krugerrands, Philharmonics, Britannias, Kangaroos, all of these coins that I bought come from Europe or Africa. And so they all were imported. Most of them have come in to the East Coast. And when they all came in a week or two ago, there was a blizzard, and they got stuck on the East Coast for almost 10 days. And then the other major supplier that we work with is in Dallas, and We had 55,000 ounces of silver that have been sitting in a hub that just were released, which we're doing today, and I won't have them until Monday because of the icy roads. They kept them there. So you have massive volume, way more than ever, and you had bad weather that really screwed up the logistics and just kind of created this huge squeeze isn't the right word, huge backup logjam of demand and of shipping orders in queue that my shipping department and everyone's, but mine in particular, is working 6 days a week. They don't work Sunday, and they work morning, noon, and night. There's 18 hours a day. There's 3 shifts that are packing nonstop. So the order volume's off the hook, and hasn't shown any signs of letting down this entire year. None.
Yeah, I mean, it's been wild. I can only imagine what it's like to be in the vault and packing and shipping out all this stuff, having seen the order inflow. It's hard to imagine all of that, getting out. So I know that they're doing an amazing job, but yeah,
they are doing a really awesome job. And I was up there the other day, and it's amazing what's happening. I mean, literally, we have these carts that hold the metal. They're all bent. There's so much volume going through there that we're hiring new people, and hiring people in a secure vault like this is really not very easy. We've gone a long way with trusting family and friends. Mm-hmm. And now we're getting to the point where we need to hire people outside. We're gonna have to put metal detectors in the place. I mean, the whole thing, it's not easy. It's a good problem to have, but I'm just one company, and there are a lot of companies out there doing the same thing. And that's why when people see the price behaving the way that it is disconnected. Every bit as much as the Dow Jones is connected to the upside or disconnected to the upside from the real economy, the price of gold and silver is disconnected from the level of demand, which is truthfully unlike anything that I've ever experienced. The closest thing to it would be going to Costco in March trying to buy a bottled water or toilet paper. I'm totally serious. It's that kind of a mad dash where, right. I can't even reply to someone's email because I get 7 phone calls and, before I even get a chance to type one. And then when I go back to that email, I have to scroll down through 120 emails just to find it. And it was just a half hour ago, it was there.
Right.
It's that nuts. It is. And I'm thankful for it. I feel blessed, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Yep. And I think everyone in this industry feels the same way. I haven't had a break, not a day, not 1 day break since last February. 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 18 to 20 hours a day, as God is my witness, not a day.
You didn't get
even when we were just in Florida, I didn't see the sun.
No tan in Florida. There you go. Like that's how much Andy works for us.
Well, it's hard. It's hard because I started doing this in 1989, and I remember what it's like to struggle. My family comes from nothing, and we started our company from nothing. My dad's middle name, my dad was my partner, and his friend's middle name was Franklin. My dad's middle name was Miles. Franklin loaned us $60,000 to start the company. 1-room office, Minneapolis, 1989, before the internet. And, talk about beating the odds. We literally, honestly, come from absolutely nothing. And to get to this point, it's really hard to shut it off. So it's one of my bigger challenges in life. I feel you have to just run when you get a chance to run and until you drop. So hopefully dropping just means sleeping. And but we'll keep at it, and it's Friday night, it's 8 o'clock, and I still got some energy left in me after a long day and a long week, and a long year.
Right.
I feel blessed to be part of what you and Chris are doing. Honestly, I do. I love you both, and I want to keep doing it. We'll just keep rolling, and for a little while anyway, and keep answering questions.
Well, we love you too. And I couldn't be more grateful for all of the friends and family that I've made through Silver. It's a cool
community, I got to admit.
It is.
It's very cool.
A lot of really interesting people.
And a lot of young people, which really shocks me. It's something that most of us never thought would happen. Most of the people I talked to my whole career, your grandfather's age. And all of a sudden it's inverted, and it's really gives me so much hope that with the young people now understanding this, That's the worst fear of the people manipulating the price, because it used to be a tiny little subsection of, oh, that's just, grandpa, he doesn't know what he's talking about. All of a sudden you have a whole wide group of people who have awakened to what's going on. And there's
they're diving in, and they're knowledgeable, and they're spreading information in a effective manner, and the organization is a beauty to behold. And it's
what it's like, Yara? It's like a fuse has been lit. It's a long fuse.
Yeah.
And you can see the fuse going, and you wonder when it gets to the point where it pops. I can't quite see where that is yet, but you can see the fuse and you can hear it sizzling. And I think that's the cool thing. And that's in large part to, people like you and Chris and this Reddit group and Bix and all the people who have, put in the tireless work when it wasn't so chic like it is now.
Well, what can you say? We were a little ahead of the curve, maybe. But I credit that to, Chris bringing it to my attention, and then getting to meet you and getting to meet the GATA guys, and just finding out that although this is very new to me, it wasn't a new situation. And that's what was a motivating factor for me, is like, well, why doesn't anybody know about this? So I'm honored to be a part of the getting the word out team, because I know there's a lot of people who have known this for a long time and have been doing their best, but it's like yelling into an abyss, like for a while nobody cared. And so now it's so great to have, a stronger, more expansive community out there sharing the message. So.
In a lot of the public speaking I've done over the years, I would start it by saying all of us owe a debt of gratitude to Bill Murphy and Chris Powell, if you own metals. And, we've been supporting GATA for as long as I can remember, since they were, on the internet. And Bill Holter was one of my best friends. We became friends on GATA, and Andy Hoffman, who used to work with me a long time ago, we met him on GATA. And GATA is something that everyone who doesn't know what it is ought to check it out. Everyone that donated money to these billboards could donate $1 or $2 to GATA also. They are the original fearless fighters, and have stood up to all of this and done everything. I mean, they are, in my book, they can't do wrong. And what Bill and Chris have done, I owe a debt of gratitude to. It's shaped my career and my thinking and my life. And I wish them nothing but the best. They've faced an uphill battle for the last 10, 15 years. And it's maybe starting to pay off, where if it does, we should all have a party and celebrate as a guest of honor, Bill and Chris, the head of GATA and La Metropole Cafe.
Yes, I love the GATA guys. Somebody here is saying that if you yell into abyss, that there would be a giant echo. That's not the way I understand it, but perhaps. But moving right along, go to GATA.org and see what they're all about. Subscribe, donate. Those guys were trailblazers. They have been, banging this drum since I was in maybe elementary school. I'm not even sure, but go support GATA. Like, they're the godfathers of this movement. So thanks for shining a light on them, Andy. Let's see. There was a question about, hold on. It was a super chat. I'm trying to find it. Damn, there's so many awesome comments. Okay, so, oh no, that's support Wall Street silver billboards. Yes, please do that. There's another super chat I'm searching for. It was something about silver clad coins, like collectibles, and whether those are something you would have or recommend.
Clad typically means like crappy condition.
Oh, okay.
A clad coin would typically be a coin that is worn so much that you can't really see the identification or the marking or the high points, and money better spent instead of buying a I mean, if you're going to buy something that's a collectible, it's better to pay a little bit more for it and get a nice one focus more on the number of ounces rather than the collectability of the coin. Typically, clad coins are not going to be near the bottom of the barrel.
We plan to go public at the New York Stock Exchange.
Pardon me. I don't know what just happened. There's some commercial just came on my phone.
Has a life of mind of its own.
Yes. So, well, let's see what else is, if there are any other questions. So clad is not worth the trouble, huh?
Oh.
Okay, cool.
I have a question.
What is it, Silvercrest?
Actually, no, I don't. But Nibbles has a question. He wants to know, A, when he can get a 4 ounce or 1 ounce, 1 to 3 ounce dog bone on his collar. And also he wants to know if there's going to be Silverfest 2 and what might be planned.
Out. Where is Silverfest 2 going to be this year?
Well, wouldn't it be nice if we could do it in person? That's something I definitely like to at least be able to do a hybrid of. It will definitely be online, so people can tune in from wherever they are, but it would be really nice to have an in-person element. So that remains to be seen, but Nibbles has it all planned out. What most people might not know is that Nibbles has this all figured out, so we don't have to figure out all the details. Once, you know, he's on it, he sniffs it out, and then it's done. So
yeah, I definitely think it should, no matter what, there should be an online portion, because there were so many people that were in our chat room. It seemed the hours went very late, and they were in our chat room until late in the night from somewhere in Europe or Australia. So the reach that this has is very, very deep.
I loved the video chats too. Yes, Chris?
You think anyone can call Guinness and see if we've yet set the record for longest silver video cast?
I need to make a new thumbnail.
Gotta be close, man. Gotta be close. Nobody else has ever been crazy enough to talk about silver. Are we in? You know what time we started? I think we've completed 7 hours and 9 minutes or so now. Does that sound right?
He kept texting me, "You coming back, old man? Or are you sleeping already?" And I had no idea this was going on all day, you know. So after a long day of work, I was surprised to see you still doing this. But hey, I like the live stream.
Oh, thank you, David Morgan.
Where's David?
David is David. Well, welcome to log on. Although I'm sure he had a full day, but yeah. Anyway, obviously, when I saw Bix's video, I don't really have a plan most of these days, but I guess that's what is nice. I mean, I've seen my own fantasies come true, where I wake up every day, I get to do what I want and feel like, and companies send money and buy silver options, get tacos, and we do it again the next day. So especially with what happened, then seeing Bix's video, I was just like, wow, that's kind of interesting, and just figured we'd keep going and invite people on and see, as long as people are out there and have questions and that's of help, and kind of curious to see like how long this will go. We'll see. But anyway, yeah.
We're here to Bix Weir. He's a good man. He's an honorable, good dude, and he's been a soldier for a long time. He's another GATA guy. Bix is one of the original GATA guys as well. So Bix, we love you.
Yes, we do. And we've gotten a couple of other statements here. Kevin Zhao says, sound money ensures honesty, integrity, justice, and honor. The absence of it over the last few decades is the most fundamental reason for all that's wrong about America today. Hear, hear. Yes, and thank you for sharing that and for the super chat. Devin says, Chris Marcus, thank you for your $1,000 donation to the billboards. We really want to get these billboards out there. We want.
I was thinking about that on the way back. I meant to list that as Arcadia Economics. Yara is as half owner of our business.
Oh yeah, that was me too.
I did not label that correctly, so I apologize, but thank you for the kind word.
You can speak for me, Chris. Thank you.
Where's Denver Dave when we need him? On number 2 now. Where's Denver Dave?
We do
Come on,
need
Denver
some
Dave. You're being called. Someone call the Bat Channel. Get a hold of Denver Dave.
I can text him. I don't know where he is. Yeah, we could get. Hey, Chris, if you're listening, text Dave. What up? Where is he? He's probably on Twitter railing on Tesla and Kathy Wood for her ARC right now. That's like pretty interesting too.
Well, people could go on Twitter and tag at Investment Research Dynamics and just keep requesting until he comes on. He was visiting his mom, but he's probably back home now. You never know.
Dude, Jim Lewis is done with dinner.
Yeah, if anybody wants to tag Investment Research Dynamics or INVRES Dynamics and give Dave some shit so he comes and hangs out with us, I endorse that. Hi, John. Welcome back. How was dinner?
Yeah, I had some dinner. I got a fresh glass of ice water. Kids are asleep, so I'm here for your entertainment.
Fantastic. Well, we've got an awesome crowd going in the chat and lots of nice people saying nice things. So thank you all for all of the comments. Let's get some questions again. There's a lot of "we love you, Andes."
I love you too.
Hey, Jim is back. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. There's a lot of "where's Kranzler's?" So if any of you want to take your efforts to Twitter and harass him into the Zoom, please do. He's always good for a lot of fun.
Someone asked if we deliver to Canada. Yes, we do. We do deliver to Canada. We have a massive footprint in Canada. We have North American exclusives with Brinks in Toronto, Vancouver, and Montreal with our storage program. And so, yes, we do deliver to Canada, whoever asked that.
Hey, Andy, I see one question here. How's the platinum market?
What platinum market?
I don't know. Do you deal in platinum coins?
Yeah, we do. Platinum is very, very thin at best. Not much demand for it for whatever reason. Probably, I don't know. It's not viewed as a monetary metal the way that gold and silver are. There has been some history in Russia and what have you with platinum as a monetary metal throughout the years, but in general, platinum is viewed more as an investment rather than a monetary metal. And the mints have done a horrible job of making it, producing it. So I have a small allocation of platinum eagles that I bought that I'll have in maybe a week or two. Mm-hmm. I have some platinum kangaroos in stock, and I have a couple hundred Valcambi platinum bars coming in, and that's about it. The supply is really, really thin, and there's not a ton of demand for it. But you could argue that it's got the same or similar fundamentals to silver, a huge concentrated short position by the commercial banks, and a price that is disconnected from historical relationship with gold. Most of my career, that platinum was $50 to $100 higher. I remember when it was triple the price in maybe 2008. With like $800 or $900 gold and platinum north of 2,000. So from a math standpoint, a logic standpoint, a geological standpoint, platinum's a hell of a buy. But here again, it's manipulated just like silver by the concentrated short position of the commercials.
Yeah, I have one platinum miner, Impala, which I think it's based in South Africa. I just checked it the other day. It's up 60% since August. Based on just a couple $100 move in the underlying platinum price. The platinum miner has just been going through the roof since August. But you're right, platinum's not a monetary metal. I mean, the only place I think that really considers it a monetary metal was back when I was in high school and played Dungeons and Dragons, and you could get one for 10 gold pieces, you could get one platinum piece in the Dungeons and Dragons
just about
economy.
Anything, platinum is going to be, typically higher than gold. Like Delta Airlines, platinum is higher than gold, or at Lifetime Health Club, platinum is higher than gold. in reality, right now, platinum is not higher than gold. And, look, it's many times rarer than gold. And it's just that the easy answer was that, when the auto manufacturers, and I don't believe this to be true, when the auto manufacturers switched a decade ago or so, their assembly lines, they retrofitted it for catalytics to use palladium instead of platinum for unleaded vehicles. They left it for diesel, but diesel is a dying form of a dying engine. They're going away from diesel, and Dieselgate with Volkswagen. And so the industrial applications for platinum have waned, but here you look at palladium, and this would be the same incentive for the auto manufacturers, if they still make combustion engines in 10 years, to move back to platinum, because palladium used to be a third the price of platinum my whole career. Most of my career, I think of palladium at $200-300 and not at 2,000 and higher. So everything logically would say you should own some platinum from a standpoint of its attractiveness and as an undervalued asset. But its performance has been abysmal, worse than that of any of the other major metals. So yeah, I'd buy some. I wouldn't sell it if I owned it. If I owned palladium, I'd sell it and buy platinum. That would have been the wrong thing to do for the last year or two. I've been telling people to do it for that long. I was wrong. But here again, ratios and markets have a way of being overextended for a long period of time until they snap back and regress to their natural mean. And that'll happen at some point. So bottom line is palladium's overvalued, platinum's undervalued, and it's a similar story to silver. It just lacks the monetary side of things, I believe.
It seems like every metal that gets a futures market ends up becoming manipulated. I might be thinking of the wrong metal, but didn't palladium take off after there was a failure of delivery a couple of years ago?
The first time I remember palladium taking off was over a decade ago, when Ford Motor Company took a big position in it when they were moving from platinum to palladium. I don't know what the reason was. I know that it broke the manipulation. The commercial banks don't mess with it anymore. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, you could see that happen with silver. It just got, the supply side squeezed them too much. And you don't want to naked short something you cannot get. Well, that is the argument here for silver, is that it's being naked shorted so much that it gets to a point that those doing it are risking too much to continue to do it. That is what happened with palladium. Will it be what happens with silver? That's the argument. And I'll tell you that I'd believe it. I never would before, but when you see just how hard it is to get things all the way up to 1,000-ounce bars, I would believe that you could see the COMEX be overrun, simply because naked shorting, when no one wants it's an easy game. Naked shorting it when people call you on the carpet and say, I call, like in a poker game, and someone bluffs and says, I'm all in, just because they have a big chip stack. If you call that person and say, I'll stand for delivery like 30 million ounces did yesterday, it's the potential of the COMEX being overrun. It grows with every day.
I just interviewed Andrew Maguire for Wall Street Silver. We did an AMA with him the other day, and this topic came up. Why some guys? Why aren't some? I posed the hypothetical question: why aren't some multi-billionaires out there standing for delivery and taking, tens of millions of ounces off of COMEX? Because I would think, my hypothetical was, if I had $5 billion liquid, and there's lots of people on this planet who do have $5 billion liquid, and I was concerned about hyperinflation or currency risk, I'd be taking a portion of my funds, whether it's, however much, it's all hypothetical numbers, and going and grabbing tens of millions of ounces of silver and gold right now and storing them in some depository. And the obvious place to get that is COMEX or LBMA. And why aren't we seeing that? And Andrew Maguire's response was, he thinks we are.
We are.
And that's what's showing up in the COMEX numbers.
We are seeing it. That's what that's what that third reportable group is, the others. There was over 300 million ounces taken off last year.
Yeah.
That's $1 billion or whatever. So do the math,
we're going to see 50 million ounces taken off for March, I believe. Maybe 60 million ounces.
That's what it is. And these are the wealthiest people in the world that are doing this, the sovereign wealth funds and the family offices. But people who get to that level don't do things to cut off their nose to spite their face. They do it the way that you should when you want to either accumulate or disassemble a very, very large position. You do it methodically. And, you know, the truth be told is that there are very few people who really see what's happening out there. We are a small segment of people, but they have been bleeding it dry literally all for the last year. And this is the same thing I have been beating to death for the last year, was the linear progression of events that is happening. It started in 2017 with the German Bundesbank. They started this whole chain of events. They said, give us back our gold.
Yeah.
We want it back from the New York Fed. Within a month of that happening, you had the Bank of Hungary, Turkey, the Austrian National Bank, the Dutch National Bank, the Bank of Poland, all said the same thing, give us back our gold. Then the next year, out of nowhere, 2018, you see the central banks buy more gold as a group than they did in the 60 years previously combined. Out of nowhere, they were net sellers the year before. Now they start voraciously buying it. 2019, gold's reclassified as the world's only other tier 1 asset, which is a riskless asset, at least as far as central banks are concerned. So they front ran that decision. They started by pulling it home, taking possession of it. They reclassify it after front running it and buying copious amounts. And then 2020 comes around, and I thought couldn't be outdone. I do still believe that the reclassification of gold as a tier 1 asset through the Basel III agreement is the single biggest event of my 31-year career, hands down, not even close. Mm-hmm. And it signals what the long game is for gold, whether anyone wants to believe it or not. When the most sophisticated, well-funded, well-informed people in the world massively accumulate it and classify it as a riskless investment and bring it home from the New York Fed and the Bank of England, wake up. It is going to be part of what comes next. But then to top that, you have the others, the rise of this third reportable group on the Commitment of Traders report. These others are the sovereign wealth funds. Now, these are the people that know the people. Maybe they are the people just wearing their street clothes, their jeans and their t-shirts, that have sovereign wealth funds that are gobbling up the physical metal off the COMEX. So, I mean, when you put it all together, going back to 2017, you see a linear progression of the most well-funded, well-informed, sophisticated investors in the world, both private and public, doing the same thing, taking possession, removing counterparty risk, and buying a shit ton of metal, both gold and silver. But doing so with great anonymity. This others group largely trades on the Globex trading platform, which hides people's, it's a very private platform. Usually the wealthiest people in the world are trading on this Globex platform, and gives you a great deal of anonymity. And so you have these wealth funds and these family offices, the wealthiest private investors in the world, doing the same thing. I don't know how many tons of gold stood for delivery last month. It was north of 100 tons. So you have it happening in gold and in silver, and they're taking massive quantities of it quietly before everyone tries to run through the door at the same time. They're dancing through the door with pockets full of gold and silver, when the rest of us are enamored with Bitcoin at all-time highs and the Dow Jones at all-time highs. I'm not saying Bitcoin at that level is not justified. I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying, while everyone is looking over there, the wealthiest people in the world are taking massive position of gold and silver and pulling it off of the COMEX and pulling it away from the central banks. And so, you know, take from that what you want. You then put into the fact that I can't get 1,000-ounce bars for 4 weeks, and every 8 major retailer, most of them are sold out of product. Take from that what you want. But I think it's coming. The big money always front runs the rest of us. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
One of the 8619, guys.
One of the fellas I follow on Twitter, Garrett Goggin, he posts some graphs about he's been doing it pretty regularly now, the previous 20-day totals for gold deliveries off the COMEX. And The most recent 20-day period he has is most of the month of February.
That was the delivery month. So
yeah, the delivery month, February for COMEX Gold. Yes, February is a delivery month for gold. March is a delivery month for silver. So the year 2021, the past 20 days has been close to 4 million ounces taken off of COMEX in the past 20 days, which is double any previous year. But you have to go back to 2004, 2005 just to get close to 2 million.
But so that's the point. And that's the point. Last year was over 300 million ounces in silver, which is a decade worth of deliveries. And why is this not being talked about on Squawk Box or, any of these talking heads? They don't say squat about it. But why didn't they talk about the IMF asking for a new Bretton Woods? Why didn't they talk about Basel III? Why don't they talk about anything that's important except what these stocks are doing? And you're seeing you're rustling leaves. You're not looking at the forest. You're just focusing on the trees. They are. But the forest is what the big people are doing, positioning themselves long ahead of everybody else. And the biggest money in the world has been doing this since 2017. When the Bundesbank pulled back their gold in 17, gold was a forgotten asset as Bitcoin hit 20,000. No one was buying it. Everyone was selling it. It was the worst year to own a precious metals company ever in my entire career.
It's $1,200 or $1,100 an ounce, I think.
I don't remember what it was. I just know everyone was selling it. And
yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the Bundesbank says, send us back our gold. And then the central banks start to gobble up gold voraciously the next year out of nowhere. Mm-hmm. And since that point, everything has changed. It's like they were given a playbook, the insiders were, and said, at a certain point, the switch is going to flip. So if I was you, I'd start preparing. And any of us, if we had a buddy we went to school with who we loved since elementary school, and we're in the position like that, your buddy would get a phone call and say, listen, you didn't hear this from me, but you may want to start loading up on silver, who then calls his father-in-law and his buddy. And all of a sudden you got this massive amount of insiders, the very wealthy, doing the same thing, draining COMEX. And what's unusual about that is that COMEX was never a delivery mechanism ever. Mm-hmm. COMEX is supposed to be a platform to offset risk, not to take delivery. And so a very small number of contracts ever stood for delivery. When you talk about 300 million ounces or the amount of gold that was taken off in February, you're saying is you have to go back to 2005 to see anything like it for a whole year or whatever. These are things that you have to really say, well, why is this happening now? And put it all in context with what has happened. And then you look at a global reset coming, with the World Monetary Organization and everyone talking about the Great Reset, and Jim Rickard's new last article saying the reset is here, and reset. The people who are going to reset and flip the switch, they will be long positioned in the right place to be before the reset happens. And look at what they've been doing for the past 4+ years. And that's all you need to know. Mm-hmm. When you see the amount of effort that has been used to hold down these prices, that's all you need to know. Misdirection is everywhere. They're misdirecting through price and rhetoric. You have to see through it and trust your gut. Back to the old trust your gut thing. And that's where we're at. I think 2021 will be a very illuminating year before it's all over.
Another question I see here in our chat is they're speculating will May be a difficult month for COMEX silver delivery? Because I think March, I think they're fine. The last numbers I saw, there's 136 million ounces registered available for delivery, and it looks like only about 50 or 60 million are going to stand for delivery for March. And so now the question forwards to, all right, what's going on in May? Because correct me if I'm wrong, you know how this market works. The smelters, the refiners who make the 1,000-ounce bars, if they can't sell them to someone for enough of a premium, their default way to offload these 1,000-ounce bars is to send them to the COMEX or send them to LBMA or wherever. That's their final source. So the way COMEX gets more inventory is through these smelters, basically as the final offload point. Is that how it works?
Well,
Or
I mean, that is a portion of it, but that doesn't do enough. That's why you saw the COMEX expand the eligible bar list tremendously last year into, I don't remember how many, but any mom pop organization that was making bars in their basement got expanded and got green lighted into being a COMEX approved refinery, including 30 or 40 in China, I believe. And so you have a huge list of now COMEX approved refineries that never were. They are here again, reeking of desperation, freaking out that you will see a run on COMEX, and so they expand the eligible list. So all of the moves that they are making would lead me to believe that the reason it'll be difficult to see a flat out run on COMEX where they run out of silver is because they'll cash settle before they do that. They'll change the rules. They'll hike margins way up, which they've already done, and they'll do more of it. And they'll either just, make it illegal to go long, like pretty much like they did to the Hunt brothers, or they'll force majeure and cash settle. But when that happens, then the COMEX is exposed for a fraud, and it happens anyway. But
well, the COMEX has to compete with all those refineries for supply. So as I understand it, from I'm not in the industry. I'm just an investor on the outside who reads a lot. So just to let you know my limit of information, and I'm coming to you because you are in the industry to possibly answer this question. It's my understanding anyone can go to those the COMEX approved refineries to purchase those 1,000-ounce bars, and that is what is exactly happening right now. More and more people are going directly to the refineries to bid on those supplies of silver, thus making it more impossible for people like you to even get those 1,000-ounce bars. That's got to affect the supply available to COMEX also, in terms of when 60 million ounces stands for delivery at COMEX in March. To me, it just seems a little tougher for them to reload for May in this current environment. And, I'm sure they'll be able to get part of it, but look, I just wonder how much reloading is even possible with the competition for 1,000-ounce bars right now.
Who knows how it ends when it ends? They took off a decade's worth of silver last year. And if they take 50 million off this month, that'll follow the same suit, roughly 300 million annualized. At some point, you just run out of available silver to deliver, and they just stop allowing delivery. And at that point, the COMEX is no longer going to be validated as the premier price setting mechanism in the world. Maybe it moves to Shanghai. I don't know. But they've opened Pandora's bottle by allowing all of these deliveries, and they can't really shut it off, because if you're going to set the price somewhere, you have to allow delivery, or what good is the price if you don't allow delivery? So, or the price that they're saying that it is. And then already that price is bullshit, because look what it costs to buy any 1 ounce or 10 ounce or 100-ounce bar in this industry. It's $5 over spot. Mm-hmm. So the retail industry is saying that the price is off by a minimum of $5. The historical relationship between gold and silver over the last 150 years is saying it's off by almost double. And the mining ratio is saying it's off by almost 8 times. So silver price is off. And the COMEX, which is creating the inability for price discovery, is running on borrowed time when you see the amount of deliveries being directly challenged against the naked shorting of the commercial banks. These are things that have never happened before. So when you ask when does it happen or what breaks it, or God only knows, but we're drawing closer, and you can see that. And I always say this, I feel like the little boy who cries wolf. But remember, the wolf comes at the end of the story. Don't forget that. And I think that's important to note, that, mathematically and economically and logically, the things that are happening will have repercussions. And so I guess we'll see what is the final straw that breaks the back. But I grow more and more confident in our mission and in our message every single day, that the things that all of us collectively are believing and talking about are coming true right in front of us. And, so stay true to your beliefs, trust your gut, hang on.
Indeed. Hey, we have a couple of super chats that have come in. One is from Devin. He's giving you some shit, Andy. He wants to know where your billboard donation's at. Because Chris is showing you up, but I know that you're technically challenged, and that's the only thing that's going on here. Andy, he wants to know, what is shipping like to Canada, because he would love to buy from you.
Depends upon what they're buying and where they're having it delivered to. Not so atrocious. I'm able to deliver directly pretty easily to Toronto and Vancouver area. When we go east into Quebec, there's a little bit of a cost involved, but not bad. I mean, it's free really in the United States. Once you cross the border, it's, depending upon what they buy, it could be, well, I guess I would have to know, but it's not bad. It's not enough to make people not work with us. If it's being delivered to a Brinks facility in Toronto, Montreal, or Vancouver, it's next to nothing. Right. If it's delivered to a residence, I have to use UPS, and then there's money involved, but not a lot.
Hey, Andy, I see a comment here from Dan where he points out something that is true. Just because something's delivered at COMEX, someone stands for delivery, doesn't necessarily mean it actually leaves the COMEX vault.
That's true, but they have warrants attached to them that they are legally not part of the COMEX ability to encumber it. When you take delivery, you get a warrant that says, this is my shit. And these people would be foolish to leave it there, but they are. A lot of them are. But it is not at that point, it is theft if they get taken. Just because Brinks is a COMEX depository, as an example, doesn't mean that they can go into private accounts and take the metal.
So that's the eligible. If someone takes delivery and it stays at COMEX or in a COMEX depository, is that the silver that stays in the eligible category?
I believe it is no longer even eligible. It's pulled off and it just has a warrant attached to it. Now, I'm not positive on that statement, but I do believe it is no longer considered eligible because it is now in private hands. It is not, unless they want it registered as eligible so they can, put it back on if they want to sell it. But if they actually wanted to take it off, I don't think it's considered eligible unless they designate it as such. But it comes with a warrant that says, this is mine, do not touch it, basically. And gotcha. If they leave it as eligible, it gives them probably greater liquidity. It would be the kind of like the same thing as taking possession of your physical stock certificate. You still own it, but you don't have the same liquidity. So
that's a good analogy.
He is right. And I wonder why they don't pull it off the COMEX. But again, they are warranted so that it is theirs.
Yeah.
Do you think they're disincentivized from taking it out of the COMEX, like just by the pain in the ass quotient?
Well, a COMEX contract's 5,000 ounces, 5 1,000 ounce bars. That's 350 pounds roughly per contract. And these people are talking, you're pulling off millions of ounces. Where do you put it?
Right.
That's the problem. And so it's a good problem to have, but it's moving a semi truck to another depository or physical possession. So I think
they often put these depositories right next to each other. So it's just moving it, down the street to another one, a private one, as opposed to a COMEX registered one. At least that's what I read. Is that how very common?
Yeah, that would make sense for sure. Mm-hmm. And again, these COMEX depositories are very big. You can move it to the other end of the building in a different room altogether, in a different vault altogether, where it is yours by legal title. And so, it's a whole ball of wax that you're messing with if you start going down that road and taking people's things that have been, lock, stock, and barrel with the warrant pulled off of the registered list. And so I don't know. I think that is something that I was always a little bit puzzled by, but you're probably right, Yara. It's a logistic thing.
Is it now? What are typically the storage fees for at that size where you've got hundreds of thousands of ounces or even millions of ounces, and you obviously don't want to store that at your house, but
Probably about 20 to 25 basis points a year.
Okay.
Which is 0.2%.
Yeah.
Those people out there, with 100 basis points being 1%, in that neighborhood.
All right, so it's less than the management fee for PSLV or SLV. So
I believe SLV is a 35 or 40% basis point management fee, rather.
Yeah.
And trades at a discount to the underlying metal because they are able to pull. They can sell silver to fund the fees associated with SLV. It's a bad product. Pages 6 through 12 titled Risk Factors on the prospectus. Everyone should read if they own GLD or SLV, and they'll sell it by morning.
Yeah.
We have another question here from JR.
Kristen Austin.
Kristen Austin, you're gonna have to wait till after JR.
Oh.
Or unless Nibbles is there, in which case you get to the front.
Kristen Austin. He's really good at lip syncing too. You see his
Nibbles
lip
and Austin.
when he talks. He's got that smile on his lips.
I know, he's like a ventriloquist.
Hey.
Kristen Austin, go ahead.
I forgot my question.
Caller, are you there? All right, well, let's let JR ask his question and then we'll come back to you, Chris and Austin.
Oh, I remember the question.
Okay.
Andy, given what you heard from SLV, and can you have an audit procedure, can you talk about what a real audit procedure is and what this is and put it in context?
Yeah, real audit. We have in our Montreal vault a lot. I don't know how many ounces. A lot, and it takes us 2 days to do our silver audit. Auditing silver bars on a pallet. So all of the stuff that we have that is in mint boxes or in 1,000-ounce bars at Brinks Montreal would be palletized, and they are strapped with metal straps around it so that you can't pick things off of it. But those pallets are stacked up against one another. And so when you audit things, you have to be able to get all the way around the pallet and see all 4 sides of it in order to properly audit it. Well, you need a pallet jack in order to do that. And for just one private storage facility in Brinks, Montreal, where we have a whole vault to ourselves, it takes literally 2 days to do it because you need half of the staff there helping, pulling pallets out, pulling them out of the room, putting them back in, and then you have to walk around. You got to get on your hands and knees. You got to climb over things. It's really, really, really difficult. And when to your point, Chris, it's very difficult to imagine that kind of quantity could be audited or even accounted for in as fast as they claim to do it. So auditing a tremendous amount of silver is a very time-consuming, labor-intensive job. And if you want to do it the right way and validate it with bar numbers, you have to look at every single bar. Well, most bars are written on, the numbers are written on the top. So in theory, unless they have on the sides of them like our little stickers that you can beep with a little gun and it registers the bar number, you're not going to see every bar because in theory you'd have to pull every bar off and look at them and they're stacked crisscross. It's a long job. It's a hard job. So to your point, Chris, it's very unrealistic to assume that those audited numbers after a huge allotment is deposited are in fact accurate.
Hey, Andy, I'm going to go back to a few questions earlier where you mentioned that all the central banks in the world started buying gold in 2017. It's like they all got the same playbook. But our own government, the United States, our reserves have not changed in quite a long time. I think it's still listed publicly as 8,134 tons, and it never changes. Why do you think do you think that they just don't think they need any more? We're already the largest in the world if it's all still there, and there's just no need to add to those reserves? Or why is our own Fed not following suit where every other central bank and the IMF seems to be adding gold right now?
It's a good question. The Bank of Canada selling all of theirs, and the Bank of England and Gordon Brown selling all of theirs and announcing it at 252 in 2000 and bottom ticking it. It's a good question why we don't do it. We're stupid. I don't know. I guess we're naive. We think that this will go on forever. Not quite sure, to be honest with you, but I think it's a big mistake, Jim. I think that not only has it not been audited for the better part of 60, almost 70 years, Fort Knox, but the fact that the rest of the world is voraciously accumulating it and we are not, that's a question that I think should be asked. It just means that I think, there's an old statement that says he who has the gold makes the rules. And you can see that the gold is moving eastward. The Chinese and the Russians are the biggest accumulators of it. And I don't know, good question. And one that I think our grandchildren might ask with a little bit more anger.
It seems like every couple of years, the Chinese come out with an announcement, and they don't update their gold reserves often.
No.
But when they do, they make huge jumps. It's like they're accumulating, and then at some point they just update us once every 3 or 4 years. And I'm expecting one of these years they're probably going to shock the world and announce they have more gold reserves than the United States.
Well, a lot of people think that there are a lot of people who believe they have as much as 2 or 3 times what we have right now. They're not only the largest importers of it, they're the largest producers of it. They don't really sell an ounce. They probably have a lot more than we do, and they've been voraciously accumulating it for several years now. So, the Chinese think in terms of decades. We think in terms of
orders.
Election cycle, maybe.
One of the book that I talk about a lot that Chris gave me a copy of, and my second copy, but has shaped my thinking, is The Art of War, which was written in the 5th century by Sun Tzu, who was a Chinese military strategist. That Chinese are masters of misdirection, and so the whole concept of beating your opponent without throwing a punch was invented by them, and they understand you misdirect your opponent by making them believe you're not accumulating it and stockpiling it, when in fact you are using the trade deficit that we have created to mine gold even uneconomically, and accumulate it and tell their citizens to buy it and sell it in shopping malls and have advertisements on the back of buses. And gold to them is what baseball and apple pie is to the United States, and the long history of it. So don't be surprised if one day when we wake up, we see a sea change. But since we're on the subject of the Chinese, let's not forget and how important silver will be in the new Belt, Rail, and Road Initiative that no one's be talking about. George Gammon was one of the only ones I've heard talk about it. The Belt, Road, and Rail Initiative is the largest infrastructure project in human history, now underway, connecting Asia and Africa by the Chinese. It's not just building ports, maritime channels, and roads and railways. It's connecting 65% of human population with infrastructure. The need for silver is massive, but all of this is settling in what? Chinese digital yuan. You're going to have, in our lifetime, 2/3 of the human population on this planet using the Chinese digital yuan. What does that say for the future of the dollar? Do you think that has anything to do with Basel III? Think that has anything to do with reclassification of gold? Do you think that has anything to do with the central banks wickedly buying it and taking possession of it? You think that has anything to do with the others, the sovereign wealth funds, who know more than the rest of us do, maybe what the big banks do? Think that has anything to do with what they're doing? Misdirect, and we are being misdirected. And right now, the dollar is on the final chapter of its singular world reserve status. You will see it be challenged in our lifetimes, and it will emanate from the East, whether it be solely from China or from a conglomerate of the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, China, India, South Africa, all joining together. But this Belt, Road, and Rail Initiative is without United States participation. 2/3 of the world are moving to a new system dominated by a Chinese digital yuan and connecting, 65%, 40% of global GDP connected, and you need silver to do that infrastructure. So when your question to me earlier, or your statement about the bonds being sold and not rolled over, well, the Chinese are the culprits too. They used to roll their bonds over. Now, instead of rolling them over, they're cashing them in to build this infrastructure, which will seal the fate of the dollar. Yep. So they are using our trade deficit to build an infrastructure, the grandest one ever created, connecting 2/3 of the world, usurping the dollar. We're paying to see the end of the dollar. We are funding the end of the dollar. Here again, they think in terms of decades. We think in terms of days and weeks. If you don't know, that's why the biggest money in the world is doing what they're doing, de-dollarizing ahead of the crowd, while the little man is enamored with his 401k and the price of his house. Wake up. It's going to be a spiritual experience at some point. And so it's not about return on your money, people. It's return of it. That's the most important thing.
Well, I agree with probably 97% of what you just said. I just want to point out a few, some of the countries, China's been loaning money to many of these countries where they're building the ports and the the rail systems, and China's financing the building of power plants, coal power plants, primarily in many of these countries. But many of the target countries where they've been investing for this, all this infrastructure, they're defaulting on those loans to China right now.
No, that just means China owns them.
Yeah, exactly. Well, how much do you own when the local population doesn't participate? I mean, that's another issue.
You own the resources, and you have a military strong enough to dominate, and you'll own the entire area. They don't care.
Yeah,
I mean, China is buying all the infrastructure here in the United States. They bought the largest poultry processing, the pork processing company in South Dakota. I mean, they're buying everything here. They're buying our corporations. They're buying up corporations around the world. And
that's true.
Oh, great, we own you. I don't think they care.
On another level, though, I think you were right that it's more like the next world reserve currency is more likely to be a basket of currencies, not just the Chinese yuan. And one reason I want to say that is I used to import equipment from China, and the company who I imported from, many wealthy Chinese families, they have scams to get their own resources outside of China. They're desperate to get their wealth away from the Chinese Communist Party's reach. And the company that I would import equipment from, I'd say once out of every 5 shipments, normally I would wire my money for my next container to their regular Chinese bank on mainland China. But about 20% of the time, they'd have me wire it to their Taiwan bank. And it was her little scam, I think, to gradually shift her wealth outside of China into a Western Taiwan based bank, which then she's outside of the capital controls and can easily transfer the money to Canada or the United States to buy real estate or whatever.
Go to Vancouver, and the entire city it's now 30 or 40% Chinese, with real estate property values through the roof. That's exactly what they do. And they also have currency controls where you can't get it out unless it's for something like that. And that's what we'll see here too. Currency controls will happen, I think, before it's all said and done, where you can't get your money out to whatever, out of the country to buy just about anything. Like if you want to buy cryptocurrency in Australia, good luck in doing that. Getting your money out to do anything will be very difficult. So being proactive in any of these maneuvers is what the big money is doing, proactively getting out before you see a problem with the dollar. So
doesn't that lead to why the Chinese currency probably won't be a world reserve currency, simply because of capital controls? I mean, why would anyone adopt a currency where they don't have freedom to move capital?
Well, but that's the thing. If it's a digital yuan, you may think you have freedom, but they'll see everything that's happening. All of the contracts in the new initiative are digital yuan. So all of these people are settling in digital yuan. They're sidestepping the dollar. I think the bottom line is, whether it be a conglomerate of countries, the BRICS nations, whether it be IMF special drawing rights, whatever, then the final nails are being put into place for sealing the fate of the dollar. And that's what you take away from it. However it all plays out, you're beginning to see it. These are things like, for example, the Chinese for the last several years have been one of the reasons that their Shanghai Gold Exchange has delivered 90 times more gold than the COMEX over the last few years is because they sell or they buy natural gas from Russia and oil from places like Iran, and they pay for it in a Chinese yuan denominated petro bond. Well, it's a bond that they will buy oil and natural gas and give them a bond denominated in yuan, which is immediately convertible into gold on the Shanghai Gold Exchange. So you get all these countries that are usurping the dollar and no longer using it for settlement and energy to buy the Chinese bond, which then is converted into gold. So you have nations that are sidestepping the dollar, and this is just you're pulling another peg out of their Jenga tower that the dollar, petrodollar is. And here again, this will not be an overnight process, but you can see it happening. So I don't know how it all plays out, but simply to leave your money in dollars right now when it's being destroyed and the rest of the world is moving away from it, gold is reclassified as a tier 1, and the rest of the central banks and private wealth funds are de-dollarizing, I think is a big mistake.
Hey, by the way, Andy, we're getting good reviews. People are saying you and I should do this every week.
Wow.
But hey, next question that I'm seeing here. Andy, if supply gets real tight, do you think people such as yourself, would start going directly to miners or farther up in the chain, the supply chain, to get supply?
I guess it's possible. It's possible. We do work with a lot of refineries directly. Keith Neumeyer is a very smart man. He's a businessman, not a geologist like most CEOs of mining companies are. And that's why he sells silver directly to the public. Chris has some really cool silver cubes he showed me that Keith sells, and Keith sells 1 ounce coins. I mean, you may see that. I don't know.
I've got 5 bars from First Majestic myself. They're 10 ounce bar.
Yeah, well, and I think the disintermediation of the whole system and go directly from the mine to the end user is a great idea. Does it happen? Don't know. I don't know if enough mines have enough.
Well, even Keith at First Majestic, I looked on the back of my First Majestic bar. They're made by Scottsdale Mint. So he said it's his silver at Scottsdale, but he still has to go through a mint or a refinery to.
He said that on my interview with him, and he praised Scottsdale Mint. So yeah, that's cool. You still have to have it made, and so there's a lot of steps involved in pulling ore out of the ground and turning it into an end product. But
and I think most people don't realize that most silver miners don't actually make 100% silver. They make doré bars, correct? Which is about, depends on the mine, but it might be as little as 60% silver, and then have other base metals mixed in that then have to be.
So we have a smelter, and we will do that with like sterling silver and candlesticks and stuff, and we get these really ugly bars, and then we send them to the Royal Canadian Mint, and they refine them for us. Or they'll put it into what's called pool credits for us, where we just have credit. Now I can buy whatever I want from the RCM. I could buy maple leafs or platinum maple leafs or gold maple leafs or whatever. So we can send them our doré bars. They'll refine them and give us credit, or send us back bars if we'd like.
Gotcha.
So I got about another 10, 15 minutes. My voice is starting to go, and I'm starting to see spots. But I got enough time for a few more. I'll finish my drink and
let's see this.
Go off to sleep.
Devin has a super chat question. Do you think this COVID is related to the global reset? Also, where is that donation at? Just no. Do you what do you think COVID has to do with the global reset?
I can see why people would think COVID has a lot to do with the global reset, because the whole Western world uses a Keynesian economic system, which is based upon spending and consumption holding up a blanket of debt. When you have all of the nations of the world that have abused that so much, and all of them in debt, when you talk about resetting and moving to a new system, the only way you get people to allow it would be to find something that deflects blame, where everyone faces the same fate at the same time, and everyone's economies blow up at the same time, because the economies only work if there's consumption happening and spending. And when you kill the consumption and the spending through lockdowns because of the virus, now everyone's economy implodes at the same time. This is where you get into this NASARA and the debt forgiveness, because everyone's debt is forgiven because it wasn't anybody's fault, right? It was the virus's fault. And so when you talk about a reset, I could look, logically it makes sense. I'm not saying I believe it, but there are a lot of people who do. Maybe I do. I don't know. I just simply would say to you that you can see that why conspiracy theories are the way they are. It makes a lot of sense. If you want to blow up the whole system and reset without facing a revolt, create a virus that, kills less than 0.5% of the people who get it, or less, whatever the 1/100th, whatever the number is, the old and the sick. That's a price that these sick bastards could take to reset the system without accepting blame and deferring it or deflecting it to a virus instead of what really caused it, and that was greed. And so I could see it being plausible, and I think that's why I can see why people would think that.
I had what I noticed about this virus, and I've seen other people speculate, it really seemed to target the elderly, 70 and 80 years of age and higher, way more than just the regular flu. The flu had a higher mortality. Regular flu before COVID-19 had a higher mortality rate across all age ranges, whereas COVID-19 seemed to really target the elderly more than statistically is normal. And some of the speculation I've seen, and maybe this falls under the category of conspiracy theory, if it was a designed virus, it solves a lot of the upside down population problems that China has in terms of the one child policy that has created so many more elderly people in China, and in the United States also. Our Social Security and Medicare expenses are, but it's just conspiracy theory level speculation as to what that might have all been from. But anyways, I'm not seeing any more super chat questions.
There's a super chat statement: buy silver, save America, make billboards great again. Woohoo!
I see another one from Devin here. No, I'm not falling over, Devin. I'm just leaning back in my reclining chair a lot because my back hurts.
Why are things seen wants to know, where is Chris? Chris is finishing dinner and checking in on some other people who are going to come in and join us. So he'll be back shortly. Thanks for the question. And thanks for you all for being here with us through this night. It's been an exciting day in silver, and there's lots to talk about. So I'm grateful to have Jim and Andy here talking and answering questions. And Chris will be back shortly. So
I sent Chris a package.
Marathon at this point.
He's going downstairs to check for a package that I sent him.
Oh yes, he had to go check the mail. We might do a live unboxing.
Oh boy,
that got there. So he's really loving having the coins all around him as we're broadcasting. I know I'm surrounded by a lot of silver too, and it makes me happy to have it near me, in my hand, in my space, in my life, in my world. So silver is, hopefully he'll get his package, because I know that'll be fun to watch him open that too.
Good deal.
Do we have any other questions, guys?
I'm looking back. The chat goes by so quickly.
I know.
You have to scroll up to look for the. There's a lot of random chatter in there, and
Someone keeps asking me what I wear to bed at night. Do I?
You don't have to.
Bethner's pajamas are naked. I've seen that like 4 times right now.
Well, I think it's important to have personal and private things. So only answer what you're comfortable with.
Hey, Andy, do you ship to Dubai? I see that question here.
Don't know. Maybe. Probably.
Probably.
Dubai would not be. I don't think United Arab Emirates is on the do not mail list.
Okay, if there's a FedEx or UPS there, the answer is probably yes. He does ship to Dubai. So
yeah, it would, you know, we're not shipping to, you know, Jordan probably, but we would to Dubai, and I'm pretty sure we do. It's a major gold hub.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking, when do the nation states join in the silver squeeze?
I could argue that a couple of them are. India, China, they're gobbling it up. Maybe Mexico. Maybe Mexico nationalizes mines. I don't know. Not yet.
We'll find out, I guess, huh?
What's that?
That's something we'll find out.
It's something we'll find out. Absolutely. It's such a vital element in everything, you know, and from military to water purification to solar panels to batteries to anything that conducts electricity. You know, there's 500 ounces of silver in the tip of every Tomahawk cruise missile. So silver is needed, and it's depleted, and it's being accumulated by the wealthy quietly. JP Morgan's paying a $920 million fine to accumulate the largest physical silver position the world's ever seen. So, you know, follow the big money. Don't listen to their rhetoric. Do what they're doing. That's how you win.
Yeah, so there's that. You know who 3311 says he's been stacking since 2003. Cool. Doubled his stack size in 2019. So yes, I am happy, he says, but the current paper price manipulations are disheartening. I think a lot of people probably feel that way, huh?
For sure.
Yeah, especially because we've been, you know, we had such a great run up until August of 2020, and then it's just been sideways or downwards for gold ever since, in spite of, you know, from a fundamental perspective, gold should be at 2,500 right now, based on what the Fed is doing, based on what our own U.S. government's doing, based on the craziness that's going on out there economically. By all, you know, gold should be somewhere between 2,500 today. And the fact that it's not, it's really causes a lot of people to be, myself included, to second guess my investments. And, you know, I've stuck with it. I've shifted from gold more into silver in recently, specifically the junior silver miners, just because the chart on silver looks so much stronger than gold right now. I think it's obvious that silver is going to lead gold in the next bull run. At least that's the way it seems to me in the gold market, on the charts. Although Andy is, you know, from the man on the ground, you're telling us that gold is harder to get than silver in some cases. So you wonder at what point this turns around in the price charts, because I'm shocked at where the price charts are right now. I really am. But it's not higher.
Price is a tool of misdirection. Price is a tool of misdirection. When you can sell naked short leverage contracts. Look, if I buy 1,000 ounce or a 100 ounce gold contract I don't know, 5, 6, 7,000 bucks, whatever it is these days. I don't ask my head trader what it's at, but $7,000, let's say, controls 100, maybe $8,000, controls 100 ounces of gold. And if you're a commercial bank and you can, buy lots of those contracts, you control 50% of the market, you and the other commercial banks, you can pretty quickly create a narrative, create a reality until you get groups of people that stand for delivery. That's where everything is changing, because before they would just had a big enough chip stack, they would bully the whole table and everyone would fold, until now. And now you have people calling and taking 30, 40, 50 million ounces off per delivery month. That will quickly change the whole landscape, and it's happening. And then you see what's happening in the physical market. So at some point, the fundamentals between supply and demand win out, period. And it has to, or everything is just make believe. Some point, when the insiders already know this to be true and show this by their actions, it will trickle down to the rest of us when they've accumulated what they're intending to accumulate and let the price run, and the rest of us fight for scraps. And so if you really do believe these things, then vote with your purchases. Don't just talk about it. Last thing before I run, and I'm going to go here in 7 minutes at 9:30. I've been buying something every 2 weeks for 31 years, never missed a 2-week period. That was the promise I made to my dad when I started this company. And it's my wealth. And that's how you do it. You accumulate as often as you can, find a pattern, buy every 2 weeks, buy 2 ounces of silver, put it away. At the end of a year, if all you bought were 2 ounces every 2 weeks, you're still going to have 50 some ounces of silver. And so buy 5 ounces of silver if you can, or 10 ounces or 20 ounces, whatever you can. And by the end of a year, you got a lot.
Yeah.
Do that over 31 years and you got a whole lot. And I guess you got to start somewhere. So buy when you can and accumulate when you can. That's what the big money is doing while it's still available and is still priced fraction of what its fair value should be if price discovery were allowed to exert itself, fair price discovery. So
one of the points I've been trying to make on our AMAs recently, a lot of people aren't aware that global production peaked at 900 million ounces back in 2015, 2016. And ever since then, global production from all the silver miners combined has been in this steady decline and was actually slightly below 800 million. So we've declined by 100 million ounces per year total production in the past 4 years. And in the meantime, the industrial consumption is right around 500 million. And then the balance gets used, 250 million ounces goes to investment silver in bars and coins. And, I honestly think that at some point in the next 5 to 10 years, as those two, if the production line keeps declining and the consumption line keeps increasing with green technologies, consuming more silver, at some point there's going to be the industrial consumption is going to exceed what the silver miners produce each year. And investment silver will actually be impossible to produce. Who gets frozen out at that point when the miners when there's not enough globally mined silver to meet industrial demand?
Anyone who didn't stock up in advance.
Yeah. Or do you think it'll be harder to get these bars and coins even made? Do they say the mints don't get the silver, but Samsung and Tesla are still going to get their silver, but the mints don't get the silver anymore?
No, there's a branch of the government. I don't know, the Geological Survey Association of the government. I don't know what it is. Chris can find it. A few years ago, they came out, and they are a branch of the U.S. government, and they said, we believe that silver will be the first element struck from the periodic table of elements. So it's a depleted asset. And you see him there for a second? It's a depleted asset, and it's disappearing. So they would be.
I do my homework. I'll be back.
Chris from Austin.
Chris from Austin has a question.
No, he's going to do homework first. I have a question from the chat for you, Andy. It's also kind of from me. Do we have any super hot silver specials that we can share with the marathon audience for today?
2021 Krugerrands at $5.29 over any quantity.
Dang. All right. There you go.
That's got to be cheaper than anyone in the country. On really, really big quantities, we might even be able to do a little bit better. I think I probably have 50,000 of them. Because I've done a good job. My ship or my logistics department's done a great job securing this stuff. Look around what the big online companies are at, and you'll see that's a good price. So yeah, that's until while supplies last. $5.29 over any quantity, 2021 silver Krugerrands.
Cool. I'm gonna have to get some of those. We don't have any Krugerrands in our collection.
You know, Andy, I see you're about to go in 2 minutes, so I'm going to ask this question real quick.
Someone said I've been saying that for an hour.
Well, hey, I got on here before 5 hours ago, thinking I was only going to be on 30 minutes. And
Chris has a habit of doing that to you.
Yeah, where's Chris? This is his show. Why the hell are we carrying the load here?
Guys, he's coming back with some.
Let's change the title to the Andy, Yara, and Jim show here.
You need to make a
You
new
should be
thumbnail.
taking notes on how you get your fence whitewashed. Maybe I'm making a little fun display for our audience. Perhaps a package arrived from the old man over there.
Nice. Good deal.
Oh, you got to stick around for the unboxing now, Andy. We're going to keep you for another couple of minutes.
Hey, Andy. So when the silver does, I mean, I think I saw the article you're talking about. By the year 2050 something, they're estimating silver may be completely gone. Is that what you're referring to? Just completely mined out.
That it would be the first element struck from the periodic table of elements.
I gotta think we'd start mining the garbage dumps at that point.
Yeah, well, that's why so much.
You might think so, Jim, but I do have some breaking news to report while I picked up my tacos. Apparently, the Biden administration, there's a rumor going around they may ban gravity next week. So nothing is off the table. I'm just an analyst looking at the numbers. I can't say for sure, but things seem to be headed in unusual directions. I mean,
it sounds like I bet the Fed could do that.
Things are getting so wacky. If you told me the Fed got shut down and the global monetary system got hacked and short squeezes popped up next week out in left field, I'd believe it.
You want to hear something crazy?
Yes.
Hang on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you.
I went to U.S. Bank today to send a wire to buy some theta. Because Bix has been beating me over the head to buy some theta. And
the bought it like Silver Chris when it was 8 or 9 cents.
Yeah, well, and the banker, he says, I said, so were you not able to send wires yesterday? He says, really? What? He says, I didn't know that the Fed wasn't able to send wires. I was in meetings all day. So the banker at U.S. Bank had no idea that the Fed wire system was shut down.
Wow.
Well, it's
I think he thought I was lying.
I mean, it was hard to believe, although with Theta, it's interesting. I saw Bix got kicked off YouTube for putting the penalty box for a week. And so he was playing his videos on YouTube, and they're still, I mean, probably not as big as his normal audience. Yet, Yara, have you looked into, I mean, are we posting our videos there yet?
On where? On BitChute?
Theta?
Oh, no, not on Theta. We're on BitChute, Rumble, and Library. We are not yet on Theta TV.
And were you guys aware that apparently Greg Hunter was removed from, I know he'd been like suspended, but he got removed? Greg Hunter?
Yeah, that just happened the other day.
They banned Ron Paul yet? I mean, we like getting the real.
Only on Facebook.
I thought that was amazing when they banned Ron Paul from Facebook. That was the social media equivalent of the banks smashing the market on February 2nd, and just completely exposing themselves as a fraud, because it's like you ban Ron Paul, you just look like an idiot.
Yeah.
You're talking one of the greatest Americans ever. I mean,
it's like
the guy was a doctor delivered 1 million babies, and is a politician, the right kind of politician who voted for sound things like auditing the Fed and auditing Fort Knox. And good American who believed in the Constitution, and to ban a guy like that is just a disgrace.
Well, I mean,
I think it was overturned on review. But you're right. The fact that it even happened in the first place was ridiculous.
No, I actually think it's fantastic because it weeds them out. Like, that's why what I've been noticing is that it's like some of these things are just meant to agitate you and get you to lose your cool. But if you actually stop, I mean, I guess maybe that's the whole point of meditation. You stop, you continue breathing and observe. I mean, some of them are so blatantly wild and silly, yet there's no attempt to hide it. And I mean, it wasn't like I had some sort of great analysis that I caught Jeff Currie. I just was typing emails away, and I heard, and I'm used to like listening to stuff in the background from the trading floor and multitasking. I don't think I was listening to just him when it happened. And then there was just like, what the fuck did that guy just say?
I will say this: you were the first person to talk about it, and I heard 20 people talk about it after, and credit you. That was a very big catch, and one of the biggest faux pas I've ever seen ever by someone at his level.
I mean, I don't think so, because I'll bet if you go back, watch the other stuff he said. See, Andy, you talked about it, and I agree I mean, that's why it's so mind-boggling for people to believe. I just think that all of these banks have, I mean, I had the internship at Merrill. Fortunately, I didn't end up there. I wonder if the reason I didn't get an offer from Merrill, things I've learned later, especially knowing Yara energetically, did they sense, I don't know. I mean, I've certainly had my flaws, but, at least once I got past misguided youth, high school, and nothing too wild, but I mean, it's like I've always had a good intention, and there are other things I had to figure out, but I wonder, I don't know. I've wondered before if there was something like that, or maybe just didn't fit in yet. All of these banks, I mean, it's like, it's like hard to see it on one sense. Yet when you take a step back, I mean, they're the same banks that get caught doing the same bubbles and crimes time and time again. They pay fines, but it just becomes normal. So people don't notice it. But I was even part of it. And my flaw, I didn't know how to talk to people when I was a kid. But so I was a study robot. Like, that's why I could play the guitar or study or things that you could do alone. I was great at. And even when I went to Wall Street, I just always thought these guys were a lot smarter than me. I'm like, oh, this guy is Goldman. And I think that's the same reaction the public has. They see the name brand on the resume. And so it was almost when I heard Jeff Currie saying that, it was like, no. I mean, it's like, sometimes these guys lie, but put on like a better show than that. I mean, it was just, but it's like one of those things, once you realize that, I mean, is what he said any more ridiculous than what Jeremy Powell says? I mean, it's the banking equivalent of the Fed. I mean, Jerome Powell, the man who printed 40% of the dollars in existence last year, gets on there talking about, how he's on guard in case there's that creepy inflation deficit pandemic.
And they've got plenty of tools ready to fight inflation.
And I think maybe someone can check the timestamp. I think that he may have actually said that while the Fed's banking system was down. So, I mean, it's like, is anything, I mean, I find it intriguing that JP Morgan now, like all of a sudden it makes sense why they don't say anything. I'm like, now I get it. Because it's like when you're doing stuff that's not, that only you don't want people to know about, when you start talking about it. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying nobody ever would have, but I don't know if I hadn't seen that day and then had fun poking holes at it, and then Bix saw it the next day, and now David Jensen's talking to him, and there's, people in the chat room, Jeff Currie impersonators, and
what are the odds that he's getting shit from all of his friends at Goldman right now about this?
My guess is they don't have the first clue who I am.
Probably not.
I don't know. You've got, out of 10,000, some of those videos you've posted have gotten 10 to 15,000 views.
Yeah, but that's people who get this stuff. That's people who are buying silver, which is, I think, relevant. But in terms of,
don't you think the commodities
is the silver bug idiots?
The people working in the Goldman Sachs commodity department, you don't think that some of them are silver bugs who might check out silver related videos online or social media? You don't think some of them follow your Twitter account?
Oh, I bet a lot of them do. Jim, I got to interrupt and say it was great to talk to you, Chris. I love you like a brother. Yara.
Wait. You can't go yet.
I must go to sleep.
Hey, Andy, before you go, Devin's been asking like 50 times, what are you drinking?
Stoli Raspberry on the rocks.
Okay, Devin, you can stop asking that question.
And JR had a super chat for Andy that we didn't get a chance to, and it's off my screen now. Can anybody see it on theirs? Because I left YouTube and came back.
What was his name? Her name?
JR. It's an orange one.
Orange. My son used to say Oge when he was a little boy.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. JR, I'm looking for you at the bottom now. What's it again?
Yeah, JR, if you just type it in, you don't have to.
Yeah, just do a regular text one. We'll get it answered.
You get the Dragon Bars?
Virginia Wheeler, you're asking about how to get the 529 over spot on the Krugerrands. That's a great question.
Email Arcadia at milesfranklin.com and you get them before the end of the weekend. The market is sleeping right now. Does not open up until 5 p.m. Central Time Sunday, Minneapolis time. Any emails that I get prior to that point, we will honor at the closed price right now, and then we'll continue to honor it through next week as long as we can. So you're good for now.
Cool. Thanks, Andy. And did we see JR's question pop back up?
I'm watching for it, but I don't see it popping up. Okay. He may have given up and.
Don't give up.
Is there a way to search for JR?
This chat is so long and so fast. And there's not time. We don't have.
Gets his chats.
We don't have timestamps on the messages, so it's tough to go back 30 minutes and look for JR's message.
Well, while you're looking for JR's message, I'm gonna tell a little story here. It's a quick one before Gramps has to get rolling over there. So, as you may know,
Gramps,
pull up my.
There it is. Okay, JR's. Hold on a second. JR's question just popped. He asked if this silver is being smashed, why or what do we have to do to fix it?
Keep buying. The only way to beat them is to pull metal, do what the big money is doing, pull it off the exchange, get physical possession. Sounds like a trite answer, like I'm self-serving, but it's not. How else do you beat people that are trying to sell silver that doesn't exist? Call them. Say, well, pull all the silver out of the inventories and take possession, even 1 ounce at a time. At some point, you can't manipulate something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, from an individual level, us as individuals who, I've only got, I have one monster box for myself, and I have another 15 10-ounce bars. That's all I got. That's all I have in physical right now. Everyone just, everyone's means and of resources for how much physical you can take delivery of. Everyone's different.
Jim, how many kids you got?
I got 4 kids.
Well, I heard you tell me that you wanted another 3 boxes. So,
Yeah.
you call me if you need those, but and so that's the best way to look at it.
That's my goal for the next year or two, hopefully before silver reaches 50, is to bank a total of 4 monster boxes.
Well, since you're doing what you're doing for the community, you call me and you'll get them at cost for you, those 3 boxes, as long as when you call me, you tell me the 3 names of your children for those boxes, and we'll make sure that it's a good experience. But what goes around comes around in life, and you're doing for this community what Chris is doing and Yara's doing and I'm doing late at night on a Friday night with my wife giving me the dirtiest of looks right now. I'm not even.
Sorry, Jana.
Bring her on screen.
You look sexy.
Bring her on screen. What's she wearing?
See her over there.
You're gonna get in trouble.
Get over there. I promise.
Did she run?
She's laying on the couch with my 2 dogs, but she says call her tomorrow. Show me, Chris. What are you going to show me, brother?
All right. So, as some of you may know, and I try and behave myself, sometimes I get a little excited when silver's involved. So yesterday, it's Thursday morning, my dear friend Andy Scheckman, he's saying, Chris, I sent you something. You're really going to like it. Turns out he was right. And he keeps calling me. He's like, did the thing show up yet? And I say, no, not yet. And then finally, someone knocks on my door. There's a package. Thinking, all right, that's excited. So I open the thing. It's so darn cool. And now that I figured out how to do YouTube Live from my phone, I record this little video showing, and I definitely don't know what's in that. But you see some silver coins. Look at them. I got them here. They're beautiful. And I'm thinking, man, this guy picked out exactly what I would have loved. I'm talking about those are pretty nifty. And I love Yard, can you get the nibble coin?
Yeah.
Perth Mint Dog.
Mm-hmm.
I bought him himself.
So I'm recording this video saying Andy, man, is the best. He didn't send me an invoice. He's just hey, I have a present for you. I sent him the video, all these heartfelt sentiments. Let's hear if you can. Andy Scheckman, you should know what they're doing over there at Miles Franklin. Maybe we could get the CFTC to investigate how. Couldn't help the CFTC dig in there.
We love you too.
Wow, look at that. So sentimental video, send it to Andy, and then he's like, wow, I appreciate that, but that wasn't the box I sent you. And then I'm like,
amazing. I've got 50 emails already about it, but dude, that isn't what I sent.
And
let's see it.
And then I'm looking in there, and it turns out because I think this must have been last Sunday, I've gotten some interesting messages in the last week or two in particular from a variety of people. I heard from somebody, I'm going to leave private, but there's a lot of interesting people who have expressed their support, which is really quite an honor. And so there was part of me that, again, I try and phrase things. I don't know the future and I want people to be in good shape, but just the sense I get there, I think it was Sunday. I'm like, man, I'm just, I don't know. We have money we have cash in our account right now. So I just went on some of the silver dealers. Sorry, Andy, I went to some of your competitors on this. Although I may have gotten you a present, and after you get it, you can tell me if it was okay to go to. It's like Red in Shawshank Redemption.
It's okay, man. It's all right. I love you. It's all good.
And but anyway, I just went on SD Bullion. I found it interesting. I think I called you, Andy, because and actually, let's take a look here. Are you really in a rush? I could make the short
I got a few
story,
more,
but we're 10 hours in anyway. So
all right, 5 more minutes.
Pretty sure we've scared off anyone who's afraid of.
I'm amazed we still got 1,500 people watching.
Can I show my
First of all, unprecedented demand, but let's look at silver coins here. Shipping delays. So I wanted to get just some unique coins. Lately I more in terms of investing power, have been doing stocks and options, but just, you get silver here and there, and been making more of a focus when we get cash to, put some in an account and consider that savings. Andy, you said we had commissions coming, and I said, just put it in some silver now, rather than as much as you can, just put it in silver now, because I'm looking at these things. Let's see let's go to silver coins. There's a page somewhere in here where other silver coins, that's what I'm looking for.
Whoa.
Oh, first of all,
I tried to get
silver guitar pick. Yeah, now that's how the real guitar players play.
I tried to get those, and I have, they're sold out. I'm trying to call Pamp and get more. I've been trying. I will get you some of those, Chris.
Well, I got one. Wow, look at this. That is darn cool. The Hunter by Night Black Panthers. Look at that thing.
That's badass.
Andy, can you get these?
I've never seen. It's amazing coin too.
Is this in stock? Okay, so here, this is what I found, is that most of the exotic coins, and oh my God, is that beautiful.
Republic of Palau.
Wow. Yar, what do you think about that one?
I want it.
That is hot.
Badass.
That is a $230 silver coin. Although here's the thing, is that, go a slight sidebar here. I don't know the future, obviously, but when you think about how much money has been printed, let alone how much we don't even know that's been printed, and we see that there's a lot of signs indicating there's less metal than you would think. And then when you take it a step further, it's hard to construct any scenario. I can't figure it out of how, it's not like the government's going to repay it or the Fed's going to undo the balance sheet. So whether it's market implied or government planned, if you assume this is eventually headed to some sort of revaluation, and you just do some simple fractions, for example, here on the debt clock. Whoops. If you just look at the numbers they have this year right now, by all means, disclaimer, not financial legal advice, any of what I'm saying. This is just the fraction of the rate at which they're printing, which I'm sure they're printing a lot more than they're telling us or factoring in here, versus how much silver is coming out of the ground. So at least, and again, that's why I don't manage other people's money. I can get excited and overpay for something silver if I want. And as long as I phrase things in a way that, is genuine on the show and appropriate, I feel like I'm good to go. And my personal money I can do. But I just add that up, and there's some days where I'll have a conversation or hear some data point, or someone will tell me something wild, and it'll be like, I don't know, $25, $200 if the thing looks cool. Because when I think about what if silver does go to 100, I think that's based on what we've seen in the past month. Fine, I'll say it. I think that it almost has to happen, let alone probably a lot higher unless you think that the dollar Ponzi scheme is going to go on forever. So I don't know what this coin's worth, but Andy, can you get me some, whatever the price?
I will find it. If it's money, I will find it. That is the coolest coin I've ever seen.
Wow. God. And so it's like I'm looking through these because, see, this is pretty nifty too. I like just the steampunked antique silver coin.
$350 for 3 ounces of silver.
I mean, but
That
look
is a
at
neat
that.
looking coin.
Although, speaking of beautiful silver,
I want to show you
my man Andy, even though I couldn't get the packages right, I open up. There's something he sent that's a little, when you kids are a little older, I'll tell you about. But also, and let me just say that kind of in that way that silver is a great conductor. I'll take the screen share down for a moment. Of one of the greatest conductors, and they have a way of finding friends. I will say that Andy was incredibly gracious and sent more than one of these beauties. I don't know if you can, if it's coming through there. There's a particularly brilliant luster I've never seen except for those Britannias you sent me. It has, there's like a very brilliance to it. It's just,
those are the dragon bars that I get more people asking me for the dragon bars than just about anything I own or I've ever sold, rather.
Those are awesome.
They're
I'm
amazing.
a fire dragon in Chinese astrology, so I buy everything dragon, and those are hot.
Those are amazing. All right, I must go. I
Well,
must
Andy, go to
go.
bed.
I'm running on steam. I'm going to tap out. I love you.
wait. Hey, Andy,
With me, man.
are you going to call Lee and see if he's covering the night shift? We're approaching the beginning of hour 10, I think.
I will text him and his son who lives on the West Coast right now.
I don't know what the goal was when we started, but I
I
guess.
had no idea that you were going for a marathon. Will you be there when I wake up tomorrow morning?
Well, if you call Lee, probably yes.
I will text him.
I wake up early.
Come on, Jim, get some of those kids that in the Wall Street Silver Forum.
I just tweeted out. That we're here live. So
How do they get on? How do they get on? Do I forward them the link?
Yeah, if they can come, if Lee can man the ship for like 6 hours while I take a nap, then I'll send the link. Send it over.
Chris, what started this marathon? I checked in.
Andy.
You know,
I give the
after-
credit to Jeff Currie and Goldman Sachs. I'm just being fair. I give them the credit. It's pure inspiration.
Can I show off the silver nibbly? It's got opal.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, it's in the case, so it's hard to see, but it's
Can you
really
back it a little bit back from the camera? Yeah, it's that. Some of you guys have seen that before. That's the same series that kind woman in Australia got, one for Kranzler and one for my mom. I didn't get one, which I was.
But now you have one.
Now I have one. I have the dog, and perhaps tonight I thought it'd be a good time to show a couple of the other coins I got today. This one has a nice green leaf in there. And perhaps it's time to give away some silver too.
That's a really.
So I have an interesting question for everybody watching at home. Do you have a preference if you like the silver in the case or out of the case? I'm going to show you another one I have.
I like to hold them.
All right, I'm gonna go before he gets back. I love you. Hey, Jim, peace.
Peace.
Hey, bye, Chris.
I'm going to take you up on that offer for a monster box at cost, buddy.
Kids. Tell Chris I love him. See you later.
I will. Good night, Andy. Good night, Donna.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Well,
It's just
Andy
you and me, Yara.
Andy was smart to make his getaway while he could, because Chris would rope him back in.
Yeah, Chris has that magnetic personality.
He is magnetic. We have another super chat here from who 3311. He says, amongst my colleagues in the IT profession, we like phys metal as much as crypto. As technology and economics of scale collide, there are consequences. True that. And thanks for the comment and thanks for the super chat. So Chris was asking if you guys like coins in the case or out of the case. This one is in the case, but pretty much all of mine, I like to touch and hold physical silver. I have this 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin, which is really awesome. And I've been doing.
Okay, we're pulling out silver. I'll be right back.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I like touching it, like this isn't in a case and I like holding it.
I'll be right back. I'm going to bring out some nice stuff.
Okay, it's show and tell time.
Well, we got a tweet here saying, I love it showing cool coins and bars. So if you like seeing actual silver, it's amazing. I know at least I can acknowledge my blind spots. I don't know how I never thought of this before. It sure seems like fun. And perhaps if you want to show off your stack, you can tweet it to @Arcadia Economic. And here's what I was saying. So this one is pretty cool, I think. I got a bunch of these. In fact, what's that, Nibbles? What, you want me to see if there's some more so we can give one away? I'm going to see what this dog is talking about. Yar, maybe you can monitor the chat and see if people enjoy. Do you like it in the case, or do you like just being able to hold the coin? I'm curious what other people think. And I'm going to see what it seems like he found one in the backyard he wants to give away to someone.
Well, we were talking earlier, First Majestic is one of the only miners on the market that actually sells silver direct.
First Majestic, I've got my pop socket.
Yeah.
Here's the First Majestic coin, is always like right here.
Well, I bought 5 of these beautiful bars, and this is they make a really beautiful bar from First Majestic that they sell directly on their website. Mm-hmm. And on the back of it, what's really interesting, they're the only miner that sells direct, but I don't know if this will show up, but they have their ticker symbol on the back of the bar engraved in there. I guess that's something Keith wanted everyone to know whenever they're buying the bars. But yeah, right there at their New York Stock Exchange and their TSX symbol engraved on the bar, and then Scottsdale Mint engraved there at the bottom. But there's the back side of the bar, and really attractive design on the front.
First Majestic is very classy. We love their cubes. Chris has his as on the table, but I have mine still in the cube container. They're awesome. He also actually won the 10-ounce First Majestic coin at Rick last. Oh, there it is.
I knew you. I telepathed where you were going with that one.
So Fritz Bender wanted us to tap some silver coins.
Meyer, for opening my eyes and speaking the truth, helping me to understand why the silver price was acting bizarrely. And Yara Nibbles, look what he dug up in the backyard. That dog, he's always up to his shenanigans.
Sniffing and digging.
Look at this. What is this called?
I Chang. Oh, that, I don't know. That's the queen in the middle of.
Looks like an equilibrium dollar, which is pretty snazzy.
It's a yin yang in 2 hands. Very lovely and balanced.
So there's a few important things we need to get straight here if we're going to continue on well past the time anyone should still be talking about silver consecutive day.
It's always a good time to talk about silver, Chris. You need to get that straight right now.
Well, let us.
That's why we're here.
I did send a tweet out to tell people what was going on and to retweet if they think we should keep this nonsense going. Although, while I'm looking that up, I want to say thank you for all the kind people who have been adding tips and everything in the chat. And in honor of how grateful I feel just for, it's really the best period of my life. It's quite a blessing here. And so any of those tips, we are going to reallocate right into the Billboard Fund, because there's so many people around the world, it's really a humanitarian service, just telling them about a little piece of financial knowledge that, I don't know, I'm sure Jeff is going to mention it on a podcast. What's the last amount you remember? in the GoFundMe account?
I think we were just over 8,200
Yeah.
last time we
I
checked.
remember 8,600. So we had 8619, and this is the kind of action you get on the Arcadia channel. I mean, you could go now, or you can see what happens when we refresh it. Great reason to hit the subscribe button. And Yara, what else?
The notification bell.
Yes. Well, Nibbles is going to have a word with his marketing director, but we'll leave that aside for now. 8619. Dun, 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 dun.
230
8909. Oh, goodness.
Wow.
Wait a second. Wait. There's something. Oh, something's not adding up.
Just
Hold on. Let me check. Because, well, there's definitely, this is almost like Goldman Sachs has infiltrated the calculators here, because I mentioned before that Arcana, great silver company that a lot of you have asked about, signed up as one of our sponsors today. So we put a portion of that. Thank you, Arcana, for sponsoring billboards around the world, spreading the message of silver. Excellent use of their marketing dollars. And if anyone wants to send a letter of commendation to that board of directors and say we support what they're doing, you can go for that. Although, Yara, what is this? There's a
Hey, Chris, people are responding to your tweet. They're submitting pictures of their own kick-ass silver right now. So you need to get on
What do you think they're going to do when they find out that Silver One has made a contribution to the show, of which some of that's going to go back to Billboard Town? Thank you, Silver One Resources, who I got to meet last year in Vancouver at the VRIC conference. Although, Yara,
yes,
you can let me know if you need to give me the hook at any time here. I did have a margarita at dinner, but I think that the money in the super chats, we're just going to have to toss that in there too, because what else am I going to buy with that money aside from some billboards letting everybody know about silver for Joe's birthday, right?
we have plenty of tacos and silver. Let's get more billboards.
So I'm going to, Yara, perhaps you could take some questions for a while I catch up on my accounting here, because there are some inflows inconceivable in the eyes of Goldman. And I might add, in the real-time statistics, we have 41,978 views so far on our silver marathon. So, Yara, perhaps as you take the questions, you can help Nibbles fulfill his destiny of giving away this equilibrium dollar while I convert some fiat into marketing.
All right. Somebody in the chat make me laugh, because that's what Nibbles likes. And that's when he's happy, he gives away silver. And so I'm watching the chat. But also, if you have any questions, please go ahead and put them in there too. So Curly McTell wants to know, Chris, Jim, could silver's price adjustment be the trigger for the hyperinflation, seeing as so many industries require the use of it? I added the. He just said hyperinflation. I said the.
I personally don't. I don't think silver will be the trigger. I think silver will react to. No, I think the Fed's printing, the government's deficits and debt and unlimited spending and printing of dollars is going to lead to hyperinflation, and then silver will respond to that. I don't believe that silver will be the trigger, if that's the question. Just my opinion.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, I think the cause and effect is reversed. I mean, silver is responding to the failure of the dollar, the failure of the bond market, whether it's officially failing now, whether it's going to be next week or whenever, but that's what is driving it. That's what got me into silver. I mean, I I mean, silver is a piece of metal. I think it's, nice that these guys mine it out of the ground and we can use it, and it looks nice in the forum here. But in terms of the investment case, there's a supply and demand, but it's the manipulation and the fact that they're running a hyperinflation Ponzi scheme with the dollar. And I mean, think about some of the other asset prices you've seen. I mean, Bitcoin went from under $1,000 to over 60,000. And Bitcoin was $25, $26 at some point. And I mean, it's interesting to think that the people who actually understand what's going on and understand money printing, understand how this has been done historically, what they turn to the most is silver. So it's like the people who actually get what's happening and what they turn to is silver, yet the price has gotten clobbered. So it's intriguing. I don't think anybody really knows what silver is worth. I mean, we're just guessing, and then you really have that nature that whatever it's worth, and then they're still going to hyperinflate it. So there's some point at which, I mean, it's hard. It's not as easy conceptually to do now, but especially with the manipulation, which distorts everything. But I don't know. I hope that whatever the price of a house priced in ounces should drop considerably. We may never see nominal dollar prices come down, but eventually in real money terms, it's going to have to. And so hopefully that answers that question a little bit.
Thank you, Chris. We had another, well, it wasn't a question, it was a statement from Jeff Currie in the House, which was, this movement will never succeed.
Yara, you're in trouble now. When Jeff Currie speaks, you interrupt me, I drop what I'm doing. You're warning. It's not me. Nibbles is upset. I'm just saying, now there's priorities here. Continue, please. I apologize for interrupting.
Well, I was just thinking this would be a great way for us to all show Jeff Currie what we think of him, because he said, "You people can't band together to defeat me." It reminds me of in Major League where they had that sign of the owner being like, "You guys suck," or whatever, and it was their motivation. So how do you guys feel about Jeff Currie saying that we'll never defeat him? I'll see in the chat. I imagine it's about what I think it is. And now you can go on. Interruption over.
Well, Yar, actually, could you read that again? Because there's someone that I think would be interested in chiming in on that, ironically enough as it may be. Can you set that up for me one more time, please?
Sure. So Jeff Currie says, "This movement will never succeed. You people can't band together to defeat me." And I'm going to add a mwahaha at the end. Just because it sounded like that.
Say it one more time.
"This movement will never succeed. You people can't band together to defeat me. Mwahaha."
Well, why don't we check in with none other than Jeff Currie? What would he say to that?
What I say is incredibly unlikely.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So, I mean, I don't know what I can add. Jeff says so. I mean, then there you go. Incredibly unlikely.
He says, "You guys are too small to defeat me and the rest of the aliens at JP Morgan."
We all need $53 million worth of, where were those calculated?
And then divide it by 45 or
Jim,
something.
I got, all right, silver ounce challenge. Whoever can figure out where he's coming up with these numbers.
Million ounces right now, which means that if you were to squeeze it, you would have to divvy up the position to get the inventory off the exchange 53 times, which each position worth $217 million, and then do it in a coordinated fashion. That's why I say it's incredibly unlikely.
Yeah.
But one caveat, what if Goldman is your broker and you can go outside of the position limits? That would be my redirect.
I saw that in the
incredibly unlikely.
I saw that recently that Goldman did have set quite a bit larger position than the position limits in the most recent report.
That's why I say it's incredibly unlikely.
Yeah.
There's so many ways you can use that.
Well, next question, please.
Well, Robert said this is officially the longest silver podcast ever. Not a question, but I'm starting to agree.
Have we checked that in the Guinness Book of World Records?
New categories.
Longest silver podcast.
Approved. I'm gonna slip back into my new rooftop deck. So yes, actually, Jim, I appreciate that reminder though, because let us see what is happening on the Twitter scene. Here,
While you're doing that, Elijah Reyes says that Jeff Currie puts his socks in the microwave before going to sleep on a cold night. Sounds very Currie-ish.
Well, actually, that's actually I can 100% verify that's not the first thing he does on a cold night. I hear that on a cold night, he shorts futures on the COMEX before going to bed. Helps him sleep. So anyway, I was asking what.
Oh, can I just
Go
give
ahead,
the
Yara.
last bit of the Jeff Currie? He says that they're including the silver bars that we store in the moon because moon temperatures are perfect for silver preservation. So now you know.
It's incredibly unlikely.
Scroll down. Hey, some people are submitting pictures to that tweet that you made there. Click on it and scroll down. There's some pretty cool. That one that you've got on the screen right there. Click on it so you can see the 11 responses. There's 4 or 5 good.
All right. Well,
people submitting their cool artsy silver coins for our viewing pleasure.
Fun.
So I'll read. Here's what I sent out. Does anyone know what the Guinness World Record is for longest silver podcast? We have timer on this thing somewhere. I think it was we've completed hour 9, I believe. I don't really recall. Retweet if we should keep going. Currently on the main stage, we'll have to update that. Scheckman's in bed or whatever he's doing. Love it. Showing cool coins and bars. Wow. Let's show off your stack. That looks beautiful. Let's take a closer look. In silver we trust. So there you go. Alex the Silver Bug. All right. That's a nice looking coin. The show goes on. Hindu Hustler, thanks for all of your support of the show in these years. Good to see you out there, brother. Nice stash right there. Let's get a close-up on that. Yard, did you give away that coin? Nibbles is getting upset yet. Did you find a winner?
No, nobody said anything that really made me laugh, but I'll pick somebody.
Well, many of us have appreciated all your work back since Stock Pulse days. Wow, we enjoy your presence and passion. Thank you, my friend. That is quite kind of you to say that. And I would even like to give a hand to Rob Goodman of Stock Pulse. Back when I was figuring out what does one do with a knowledge of silver manipulation, who doesn't particularly want to have to get a job again. And Rob has the Stock Pulse channel, which I manned for a while before I ended up doing my own thing. Tweet your stack. There you go. So you might get it shown on the show. We will hide the ones that might be offensive for now. But yeah, I did some interviews for a while. And that was kind of when I started. Never really thought of interviewing as much as I had before, but it was fun and people seem to enjoy it. So anyway, here we are. And so thank you for everyone that has sent in a picture of their stack. Speaking of stacks, I have a few more coins to show you. Yara, I don't know if I got 2 of these, and you may have some coming your way, or even a I may have found the greatest coin ever for Jack today.
Does it have tomatoes? Or is it of the moon?
It may have been of the moon.
Is it a moon landing coin?
Myself, but had a margarita perhaps here. How do you get the darn thing out of there? There we go. But yes, we have, I'm planning to go to the post office tomorrow. I got this one. All right, let me turn my,
it's disappearing.
Out of my rooftop again.
It's like a wormhole.
That was a pretty cool looking silver coin there, the way it was going into stealth mode.
Yeah. So we have this one. Kind of a nice shot of the globe.
Ooh. Wow. That's awesome.
It's not flat. It's kind of convex on the back, which I've not seen that before. Is kind of nice.
Wow.
Maybe I got one of those for you. And actually, I may have a box in my closet that has a couple extra ones I got just to give away. I don't really remember, but I could go check if anybody. I don't know if anyone in the chat room thinks I should go check if I did get extra coins like this to give away. I mean, if I did, we could give them away right now, Yar. I mean, Yar, you're going to be proud of me.
I'm always proud of you. What did you do now?
I actually made it. I found CVS in Austin, so I even have padded envelopes. So now when we give away the coins, as long as you get the address, preferably in the United States, but we'll do what we got to do. Now I can even write on one of my beloved index cards that you know how much I love.
Yes. What
and
color?
I write notes, and I put them in there, and sometimes I put a little nibble fur in the package, kind of like the silica gel, just to make sure it's safe. So again, here's this one I thought was pretty nifty. So they have these designs. These came from JM Bullion, which, by the way, obviously you guys see I have Andy Scheckman of Miles Franklin on quite a bit. You know, we're good friends and we do have a business relationship, but there are other great dealers out there as well. Especially Andy doesn't sell online. So, you know, there's something nice about being able to look at the coins online, which we will do shortly because I picked some cool ones out. And actually, I could use some help selecting some coins from, I got an order from AppMex. Here, it looks like a cardinal or a blue jay there, Yara. You see that?
Oh, yeah.
Kind of one of those birds that flies around in the wind and whispers things, and, you know, you never know what it means, but beautiful coin. I leave that there because you never know what someone will tell you about a particular bank or silver situation. And
someone in the super chat said we should invite Rob Sultan on this show, which would be fun.
Who?
Rob Sultan, that guy who mentioned you the other night about your JP Morgan parking lot video.
Oh, well, actually, I have an email up. I started writing an email thanking him for his kind comments, and hope to have him on the show soon. If anyone knows Rob and can get in touch with him and he's free tonight or wants to man the overnight shift, this is not just Arcadia here. All hands on deck for the silver industry. I don't know if we've won the record yet, but Yara, did anyone say if they thought I should go look in the closet if I did buy?
No, they were surprisingly quiet about that, but I did pick our first winner of the yen yen coin. So if you do go and get other ones out of the closet, I'm ready to pick some new ones.
So Yara, someone has helped Nibbles by giving this equilibrium dollar a home?
Although he hasn't responded yet, but VK Travelog, if you heard me, I know you've been here since we started this morning, and that's pretty impressive. So
I would say, Julie Newhouse, where's those stimulus checks so you can buy more silver? I don't know. We could just win some right here, right now. So if anyone thinks I should check the closet.
Check the closet.
So Yar, we have a winner for this one. Yes. And I set this aside.
Yes, please.
Yar.
Yes.
I said yes, please.
All right. By the way, anyone who's won silver in the last year, if you have not received your silver, by all means, that's not because we don't want to send it. We've been learning what it's like when a business grows, maybe not quicker than you can handle, but learning to adjust on the fly. I do genuinely want anyone who has won silver to get it. Please
I am
don't-
way backed up from December till now, so.
But at least for winners tonight, since I'm sending these out directly, we're getting there. So a little patience is appreciated. But Yara, I'm going to go just see what I find as I walk around here. You never know.
Check your closet. Okay.
Socks, silver. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
You have silver socks? David Morgan said he had like silver socks at one point, or a silver shirt, I think.
Well,
ooh, what flavor Marg did you get?
I'm on the blackberry lime combo.
Yum. They do good. They do good frozens. All right, so everybody, Chris is going to check the closet. I know. What's in the closet?
What's in the closet? Now I'm curious.
I know exactly what is in the closet.
You know, everyone has something they want to hide in the closet. What is Chris?
I'm pretty sure it's silver.
Yeah.
I was like, and there might be other things too, but
Any skeletons in his closet for?
Well, it's a big walk-in. It could have a lot of stuff, but I would imagine silver is what he's getting. Silver Dog is going to.
We have a question from Chuckleberry Soup. Is Jeff Currie in the closet?
That's a good question.
Good. I have no idea.
There's a lot of Jeff curious people out there.
Jeff Curious, sort of like being bi-curious. Jeff Curious.
Jeff Currie in the chat says, "Give me the silver, damn it! Currie needs silver to get back to Galgamar." So apparently that's where Curries come from. Galgamar.
You know, if Chris is going to do this and go in his closet, he needs to take the. He needs to go mobile with the phone and be broadcasting the process.
Oh yeah, well, he could do that, but it's probably best to not go in the closet. You never know. I'm seeing lots of fun Nibbles comments. You guys, Nibbles is the best. He's the best to like work with. It's not working with. He's the best to play with. And oh, Chris is back from the closet. What'd you find?
Socks.
Yeah.
Or gray. Kind of like silver.
Nice.
So who wants to do some live on-air silver shopping tonight?
Cool. Oh, Devin says Rob Sultan wants to join your stream.
Oh yeah.
If you can do anything to facilitate that, we would love to welcome him on.
Is he standing by? I actually do have his email. I got it from his site the other day. Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Although, real
Rob
quick, just in case.
Let's do it, Devin says.
Huh?
Devin just put in the super chat. Rob wants to join the stream. Let's do it.
All right. Well, perhaps while I invite him in, a few notes, Yara.
Yes.
A, in honor of the boss of Arcadia.
Food Nibbles, everyone. And also, that's one of my better graphic design projects.
We have 3 magic boxes. Someone in the chat pick which one we can open and give away. Ooh.
Ooh.
Left, right, or middle, Jim?
Left.
There could be JP Morgan baseball cards in one of them, silver in the other. You never
Left.
know. So this one?
Sure.
Your left or my left.
Your left.
All right.
Doesn't really matter.
All right, I'm gonna go email Rob. See you guys in a little bit.
Where'd you go?
Emailing the guy. I can't do it all at once. So you guys wanted to see what was in the box or something?
What's in the box? What's in the box? All right, Chris is gonna make us wait for what's in the box while he sends a link to Rob. In the meantime, I don't really have any like extra fun boxes. I've shown you like a lot of the stuff I have within arm's reach, but that's because Chris has been getting all the fun packages lately. Usually I get to get them, but he's gotten all the colorful ones because that's what Nibbles sniffed out the other day. But I guess I get to pick where it goes. So I don't know, guys. How am I going to pick that one? I guess Nibbles can pick, but if anybody wants whatever's in box number 3.
There's a question for me from Catterday Night. Asking, hey Jim, do you trade crypto? No, I don't have any crypto. I only have silver, physical, and I have my miner stocks, my silver and gold miner stocks. I am not in any crypto.
Can I offend the silver bugs by talking about a crypto?
Sure.
Silver related. So I mean, it's and actually, good chance you've heard of this one. Let's pull up because he did an interview, shockingly enough, about silver today on Jean-Claude of Beyond Mystics, great channel. Reggie Middleton, Veritasium. Oh, Yara, I'm going to need you to send a calendar invite. You know I don't know how to do that yet, but Reggie Middleton is going to be joining us on the show, talking some Veritasium and
yay!
In particular, what Veritasium, for anybody who doesn't like the this fractional reserve COMEX Ponzi scheme, Reggie, and he'll be able to explain it better than me. I think he's basically built something that can replace that. Someone can dig into the technicals better than me. That's my belief. Reggie will join us to talk about it. He was talking about silver on Jean-Claude's Beyond Mystic. I listened to part of it and it was great. Reggie, the time I've been doing this and all these different people I get to interview, Reggie was one of the most impressive ones that I've talked with. And just different things that I've learned to look for, the way people express themselves. Yeah, you can tell a lot about how people treat others, and now they talk about building a team, and that stuff stands out to me. So I've always been very impressed ever since I first heard about Reggie, and he will be joining us. And it's great because Reggie, he's not a silver bug. He did forecast the demise of Bear Stearns in advance, which I think is interesting. I'm not sure if he knows, if he looked in particular about their silver position, but we'll find out. Great interview to check out. Great channel. A hand to our man, Jean-Claude. I've been on his show several times, which is always a lot of fun and get some good conversation. And he's been having some great guests here. So there is Reggie. Reggie will be on the show next week. And his token is Veritasium. Sorry, I forgot to mention that part. Like, why is he talking about this?
Very cool.
Anyway, the symbol, we can pull it up. Let's see. Symbol is VERI. This is not legal licensed financial advice, but I do own a bunch of these, and I don't know. I'm not saying what others should do, but as I get a bit older and think about things a bit more, I generally more so bet on the people running something. I mean, I should probably look at data more than I do, although I look at plenty of silver data. Don't worry about that. That's why sometimes people ask, which mining company should I buy? And it's like, I listen to Kranzler talk about the details of these mining companies. It's just like, I can give some, I share my thoughts, and certainly I've learned a lot, but I don't feel I have the same level of expertise in the mining stocks that I do in silver, and I don't want to go on and act as if I do. So similar with Veritasium, I don't know, but I own a bunch of the thing. And Reggie will be on next week and hear more about it. I believe that's Wednesday.
I'm excited for that one. His last interview with Jean-Claude was excellent. Actually, I didn't see the one today because we were on live all day. So I'm looking forward to watching that one, but the last one was excellent too. So
without putting words in Reggie's mouth, it does not seem like he's a big Jeff Currie fan. Or Reggie was also unable to explain the mysterious short the heck out of the COMEX futures hedge. But that's part of why, I mean, I really admire what he's done, a variety of levels.
Oh, hey, Rob is in the chat now, in the live chat. So we need to get him the Zoom link somehow.
Well, I sent to info@mineralexchange.com. And I don't know if I was supposed to say that out loud or not. It didn't seem like a personal address, but don't everybody email Rob and tell him he's great and you love that he spreads truth and freedom about silver, and you can tell your friends and check out his channel, and you hope we get him logged in, but let me know if that's the right address or not. And in terms of Reggie, the thing I like is that considers himself a banking analyst. He's not a silver bug. So I don't know if someone thinks my judgment's clouded. I could understand that. But he's someone who understands the banking tricks, and he was talking about a lot of the things that have happened in silver over the past month on Jean-Claude's show. So it's going to be exciting to have him here. And the other thing that I really like about Reggie, let's go back and pull up his Twitter feed.
I'll be right back. I have to fill up my drink.
What do you got there tonight, Jim?
At this point, just ice water.
Yeah,
that's so interesting.
So,
maybe we can message him on Twitter. I'll see if I can find him.
Rob, I'd love to have you on. I saw your video. Thank you for the kind words, and looking forward to meeting you. I actually had an email started writing the other day. I didn't get to send it, but just sent one now. So there is Reggie Middleton, who I sure think got railroaded by the SEC. If anybody wants, well, actually, I'll tell you what. Well, before he comes on, I don't want to get him in any, because he's been clear asking me not to do anything on his behalf of my thoughts of what happened to him. But before his interview, I think I will read what the SEC charged him with and his lawyer's response. And if anybody, I'll leave my opinions aside so you can hear it unbiased. And in either case, I really admire what Reggie has done, standing up to what seems kind of CFTC-ish, shall we call it. Yard, did you hear that? I just made the CFTC-ish. Is that that grammar stuff? Would that be an adjective, or?
Does that mean like extremely negligent and looking over there instead of what you're supposed to be doing?
Yeah, I guess that's not a verb, but an adjective. It's been a while since I've thought about that. Anyway.
Oh, Chris, apparently Rob got your email, but no link. Can you try doing that again? Sorry.
Well, send the...
We've been on here for a long time.
We'd think of that while they were.
And also, Jeff Currie is now writing spontaneous raps in the chat. So we've got that going for us.
And speaking of other things going, someone that you picked out as a winner there, Yara, is going to have a new home for this fine beauty. Oh,
can't see it.
All right, give me a second. I'll finish talking about Reggie, email the link to Robert, and then take the backdrop off so we can see the coin.
Oh my gosh.
As you see, there's a lot often going on in my life, so that's why I get distracted. Either case, I think the guy got railroaded while he was doing something that seems similar to how I felt about what I've been doing, and similar to Jean-Claude. He got kicked off of YouTube for sharing truth. But both of these guys, while they had every reason to quit or complain, just got back at what they were doing. He's basically seems like it's been, in my opinion, not his words, but I mean, you can hear the way he speaks that he's holding his tongue about some stuff that seems similar to the way a lot of us feel about the CFTC, but in the end, he came and overcame. So that is Reggie. And then I'm going to show you the coin Yara while I remember to send Rob the link. So there's the pros and cons. So I go off on tangents sometimes, but I do have a memory that probably is sharper than my own good would necessarily.
Your memory is amazing.
I remember too much probably, but anyway, Yara, do you want to take a look at this coin that you're sending out to some winner? Just happened to be in my closet looking for a new home.
That's so hot.
Take the other side. It looks like, who do we have on
I'm
here?
going to give that, Nibbles wants that to go to In Bay Day, who properly.
Elizabeth on the back.
Seeing
Now
it.
it's in one of those cases. So whoever has won it, you can take it in the case, take it out. You're going to get this nice box too. And actually we have a little card here. Let's see what they say. Great Canadian Outdoors Sunset Canoeing is the name of this coin. Wow, that's quite beautiful. Look at that.
It's gorgeous.
The Sunset Canoeing silver ounce. And again, we got this one from JM Bullion. Yara, I think screen share is enabled. Can you maybe look up that one and on the JM Bullion site so we can credit them with this beautiful ounce of silver here?
It's okay.
All right. Comes in this box too, which will go out to our winner, and I'll set that aside and get an email link to Robert. Jim, what are you expecting Sunday night on the Open?
Oh, me? I think we're probably going to, I'm always optimistic, but we had such a downturn over the past 2 days. I'm expecting a bit of a bounce back, especially with the chart in silver, which still looks great. I mean, if you look at it, gold looks like it's horrible. It broke down through support today, but silver still looks great on the chart. So I'm modestly optimistic that it's going to bounce back.
Yara, what are you expecting on the Open today? Not today, on Sunday.
Tomorrow. I don't know. It seems like probably Sunday night it'll go up a lot and we'll all get really excited. And then we'll expect it to get smashed on Monday, but instead it'll just keep going up. So I don't know. I feel like something's different, even though it feels the same. So, or it seems like familiar. I feel like something's different. So I'm expecting it to go up, but then maybe keep going.
Well, Yara, while I share my thoughts on the Open, can you perhaps send the link to Eric Kaiser Johnson?
Yeah.
Who may be doing the overnight slot. It looks like the Silver Marathon is going to keep going. We found it looks like we got some overnight coverage coming. So that's right, folks. I'm going to hit the share button. If anybody can hit the share button at home and let people know we're, I think, 9 hours, 10 hours into a Silver Marathon, and we're going to take questions all night.
Am I sending it to Kaiser or Elijah? I'm sorry.
You suppose you could send it to both and let them sort it out, but in either case, Rob is going to be joining us in a moment, and I'm sending out a message on Twitter telling people they can, if they want to show a picture of their stack, might show it live on the show on our Silver Marathon. Jim, what I wonder is, we've seen, as for the silver on the Open, we've seen it spike, I think, a couple of the last few Sundays. And when Andy described how people were buying even more today than the last couple of days of the week, I don't know, based on what happened this week, I don't know, maybe they're a little better prepared, but otherwise, couldn't you see something almost similar to what happened that week where they couldn't, 4 weeks ago, when the dealers they ran out of metal that was hedged and they had to suspend sales until the open. You see that as possible?
Well, we just saw I think it was late in the day, we saw first delivery numbers for COMEX being pretty high. I don't know. It's if the market, it seems like the silver and gold were being slammed all day long down, and I think silver got into the low 2620 area. What was the low of the day? 2614, and it recovered all the way up to 2664. So it recovered almost 50. It recovered 50 cents from the low of the day, and maybe that will continue. I think a lot of that was because of the late day behavior of the 10-year bond. The bond yield fell dramatically towards the end of the day. I think a lot of this is going to depend on, it seems the bond market is driving things right now, like it often does. And the dollar index was way higher on Friday. A lot of it's going to, I'd take my guess that whatever the dollar does and the 10-year bond yield is probably going to be the key driver for what silver does on Sunday night and Monday morning.
I would think so. It doesn't seem like CNBC's that fazed by anything happening in the bond world or the Fed getting shut down. So, but that makes a lot of sense to me. So
it looks like there's 2 people in the waiting room.
Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, well, why don't you let them on in?
Yeah, we need some fresh blood in here.
Okay, so we've got Rob and Kaiser.
Wow, and there they are, Rob and Kaiser Johnson.
Howdy.
Kaiser, a pleasure to see you again, sir.
It's great to be here. I won't be here long, but thanks for.
Yeah, that's what I said 5 hours ago.
Kaiser, you're manning the overnight shift, so that's right. Just hop in, say hello now, then take a nap, and Maurice Jackson is not free. He's our overnight ringer.
Yeah.
Maurice Jackson of Proven and Probable, who I don't think sleeps. Yara, how much do you think Maurice sleeps per night?
3 hours tops.
Okay, so
and during conferences, maybe 35 minutes.
Maybe, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it looks like Rob's sound is on now. So,
Rob, are you there? Rob, can you hear us? Okay, we'll give Rob a moment to get his sound going up. Kaiser, it's great to have you here. And have you been watching the marathon at all today, or any thoughts on that, or what we've seen in silver in the last couple of weeks?
Well, that's been crazy. I have not been. I actually, part of the reason I haven't been watching the marathon today is because I've been just on the phone nonstop. So it's been a crazy 3.5 weeks here. I mean, since January 31st, I don't think I've had a day go by where it hasn't been just like order after order after order of silver, or at least, that's pretty much 3.5 weeks. So yeah.
And how would you say it was this week compared to the other weeks? Settled down, more intense, or?
I would say this week was a little more intense than say last week. First week of February was. Even in the height of the March of last year, there was nothing like that. And then the next week was about the same, and then last week was a little bit less, and then here I felt like it was right back to like tons, nonstop all day. So yeah.
And what are the customers? Obviously, they don't reveal any confidential details, but just trends. What are people saying? What are they thinking? What are they doing with their money? What are they buying?
I mean, mostly. So I would say it's almost all silver that people are buying. I do see the occasional gold purchase and that kind of thing. And people are really looking for whatever they can get their
gold. Who buys gold at a time like this?
But yeah, I mean, just whatever they can. I mean, I think, a lot of people I've talked to have, they're looking other places and they can't find sovereign coins anywhere. And, or if they can, it's $14 over spot for, an Eagle, or, $10 over for a Britannia or something like that. And,
over what?
Over spot, excuse me.
Spot. What's that?
Just this false construct, right? It's,
wait, actually, I'm interested in some silver. Hold on a second. I found like a couple of 20s in my pocket of a different pair of pants the other day. So do you have any silver that you can sell me?
I don't know, but I should be able to get a pair of pants like those, because I need to find that kind of stuff.
I've started putting silver in my pockets instead. It's going a lot better, but I'm serious. I'd like to buy 2 ounces of silver right now to give away as prizes. And Rob, are you able to hear us now?
I can hear you now. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you. Your mic seems a little distorted, like it's not fully, there's something might not, the wire loose somewhere. It's a pleasure to have you here. I did catch your video the other day, and thank you so much for the kind words, and excited to welcome you on in here. And that's a nice stack of silver bars you got there.
Yeah, I was in the middle of my live stream and everybody's going, hey, go to Arcadia right now. And so I'm like, all right, well, shoot, all right, I'll stop it. And so I stopped my live stream and came over here, and I always have a little bit of clickbait eye candy over there. And so I didn't put it there as what was there as a prop, but now it wasn't meant to be there for this right now. So it's kind of an impromptu thing.
Leave it there. Bring all the silver. All right.
I'll show a little bit of silver. We got 1,000 ounces of silver here.
Wow, that's fun.
But I'm a big silver stacker. I've been silver for a very long time, so I love to see all the energy going out in the space and everybody drawing awareness to what's going on right now. And I think it's just a matter of time, really. I think it really is just a waiting game right now. And so I just love to hear all the comments on it. I hope I think my sound might not be too great, but I hope everybody can hear me a little bit. It's the first time using Zoom, if you can believe it. I'm a college dropout. I didn't make it too far in the whole system of learning these types of things.
Are you guys able to hear him all right?
I can hear you.
It's a
little scratchy, but I can easily understand everything.
Try without the microphone and see. That might be. We can hear what you're saying, but maybe even pulling it out and see might be a little better right now. And but welcome on in. I enjoyed watching your. It's funny. I was watching the end of the video. Before then people were saying, hey, Chris, there was someone who, mentioned you in your JP Morgan garage hopping in one of his videos. And then, so I'd seen the ending, and then I went back and saw it was that same video. So I'd actually caught some of your nice podcasts, and it's great to hear you talking about silver. And can you give folks who might be new to your research and work, how'd you get into all this?
It's a long story. First, I want to say I changed the microphone to my headset here. So can everybody hear me a little bit better now?
Much better.
Right on. About 6 years ago, I was a waiter for the right table, and a rare coin dealer came in, and he was one of the people that graded rare coins that could be, turning an $80,000 coin to a $120,000 coin based on it going up one grade, these numismatics individuals. And so I got brought into the industry about 6 years ago from being a waiter from the right table. I saw bullion bars in the safe when they were all focused on the coins. And I'm like, you guys got bars in there? Like there's actual bars of metal in the safe, and you guys are focused on the coins over here? I mean, these are cool and all, and I get it, but like there's bars over there. And I lost it. And I just eventually ended up getting in the industry and building Mineral Exchange myself, and to where it is today. And it's been a process, but I love it. I love everything to do with precious metals, and I love the idea of sound money. I'm also an advocate for Bitcoin. I just believe in decentralizing money and putting money back into people's hands as a whole. And so I just love the movement of more people learning about what real money is and just how crazy the monetary system has become. And it really just seems like it's a matter of time before this information gets out. So it's just an honor to be able to talk with individuals like you all in the space, and so many more people that know so much more about silver than I do. I'm learning stuff every single day when I'm watching your channel and all the different guests you bring on. So it's really an honor to be here. I appreciate you having me.
Yeah, well, it's great to have you on here, and sure is quite a Rubik's cube, the whole silver world. I mean, I just thought I was gonna dig into some supply and demand a couple of years ago, and then I mean, and even now, I am blown away to the day by the things that I hear. There's a few things I don't know if I'm able to share yet. Yara, you heard the one thing that we heard last summer about JP Morgan with their investigation that I can't wait to share it. I don't know if it's true, although it's pretty wild. And especially in the last couple of weeks, we've heard some interesting mail come in through the ether, right?
We have gotten some interesting mail.
What would you say is in the time you've been doing this, again, Yara was new to silver. And Yara, have you met Rob? Rob, this is Yara, the other half of Arcadia. She runs everything behind the scenes so I can make my Ben Bernanke jokes to a growing audience of people. Who knew such a thing could be a career? I think I'm technically unemployed, which is great, and I love it. No job for me. And but anyway, Rob, that's Yara who keeps that half of things running. And she was new. Had you ever heard anyone? Did you know there was a thing even called a silver podcast when I ran into you at that yoga class a couple of years ago?
I was aware of silver nebulously, but I only as really like jewelry. Like I have a lot of silver jewelry. I have this really cute Tiffany bracelet.
You didn't even know about Jeff Currie back then.
I did not know about Jeff Currie. My world was like empty. I'm sorry. Like I was just wandering around with no nibbles and no Jeff Currie in my life. But no, I'm very grateful to have been introduced to silver by you at yoga. It definitely changed my life drastically.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a rabbit hole. And so you're in those almost, I guess, 3 years now. What would you say is the wildest thing that you've seen that most people probably wouldn't know?
Oh, that's tough. I don't know. I feel a little stumped about that. Like so much of it was so unknown to me that it all seemed kind of eye-opening and wild to begin with. But I guess recently some of the things that I'm not sure I'm allowed to share are the wildest things I've heard. So I don't know. You're putting me in a little bit of a weird place.
Now you guys got me interested. I mean, you can't do this type of thing. Oh, we got things.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Share them, but we got things we want to share, but we can't say it right now. Like, I'm interested. Let's hear this thing. Let's put it out there.
I got one for you, Rob, as a fellow YouTuber. We have currently received over $293 of kind chat revenue from donations into our audience. And Rob, did you know that last night Jim and his friends over at Wall Street Silver helped make, it was like the Silver Make-A-Wish Foundation for my buddy Joe. Got him the guy loves silver. Fed blows up on his birthday, February 24th. Can you believe that? And he was
totally made his day.
We were thinking Philadelphia would love to have a nice silver billboard in the neighborhood. So these great patriots on Wall Street Silver, I'll bet this number is higher. I'm gonna hit the refresh there. I say 35.
9,000, right?
It's not.
Ooh, 35.2.
We're not on the GoFundMe.
No, I'm just talking about the silverbacks. Huh?
We're not on that page. We're looking at Jeremy Grantham. Not at the GoFundMe.
Jeremy. Oh. All right, Jeremy Grantham. All right, let me try that again. Well, we have the Wall Street Silver page pulled up. Let me try that again.
There you go.
Yep.
Oh,
All
that's
right.
awesome.
So they set up a GoFundMe thing here. 809.09, but now we have $293 in revenue from the chat, which I'm a pretty blessed guy that I get to sit here and talk about silver. And I don't know, I just like eat tacos every day. So what am I really going to do with $293? Oh, and these are Canadian dollars too. Oh, well. Kaiser or someone, Jim, can you give me the conversion rate? How many Canadian dollars would 293 American dollars be so I can make the correct donation to our campaign so we can get more billboards? I mean, there's so many bankers that don't know about
converts
the
to
value of
$1 million. $1 million, Chris.
$1
about
million.
1.5.
Well,
So it'd be
I'm
like
gonna try
420, 440, something like that.
420. That sounds like
guessing.
a number. We'll
I
go
don't-
with that one.
US.
So this is to get a billboard that says Silver Squeeze. Is there a location that's like chosen?
No,
that's
no, Rob. I by all means, I apologize for my rude manners. I just have this addiction to linguistic accuracy. Multiple billboards, plural.
Okay.
And not necessarily, I don't want to be like domineering about the whole thing. I mean, other social media advertising options. Yara, I don't know if this is a good time to mention the present I bought myself last month.
I guess it's 293 US dollars is 373 Canadian dollars.
Too late. I already put in 420. Sorry.
Oh, well, I hope we get some more donations then.
Well, we're happy to spend 420, whether it's CAD or US.
Although
I'd like to take this moment to say that I am an investor in silver. Viewer discretion advised. You know, if you guys are putting billboards up saying Silver Squeeze, you know, I'm an investor. I have money in silver. Just make investments at your own will, sort of thing.
Oh yes, of course. None of this.
I'm not pumping. I like the stock. I like the stock, guys. That's all it is. I just like the stock.
No, I just like the metal. I just like the metal.
I like the metal.
So
that's
either
awesome. That's
case,
really cool to see.
I don't, Yara, I'm sorry. We had another client that kindly is supporting the show on behalf of Silver One. Now, they didn't authorize me taking some of the money they paid for promotion and advertising on the show when they'll be on in the near future, but I'm gonna assume that's okay. Now I know there's a little lag here, and this was a while ago, so we're at 8909. I guess now we have to keep this marathon running until there's
9513.
Something happened.
Wow.
The goal is 15,000. I mean, I just feel like some nights anything's possible. You feel the magic, right? Well, we'll keep an eye on that. And anyway, Rob, why don't you take it away and tell us what has stood out to you in the time you've been following silver that maybe you haven't shared on the air, but you think people would be well served to know. And again, this is not legal financial advice. We're hanging out on a Friday. It's a party. Everyone can have their drink of choice. I have a margarita in my silver chalice here. So, Rob, just a fun conversation amongst friends.
Conspiracy theories welcome.
If you want to show us your flying saucer, you can do that too.
You know, I got that parked out back, but I can't really share the details on that. You know, it's a very complex situation with the UFO. But with silver, I think that if I went back in time to the first day that I've learned about silver and went maybe 5 years in the past, and I met myself and I said, hey, the whole world's going to be shut down. This Green New Deal is going to go through, and they're going to be using more silver than ever before. You know, there's going to be electric cars needing silver for their semiconductors, going to be solar panels needing silver for the solar panels. And there's also, by the way, they're going to print gold and silver's entire market cap within about 1.25 years. They're going to print their entire market cap combined within about 1.25 years. And, you know, where do you think the price of silver is? I'd be like, well, it's probably 100 plus, 150 plus or something. And when we look at the price of silver now compared to everything that's going on, I mean, what blows my mind is if there was a perfect storm for gold to be skyrocketing, for the Peter Schiff scenario to go through, there couldn't be, I don't want to call this, it's obviously a major tragedy what the pandemic has done and everything, but you would imagine that this would be the storm that made gold skyrocket to the moon. And it hasn't done it with silver yet either. And so it's mind-boggling to me to not see the big movements that we're all expecting with the current environment that we're in. So I guess it's not too much of a conspiracy theory thing, but I just think of silver and I go, there's about half of it is getting eaten up every year just from industrial purpose. So if you have an increasing demand for investors to be holding the metal, and at the same time, you have these big companies that are going to be needing the metal, like Tesla. Tesla made that $1.5 billion position in Bitcoin. And I'm making the argument to Tesla. I made a video about this. Like, why wouldn't you be acquiring silver right now? You need it. I mean, strategically, wouldn't that be if you put to the SEC that you are acquiring Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation and you want to protect your assets against a dollar dilution, why wouldn't you be accumulating a material that is sound money and also a material that you need? Maybe they're doing it silently. I don't know. But that would be my conspiracy theory is, why isn't Tesla accumulating silver in bulk right now? I wouldn't understand. So I got to, I'll calm down. I
love the question.
I'm hoping you'll call on me. I think I know the answer.
Chris, to you.
They're not, Tesla's not acquiring silver, even though it would seemingly be an essential component of their car. There's so many funny answers. Maybe they're hedging on the COMEX, but I think the real reason is that Elon Musk is still very concerned about the low inflation pandemic that Jerome Powell explained to Congress the other day. So he's pacing himself and waiting his time because you don't want to buy silver when there's low inflation coming along.
Andy would have told us it's misdirection. Tesla bought the Bitcoin to misdirect us away from the silver.
I tend to agree. I mean, it seems like the guy. I mean, if it's very devious in my opinion. I'm using the term devious because it's like you're pumping I call it doggy coin. I know it's Dogecoin or whatever, but you're pumping doggy coin and telling everybody about this doggy coin thing, and then meanwhile you actually use your treasury to put a 10% position of your treasury in Bitcoin. It was a pretty substantial position that they went Bitcoin, but they didn't buy any of this Dogecoin that Elon Musk was joking about on Twitter. So he is kind of a guy that puts up facades, it seems like, It's like, what's your real moves? I kind of buy into that conspiracy theory a little bit. What do you think?
I think that's exactly the case. He was, I follow Elon on Twitter, and I guess half of Twitter follows Elon. And yeah, he's posting memes. He's telling. He posted a picture of his little infant son, who's only 6 or 7 months old, calling him a Dogecoin hodler. Not a hodler toddler is what he called his kid for Dogecoin, and he was saying he hooked up some Doge mining rigs for all of his sons to play with one weekend. I mean, he was going nonstop every day, posting something about this crap coin Doge, and then boom, he pulls out of his ass 1.5 billion of Bitcoin. I mean, it was the perfect misdirection.
Well, do any of you have you looked into the financials on Tesla? I haven't dug into it. I get Dave Kranzler's short sellers journal, and
Elon's been very
not a fan of Tesla, is like not putting it quite in the right context.
Well, the stock for Tesla having gone vertical twice in the past 3 or 4 months, Elon has they've made secondary offerings raising $5 billion each time in cash. So they've added $10 billion in cash to their balance sheet at these incredibly inflated prices of, what is it at, $600 or $700 a share? So
Brilliant.
Even though Elon knows his stock is wildly overvalued, but the reality is he's used that opportunity to make his balance sheet fortress bulletproof at this point. I mean, he has enough cash in the bank now, I think 15 billion, and their debt's only 15 billion. So they are net debt zero right now for Tesla. And if if let's say we have another NASDAQ implosion, similar to the bubble bursting in 2000, Elon's already sold 10 billion at stock at these current prices and pocketed the cash. Well, not pocketed it, but into the corporate bank account. So he's in good shape to ride out any NASDAQ implosion. I would think. The risk of
people say,
2 years ago, people were talking Tesla bankruptcy, and it was TSLAQ. The bankruptcy symbol, that was a hashtag on Twitter, just to poke fun at Tesla that eventually they're going to file bankruptcy. But they've put so much cash in the bank from selling these secondary offerings. There's zero risk of bankruptcy now for Tesla.
Wouldn't that be something that Elon Musk would love to? All the Jim Chanoses, all the Andrew Lefts that were just digging at him day in, day out. You don't see him very much on CNBC anymore. Jim Chanos kind of went back in the cave where he came from, that he comes out and he was bashing on Tesla, saying it's going to zero, it's going bankrupt. He ended up being wrong about it, and so now you see the situation. It's like Elon Musk, if he's the funny guy that he is always saying is portraying to us on Twitter, what better thing to do than to short squeeze the banks and announce that you bought a huge silver position? If you are really against all the short sellers that were really doubting you and putting you down, think about that. Citron has a big position in SLV, right? Citron's Andrew Leff's company, who was notably a short seller of Tesla. All of these people were short sellers of Tesla. So these are, these were enemies of Elon Musk. And so for me, I look at it and I just go, if you really think this Dogecoin is the coin for the people, or buying Bitcoin, is making a statement, realistically, if you want to get back at the short sellers, silver would be the ultimate move. It's a win-win-win across the board, knocking multiple birds with one stone for Tesla. It really would be a very strategic move, not only in the literal way, but also in the figurative way of being able to get back at those short sellers that were once doing that to you. I think about that in my head. Maybe that's my conspiracy theory of the night, is like, I remember Andrew Left being so vocal about how Tesla's going to zero, and Jim Chanos from Kainico's Associates saying it's going to zero. And you look at the balance sheet of SLV, and these big banks have positions in SLV. I'm curious why they have such a large position in SLV. Maybe you guys could answer that for me as well. But I mean, I'm looking at that.
In short, the futures on the COMEX.
And they have the physical silver there to cover the short if they ever get put in that squeeze position, right?
That's what Jeff said. Although it's a great point what you mentioned. Although my guess is, what are the chances that Elon Musk understands silver manipulation? It's like, even, there's people who been hearing about it for years and even have a hard time believing it. I think what you're saying makes sense, and as you're saying it, I'm like, I wish, hopefully, someone send Rob. Tell us the name of your channel again so I can pull it up here.
It's my name, at Rob Sultan.
I mean,
same thing on Instagram, at Rob Sultan, on YouTube, Rob Sultan.
All right. Well, maybe we can get some people on Twitter to send Rob's channel to Elon Musk. And
I've made a few videos. I hope that one day I was talking about how Dogecoin was a bad look for crypto, and I actually was kind of vocal and critical of Elon Musk for pushing Dogecoin, because I believe in Bitcoin. I hold a bit of Bitcoin, and I think that it's a very interesting asset class in the digital realm. But I was saying that I would imagine Tesla would go and buy Bitcoin and not buy Dogecoin. And sure enough, they went and bought Bitcoin the next day. And so people were all commenting like, oh, we had talked about this in the live stream. He actually did it. He actually did it. So I'd be hard pressed if he actually watched it, but it was very interesting to see him buy into Bitcoin. I would imagine the thing that made Elon Musk buy 1.5, and people got to remember 1.5 billion worth. I mean, a 10% position of your treasury isn't exactly like putting one foot in the water toward seeing if it's hot or not. It's kind of like jumping in. And so I think that was Michael Saylor giving him advice on that. I think Michael Saylor really got to Elon Musk. I don't know if he's watching the YouTube stuff or anything like that. I really feel like Michael Saylor is talking to the CEOs, and he actually had a conference recently with like 1,400 CEOs, notable CEOs, talking about converting their balance sheets to Bitcoin. the interesting aspect of Bitcoin, there's been people talking about a silver-backed cryptocurrency or a gold-backed cryptocurrency, but the problem is history kind of repeats itself. Because what happened last time, we trusted a custodian with our gold and silver. They stole it and said, you guys get IOU notes that are back to nothing now. So if we have a gold-backed cryptocurrency, well, then we're in a situation where we have to trust a custodian again. I know Peter Schiff had talked about a gold-backed cryptocurrency or blockchain-based gold situation, but then you're trusting Brinks or whoever. I'd rather have the physical silver myself because I can actually just own the physical silver. You don't have the checks and balances of an ETF or anything like that, or if SLV even has any checks and balances. I imagine they don't, but I just think of the whole aspect of them going into Bitcoin is interesting, because even if you had a situation of a crypto-backed, you had silver in a vault somewhere and you said, 1 ounce per 1 silver coin, 1 ounce of silver per 1 silver coin, and we have a blockchain-based silver situation, you still have to have a depository somewhere that's going to be charging you some sort of tax, some sort of inflation rate on that, holding that asset. They're taking on a liability for you. So with Bitcoin, though, if you have your Bitcoin in a hard wallet, you're essentially a reserve bank. You're essentially a reserve bank that pays a 0% interest rate year over year. You have no interest rate. And so the question becomes, does more adoption happen? And guys like Michael Saylor, who actually have the ear of individuals that can convert a balance sheet to in the orders of billions of dollars into Bitcoin, it's very interesting. And I would imagine that Michael Saylor is not very much for gold, and same thing with Raoul Paul. But I think that they would hear the silver argument and the fact that it's used in industry and that it is, it's been sound money in addition to being an industrial metal, specifically an industrial metal that is being needed right now, specifically for Tesla. I think they would hear that out. I really do think they would hear that out. And I think they might not think it's going to have as tremendous of a gain as Bitcoin, but I think that they would actually think it was a better play than gold. So I would love to eventually get their ear somehow to be able to talk to them and say, hey, it might be an interesting idea. But then again, is Tesla silently buying silver right now? Like they vocally said we're buying Bitcoin, and that made Bitcoin skyrocket. Maybe that was the motive behind that, but maybe they don't want to see silver skyrocket. Maybe they are accumulating silver, but they're just doing it quietly, and putting it on the materials balance sheet or something along those lines. Maybe it's an expense for them or something, but I don't know if they will vocally say, hey, we're buying silver and getting a stockpile of silver because we need it and we want to have a competitive advantage and we want to protect our balance sheet from inflation. Be curious what you guys' thoughts are on that.
I think you're exactly right. There's this conflict between the Silver Users Association, the industrial consumers. They have zero desire to see silver go higher, but at the same time, from the investment perspective, which is another 1/3 of silver consumption, we want the silver price to go higher to where we think it deserves to be. So there's that natural conflict between industrial consumption and investment consumption. I think some of Elon's tweets in the past couple of weeks have been very, you'd think the guy was a silver bug or a gold bug from the way he was criticizing fiat paper currencies in recent weeks. He said, in fact, he was sort of insulting Bitcoin at the same time from one of his tweets. He said, the fiat currencies are almost as BS as Bitcoin, and then it ... almost. So he was sort of, even though he had just purchased 1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin, at the same time he was sort of knocking it. I got this, Rob, you're nodding, so I think you know what I'm talking about. You saw the same tweets I'm referring to. He was basically insulting Bitcoin also. And he actually, in that, he was responding to Peter Schiff in that tweet. And he was saying the problem with gold is what was it? I don't have the tweet in front of me, but he was referring to the transaction cost of moving money around for transactions, and that naturally the currency with the least amount of friction would be the ultimate winner. And that's why he felt that gold, obviously gold is a heavy metal. It's not easy to transfer internationally. And that's why it's not a regular currency in modern international finance or trade. Unless you're Iran and Venezuela and you need to trade with each other, then they use gold. But it's the reason I guess that's the advantage of Bitcoin. It has the least amount of friction in terms of. But then, Rob, you said, I want to ask a question. I'm sort of neutral on Bitcoin. I don't own any, but I'm not anti-Bitcoin. But from what I've read, one of the key weaknesses is the slowness of the transactions and the energy cost. And you're more knowledgeable about Bitcoin. What do you say to those types of criticisms about Bitcoin's future?
Hello, Rob. If I front run that question and first get your opinion on the new authorized dealer of the COMEX.
That's a great meme right there. I mean, she looks like, you never know. I mean, some grannies, they pull up with thousands and thousands. I've seen some pretty serious grannies. I'll be honest with you. I've seen a granny pull a kilo of gold out of her purse like it was nothing. So don't underestimate a granny. They got some metal sometimes. So you got to watch out for them. They come up and they'll be like, hey, I have some silver in the trunk. Can you help me get it? And it's like piles and piles of silver back there. They're the best. They'll bring in all kinds of stuff. You never know. But in regards to Tesla and Bitcoin, it's such I came at Bitcoin so skeptical, and my eureka moment was, everybody comes to some sort of eureka moment where you go, wow, this actually is very viable and very possible here. Mine was the intrinsic value of a network. What exactly is an intrinsic value, and realistically what Bitcoin is a network of miners. I had that question where I had asked, a person said, well, what happens when 21 million Bitcoin are mined? Do you just shut down the computer? Is it all ended at that point? Is it just all the computers, all the mining operations across the entire world, you just shut it all down at that point, right? Well, once you have 21 million coins, what happens is the miners are still mining. They're just getting paid to process the transaction. So in a way, they are the wire transfer service, so to speak. So if you want your Bitcoin, if I want to send you 100,000 worth of Bitcoin, I can pay the decentralized network of miners to essentially mine a fractional amount of my Bitcoin to send my $100,000 of Bitcoin over to you. And I can pay it on a sliding scale based on how fast I want that Bitcoin to move. So if I want that Bitcoin to get to you super fast, I might pay 1% to the service, which is ridiculously a high fee that you shouldn't pay. But then also keeping in mind, and it brings me back to PayPal, Elon Musk is somebody that you got to remember what his baby was. His baby was PayPal and X.com. They turned it into PayPal, but he started Zip2, made 300 million off Zip2. And this is an individual that was in the payment processing space. And he's admitted that. We're like, yeah, we had this little part of PayPal that was the email payment section. And turns out that was what they wanted, and they sell it to eBay for 1.5 billion. And that's where Elon Musk got his nest egg to start Tesla and all the ventures that he's doing today. So it's not exactly a long shot to say that he is much more informed in the payment arena and the digital payment arena than most might think. He's very well informed in the online payment arena, to the point where he was the CEO of PayPal and then sold PayPal out to eBay. And ironically enough, with Bitcoin, the eureka moment for me was the understanding that this is a network of miners, and try to get a gold miner to switch to mining cobalt. They're not going to want to do that. They're used to mining gold. And so to say, like Peter Schiff's argument of going, okay, well, we're going to get a new Bitcoin number 2 overnight. Well, news to you, Peter Schiff, there's a lot of altcoins trying to be Bitcoin number 2, and they're not really succeeding. They're trying really hard, and there's thousands of them. The advanced aspect of Bitcoin is the infrastructure that's already built. It's all the mining situations across the entire world that are decentralized and wanting to be rewarded in Bitcoin. They're not wanting to get rewarded in Dogecoin or Dogecoin or any of these altcoins. They want to get rewarded in Bitcoin. So they're keeping their operations going. They're keeping their mining systems going so that they can be rewarded in Bitcoin. And those mining systems you can't shut that down like the Fed was shut down for three hours. The Fed just said, oh, we can't wire, we can't do ACHs, period. I mean, could you imagine if they get away with that for 3 hours? What about a week? What about 2 weeks? What if they ended up shutting down wires for longer periods of time than just 3 hours? I know it's a long shot, but I didn't think that they could just shut down like that and say nobody can send a wire transfer. With Bitcoin, you would have to have all the electricity across the entire world shut down, or the entire internet be shut down to stop Bitcoin from being transactions. If you stored your seed phrase, if you have your money on a hard wallet, the worst thing that can happen to you is if you're in a situation like what happened in Texas and you don't have electricity, well, then you can't send your Bitcoin, but that doesn't mean the Bitcoin isn't stored. It doesn't mean the Bitcoin isn't stored somewhere for usage later. So to actually shut down the entire network in the way that the Fed got shut down, it would be impossible. So the whole system is very elegant, and the intrinsic value in my mind is the network that's in place, and they haven't shut down their systems. If anything, they're making more and more miners to support the system. So that's very interesting, and they want to be rewarded in Bitcoin, just like you can't get a gold miner to want to mine cobalt. They're like, no, we make money in gold. Why would I switch my mining operation to mining something different than gold? I get rewarded in this metal. Why would I change it? Or anybody that's mining silver, they're not going to change from mining silver to mining some other metal. So there's a very interesting aspect to Bitcoin when it comes to the decentralized network of it, but then also the fact that you can store it and you basically have your money stored with no inflation to it. You're not having to have any custodian, and at the same time, it's a deflationary asset that's getting hardened over time. There's nothing really like it. So I've always said with Bitcoin, it's foolish to go all in on Bitcoin, and it's equally foolish to have none of it. That's how I feel about Bitcoin. I'm not one of the people like Raoul Paul that's just going to put his entire net worth on Bitcoin or in in crypto as a whole. But I certainly see the value there, and I'm not willing to call Bitcoin a zero. As long as there's a huge system in place like this, it's very hard to call the system a zero. But in regards to Elon Musk and the whole payment system, that guy is well informed in digital payments. And to bring it back to PayPal, what happened when Carl Icahn went to eBay and forced them to spin off PayPal? Nobody expected what ended up happening, because let's look up at the market caps of where PayPal's market cap is compared to eBay. Nobody expected that to happen. And what does that tell? What's the underlying thing that tells everybody? You know, you go, eBay was a small, like, what was it, 20 billion at the time or 15 billion? And Carl Icahn says, hey, I think PayPal is worth a lot more. You should spin off PayPal. Well, they spun off PayPal, and they had bought it for nothing, from pennies on the dollar, from Elon Musk at 1.5 billion. PayPal now is a $310 billion juggernaut. You know, eBay has a valuation of roughly 40 billion. So you have 40 billion on eBay's market cap. And what does that tell you? It tells you that people don't want a centralized party that wants to take 10% of their money. They want to use whatever medium possible to pay as little as possible to exchange money online. That's what they want. That's, if there's anything telling from PayPal being the baby of eBay and then outgrowing its master. You know, eBay was the parent, you know, PayPal's a little baby company, gets spun off of it, jumps out and becomes a $310 billion juggernaut, while eBay is just a $40 billion company now. It's like, wait a minute, you almost made an order of magnitude more than the market cap of your initial parent company. You know, how did that happen? If that doesn't show the world that we need some sort of lower cost way of transacting online, I don't know what does. You know, this is Elon Musk's actual company. He must be looking at that like, I can't believe I sold that for 1.5 billion to those pieces of crap. I can't believe I did that. I should have kept that thing. You know, it's $310 billion. And he's actually notably said that it's still flawed. Elon Musk has still gone on the record and said PayPal is still flawed and has a lot of problems with it. But people would rather pay 3% to send PayPal to people and make their own websites so they can do transactions for cheaper and get away from the Amazons, get away from the eBay. People want to pay less fees. And so eBay is more fees, and it's kind of like a central bank in a way, whereas PayPal is allowing you to transact more peer-to-peer. And then the next extension to PayPal would be peer-to-peer with no centralized party at all and limited amounts of fees. So that's what I think is very interesting about Elon Musk in ties to Bitcoin, and how Bitcoin could really turn into something far bigger than we really anticipated in the beginning. I could talk all day about that, but those are like some kind of points that I don't think many people are bringing up, or any people are bringing up, about PayPal outgrowing eBay and kind of what that tells us. I mean, I'd love to hear your perspective on it. I don't mean to talk too much. I can ramble a bit.
Oh, Jeff, you're muted.
Oh yes, I'm learning a lot listening to you. I've read a handful of articles about Bitcoin. One of the recent ones I read, and maybe you can give me the answer to it. I saw one estimate that with electricity costs and hardware costs and labor costs, it cost about $18,000 to $20,000 for the miners to mine one Bitcoin these days. I don't know if that's accurate or overestimated, but the speculation was if the price of Bitcoin were to decline again from the current 50,000 down to, let's say, below 20,000, there's a high likelihood that many miners would unplug from the network because it's no longer profitable to mine Bitcoin. There's that ongoing electricity and hardware cost associated with mining Bitcoin. I don't know if that's something that's discussed it's just an article I read. I don't know if that's a legitimate concern or something that's been blown out of proportion, or if it's something that's actively discussed among the Bitcoin community. Rob?
I think it's a great question, and it's a very complex one where it brings me back to, like, say, electric cars in the first place. You remember people saying, oh, you couldn't be profitable on an electric car. You guys are out of your minds. Electric cars will never be profitable. You're going to go bankrupt. It's not even possible to make a profitable electric car. But then you had the Monero and Associates ended up tearing down a Model 3, and they found out, actually, no, these are profitable, these Model 3s. And actually, they're a lot more profitable than we ever wildly imagined. And so what that tells me is that problems get conquered, in the process of time. And so right now a problem is, well, how much electricity consumption is Bitcoin consuming? And, is that realistic? Well,
when's the next halving? Am I saying this at the halving? The next time it drops in half, when's the next one scheduled?
I think they're every 4 years. I believe I have to double check on that, but I believe they're every 4 years. But there was one actually not very long ago. So basically there's really only so many options. There's only so many options. Either Bitcoin has to skyrocket to compensate for the costs of making the Bitcoin. You'd have to compensate these miners for the newfound cost of how expensive these are. And actually, these miners that were set up, probably got rewarded pretty handsomely on this recent jump because they were set up at the time, at the right time, right place to get rewarded in this high valued good, asset because of its skyrocketing from Tesla buying into it. It seems that it really seems that those are very complex questions, and in a matter of time, I think that there will be either Bitcoin skyrockets to compensate for the newfound cost to mine Bitcoin, or we see the technology really get more advanced to the point where, and who's a person that could advance that technology? Oh, maybe the guy that produces battery packs and solar panels, maybe that guy could help with that kind of a problem, and it's so interesting to me. The guy is the founder of PayPal and has notably said that PayPal isn't what he wanted it to be. And he takes the money that he made off PayPal to create Tesla, that creates solar panels, creates battery packs, which would actually solve the problems that I would imagine, Bitcoin will create and continue to create, which is the excessive consumption of electricity. I don't know if the stars are aligning, I guess, pun intended, when it comes to SpaceX and everything, but it seems that it's like a perfect mixture of things for Elon Musk. And it's very odd to me how silent he stays, and how he plays it off and everything. This is a super genius. This is not your run-of-the-mill guy. He's a proven super genius. And so you're gonna tell me he's just joking around with Dogecoin and playing games with Peter Schiff on Twitter? This guy has a whole plan in the back of his head. He's actually even said this is master plan. Don't tell anybody until we unfold the master plan of Tesla. It's like, this guy is a diabolical super genius, and people thinking he's just a nice guy. To get to the position that Elon Musk is in right now, you have to be somewhat of a savage to get to that point. It's like he's not playing nice. I think there's plenty of things in the back of his mind right now while he's playing games with everybody on Twitter. But it's just such a weird mixture of things. It's like you found PayPal, you get the money from PayPal, and then you now have Tesla, and now you're joking around with cryptocurrency and talking about fiat currencies and stuff on your Twitter. What are you really up to, Elon? Why don't you just spill the beans? He had that Robinhood CEO and saying to him, I love the way he had that, it was like a clubhouse meeting or something with the Robinhood CEO. He's like, just spill the beans already, man. Stop talking in circles. And this is Elon Musk telling. Could you imagine Elon Musk telling you that? You're like this little CEO from Robinhood, and he's like, just spill the beans already. I'm sick of your crap. Just say it. Just say it. Just spill it already. And it's like, well, why doesn't somebody talk like that to Elon? You know,
Yeah.
why don't you spill the beans, Elon? Why don't you talk about what's going on in the back of your brain, those neurons firing? Why don't you talk about it? You know, there's some stuff that he's not talking about.
You do know there's a lot of haters out there who really think he's a flat out fraud, fraud in motion.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And on that, not on the fraud note, but on the welcome back to the stream, James Anderson.
Hey, how you doing, Yara? Good to see you guys. Yeah, I can't believe it. I was on Twitter and somebody came to me and they're like, Chris is 10 hours running. I'm like, I gotta see this.
This has actually been going 10 hours straight.
Oh
yeah. I was in here earlier in the day and I was working on other stuff and then came back.
Yeah, I logged on at about 6 hours ago, right when James Anderson was leaving, is when I logged on, and now here he is coming back, and I'm about to clock out because I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open. But regarding Elon, I fall into the camp. I'm a huge Elon fan, primarily because of SpaceX. Not, I think Tesla's fine. But I admire Elon's the real deal. I think, especially because of SpaceX. I mean, give the guy credit. He's the first person. They said reusing rockets was impossible. He's landing rockets on boats out in the middle of the Atlantic.
There's no doubt. I mean, the things that he's pulled off.
Amazing. It's the problems that he solves. What he's doing now. I don't know if you guys follow this, but he's designing a new rocket that's going to be 100% reusable, called Starship, and those are the ones that he's testing right now in Boca Chica, Texas. And that's really exciting. If he can actually, the current Falcon, the problems that he solves, what he's doing now. I don't know if you guys follow this, but he's designing a new rocket that's going to be 100% reusable. I think someone's got their
if you
volume on. Those are the ones.
YouTube on, you need to mute that. We got to echo.
Texas.
Let me mute.
There
we go. That's better.
That's a great opportunity for us to introduce our friend Raheem, who is the newest part of Arcadia Economics. So welcome into the stream. And as long as you've got everything muted, please unmute yourself and say hello. Well, we'll wait for that.
Yeah, his audio's not coming through.
Oh, well. Well, anyway, welcome, Raheem. And once you get your tech stuff figured out, unmute and say hi. But we can get back to super genius or super evil villain, or however you want to look at Elon. Everybody seems to think that it would be a good thing if he brought silver, at least on Twitter.
I mean, in his disclosures, in his disclosures, he said the company said they can buy gold.
Well, anyway, I saw that.
Yeah. He did bring up gold. You're right, and I think it was in the SEC disclosure he did, right?
Yep. Right, and so that means that it's probably happening.
The Bitcoin is a misdirection, and he might be adding gold to the.
Maybe even gold's a misdirection for silver. Maybe he's actually accumulating silver.
Well, it was in the SEC filing
silver.
that he put gold in the SEC filing that the disclosure was we could add Bitcoin or gold to our corporate reserves. So I don't think he included silver in the official SEC disclosure.
No. So he's a devious son of a gun. That's why, it's like.
Well, he can buy silver anyway.
Distractions.
Silver is part of his supply chain for the solar panels, the battery packs, the electronics. So Tesla can buy silver as much silver as they want. It's just a supply item as part of their supply chain. It's not something that has to even be mentioned in the corporate balance sheet or anything.
It's true.
Could
you accumulate that much? Could you over the there's obviously an amount they need for their materials, but
buy 10 years in advance. Hedge.
He's got to buy mines, I would assume. I mean, if he's trying to go to the moon or whatever, or Mars and all these places, he's got all these grand plans. You would think that he would want to have a mine.
First Majestic is awful shorted, and he doesn't seem to like short squeezes. Doesn't like shorts very much, right? So what's that? Keith Newman's company. He doesn't really. He's being shorted a bit. So I'd imagine Elon.
Yeah.
What if they acquire? What if he stuck it to the shorts and acquired First Majestic?
Yeah, Keith Neumeyer. There's a lot of mines in Mexico, so who knows? But I don't imagine he's going to be out in the open market, or he definitely won't be talking about it on Twitter. If he did that, SEC would probably shut him down. Like, you can't be on Twitter pumping silver unless you're nobodies like us. You know, it's
But as long as Elon's not an insider in a silver mining company, you know, owning 10% or more, or being an actual insider of the company on the board, he can say whatever he wants about it.
I think
it's only Tesla. It's only Tesla stock that he's not allowed to comment on Twitter.
Yeah, no, I think your point is right in a legal sense, but I think on a political sense, if he started running his mouth about silver on Twitter, he'd have problems real quick, because it's the ultimate.
Why?
Yeah.
It's just an element. It's
no. That we all know silver is the Achilles heel of this entire situation. That's why there are a lot of people who understand that. The fact that the commodity markets, when you go after the commodity markets, that's the Achilles heel.
What about what he's talking about with Dogecoin and all this stuff, though? I mean, he kind of is doing this.
He's gotten in trouble recently, with that, for pumping Dogecoin. Like, people.
He's not in trouble. They can investigate all he wants, and he's gonna flip them the middle finger, just like Mark Cuban did.
Right.
I mean, he can afford more lawyers than the SEC can.
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's not. They're not going to do anything to him.
I mean, if he got away with the whole 420 nonsense, and how ironic is it, all that 420 thing, and then his stock literally 10x's from there.
I couldn't believe how great his stock has been. It's incredible what happened.
I mean, if you did a 5-to-1 stock split, where's it at? Like 6 something, 7 or something. So you got to multiply that by 5. So somewhere around 3,000 plus on the stock. So
in Bagger.
So isn't it's so messed up?
Yeah, it's insane. But like, when you add up the valuation of it, like what it's worth versus like Toyota, like a car company that has been rock solid for like 4 decades, and they pump out mass volume. It's insane.
They added up the market cap for every single car manufacturer in the world, and Tesla exceeds all of them combined.
Yeah, this is we are in a bubble, so things get really, really crazy. No doubt. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Like, wouldn't it be a brilliant decision, not only for silver, but to accumulate cobalt, to accumulate lithium, to accumulate all the resources that you needed, not only because you needed it, but also as a strategic advantage? Wouldn't other companies see that as a strategic advantage? Like, oh, well, Tesla accumulated with this $15 billion treasury.
Good luck competing with China.
I was going to say, you just described exactly what China is doing right now. China is massively importing all of these strategic metals.
Yeah, and they don't have the PC police running after them about how they do it either. Like, they're out in Africa, doing their thing, trying to colonize different places and get as much as they can out of the ground.
They're trying to buy mines everywhere, and they're not going to be selling those materials on the open market. They're just going to be shipping them straight back to mainland China. Taking them off the market, and exactly like they're doing with rare earth metals right now.
Yeah, Africa is the final continent of like proxy war and colonization. It's going on right now.
How do you guys feel about platinum? I think, isn't it most of the platinum in the world in Africa right now? About 90% of it is in Africa or something along those lines?
Yeah, so platinum, let me think this through. I always get confused by platinum or palladium. Yeah, I think platinum majority, 70% of it comes out of like South Africa, Zimbabwe area. And it's been going down a lot in supply lately. And there's no doubt platinum is a buy. I mean, look at it compared to like gold. It's at one of the lowest points it's been in like 120 years. It's absolutely cheap versus gold. And there's just not much of it. It would really take only a few billionaires to like corner the market if they really knew where to get it. But it's just this crazy metal. When you do the research on the actual element of it, it's like it's super non-reactive and resistant to heat. So you got to, it's really good in like high tech, military grade things like engines and things that you need to go like, go and get involved with warfare. It is on the United States' list of like of crucial commodities that they have to keep the military up. So, I mean, it's an absolute crucial element. And the fact that it's $1,200, $1,300, That's dirt cheap. I mean, platinum with gold, going to 2,000 or 3,000, platinum's going to run too. And at some point, again, we're going to see.
It's already been running.
Yeah.
Back in
that 1 year chart, the 1 year chart on industrial metals in comparison to gold is staggering. If you look at the 1 year chart on.
That's how you can tell you're in a monetary suppression of precious metals, because every other metal's going vertical, brother. I mean, it's like you can tell.
Exactly.
Totally. All the commodities are on a vertical run, and it's just like now we're getting hit with these price control mechanisms, so everything looks cool and everything looks sanguine.
Yeah, I invested in some Impala, IMPUY, I think as the symbol, back in August of last year, and it's just a small amount, and it's up something like 70% in the past 6 months. Which is one of the larger platinum miners in South Africa. And all platinum's done, it's gone from 900. Platinum was 900 when I bought it. Now it's close to 1,200. So about a three.
Did you see how cheap it got in the COVID derivative fallout? It got to like 600s. Not that you could buy it in bullion form at that price, but I mean, the fact that the spot price said like 650 for platinum, Jesus Christ!
This was like in March, right at the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah. Oh my God! I mean, silver too was 14 at the time.
$12 bucks.
I say 14 because it was like the best thing you could possibly find, and the best wholesale channel of all time was like 15 an ounce, 14.50 an ounce.
Yeah,
it was just. I mean, I was paying for 1,000-ounce bars. We were paying $3 over, $4 over at the time.
Of course. I mean, everything retail was 20 and up. The retail bullion market didn't go down much, but the spot price certainly did. I mean, like for listeners out there, when that happens, like obviously, like if you can jam your currency into derivatives for a minute and then wait till it comes back toward bullion, kind of like right now, if you don't want to pay premiums, go jam it in PSLE. And then when the premiums get back in line, go buy your bullion. It's a little trick you can use to take advantage of the phony spot prices.
That is true.
It's hard to believe that on a day like today that we could, and everything going on, it blows my mind that they get away with saying that the dollar is getting stronger right now. It's crazy to me. I mean, do you guys ever think of the idea that China might eventually come out with an asset or backing their currency to metal? Would you ever is there going to be a power grab to be the reserve currency of the world?
So I don't really worry. I don't really worry so much about, because this has been going on, this speculation about China, coming out with the gold yuan game changer, all this stuff. They're going to eventually do what they're going to do in their best interest. But what I look for is they've already taken Hong Kong. Okay. They just flat out went and took it. What do we do? Okay. So the question is, how ridiculous and how U.S. exceptionalism shattering will it be when they go just take Taiwan? I'm assuming that that's going to happen probably this decade at some point.
I think it'll probably happen during the Biden administration. I mean, they'll never get a better opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they can just flat out go take that island, and what are we going to do? You think we're going to actually put like our soldiers on their Taiwan and die for this? I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to just take it, and that'll be the clue to everybody that hey, China's legit, man. I mean, they have a lot of force. And they can dictate things.
Yep.
The question of like, they have so much gold, and I don't think they necessarily want to try and they don't have any financial plumbing because nobody trusts them yet. So it's a question. I when I look out, I don't, I think they'll play with the SDR. I think yesterday's news about the SDR was huge.
Who was it? Was it Janet Yellen who said they wanted to? She flat out suggested that they print.
No, not flat out. She wrote a letter to the G20 and said it's SDR time, fools. And
start printing the SDR.
Yeah, let's start
to start aiding. Was it to aid developing countries?
So I'll explain it. It was $500 billion to start, and to do it, they don't have to go through congressional approval because they can say it covers the 2017 to 2021 range, and U.S. is only giving 120 billion to it because we have 17 some odd percent. We're the majority, the majority stakeholder of the IMF, and we have like veto power, et cetera. But it's at a level where the Congress has no say, so it's going to happen. And
That's happening this year, and it's going to happen next year because they can spread that next 5-year out, 2022 to 2025 or 7, 6, whatever, 26.
So they can just print money to spend in developing countries for any reason.
So that's the hogwash. That's the thing. They're going to claim it's for to help poor countries under debt, which is absolute nonsense. The IMF doesn't help poor countries. They go and raid poor countries. That's what they do. And so what's happening is they're giving out funds to rich and middle, not like poor third world countries, like middle emerging markets and rich markets. And I'm not exactly sure what the hell they're going to do with the currency. They're going to claim they're going to be doing it for, I'm guessing it's going to be green infrastructure, pet projects, etc. That's my hunch.
That's how they fund the Paris Climate Accord, perhaps.
I assume that this is the camel putting its nose under the tent, and that eventually when the next crisis comes, they're going to use this plumbing that they're building right now to build out the huge supranational IMF SDR plan for the future, where you're going to have a situation where you have IMF SDRs at a supranational trading level on big trades. You're going to have a private SDR traded amongst big financial institutions. And then you're going to have CBDC on the local level where each government controls the hell out of their population using fiat CBDC. So yeah, it's bad, man. It's not good. It's real bad news, and I'm sorry to fucking bring it here tonight, but I saw that yesterday, and I'm like, I got to make a video on that. So I did, and it's happening. That's my hunch.
What do you think about these notes that Putin was talking about when it came to him talking about the dollar and everything? And we're finally getting away from the devious Rothschild dollar.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier today.
And what's ironic about it is wasn't platinum actually the monetary metal in Russia?
They had it for a while in like coins, but they never circulated. Platinum's never circulated. The funny thing about platinum is that it was mined in South America just by chance because they were mining for gold and silver, and it was seen as like a nuisance by the people who were mining, the Spaniards and the indigenous. And what they did was they used platinum to make counterfeit gold coins because they could insert a layer of platinum, and nobody knew what the hell platinum was until like 1900, because you have to get a heat so hot to burn platinum and to study it. Until 1900, we didn't know what the hell platinum was. You had to get to like 3,400 degrees, I believe, to melt platinum. It's just very hard to get a furnace that hot. And so it took a long time for us to figure out platinum, what its element characteristics were, and to actually implement it in real life. So yeah, Russia has had platinum coins, but they've never circulated.
Interesting.
Yeah, we were
what do you
talking
think about
back when Andy was on earlier tonight, we were talking about platinum never having been a monetary metal officially. And then I recalled, hey, any of you guys ever played Dungeons and Dragons back when you were kids? The exchange rate was 10 gold pieces for 1 platinum piece.
Oh yeah, I mean, look,
so there was a platinum economy.
That's the big thing about platinum being so cheap. Everybody in the world that knows there's less platinum than gold, and there's this, the platinum club exclusive. It's higher than the gold level. It's always been that way. We've been branded for generations that way. So
James?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up, Chris?
Do they have to hedge those ETFs on the COMEX too for platinum?
Yeah, dude, for sure. I had to go look at the platinum ETFs. I think they're doing all right. They're not rated yet like the palladium ETFs, but just give it time. They'll be rating those. They'll be rating those too.
Is there any chance that when you're on this afternoon, then you came back tonight, that in between then and now you checked what the inventory near its crust was?
I did. Get out of here.
What's interesting about platinum is it's actually, I believe it's 6 parts per billion in the Earth's crust, whereas gold's 5 parts per billion. So there's actually a little bit more platinum inside of the Earth's crust so it's kind of an interesting idea to think, well, if this became I know the Mike Maloney argument is the whole platinum is not a monetary metal. Central banks are going to go into silver and gold. They're not going to go into platinum. Oh, yeah. I made a video criticizing that a while back because at the end of the day, I mean, we have platinum eagles that are denominated in $100, not $50 that are 1 ounce gold eagles. Yeah. So it's okay. Well, obviously it's a monetary metal if it is denominated literally by the mint at $100. So it's literally that. You can't say it's not. Yeah. But it could essentially be mined again, and it would be hard. It's harder to mine. It's harder to refine. It has the high 3,000 plus degree melting point. So it's like, okay, well, it's an interesting idea to consider platinum a monetary metal at some point, because you got it's like a 90% industrial metal. What if that shifts to a 70%, with a 30% being held.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a monetary metal. It's just a precious metal, right? Like rhodium or any of these other things. Like it's very hard to find, and it's always got value because it's a bitch to find, you know. and the currencies are going to devalue, and if you have that, you're going to be fine.
You're never going to have the ratio of the price for these metals be exactly what they are in the Earth's crust. Also,
oh no, of course.
Simply because there's different costs associated with mining these metals.
Yeah.
Silver, of course, a lot of the silver bugs make this argument that the silver to gold ratio should be closer to 8-to-1 or 9-to-1 as it is in the Earth's crust.
Right.
But the simple fact is, silver is a very light metal. It's found much more shallow. You don't have to dig as deeply to get to silver. So the costs associated with obtaining silver are far lower per ounce to get it out of the ground.
Especially when you're leveling, a huge amount of stuff for base metals. It's going to come to you regardless.
It's a byproduct.
Look, there's silver in seawater. I mean, like, let's be honest, there's silver everywhere. There's gold everywhere too. There's gold in our feces. I mean, so like,
James, does that mean that if you're in a boat that you could hedge the salt in the sea?
All right, stop it, Jeff Currie. Get out of here. You're out of here with Jeff Currie. Get out of here. All right, I'm sorry. We keep hitting the Jeff Currie trope. I mean, people who are inside on it.
Well, the silver market is huge. If you count all the silver that's dissolved in seawater, also, I mean, it's.
No, I mean, like, yeah, at some point, like, no, be honest with yourself. Like, if there's seawater, if there's literally silver in seawater, I mean, how long is it until we humans finally figure out how to pull it out of there? Like, I mean, it's going to be probably 1,000 years, but we're going to figure it out. So like, we're facing something. I bet on this thing for the next 5, 10, 20 years, silver is probably in really good stead. But technologically wise, I mean, we're going to advance and we're going to do things beyond our imaginations in the future. So I'm just talking about the bet that you're making. And really the bet is it's not only a store of value, but it's also a correction of the fallacy of the market that we're in. It would be nice to see some real price discovery.
Now, James,
it's so interesting that on the silver situation, that there's 8 times more gold above ground than silver. A lot of people that are in the audience might not know that silver is far more rare above ground than gold is below ground.
Where'd you get that idea?
It's been a rough figure that I've been told for quite some time. I mean, I would love to.
Oh yeah, we consume the silver, whereas we don't actually.
It's not true.
Consume the gold.
What would you say the ratio is? Because I've been told that silver is 8 times more rare above ground.
I know. Because I remember I worked with Mike Maloney. I started in this business with Mike Maloney, and he would go back and he would talk about there's more gold than silver. And it's true, early 2000s, late 1990s, in investment grade silver versus gold at the time, there was a lot more investment grade gold then. But now, after 20 years of like raging silver bulls, there's a lot of investment grade silver that's above ground, and people who've been placing bets for the last 2 decades. I've done the work, and this has been a couple of years ago. And so every time I talk about it, every year that goes by, it's like, I don't want to be too aggressive. I think there's probably 4 to 5 billion ounces of fine silver above ground. And when you look at gold, it's probably like 3 to 4. It's just a little bit more in terms of how much investment grade silver there is versus investment grade gold. Just a little bit more, not a lot. Almost a 1-to-1 ratio. It's not this situation now, like it was before in early 2000s when there was just literally not much investment grade silver around.
James, is there any truth to the rumor that you can redeem your silver from SLV, but you have to journey to the center of the earth to get it?
Only if you're hedged, Chris. Only if you're hedged.
Oh, that's fortunate. Raheem, welcome on into the call. This is Raheem, the newest member of our team.
Yeah, thank you for having me, man. It's an honor to be here. I feel like I'm sitting with some legends right now.
Well, Raheem, why don't you tell folks, how did you get involved in this precious metal circus? Was it your dog guided you to the intuition, like is the most common scenario I find among silver investors?
Almost. But I just had this friend, his name is Dante, and he just was the guy that everybody considered like the hermit, like was just this crazy, whack, per se. and he just started talking to me about silver, and I started listening to him. This was 2 years ago, and ever since then I was like, this guy's onto something. Last year, pre-corona, is when I seriously got into it. And I just had this like nagging kind of like intuition per se, like, no, there's really something to this precious metals thing. And you know, I started developing a little bit of a stack and like a portfolio of mining companies, and then I saw that this thing really had some validity to it. And then Stella came along, and she's the one that guides me on my trades now.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, although something I'm curious about, I don't even know the answer, so we'll break this scoop live on the air. But I mean, of all the people to call on the planet, why? I mean, you know, you could have gone and spoofed it up with JPM and the gang. I mean, why did you contact me instead of?
Yeah, let me get into that too.
Into the finer investment banks of the day that don't believe in conspiracy theories like James spouts out there.
So you have to forgive me. I'm a little bit nervous. This is like my YouTube debut.
Yeah, well, just hop right in the pool. It's nice and warm once you warm up.
Yeah, so
if you need Stella to answer any questions for you, that's also okay. And oh, look at the little puppy there. Yeah.
So yeah, kind of more from that. I graduated from a state school, earned my finance degree, and
they teach Keynesian economics there, Raheem.
They did, but they teach Keynesian economics there. You know, like all the good stuff.
Pandemics sweeping across the nation.
Yeah, it's interesting because I had an internship, and then there was a guy that taught me about Austrian economics. He gave me Peter Schiff's book.
That's how it starts. That's how it starts.
Gave me Peter Schiff's book, and it's right here.
Got Your Mind Poisoned by Crash Proof. What is that? How an Economy Grows. Yeah.
So I had an internship, and the guy gave that to me. And it's always like the people that like they like to be the crazy ones that are right on about Austrian economics and that type of thing. But to Chris's point, so I lost my job. You know, when Corona hit, and I just started like got lost in like the YouTube like black hole kind of thing. And I started off watching, you know, Kitco. Shout out to Danielle. She's great. She knows what she's talking about. And then she left the show. And you know, David kind of didn't do it for me. And, you know, I kind of
like you're a little heartbroken that Danielle left. She has a new show though, so don't worry.
I mean, it's not the same though. I love Danielle, man. I definitely do.
He's got Stansbury Research or something now, right?
Yeah, she's
not
balling.
the same though, man.
It's like the match with the Kitco sign or something like that.
Just kidding. She's still doing a great job, but you know, I was looking for something else because I was still really interested in getting like good information on precious metals and this space. And I found Chris. You know, fast forward like 2 months, still hadn't found a job. I considered going to law school. I considered getting my MBA. That kind of thing. I contacted Chris because
did I officially talk you out of the MBA? Can I put that on my tab when I meet God one day?
Yeah, dude, you actually definitely did do that.
Like 12 kids who were considering going to an MBA got it, and I talked them out of it.
And I'm the first enrollee.
Good man, Chris. You're a good man.
By the way, Raheem, can you we don't need to do it tonight, but on Monday, can we set up some sort of service on the website where people could hire me? You know, and it's interesting. Sometimes it could be the students, you know, to get their parents to back off about the MBA thing. Then so sometimes it could be the parents who are like, oh my God, my kid's thinking about going to an MBA. And it's all right. You can call Chris. We're going to make that. We could even do a seminar, knock out 100 at once. And
you pay me to do whatever you say. So if that's what you want, Chris, I'll do it.
Well, I mean, I can't force you to do anything. Keep showing up and listening to my little tricks. So why don't you tell people you actually started as you were our first intern, which lasted about 2 days. And then why don't you talk about that and then what evolved from there?
Yeah, so kind of like what Yara was saying, I'm not sure exactly like what I can say because there's a lot of things that I'm not sure I can, you know, mention on the air. But
tell us about your date last night. Come on, don't just nobody, just a couple friends. We talked about silver for 11 hours already. Let's get to the important stuff.
Shout out to Chase Amonte. Where were we?
You were talking about your intern experience with Arcadia, the very first Arcadian intern.
Yeah.
But I think we had a request today for a second one, so
yeah,
maybe
definitely.
I mean,
I would tell them, definitely get on board. It kind of reminds me of the poem by Robert Frost, "Two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one less traveled by." That's Arcadia economics.
J.P. Morgan or Arcadia. I mean, where is SD Bullion Lane nearby?
Take the exit. I'm kidding.
All right, so and you traveled down the Arcadian road, and how's that
Arcadia
going?
Lane, yeah. So it's a decision that I'm happy with so far because graduate.
He's still thinking about it so far. It's understandable though. That's the kind of honesty that we
hardcore grilling at 1 a.m. or midnight.
Huh?
No, I'm kidding, Ron. Go ahead.
So Raheem, then your intern period lasted about 2 days, and do you remember what you transitioned your next status after that?
I mean, I don't know, honestly, because I'm kind of going by like your structuring of this.
Or lack thereof, yet do you recall what it actually was? Our next step.
I don't actually.
As you can see, I'm not much for formalities.
Yeah, because what I see as the next step might have been different from your next step.
Well, it's like the whole formality and thing. I'm learning a little structure in life and getting my act together, but I guess there's some part of it that conflicts with my true inherent desire to be as lazy as possible. But in either case, so while I didn't write it down formally, whoops.
Snapping down your tail so that your board.
Hearing the basics of an ollie from Tony Hawk. I'm going to mute that for a second, although it'll make sense momentarily.
That's the proper masterclass right there. You know, it's a good masterclass to take that one. You know, I actually just downloaded the masterclass myself. I haven't taken that one yet, but it's pretty cool.
Wow, look at James disappearing into his gold vault. Did anybody catch that? Yes, but he did a rotating, he's got the Ghostbuster pull down into his silver vault. So anyway, Raheem,
yeah,
you did well as an intern, and then you enrolled in Arcadia University. Actually, our first student to have such a thing happen, which is good in its own right, because as part of I'd appreciate if you don't tell people you have a job.
Yeah, that's something that I'm still trying to figure out, because I went out with friends.
Can you please not say you're unemployed? I'm going to stop sending you money if you tell people you have a job.
Yeah, Chris.
You can say you're unemployed, you don't have a job. Definitely don't tell them you're working. I mean, that sounds kind of vile. I mean, you get money from doing stuff you have fun with, like Tony Hawk.
Yeah, it feels like a cheat code, kind of.
Instead of a skateboard, you collect silver, and you found someone, we could do jump shots. But in either case, you're going to be setting up Arcadia University, which actually is mapped out in that great silver file notebook that you may have seen in the video the other day, and I don't remember what else is in there. But possibly all this has been mapped out. See, I used to daydream. This was before I had an audience. Oh, there he comes. James back from the silver castle and then into his gold room to the lounge. It's like Field of Dreams coming in from the corn. James comes in from the gold. Although, Raheem, you'll find out as time passes, and if you keep showing up to what we're doing here, that it's all been mapped out, because I would daydream about silver ideas. And partly what struck me with Austrian economics is how many of today's so-called world problems could actually be solved by doing nothing. It's like if you just got, if we could just send Joe Biden and Janet Yellen and Bernanke and Powell, if we just James, can you hear this, by the way? This is you might want to report on this in a video later. James, you're with us now, audio?
Yep.
World saving plan. I fixed it. I solved it. Joe Biden, Janet Yellen, Jerome Powell, and Bernanke. What if we just send them like tons of drinks and just like put them up in like a hotel on an island? Let them live like kings. But just the impact, if they weren't distorting the Austrian natural free market business cycle, just if you got them to stop distorting interest rates alone.
Wow, $50 Canadian. Nice job.
Yeah.
I like that you're impressed, James. I appreciate that because
Not
that's
your-
the power of the free market.
Brent Buscholtz just came through hardcore, man. You should give him some love. Yeah, no, they have people they answer to, and those people they answer to want nothing to do with free markets. So that's the situation we're in.
James, do you have any children you'd like to? I'll do some pro bono talking kids out of MBA or college. It's a new specialty I'm adding to my resume. I can do undergrads too.
YouTube exists. Why would you ever want to waste money getting yourself in with a secured debt in college right now? I mean, you're gonna get you have a ball and chain. Like it's like the secured debt crisis is a real crisis in the world right now. This debt crisis is what's ruining kids. It's very unfortunate. The numbers are staggering when it comes to the debt. I mean, to get a loan from the bank right now, you got to show them all kinds of paperwork. But if you're an 18-year-old kid that doesn't know what's going on in the world yet, they'll give you all the money that your heart desires to go and spend as much as possible in these college systems. So I just always talk about how YouTube came out in 2007. It didn't really get really wide until 2010, 2011, maybe, so this isn't even 10 years old. It's about 10 to 12 years old, something like that. This is a whole new day and age that we're living in today with this amount of internet, with the internet and YouTube out there and the unlimited amount of information that you get. I've always shamelessly given a plug to the YouTube premium thing because it's like, why not just be able to listen to as much videos as your heart desires with no ads or anything like that? I remember when I first figured that out, I was like, well, that's pretty awesome. I didn't realize I could just put it in the background, put it on my wireless headset and learn whatever I want to learn whenever I want to learn it. You can get the best economics class of all time.
YouTube is exactly what TV always should have been, which was something for education, stuff that you can learn skills, things that you can use in real life. Now it's just so crazy that, you can learn almost anything. Back then you couldn't have done it when TV started. There was only X channels. So, but yeah, what we did was we turned it into entertainment, which is fine. You need entertainment, but the amount of education you get on YouTube is insane. I have friends down here where I live who learn how to fix their car. They can literally undo their engine, redo it all just from a YouTube video. It's insane what people can learn on YouTube.
You just have to have that passion.
Yeah.
You just have to have passion to learn it. It's like, there's so many people with the excuse, like, I need to be told what to learn. It's like, well, if you're passionate about something and you really want to learn about it, it's free in today's day and age. You just got to know exactly what it is you want to learn.
That's exactly
that time and effort.
Why a lot of us are in this industry, because they didn't teach this in college and high school. Or, it's like, in order to learn about the bullion industry, you had to really care about it and get into it.
James, 100%. You think we got that $2? I didn't hit the refresh button yet. What do you say, dude?
Wow, that's impressive. That
we got the $2, dude. That
in the comment section has sense.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, depending on how you do the accounting, given the inflation deficit epidemic that's been sweeping the nation and Jerome Powell's promise to compensate for that. So since we've had such low inflation over the year where they printed 40% of the dollars now in existence after 230. How many years has the country been around, James? Can you do the math for me?
I mean, you're talking about the amount of currency they created this year, versus
5 years of
Don't ask me to do math right now. I mean, it's 244 years.
Okay, and they printed 40% of the dollars last year.
Yeah,
but since Jerome Powell promised to be on that, his computer was down anyway, and nothing else to do while he was saying that. So I would say that, if we used like Enron accounting and assumed somewhat temporarily above normal inflation rate, just to be silly for a moment, you could say we're already over 10,000 now, but let's do like Let's not fall prey to banker tricks. Let's stay in taking physical delivery now and refresh and see how it looks. Bam! There's $10,000 worth of billboards in one day.
I highlighted that in the video this week because it's so impressive the fact that people are doing that. That's really cool.
James, what would you have this billboard say? My buddy Joe, it's his birthday.
I think you had the right idea. What did you say earlier when I was in this 12-hour long marathon?
Why are people buying so much silver right now? Ooh. Yes. I'm sorry. I know.
And then a big URL where people can go down the funnel to learn about to basically, I mean, you have to kind of disconnect them and reprogram their brain. And I think once they see it, it's like, oh my God, like, you know what it's like when the scales fall off your eyes, when you finally realize that the currency and the whole system is just a paper mache. You'll never lose it. Like you never forget it. So
when you said go down the hole, I kept thinking go down the rabbit hole of Silver Squeeze. Maybe that should be welcome to the rabbit hole.
Yeah, it should be something rabbit hole. You know, it's like that's what it is. Because once you've seen it, once you've fallen down it, I'm still falling down it. I've been in this thing for 15 years. It's insane the amount of stuff you learn. Every day I still learn stuff.
We got to give a little bit of credit to this whole the thing I love about the cryptocurrency space, and I know it's a very divided subject, especially for guys like Peter Schiff, but there is a new audience that never even thought about the gold standard, never thought about fiat currency, never thought about how crazy the monetary system is, that even this doggy coin, the Dogecoin, is starting to expose to the masses of kids and stuff that might not have even thought about these types of things. So it is in the mainstream now. Bitcoin is bringing to the mainstream, hey, this is what a gold standard used to be. They dropped off of gold standard in 1971 because they didn't want to pay the gold to everybody, and they wanted to keep the gold, and they dropped off of it, and they gave us IOU notes.
They want
this is information.
They want us infighting for sure. I mean, Bitcoin, when it originally came out of the precious metals industry. I was in the precious metal industry in 2008-9 when whispers of this stuff was coming on. I used to have the guy at the gold silver news desk send me Bitcoin, and like this is how dumb I am. He would send me Bitcoin news in like 2010, 2011. When I'm trying to send him news about gold and silver related stuff, he's sending me like these Bitcoin pumps, and I'm like, what are you talking about, man? Like, we're selling gold and silver. Get this Bitcoin crap out of my face. And like, not until 2014 did I actually buy it. I mean, this guy didn't buy it either. Like, let's not be honest. He's still working at gold silver. Like, he's still doing the news. He's not some billionaire. But like, had I like had an actual, like, I don't know. I mean, the foresight of it, I could
really go all Mr. T on him like that.
Yeah, I mean, I went. He's not at my desk. But like, when I'm seeing this, I'm like, dude, what are you sending me this for? We're moving bullion and silver. Like we're, it's like, what are you sending me Bitcoin stuff for? And I just didn't care that much. I was like, it's cool. It's like nerd money, and maybe something will come of it. I didn't really go down the rabbit hole to like 2013, 2014. I actually bought some, and I just didn't feel it. It's just not my thing. It's just not my profile. I understand why people are into it, and I'm happy for people who got into it young and early and made a lot of money. That's all. I mean, there's a lot more in common than there is in difference. The thing is that people are on the internet. They are quick to fight and make a scene, and that's usually what gets people to turn their heads, as opposed to love. And so how do you get people to kind of get along? Because we have the same objective here, which is the system's not working. We need to rejigger it, and those are key elements. The idea of having some sovereign currency outside of this failing system.
Love it. I love it. It's like you see Peter Schiff. He's making it like this war between gold.
He's doing it.
He
for
wants
marketing.
the clout. Yeah, he's doing it for clout, 100%. But at the end of the day, it's like, wait a minute, man. Like, there's an elephant in the room, which is over a quadrillion of fake money printed out of thin air. You have hundreds and hundreds of trillions of fiat currency out here, and you're busy bashing on the little $1 trillion thing in the corner. Like, that's what you're busy spending your time bashing on, Peter. It's like, why don't you end up actually, why don't you just take it as, okay, well, at least more information is getting out to go against fiat currency here.
He probably is jealous of the profits, as I am. He's probably knows that he gets a lot more eyes if he constantly fights it. He's like a meme now.
I think
so.
Like that's like his shtick, like the anti-Bitcoin guy.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
he's the beating stick.
Months to respond to him.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
But Rob, I wanted to respond to something that you mentioned. I think that you're right. Like a whole new class of people is kind of like discussing like finance, like, and people are kind of like starting to talk about inflation too. Like that's an idea that nobody ever talked about. But like today, it's something that people have to kind of be focused on and thinking about, and it's bringing them to silver and Bitcoin too.
Well, if you look at the recent charts about commodities, just average things like soybeans, corn, sugar, everything's ramping. Everything. I mean, gold and silver are maybe, kind of diving lately, but everything else is like going vertical in the commodity space.
Silver's up 50%. I mean, I don't want to give any predictions, but I just think that at the end of 2021, it's going to be far higher.
Well, we're headed into a commodity bull market. There's no way you can starve out the commodity complex that we did the last 12 years and not have shortages and other things that come about, especially when you're facing a fiat currency crisis potentially. There's no way. We're headed into a huge bull market later this decade, and gold and silver are going to front run that.
Yeah, but
or silver and platinum.
Platinum will be there. Platinum will be there. I
genuinely think it's a top ROI of them all. I think silver and platinum are the top two ROIs.
Yeah, for sure. I think so too. I think when you peak to trough them from COVID to wherever they peak, oh yeah, those two are the winners for sure.
I heard somebody once say that you can't analyze the silver market without first considering manipulation. So I want to talk about that. Like, when do we see that break down? Like, because
Doug Casey, by the way.
Doug Casey. Okay, thanks, Professor. But so when do we see that price break? Like, what's it gonna take? What do you guys think?
In 2011, what it took was like massive influx of demand between physical market, and there was a lot of demand in the SLV at the time. I don't believe there was even PSLV at 2011. They got caught flat-footed. I think JP Morgan was naked short, and they had to go out in the market and start buying. And the longs knew that, and they just kept beating their ass day after day after day. And that went on for like 3 months, and it ran from 26 up to 50 in less than 90 days. So this kind of stuff we're at the 26 level, which is the launching pad.
So I'll ask you one more question. A theory that I've kind of begun to think about is that like in school, like the extent that you learn about like the Federal Reserve and what they do is like open market operations and that type of thing. Do you think that the Federal Reserve has tasked the investment banks with like sort of open market operations to manage precious metals prices?
Oh, well, not maybe in a direct way, but in a tacit way. They have this thing called the plunge protected team, where they literally like meet. You're talking about the CFTC, the head of the SEC, the head of the CME group, like, NYSE, all these folks, they meet and they talk about how they manage the economy, and they look, we're an empire and we discover the price. So we're going to dictate the price. That's the way it works. And so that's what's been happening.
I don't know. I disagree with you though. Something that I did before I started working with Chris was I read Wealth of Nations, suggested reading for people. But he says that like he's far ahead of his time. He mentions like manipulation of precious metals, but he says that it's not something that can last forever. So I disagree with you. I'm not sure.
We know that. And what I didn't say that it goes on forever. When you do this, you end up in shortages, which is what we have kind of right now. Eventually, we're going to have real shortage. That's what palladium ran into, and that's why it went rocketing straight up. They had this derivative complex where they hid the price of palladium. Palladium was like $400 not long ago. It's like $2,500. There's like not much around. So they're going to start drifting into platinum. But yeah, he's right. I mean, you can rig markets for a minute, but and a minute can last nowadays, especially with how good we are at pulling stuff out of the ground. But eventually, if you have an artificial price and you starve out people who make this stuff, they're going to quit. They're not going to bring it to market, or there's going to be people who are mining it who quit. And the guys who are the mining owners are going to be screwed. They're not going to be able to bring it. It's like what's happening in South Africa. You got a revolt happening there, right? So you have a situation where output is garbage coming out of South Africa.
Hey, so, Chris, watch the waiting room. Ivan's going to join us.
All righty. I am on it. And I'm baking billboard slogans in the background here, so I'm having fun with that.
Yeah,
I love the comparison to platinum right now with palladium and everything. I mean, it seems that really platinum is next up on the list to start getting some major money put into it.
It already has been. It's been running pretty hot lately for sure. And I've not been, studying it. I've been banging the table about platinum. I need to go in myself, put my mouth around, where my money where my mouth is and get some. I've been thinking about getting some, but PSLV just was too attractive lately. I've been buying PSLV.
Yeah, those are my top two holdings. I've sold off. I want to say I sold off a huge portion of my gold and really only went into platinum with my gold. I took the gold, sold that off, put it all into platinum. I had a really cool deal. Those 5-ounce PAMP platinums, with the original case and everything. They're pretty hard to find, those little 5-ounces. They don't really surface too often. Yeah. And I had about 20 of them show up, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy all those. I'll take all of them, sell all the gold, get the platinum. And I've just been sitting on the platinum position for a while. And honestly, I feel like it's such a great store of value, because you're always looking at gold. Like, I can densely store my money into gold. I can put, on 10 ounces of gold, I could have almost, 17 grand or whatever into my gold, 18 grand in my gold right there on a 10-ounce little bar. Whereas with this silver, it's like we have this 1,000 ounces of silver that's, 30 grand or whatever. And you go, okay, well, how am I going to put that in my pocket? But with platinum, you kind of have the best of both worlds, where you have the industrial metal and you have the ability to densely compact your money into a smaller object. So it's just a very unique place for platinum right now. I really do like platinum.
Like we talked earlier about, going down the rabbit hole of trying to figure out how much silver investment grade 9999 there is. I did the same for platinum. And there's always this newsletter trope for a long time. Like, there's only so much platinum it could fit in your garage. Or there's so much platinum it could fit in your living room. It's like all these newsletter pumpers would say that. And I'd be like, let's go figure it out. And so I spent like 2 days nerding out. And it's true. It came to be true. It ends up being like the room I'm in, the entire platinum cube of above ground platinum could fit in it. It's like, it's not much. It's very tiny. I mean, it's very minute. I know that
the numbers change very much. Like, it's either 300, they say like 350 billion has been mined, but there's only like 35 billion of it that's actually in bullion form that's readily available.
Reason. A lot of it is in use, right? In industrial use. And so to recycle it and to stick it back into fine 399 fine platinum, it requires some work, and people need it because they're using it, and military needs it, et cetera, et cetera. So there's just not much platinum bullion, and that's the bottom line. And if you really wanted to corner a market, platinum is like I said, it's like it's a handful of billion, and you could corner platinum pretty easily.
Did you just come up with a movement right now? The platinum short squeeze?
Yeah, I don't think
it really is. I mean, if you're talking about a market to corner, I mean, that's the one.
When you're talking about on a high volume online bullion website, like platinum and palladium have very, very little volume and interest. There's certain nerds like you and I who will be like, platinum's the stuff, and like we get it. But the mass majority are gold and silver all day and night. And that's why Mike Maloney doesn't even bother, right? That's why, but our counter arguments here are valid as hell. And platinum is going to outperform gold, I think, in the next 10, 15 years. I think platinum will probably do a little bit better. But, it's not a monetary metal. So it has a little bit different of a case in terms of investment case.
Well,
They
James,
say that,
just
but we
so
have
you know,
that
we
$100
picked up
eagle,
a couple more dollars here. So we're gonna get you a platinum sign too.
I need to throw some money at that.
Throw a platinum sign in there too. 100%. I'd love to see that.
No, it's all silver, boys.
Great gift for the wife, right?
If we squeeze silver, platinum gets squeezed as well. That's just the way it works. We got to squeeze silver.
I'm all for that. I'm all for that. If you had to choose right now, if someone said, hey James, you have to put 100 grand into, you have 100 grand to put into either of these and you get to keep it, but you have to choose one of them. Would it be platinum or gold for you? Which one would you choose? You couldn't have both. You can have a mixture of both.
What's the time frame?
5-year time frame.
5 years. I'd go gold. 5 years.
You think gold outperforms platinum over a 5-year period?
Yeah, because we're headed into a monetary crisis. So yeah, I'm taking gold.
Do you mind if I expand on that question, Rob?
Absolutely. Please do.
So, okay, let's say that we have platinum, gold, silver, Bitcoin. What do you choose?
Next 5 years?
Yeah.
Oh man, if a lot of people aren't going to like my answer on this one.
Bitcoin.
Yeah, I would say that Bitcoin. I mean, I'd say Bitcoin has the highest potential of them all. There's just so much going on there, but I think that you can't buy Bitcoin with the same kind of conviction that James could be able to buy gold, for example. Like, you can't have conviction is the real word that in investing that a lot of people don't expand on, where you just go, well, yeah, Bitcoin might outperform these different things, but can you be comfortable putting your net worth on something like that? Whereas you would sleep well at night having your net worth in silver and gold, or a majority amount of your net worth in that. So you could see.
Go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
Or like if you have 100% gain on silver, for example, like you'd bought with conviction on silver at the beginning of the pandemic, and you see 100% gain. But if you're one of the guys that wants a 10x return on Dogecoin or something, or on Bitcoin, you're taking some risky gamble.
Right.
You're not going to put, like, say, at $1 million net worth, that person might be comfortable putting $1 million on silver because they just go, it can't get lower than this. This is ridiculous. It's impossible for it to get lower than $12 here. So they might experience a full double where they make over $1 million on a return on investment, whereas that same millionaire is not going to have the same kind of conviction to put that into Bitcoin. They're not going to have that same kind of.
It's a bet where it's an asymmetric bet versus a bet that has, that has performed absolutely insanely. I mean, 9 cents to 50 grand, right? I mean, come on. I mean, there's nothing that's ever done that, maybe other than some Picasso paintings, it's just insane. So, but if you're looking at it now from this perspective, silver just has a low downside. Gold has a low downside, given all the way the system's operating and what's going on. So it's just an asymmetric bet. That's what we define as something that cannot go much further downward, and then something that has potential to multi-bag upward, right? So yeah, it's a hard question. 5 years, 20.
It's an easy question for me. Silver, without a question. We're running out of it.
I would say
we're running out of it, man. I think silver's got moonshot potential over gold percentage-wise from here.
Do you think it sustains? Do you think it sustains into 2026? That's the question.
Well, in the previous, you're referring to silver gets up to 50, then it crashes typically.
No. I'm talking silver goes moon, and then what did it do?
Well, the previous time silver gets to 50 and then it crashes quickly.
That's not happening this time. So
no, but and the reason is mining. I'm one of those believers that silver mining production has peaked and is not coming back. Okay. I've said many times.
I agree with you.
Ore grades are in decline.
Next 5-10 years, I agree.
Ore grades are in decline. All the big mines, all the easy mines are gone. Silver production is not going to increase. So we are going to go into deficit. We're going to start, there's 5 billion ounces supposedly above ground. We're going to start eating into that reserve.
Yeah.
I think that's.
I always think, I'm sorry, Jim. I mean,
no. That's it.
I look at the 5 billion ounces that we talked about earlier, and I think like at least half, maybe more of that is due to get put into high-tech gadgets in the future. And that's why I don't worry about it going down like from a huge moonshot to like a base level of like less than 50. I don't think it will happen. I think you'll have a moonshot and then it'll go down a little bit, but
it'll find a higher, it'll be volatile. We may go to 100, then back to 70,
right,
and then up to 120,
right,
and then back to 60.
But by then,
it'll be volatile, but it's going to find a much higher plateau than where we are right now.
What crisis do we have other than a monetary crisis here? We have an energy crisis. That's for the Bitcoin for everything. So we have an energy crisis, and what does the energy need? Well, it needs silver. Right. So, I mean, I think silver is going to be getting eaten up by this Green New Deal and everything that's going through more than ever. Whatever the amount of silver consumption was in the past, I think the silver consumption is going to be more than ever over the next 5-year period. We have
a lot of fake crises too, right? Like where this idea, like the Earth is, gonna go up in smoke because we're it's not true, but they will spend a lot of money on solar. So go ahead. I just don't think that we're destined to have the ocean just flood up on us. But I agree. I think you're right. I think there are a lot of people who want to see green, spending and all this such. And so you're going to see you're already seeing it, in China with solar. The one thing about solar that's so bad, like it only lasts 35 years, a solar panel. That's pathetic, dude. Like what? 35 years.
That's not. It's
Got to improve. I mean, the
I
Tesla
have
solar panels are
panels
pretty impressive, right? The new Tesla solar panels.
I have the Tesla solar panels on my roof, actually.
Nice.
Interesting.
And I have the Tesla Powerwall, 2 of them in my garage, so I can technically go off grid as long. And I live in Florida, so it's typically sunny enough that I could pull it off.
Hey, Ivan. Sorry. Just want to say hi.
That's okay. Hey, how's everyone doing?
Hey, yeah, Ivan. I texted him and told him to get his butt in here.
Great to
Yeah,
see
Jim.
him.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for everyone. I just wanted to say I appreciate everyone who is doing the donations, and I appreciate Chris Marcus and absolutely everyone in the community. So that's one thing I wanted to get out there.
Cool. Go ahead. Sorry, Jim. Sorry to cut you off.
I know the Tesla solar panels. The warranty is for 20-25 years on them, but even then, I think they're rated to still have 80% of their original capacity after. It's not like they stop working on year 21.
Okay.
It's just they
less effective.
they lose about 1% of their.
Just like your cell phone.
Yeah, they lose about 1% of their efficiency each year.
Yeah.
But as long as they haven't been in a hailstorm or something, they're probably still going to keep producing energy after. As long as your roof is still in good condition and
I'm going to
doesn't
throw
need
out,
to be replaced.
I'm going to throw out a hyper, just question. It's a little bit crazy. I mean, don't you think that there'll be some crazy invention in energy in the next 10 to 20 years where we're going to figure something out, you'd assume, right? Like something that's really different.
Then we're going to figure out desalination.
Well, solar might be it, solar enhancing the solar panels and getting the solar panels
Possibly.
more advanced. I mean, nobody thought electric cars were going to be profitable. Nobody thought that was even that was the craziest imagination, 20 years ago that electric cars would be profitable. And sure enough, they're very profitable. So it's the technology is going to evolve over time, I think, with solar panels. And
wouldn't you think?
I mean,
wouldn't you think with all like the radiation from the sun, we'd be able to figure out some other way to like pull out free energy, like something very, very easy to pull? Like
we know the spectrum of energy. I mean, there's the different forms of energy are not a secret.
Right.
There's not going to be a new one invented. We can make solar more efficient. Chris could probably. He seems to be away right now, but one of the main reasons that Texas just had this power crisis was they were relying too much upon wind turbines.
Right.
And when it got super cold, quite often when it's very, very cold, the wind is not blowing. And obviously the solar panels aren't working when they're covered with ice and snow. So all of a sudden the Texas power grid failed.
Right.
So there has to be a certain amount of natural gas.
Well, there needs to be backups for backups. I mean, if you're in the military, you have backups for backups. I know that we don't have backups for backups in the civilian world because it's not life or death, but it kind of needs to be thought through. I don't think it's thought through all that well sometimes.
I think a lot of these technologies, solar, for example. I live in Florida. I'm in the Florida area. We have an incredible amount of sunshine here. Solar makes sense here. Wind turbines don't make any sense here.
No.
We have almost no wind turbines. Not that it's not windy here. It's just not windy enough to rise to that.
No. And it's hideous. Nobody wants to see that.
20 to 30 miles per hour steady winds to make a wind turbine viable. Mm-hmm. We don't have that in Florida. But the sunshine's working great for me. But I got a 30% tax credit from the government, so they paid for 1/3 of it.
Are you in southern or northern? What area in Florida?
Orlando.
What's your address?
Orlando. Yeah. No.
James, I'm really curious what your prediction is on silver for, say, the next 5 years. Where do you say what's your 1 year price target on silver, and what's your 5 year price target? Because you're talking about silver for a second, and you said you're a very big silver bull.
So tonight I did a video on SD Bullion YouTube channel talking about. I used the 1970 analog, and it's different than 1970 now. This is a global affair, not a Western affair. But I use it just to kind of figure out, what's the time frame. And 1970 to 1980, it was, 10 years roughly to have this gold silver bull play out. And this time it's running on a time frame about 2.5 times longer, from 2000 to roughly 2025 is what if you lay them together in terms of performance and how things are going. And that's what it's calling out for, is the next 5 years is that the peak will happen then. But who knows? There's so much arbitrary intervention. Things could be extended. They have been extended. I mean, if I looked at this chart 10 years ago, it might have been 2020, So there's a lot of interventions that could take longer. And that's why people need to have an attitude of, this is not a silver squeeze next month. This is a silver squeeze this decade,
Yeah.
So it's a different story.
I wanted to get Jim's perspective on it too, because Jim was talking about silver as well. I mean,
Totally.
what kind of price numbers? Like just to.
I'll give it to you. I mean, when I said in the video aggregate showed me that 2021 at the end, gold would re-record. It would go beyond its old record. So we're at 1700. It would go back beyond 2070 or whatever the hell the high was recently. It would go to 2100 and beyond by the end of the year. And silver at that time, you would assume, is going to be in the 40s. And that means that by 2022, we're going to have a big battle with 50. And my hunch is we'll beat 50, 2022. And so you're looking at, then it gaps up to 70 quick. And then it's like, okay, can we get to triple digits and yada, yada. And who knows from there? It's going to be wild. But by 2025, like the fact that silver in the Eastern world traded from 1970 until now, outside the New York COMEX, is valued at $250. Outside the COMEX hours, outside New York trading, it's valued at $250 from 1970 until today.
Wow.
So my hunch is that silver is worth, well above that probably. If you actually knew what real inflation was and you had a real crisis in monetary values, it could get really crazy. But triple digit silver, get beyond 50. These are the first steps. So we're talking about the next year or two. Longer term, it could get really stupid enough where I got to get the hell out of here. I can't show my face because it's like dumb. It's not the right investment. So it'll be time to walk.
Yeah, I'm in the same place. I think 50 is very possible this year or higher. If we have a complete meltdown in the dollar, then price almost becomes meaningless at that point for gold and silver. If you get into a hyperinflation, you guys all know The Big Short, right? The movie, Michael Burry.
Sure.
He just wrote several very long posts on Twitter. He's thinking we really are in a Weimar Republic type of hyperinflation, early stages type event. And if all prices for everything become meaningless in that type of snenario. What's going to be more relevant is, how do you value silver after we reset the currency? Trying to come up with a price, but let's say that doesn't happen. Let's say currency, devalues a little, but otherwise the dollar stays the dollar and it just fluctuates over the next decade. We still have the concept of physical shortage. We are mining less and less silver every year while consumption is rising. At some point in the next 5 to 10 years, industrial consumption of silver will exceed global mining production of silver. And at some point, someone doesn't get their silver.
I mean, if everyone wants
a simple supply crunch.
If everyone keeps up at this level from Q1 2021 for silver, they're not getting their silver in like 2022.
Yeah, you
can't keep this pace up. Like, they're going to lose all the stocks.
Well, look at what's happening with Sprott. Sprott's buying 45 million ounces right now. Once that silver goes in the trust, it's not coming out.
Yeah.
There's other ETFs. There's 2 or 3 more silver ETFs that are spinning up right now. The ETFs are cornering the market. Once they take the silver into the ETF, it's no longer available for industrial consumption. All this ETF buying that's happening, going into these trusts or these closed funds. We talk about SLV. SLV does have silver in it. And there's no one's saying that SLV is completely empty.
Right.
It does have silver. The only question is what kind and how much of it is leased versus how much of it is leased versus how much is actually owned. And 10 or 20% may be leased, but the fact is they do have a lot of silver in SLV. And we all know that story from Ronan over at Bullion Star. 85% of the silver in London may already be stuffed into these ETFs.
It's accounted for. And Jeff Currie went out on TV and lied and said it was like 400 million ounces are still there. It's not true. Ronan just fucking vaporized that guy. He came back. He sent me an email today. I was like, oh, Ronan's got it. He's dead on.
but get this. If all these okay, Sprott right now is working on this offering, a $1.2 billion offering. They're probably more than halfway done, but they still probably have another 15 to 20 million ounces that Sprott's going to be putting into their trust. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Rick Rule doesn't do another offering. As soon as this one's done, he's going to issue another offering.
Totally.
Yeah.
And just keep buying. What we're seeing on the Sprott Twitter account, where they keep posting these pictures, buying between 300,000 and several million ounces per day. We only mine globally on this planet. We mine about how much is it, James? 2.5 million ounces per day.
Oh yeah, 2.5 million. That's
2.5 million ounces per day of silver are mined. So there have been some days Sprott
takes it all.
4.7 million in one day. Other day.
Sprott takes 2 days worth.
Yeah. So
wild.
So that means there was nothing for industrial consumption for those 2 days. I mean, they are it's a term that we sort of discussed, Ronan and I. The ETFs could accidentally corner the market just by sucking up all the silver in London that's available.
How do you feel, Jim, about a possible leverage trade on SLV? Because I'm not allowed an options trade on PSLV, but I was a Tesla options trader, and that's where I got pretty lucky in the options market. But I was looking at a long-term, because I like to buy leap calls, where I buy them 3 years out. And so the leap calls are actually available on SLV, but they're not available on PSLV. And so part of me wants to sell a large position of my silver position within the company and be able to put a leverage position on. I wanted to put a leverage position on PSLV, but they won't offer that. I guess I could do a margin on it, but I was curious about buying a long-term leap call option on one of the silver ETFs, and only SLV is allowing that.
I had that exact position in April of 2020. I had 1,100 calls. I had 1,100 calls on SLV. SLV at the time was like 14, and I bought the October 20 calls on SLV at like 55 cents each. So I put about $40,000 on that call position. I had 1,100 of them, and I thought I was all smart because I made about $10,000 or $12,000 on it within about a week or two. If I had held on to that position, those calls, I checked up on them later that I had at like 50 cents. They were up to $5 after silver went way over 20. And
that was the story I wanted to hear.
It would have been a $500,000 profit, and I got out with like $10,000 or $12,000 on my profit on that position, and I thought I was all good at the time. But it's so. I mean, yeah, it's
fine. That's why you maybe sell half the position, let the rest ride.
Yeah, that's right.
But, so you still think that that's possible to work with all the kind of theories that are going around with SLV and JP Morgan controlling it? I'm sure, having individuals from Wall Street silver situation, we're all talking about how PSLV is the better bet than SLV because it's actually, held in the Royal Canadian Mint versus being held in, JP Morgan's vaults. So, but they don't.
If you're concerned about physical, yeah, PSLV is the way to go. If you're just trading, there's nothing wrong with playing around in SLV or doing some sort of leverage. Aren't there some of those? There's also some, like JUNG, which is like the triple leveraged gold.
I have a double or triple leverage.
Isn't there one of those for silver? I forget
There is. I have to look up the actual name, but it's not something you want to hold for long. It's for short term and very small, medium term bets because they steal so much of your capital from the management fees. But yeah, it's levered hard. Those things can blow up too, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, JUNG actually imploded in 2020, I believe. Just from gold was so volatile and it fell so much in March that gold fell 20 or 30% at one point, and JUNG fell 100%.
Yep.
Wow.
Because it was triple leveraged, but
it
fell.
Up.
The math failed. The math failed on that.
Really? Oh, really? Long-term capital management. It failed, huh?
No. The math failed of the leverage that they were using, and it actually fell more than it was supposed to be triple leveraged, and it fell way more than the triple.
Thank God they didn't get a bailout. They just 8-0.
We have a super chat from Brent Buckles.
I saw that, the $100 Canadian. What a man!
Yeah,
unbelievable. What did he say? And we should acknowledge what he had to say. He said something. The panel: are we crashing up to hide the obvious from the general sheeple? Yeah, is the crash today? To try and manage perceptions. And I would say so. I mean, unless we're walking into some crazy deflationary bankruptcy phase, that's possible. I mean, the stock market's been a little jittery of late. Maybe gold usually front runs everything, by the way. Like, you see gold do a tremendous move up or down, it usually tells you something else is happening, and it's going to be a while before you hear about it. Gold really front runs everything. So I'm not saying that, Monday gold's going to repop back or gold's going to crash, but you got to watch the way it trades next week. It's going to tell you a lot. And then you said my next order will be from you. I'd love that, Brent. But we don't ship to Canada. It's a pain in the ass. Sorry. There's multiple reasons why. It's an absolute pain in the ass to try and ship bullion to Canada. So
I've done it.
I know. I love Canadians. You guys got great bullion dealers up there.
Gotta get a P.O. box. P.O. box.
Come on, it's Canada. It's not a real country.
No,
it's not a real country.
Jim, you have no idea what an absolute pain in the ass it is to ship bullion up north. It just doesn't work. Because you get like 2 layers of contacts calling you in a manual way. You can't do that with 15,000 orders. Like, if you have like thousands of orders going up, they're going to call up. You have customers calling at you at the same time. It just doesn't work. So the best for us in terms of our business model is to serve the United States. That's our main focus. And so there's plenty of bullion dealers up in Canada, though, that can take care of you, Brent.
Oh, yeah.
So people want to hear a little bit from Rob. Rob, what do you got to say to the people?
I mean, it's an honor to be able to talk with you guys. I have so many questions. Like the PSLV versus the SLV thing is something that I've had in my mind, and a lot of people on my channel have on their mind. Whenever I'm doing the live feeds on the YouTube channel, everybody seems to be bringing up that SLV versus PSLV debate, and I'm sure everybody in here has heard it a million times right now. So I think that's a great thing that's being brought up. I know that there has been audits of SLV's vaults. I would like to know the micro details. I've read some of the details with SLV, and the thing that troubles me a bit of it is under the fine print, they have situations in there where it says silver can be sold off to pay for managerial expenses, and how much exactly can be sold off for managerial expenses, because those types of bankers are very good at those types of things, and how much can they skim out of that. The prospectus of SLV is something I would love to hear more about and digging into. Obviously, they have silver there. Obviously, they have to have silver there. Digging into the details of why does Citron have such a large position in SLV? Obviously, they have a short position as well in a lot of different things. So there's so many different finite details I want to know about when it comes to SLV and PSLV. I think the overall consensus is PSLV is the safer bet. But SLV, allows us to do leverage trades on it and whatnot. And I'm not a fan of doing short-term calls. I think that's just playing in roulette and playing the gambling game. But I believe I loved the idea when I learned about leap calls. Now, it was a painful process learning the options world where you lose a lot of money on the short term and you go through that learning process, but eventually you figure out how to do leap calls, just like Jim was talking about. You put a long-term expiration where you could do a 3-year expiration on a close to the money strike price. But SLV offers that, whereas PSLV doesn't offer that. So you can, use a ton of leverage on SLV. If you really believe in silver with conviction over the next 3-year period, well, you could get a 3-year call contract and buy those deep in the money, pay a little bit of premium to get obviously the extra time duration on it and being close to the money on it. So that's kind of a topic for debate. I'd love to talk about more in the details on SLV and more in the details on PSLV. I think obviously the Eric Sprott the fund with Eric Sprott is more trusted. But what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about the details of SLV, and what are your criticisms of it? And obviously we agree there's silver there, but is there any loopholes and stuff that the average person isn't seeing right now with SLV?
All right, so with SLV, you're paying a management fee, I believe, of 40 basis points per year. So every year you're losing
Wow.
0.4% of your entire holding, right? So if you have 100,
That's messed up.
I mean, if you have 100 grand by the next year, you have what's that, $99,600. Okay, so every year you're just bleeding out, right? You're also underperforming. They're taking it out of your shares. So if you look at SLV versus spot, it's diverging it all the time toward the downside. Whereas if you're in a closed-end fund like PSLV during high demand times like now, you're above spot, you're performing. You know, people are coming in and they're buying it at a premium, et cetera. And bullion, obviously we know bullion in shortages can really perform. And if you know how to market make in bullion, you can take advantage of that. So you are an unsecured creditor of that thing, okay? That means that if it goes wrong, really wrong, you get nothing. You can't take physical delivery of it. You're not part of the club. Get out. I mean, that's, you know, like the only reason you'd use SLV is for options, you know, or for like day trading retail style. I just don't see any other reason.
Sorry if this is a little bit of a non sequitur, but Rob, to your leaps comment, and also another interesting thing that I want to talk about a little bit are the mining stocks. Somebody in the comment was saying that you can use leaps on mining stocks, which I wasn't aware of, but going off of that, I think mining stocks is a good way to get a little bit of versatile leverage in the space. And let's hear from other people on this panel too. Jim, we haven't heard from you in a little bit. Ivan, you're getting a lot of love in the comments too.
Oh, nice. Thank you guys. Beauties. I honestly, I'm pretty new to silver. I just started stacking about 5 years ago. So I've been just stacking physical silver for the longest time. But
and you started Wall Street Silver, is that true?
Yeah, I started Wall Street Silver about 2 weeks ago, about 30 days ago. And
Wow.
yeah, I don't go to sleep anymore. I just stay up till I don't like to sleep. I don't like to eat. I just want to invite people to the group. That's it.
Hey,
35K members, right?
Ivan almost got banned from Reddit because he's so into silver.
Yeah, no,
He got a 2-day suspension for talking about silver too much on other Reddits.
Yeah, I was spreading the silver post absolutely everywhere on Reddit, and then I got banned, and then banned again, and then I'm low key right now.
Just suspended, not banned.
Yeah, suspended.
Okay. Hey guys, I gotta log off. I'm having trouble keeping my eyes open. It's past my bedtime.
All right, Jim.
It's been wonderful.
Yeah, man.
See you, Jim.
But pleasure.
All right, so Ivan, you
Yeah,
got to
thank you,
carry
Jim.
us through 6 a.m. when Chris comes back, okay, man? So,
all
There's
right.
gotta be some world record type live feed here, you know?
all right.
You're taking part. You
What do
took
we
part
have?
in history, Jim.
Yeah, well, I've been here since 6. I'm going on 8 hours. I'm done.
Wow, you've gone 8 hours?
Yeah, well, James Anderson left
Yeah, he's right.
right when
6
I was
p.m.
coming on.
This
at
guy's
6
8 hours.
6
Wow.
p.m. At 6 p.m. Eastern, I got on.
Non-stop.
Wow.
True
2
OG.
a.m. I'm done.
Jim, thanks for your service.
I'm
Pleasure.
Yeah,
done.
that's incredible.
Damn, that's a
But
world
yeah,
record.
so Chris is gone. Yara's gone. We had Andy was on. Schechtman was on with us for a while.
We have no pilot.
Who else was on this call today? It's
There's
just been people have been coming on and leaving.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
Very cool.
Anyways, all right. Good
All right,
night.
Jimmy.
I'm going to bed.
Hey, it was a
All
pleasure
right,
meeting you,
take care,
Jim.
Jim.
So guys, I want to make this a little bit exciting so we can keep people entertained.
Nice.
First off, I want to say thank you for being here. You guys are
Silver squirrels. Sorry, there was somebody said silver squirrel. that's my team right there.
There we go.
Mr. T in the comments.
so
We got the silver back gorillas and the silver squirrels together in one video, guys. I love you.
So I'm going to do rapid fire questions. Everybody give me, first question is going to be, if you could invest in the silver space through one security only, what is it? Rob, what is it?
Repeat the question. Invest in one security.
And one security only in the silver space. Mining stock, PSLV, SLV, whatever it is, one security.
Can I say like the riskier one versus the, I mean, there's the one with conviction. If I want to be with conviction would be PSLV, but if I wanted to have some leverage on it and have a little bit more of a juicy trade, I would be in probably First Majestic. If I was those would be my two choices.
One security for the whole play.
What's the time frame, by the way?
So I'm saying the whole play, like when silver reaches its peak.
Okay, cool.
You're in one security.
I would say I haven't done it yet. I choked. I should have bought it, but Discovery, I believe it's called Discovery Metals. I think it's Eric Sprott's like biggest position. It's a mine that's yet to be, totally developed, but it's got huge reserves of silver in northern Mexico, and that thing will probably be developed this decade.
Discovery. Okay, what about you, Ivan?
I'm a PSLV diehard fan. Either that or physical.
So my answer to my own question, I'd have to say Endeavor, EXK.
Endeavor.
Yeah. Okay. So, what's another rapid fire question? Can I ask? Your favorite silver celebrity?
Oh, Robert Kiyosaki.
Robert Kiyosaki.
Robert Kiyosaki.
I love Robert.
Oh, so it's two Roberts in a row. Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him on everything that he says, so it's hard for me to find somebody that.
I'd have to say, after suffering through the 2010s, claiming the 2010s would be the decade for silver, I got to give it to Eric Sprott because he suffered through it and he's coming on strong. I'd say Eric Sprott's the granddamn daddy of this entire silver bullion bull.
And Chris, of course, gets honorable mention. Of course. What else? Anybody else got some rapid fire questions here? Let's talk.
Yeah, it's a good question. Throw it out to the people. Trying to think.
When did you guys first get into silver? Like
that's
a
good question. That's a good question.
Serendipities of life. Serendipity somehow brings us into this space,
How did you do it, Rob?
I was a waiter for the right table. That was really the craziest answer, but it's the truth. About 6 years ago, I was a waiter at a restaurant, and a big time rare coin dealer came in and kind of took me under his wing. And he's like, yeah, you're a little bit too smart for being a waiter, and he invited me to his house and then showed me the whole thing, and I kind of I got to see from the top down in a way.
Nice.
So that was really thing. But they were all in the coin business, so they're grading coins and getting Morgan silver dollars. It could be $100,000 Morgan silver dollar, and going for the higher grade coins and whatnot. But I saw the silver in the vault, and I'm like, you guys got bars, man. You got bars of this? Like, put the coins in the corner, man. You got bars, man. This is crazy. You got bars of gold and silver and platinum, and it's like, dude, this is. I couldn't get over it. I just remember the first time I held the silver bar in my hand, I was just like, dude, this is like some old school bank type stuff here. This is wild.
It's pretty gangster.
It really is. When was the first time that you touched them, like you saw like a physical big old bar of silver like in front of you?
I mean, junk silver was in a childhood, but like when you finally get to meet like legit bullion, I mean, it's a pretty cool feeling. I would say it had to been 2008, I assume, when I first got in the game, but like it didn't get stupid until I went and did like storage services for people. And I remember precisely, I sold a 400-ounce gold bar to this high net worth investor from the East Coast in like 2009. And he got it at a great price. And I went to bring Salt Lake City and I walked into the gold vault, and, all the gold vaults mainly covered. They put everything in like little boxes. So it looks like a library. So everything's looks like books on a library shelf. That's where the gold was sitting. And so it's not shiny. It's dull and, it looks like a box room. But in the corner is the 400-ounce gold bar that I sold this guy. And it is the most gleaming, pristine, glistening goddamn bar I've ever seen in my life. It was a Royal Canadian Mint bar. And it had like that perfect symmetry. And it just angled and just glistened in the corner. And I'm like, can I hold that thing? So he slid open the door. And it was like, oh, this thing is so cool. It was sweet. It was otherworldly. It was really cool to see it. So yeah, I mean
awesome.
That's the one time of like touching bullion. Like that was the one that always hits me. The 4-ounce gold bar.
Very cool.
Your favorite piece of silver in your stack?
Favorite
piece of
silver.
I have a consecutive pair of COMEX bars from the 1951 New York assay office. One of them's 1061 Troy and the other one's 1036, and they're a sequential serial number pair from 1951. I have pictures
That's
of them
nice.
over on the Instagram. But those are a lot of people that kind of question the whole collectible vintage bullion market. But those are one that's like, it's kind of without question when you see the actual old school Eagle stamp of 1951 that it's a collectible piece. It's like, man, I found them a year and a half apart. It was crazy that they're sequential serial numbers.
I saw you the other day with Garasopa bar. You had that?
Yeah, I have one of those in my collection.
That's
as well.
pretty cool.
I have a 1,000 something troy ounce. I love those 1,000 ounce bars. I had 2 Atosha bars, and I had a client that like pried them away from me, and I love those Atosha bars too. But I got a price I couldn't refuse on them, and but those were so cool. Those old school Atosha bars. It's like, this is real shipwreck treasure here. You know, it's like so undervalued.
Under the people who are listening, the Garasopa was a submarine, like got hit by a submarine, like a German sub, and it crashed and it went deep in the ocean. And they recently pulled it out like 6 years ago. I have video clips of them pulling it out of the water. They're yanking out these things and they pull them out of the ocean, the deep English Channel Ocean. And like these bars are like black as hell, and they're dropping them and they're spraying them off. It's a cool clip. I'll send it to you if you've never seen it. It's neat.
I could pull it out of the safe. But it's a heavy bar. They're like 70 pounds.
It's a lot of work. Don't do that.
They're like I think the SS Garasopa, it only had like 460 some odd of them of the crown ones that were actually recovered. There wasn't so much. It's just so undervalued. When I had bought it, I'm like, you guys are kidding me, right? This is a piece of treasure here. These Atosha bars were treasure pieces that were found by Mel Fisher in 1985. In Florida. It's just in the story behind it and everything. And you guys are telling me that it's going for this price? Like, they were so undervalued at the time, and recently now they're starting to get some more of the value put into them. But God, it's so cool to have an old school piece of silver from the 1600s and these old schools from World War II and whatnot. And then the COMEX bars it was just a luxury to get delivery of one of those from the assay office. It's like some big time baller was like, I'm going to redeem all these silver certificates. And you know what? I don't even care about the extra costs or anything. I just want these bars, Yeah. And so it was a luxury to have that kind of a bar delivered to you. So I love those storylines with the bars. And so
there's a niche,
I would say there
is a niche market for like collectible silver bullion bars. I mean, they go for a premium amongst niche collectors. It's amazing. It's small, but there is a market for that.
It's wild. That goes back to when I first started in the business. I went to a Vegas coin show, and then I just kind of stayed in Vegas and just was bouncing around pawn shops and stuff, finding the old vintage bullion and reselling it and buying it and reselling it. That was my initial starting ground, was vintage bullion when I started Mineral Exchange.
Nice.
That was, I still have a real soft spot for it. I have my own collection and stuff of certain brands of vintage bullion, but the storylines behind some of it, there's such cool stories, and like all these coin dealers, they're just felons locked in a room with these crazy storylines. It's like you really talk to these coin dealers, it's like, oh my god,
yeah. they're real snakes. Oh yeah, just for
mobsters,
sure.
Man. They're absolute mobsters.
Totally, man. Those greasy coin collectors, man, for sure.
If you can make your way through there, it's not easy making your way.
But there are in Los Angeles, I think Pitney Bowes, there's a bunch of companies that are like high elite level, and they have auctions and stuff. They make huge money. Those guys, they make a lot of money, and they're shrewd about it and they're smart about it. But if you go down to the next level, it gets pretty greasy.
Oh, and it only gets greasier as you go down. It gets very greasy to the point where it's just, I don't know. I love the game, and I love the silver business, and I love everything about it. Really, it's just so much fun to be part of it, and you get more and more enamored by it by the day, and then seeing when this like, and I got to thank you for creating this Wall Street silver situation. I mean, the Wall Street bets, it was so up in the air at the time. Was it Wall Street bets that came out with this silver movement? Is it really for real? And then I guess some guys came out and said it wasn't for real, and so you started it, and so it's like, well, this one is for real. This is the real Reddit form for this. So I got my hats off to you, and I mean, they're at 35,000 members right now at the Wall Street Silver. So to see, I've been enamored in the space for 5 years, and it's not. I mean, you've been in the space for far longer than I've been in the space. But to see all of these new eyeballs coming into it because of what you're doing with Wall Street Silver and this live feed and everything, it's like there's so many more new eyeballs because of the day and age that we're in, looking at silver like never before. It's just incredible to be part of all of it. You know, it's just a movement towards sound money.
Chris wants me to ask James Anderson, how many 1,000-ounce bars can you bench press?
At this moment, probably 3 to 4. We'll see.
Rob, and thank you so much for saying that. The incredible thing is, I was sitting in my pop's room watching Wall Street Bets like a month ago, and it was at 1 million followers. Next day it was 2 million. Day after that it was 3 million, and I was like, why don't I just create a community for silver and just spam and invite every single one of those people, because there's millions of people joining a day. And then